In the depths of the unvisited Antarctic, scientists unexpectedly discovered a giant mech that had been frozen in ice for 1,000 years. However, strangely, the mech was developed by humans only in the past few hundred years. Where did this mech in front of us come from? With doubts, the Human Federation government unanimously decided to use the most advanced laser cannon in the world to dissolve the ice layer, as the power of the laser cannon can instantly melt a small planet. However, what no one expected was that this weapon, capable of destroying a planet, only managed to melt a small portion of the ice layer on the mecha's chest. The exposed surface of the mech suffered almost no damage. "This is anti-metal, it is the god of fighting." Someone in the crowd shouted this phrase without knowing who it was. At this moment, everyone fell into a deathly silence because of this sentence. God of War is the top combat power in the universe. Since humans flew out of the solar system and entered interstellar civilization 500 years ago, the God of War has been a great mountain over humanity. At that time, humanity naively believed that they could coexist peacefully with other races in the universe. However, when the spaceship carrying 12 battle god mechs landed on Blue Star, humanity realized how ridiculous their thoughts were. Fortunately, another powerful civilization in the universe, the Uri civilization, came to help Blue Star and imparted Blue Star the knowledge of mecha manufacturing. Since then, humanity has entered the wave of mecha manufacturing. However, after 200 years, humans still have not been able to create a battle god mecha. The core reason is the lack of a dense metal material. But now this material is right in front of us. Just as everyone is excited, suddenly a sound of metal rotating comes from nearby. Hearing the sound, everyone looks up in unison. The armor on the chest of the crimson mech suddenly opened. A naked boy rolled out. At this moment, the researchers outside finally entered the interior, along with those armed soldiers. Without any command, the soldiers had already lined up and raised their cold gun muzzles, pointing them at the boy who had just awakened. "Don't come near, don't harm him," and shouted, giving the order. He approached, taking wobbly steps like a baby, walking towards Anne. "Is this guy a monster? Frozen for over 1,000 years, and he can still move?" Wu Nang sighed softly, wanting to shield in behind him, but Anne had already walked towards the naked boy. "Are you crazy?" Wu Nang roared, stepping forward. "Don't come over. This is an order." Facing the boy who walked out of the mech, and took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Hello, I am academician and of the Blue Star Federal Academy of Sciences. No matter where you come from, Blue Star welcomes you." The boy, stumbling, finally reached Anne's side and almost fell to the ground again, but fortunately, his outstretched hand caught Anne's chest for support just in time. However, little did he know that his one accident made everyone's heart at the door tremble, and many soldiers were just a hair's breadth away from shooting him into a beehive. 36. There was no title and surprisingly, the boy started to speak, and it was actually the language of Blue Star? "Wu Nung. Quickly write it down. Write down every word he says." And also stood still, allowing the boy in front of her to hold onto her chest without letting go. "Go on, say whatever you want to say." And was gentle like a mother. 36. The boy repeated this number 36E. I noted it down, 36E. Wait a minute. Wu Ning suddenly tensed up. "I think I understand. Quickly say, what does it mean?" And was unusually urgent. "This. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a chest size?" Wu Nang looked at the part the boy was holding with admiration and envy, and it's just like when I secretly looked at the records on your health card. Such an impressive hand. Just by grabbing, it can read such accurate data. Could it be an alien genius? Get lost, you extraterrestrial pervert. Just as Wu Nan was lamenting, Anne's back ignited, her low-hanging forehead twisted in ferocity. Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed through the vast experimental field. The boy, who had just regained consciousness, was sent flying to the side by Anne's palm, and immediately fell into unconsciousness once again. He fell heavily into the melting ice water, and bubbles kept rising to the surface. "What should we do now?" a researcher cautiously walked up behind Wu Nang. "What should we do?" "Hurry and get someone to take that kid to the medical department." If he's already dead, just send him directly to the biology department for dissection research. At this point, Wu couldn't help but shiver, the angry little and is so scary. Luckily, I never did that, or it would have been me on the dissection table. In a hospital room somewhere a few days later. When the boy who had fainted from a violent slap regained consciousness, he was already lying on the same white hospital bed. The sound of machines operating echoed in his ears. The boy's brown eyes scanned the surroundings, filled with unfamiliar scenes and a stranger sitting by the bed. "Are you awake?" Anne, who had been looking at the report, said irritably, still not forgetting the grudge from earlier. "Where is this?" The boy propped himself up and sat up, feeling a bit dazed, leaning against the headboard. "Don't worry, you are not dead yet, this is Blue Star." Wu Nang, sitting next to Anne, was much friendlier. "Who are you again?" the boy asked in confusion. "We." Before Wu Nang could finish his sentence, the folder that Anne waved hit him squarely in the chest. "Let's put that aside for now, and tell us, who are you? Remember not to lie, we have already conducted a comprehensive examination on you, and your genetic match with Blue Star people is 100%. Alright, go ahead, what is your name?" Anne asked. "Ningjia, this should be my name, if I remember correctly." The boy was particularly cooperative. "Age? If this is Blue Star, what year is it now?" Ningjia asked curiously. "What's wrong on March 1st, 3057? Anne was a bit confused. "Well, I am now 1019 years old." With a faint smile, Ningjia did not dislike this kind of conversation. "So you were only 19 when you were frozen?" Anne crossed her arms and propped her head on one hand, her expression suddenly turning cold at that moment. "Alright, now answer the most important question, who are you?" "Haven't I already said it?" "My name is Ningjia, I am 1019 years old, and if you are asking about my hometown, I am Huaxia people." Ningjia was puzzled. "Don't pretend to be stupid, you should know what I mean. Who are you? Why are you in that alien mech? Why have you been frozen for thousands of years?" Anne's tone was already interrogative. "I am Ningjia. I was accidentally kidnapped by aliens in the past, then I did something wrong, so I was frozen." Ningjia chuckled lightly. Looking at Anne's expression, she was not satisfied, or rather, she was not content. If Blue Star's technology were advanced enough, she would really want to directly open up this boy's head to find the truth. "Listen, I can't understand what it feels like to be frozen for 1,000 years, and I won't take care of your feelings, which are only 19 years old. Similarly, you cannot understand how I am now longing for you to speak the truth. I hope you can seriously cooperate and answer my next question, otherwise, you will personally experience the Blue Star upgraded version of interrogation techniques over 1,000 years." Anne's expression was grim. "Tell me, is the mech you are riding the god of battle?" "Not at all." Ningjia didn't even think about it. "You've already got half your butt on the torture chair I invented." "You're lying, we've tested it, all the metal parts of that crimson mech are reverse metal." "Is there really such a normal mech?" And clenched her fist around the folder. "The snake is not the fighting god you mentioned, and its entire reverse metallic structure does not necessarily qualify it as a fighting god. The translation of god of battle in the universe is guardian, it is the hero that protects the civilizations of various planets and receives the worship of the people." Ningjia smiled and shook his head. "Stop talking nonsense, don't think the Blue Star hasn't joined the sorrow of the starry sky, we are still farmers. The so-called god of war is fundamentally about the Hangwu system." And pouted. "Hangwu system? What is that?" Wu Nang looked at and with a blank expression, like a fool. "Please pay more attention to the materials piled on your desk in the future." And frowned. "The Hangwu system is a type of armament that only a battle god possesses, although each battle god is unique. But the principle is to use a specific emotion of the driver to create the most unique weapon through a medium, which has enough destructive power to break through reverse metal armor." "Did you find the Hangwu system on the snake?" Ningjia sighed and slid directly under the covers. "Let's go, Wu Nang." And stood up, although she was reluctant, she still had to leave the hospital room. Just as Ning Jie said, and did not find the macro weapon system she was expecting, nor did she find anything called a weapon on the mech named Snake.
Are you not going to ask anymore?
I don't think you would be merciful enough to refrain from using torture methods. Wu yawned as he reached the door.
Take a look at that kid's medical examination report.
And slammed the folder into Wu Nang's arms. His pain receptors have deteriorated, and he is completely immune to psychiatric drugs. Don't even mention interrogation. Even if I killed him right now, he wouldn't feel a thing.
Is there such a strange kid?
Wu Nang became interested and started flipping through the materials. I am currently unable to determine whether his transformation is due to being frozen for too long, or if he was inherently special. However, we have plenty of time. One day I will understand everything.
Anne's lips curled into a terrifying smile. So what do you plan to do with him? Keep him under house arrest in this hospital room? According to the information, he's as healthy as a horse.
Wu Nang continued to look through the documents.
No, I have a better idea.
Anne's cold laugh made Wu Nang involuntarily shiver. On March 2, 3057, the day after Ning Jie was thawed, he was forced to wear a black sleeveless turtleneck bodysuit, loose-fitting black cuff long pants in a skateboard style, and strange black sneakers. The unclear Ning Jie only felt uncomfortable but did not resist, treating it as the trend of this era blue star. Under the leadership of En and Wu Nang, Ning Jie got into a silver convertible, and the magnetic levitation system allowed the car to fly 30 centimeters above the ground. As soon as the car drove out of the underground parking lot of the laboratory, Ning Jie couldn't help but glance slightly to the side, as the sunlight was so bright.
How is it? It's been 1,000 years since I returned to Blue Star. Have you noticed any changes?
Wu Nang, who was driving, looked at Ning Jie in the rearview mirror. It's more spacious than I imagined. With no hint of surprise on his face, Ning Jie squinted as he surveyed the brand new city of Morning Light. The skyscrapers of this era are almost all of a uniform specification, with the only difference being their height. The gaps between the buildings are wide, so the roads that pass between them are also more spacious. I used to think that in 1,000 years, people would have to live in the sea because there would be so many of them. Everywhere would be noise, advertising signs, and the sky would be covered by black clouds from factory emissions, making the sun invisible. Leaning against the car door frame, Ning Jie enjoyed the warm sunlight.
Sorry to disappoint you, humanity realized the importance of the environment a long time ago.
After stopping Blue Star local development, the area of forests quickly recovered, and the former desert has now turned into a picturesque nature reserve. And introduced human achievements like a tour guide.
Don't tell me you brought me out just to show me around? Ning Jie yawned. Of course not, we are taking you to study.
And smiled as she grabbed a black leather backpack from the front passenger seat and tossed it into Ning Jie's arms.
Really?
Ning Jie swallowed hard and quickly opened his backpack to take out a book titled Humanoid Mecha Driving Lecture, with the words Thunder Mecha Advanced Academy printed in small letters in the corner of the cover.
Let me read?
When I was abducted by aliens back then, I was just relieved that the only good thing was that I didn't have to read anymore.
Ning Jie's forehead was sweating coldly, and his hand holding the book was trembling. I think you might as well just freeze me back.
Don't resist anymore. We have taken care of your student status certificate, files, and interpersonal relationships.
Both An and I are professors at that school. Although studying can be a bit dull, there are many beautiful women at the school.
Wu Nang's eyes sparkled with lust.
Do you swear? Upon hearing the beautiful woman, Ning Jie's eyes sparkled with the same lustful light as Wu Nang's.
Men are such creatures.
Anne sighed helplessly.
The convertible car had not been driving for long before it arrived at the gate of the Thunder Mecha Advanced Academy.
At this moment, Ning Jie realized that many of the boys entering the school were wearing equally disgusting clothes as him. It seemed this was the school uniform. And indeed, just as Wu said, the beauties here are truly extraordinary. The sleeveless fitted tops accentuate the curves of each girl's chest, while the pleated skirts that only reach halfway down the knee are simply a man's dream. The pure white color, different from boys' clothing, has a glossy material like plastic, making it feel as if the girls are radiating light under the sun. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? This spring school uniform was designed by an old friend of mine, isn't it beautiful? After driving into the campus, Wunung deliberately slowed down the speed of the car. I've kind of fallen in love with this place. Ningjia's little face turned bright red, and she pressed her lips tightly together to keep from drooling. And, sitting besides, looked somewhat disappointed because Ningjia didn't even glance at the towering mechas standing on both sides of the road. The avenue that extends from the school gate to the main teaching building is like a museum of the history of human mechs. From the initial individual armor to the first standing humanoid mech, it silently narrates the hardships of the research process. And didn't understand whether Ningjia was truly uninterested in mechas or just looked down on the rough machine Sun Blue Star. When the class bell rang with a ding, 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 Ningjia frowned as he carried his backpack over one shoulder, following into the 5th floor of the main teaching building. When and stopped in front of a large metal door, Ningjia glanced at the nameplate above, Class 2, Year 3, and walked into the classroom. At the front of the podium, when and slammed her textbook down with a bang, the classroom instantly fell silent. It was as if the students didn't even dare to breathe, showing just how imposing and was in their eyes. Ningjia did not understand what fear was and scanned the entire classroom with squinted eyes. 2 students sit side by side at each individual desk, a total of 50 students resembling a seated army. Just as Ningjia was about to lose hope, his gaze suddenly fixed on the window seat in the last row. The female protagonist has straight black hair that reaches her ears, neatly framing her face. Her delicate features are not overly exaggerated, coming together to create a face with an air of classical Eastern beauty. Under the sunlight by the window, the girl's bright white school uniform radiates a faint halo. A gentle breeze passes by, stirring her unruly bangs on her forehead. Seeing this, Ningjia could no longer control himself, and saliva flowed onto the floor like a breached dam. A large number of students collectively showed a look of disgust, categorizing Ningjia among the lovesick and the foolish. You have quite the sharp eyes, huh? Ling Shan is the campus beauty of our college. How about it? Not bad, right? If you cooperate with my lecture today, I'll arrange for you to sit next to her. And leaned close to Ningjia's ear and handed him a handkerchief. Upon hearing this, Ningjia nodded repeatedly without hesitation. Everyone, before we start class, let me introduce a transfer student. Ningjia from the African District Ponda Mecha Academy. Starting today, he will finish the senior year with you and participate in the graduation exam. And introduced with a smile. The students below the podium immediately began to whisper to each other, and the insincere smile on Ningjia's face leaned closer to En's ear. Alright, Ningjia, you can sit next to Ling Shan. Ningjia suppressed a lewd smile and walked slowly to the seat that had been forcefully taken. Hello. Looking at the beautiful woman right in front of him, Ningjia smiled like a lovesick fool. You. Hello. Ling Shan appeared a bit awkward. The classmate in front of her, wearing bright red earrings, didn't seem like a good person at all. After sitting down, Ningjia propped his head up with one hand and turned to look in Ling Shan's direction, not glancing at the blackboard again. The so-called big class lasts for 3 hours of lectures. That's all for now. At the podium, and finally closed the textbook. Next, let's invite a student to share his thoughts on modern mechas. Almost all the students raised their hands because answering questions also earned credits, especially for such simple questions. It was almost like giving away points. I'll take a look. Ningjia, you answer. Without any consideration, An's gaze was fixed intently on Ningjia. Hurry up, the teacher wants you to answer the question. Ling Shan pushed Ningjia. I didn't feel it, you can point to someone else. Ningjia waved his hand in the air unhappily. Ningjia, have you forgotten what you promised me? If you don't cooperate, I might have to change your seat. Hearing this, Ningjia stood up straight like a tree stump with a whoosh. Let's all listen to classmate Ningjia's profound thoughts. And was filled with anticipation. In summary, 2 words, fragile. It felt like Ningjia, who hadn't attended the class, sighed and put down the disguise. Blue Star's mechs use a metal skeleton as internal support, combined with a large number of drive shafts as joints for body movement. The nuclear storage battery, as a key component,
connects to transportation hoses that cover the entire body, delivering driving energy to various parts through a special energy-conducting liquid, achieving a faster driving effect.
Then, add a metal armor to the outer layer for protection.
No matter how you look at it, the mecha resembles an enlarged human body.
As long as the energy transport hose symbolizing blood vessels is damaged, even the fiercest mecha will quickly lose its combat capability. Moreover, the blue star, the outer armor of the mech, is not completely covered, with some areas exposing hoses. It's like human blood vessels extending outside the body. The mecha is easier to break down. What nonsense are you talking about? A rebuttal came from the front row.
It was not An who stood up in exasperation, but a blond boy, whose fair skin and blue eyes indicated his European descent.
Who are you?
Ning Jie curiously looked at the first boy in the class.
Get to know him, his name is Miller.
He is the class monitor and currently the best student in control technology at the Thunder Mecha Academy.
And started calculating in her mind. The soft hose you mentioned that is exposed outside the body should refer to the part that is exposed at the joints, right?
The designers have already calculated this. Even when the mech is fully extended, the exposed unit area is only 0.1 cubic meters. Theoretically, when operating a mech, no one can hit such a small target with 100% accuracy based on subjective will. The arrogant Miller's eyes were filled with disdain.
Is it really as difficult as you say?
I can do it. Long-range sniping is fine, medium-range shooting is fine, and close combat is even easier.
Ning Jie said nonchalantly, causing all the students to gasp in shock. Only Anne on the podium had a smug smile on her lips.
Well, let's give it a try and see whose theory is more accurate by having a 1v1 battle on the simulator.
And became interested. No, that's not fun enough. How about this? The loser has to clean the entire campus. I have no problem at all, but does the new student dare? Miller provocatively glanced at Ning Jie. I have no problem either, but what benefit is there if I win? Ning Jie's words made the whole class laugh. The winner can receive a kiss from Ling Shan. And completely saw through Ning Jie's thoughts. Wait. How can the teacher do this?
Ling Shan protested, her face flushed with embarrassment, but her tone remained light as a feather.
Don't worry about it. Aren't you and Miller a couple? No matter who wins or loses in the end, I'll give you extra credits. And shamelessly bribed.
Even after 1,000 years, whenever such topics are brought up, students still enjoy joining in the commotion. Ning Jie's expression became serious for the first time as he turned his head to look at the blushing Ling Shan beside him.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Ling Shan didn't even know how to respond.
Falling in love with a mecha engineer will not end well. After all, we are destined to die on the battlefield. Ning Jie's last piece of advice was hidden in the surrounding uproar. He left his seat and walked towards the podium.
After leaving the main teaching building, Ning Jie walked towards the huge dome building behind the campus, holding his hands behind his head, yawning, and looking lazy. Walking into the dome-shaped building that Ning Jie regarded as a gymnasium, Ning Jie couldn't help but be slightly amazed. This was solely because the center of the building was arranged in a circular formation with 16 strange instruments, resembling devices that lay like eggs supported by metal frames. Above these instruments, four enormous electronic screens hung directly from the roof, facing the spacious audience seats around the venue.
What place is this? Ning Jie asked curiously.
Mecha Simulation Arena, capable of supporting 16 mecha pilots competing simultaneously.
The simulation accuracy reaches 99.8%, ensuring an incredibly realistic mecha combat experience without actually using a mecha. And turned around and introduced it like a tour guide. Alright, take out your data card. I'm using a standard assault mech, what about you?
Miller said, with one hand on his hip and the other swinging a white memory stick.
Data card? Ning Jie was taken aback. I don't have anything like that. Are you kidding me? Miller sneered. Ning Jie, you really are forgetful. Didn't your data card fall in my office? If you forget again next time, I'm going to spank you.
Suddenly, from among the many classmates, Wu Nan, wearing a white lab coat, stepped forward holding a black memory stick and handed it to Ningjia.
I have it now.
Casually glancing at the new gadget in his hand, Ningjia still looked relaxed as usual.
Alright, trainees into the simulator, classmates to the audience seats, Miller versus Ningjia, it's about to start. And announced excitedly.
Many students quickly took their seats in the audience, while Miller made a stylish leap into an open simulator in the center of the venue. The simulator that started first moved instantly, supporting the 2-meter diameter metal cockpit. Ningjia, standing in front of another simulator, searched for a long time before finally finding the button to open the hatch and climbed into the cockpit. Wu Nang'an naturally walked to the control console and activated the huge electronic screen above.
You really are impressive. I just don't understand what kind of magic you used to make that kid ready to demonstrate his mecha piloting skills so quickly?
Wu Nang stood behind and, genuinely admiring her.
It's very simple, I just said that whoever wins, Ling Shan will give them a kiss.
Smiling, An opened various instruments and put on the communication headset. When the cabin door closed, the lights in the cockpit turned on. Facing countless buttons, joysticks, and instrument panels, Ningjia's expression changed, and a serious look revealed an indescribable sense of pressure.
Jia, can you hear me?
An called softly, holding the communication headset.
Very clear, do you have any advice for me? Ningjia's voice became deep.
The data card in your hand is a copy of the military high-level mech prepared by Wu Nang, completely different from the one used by student Miller. The computer-assisted system used by students allows their mechs to exert power with a manipulation speed of about 30 times per minute. But if your hand count is below 50, the mech will move like a clock with no oil, struggling with every step.
And laughed wickedly again. I knew you had bad intentions.
Ningjia sighed as he plugged in the memory stick.
Don't say that.
You should know that in the universe, the most basic hand operations are around 80 times per minute.
You should be fine, right? Wu Nang replied.
I don't know if there are any problems, but this is my first time piloting a mech from Blue Star, and I only just learned the operating methods during the lecture, so it's not surprising if I lose.
Ningjia modestly said. It's okay, I believe in you. Now I'm creating a competitive stage for you. And excitedly pressed the start button.
A clear image suddenly appeared on the huge screen in front of many students, but the moment they saw the image, all the students gasped in shock. Just because the created scene is a vast lush plain, there are not even small hills or trees as cover. Two towering mechas stand face to face. Standing at 25 meters tall, with blue-edged stripes, a pure white center, and bright red pupils, the mecha belongs to Miller 01.
This is the number Miller won from the academic year exams, the pride of the 1st Mecha Division of Thunder Academy.
In front of him was a majestic mech, entirely black with pupils gleaming with a golden light. Although it also belonged to the standard assault type, this mech was a whole half a head taller than 01. Especially when the classmates saw the rough red text on the chest of the pitch-black mech, they were all stunned.
Overlord? Ling Shan trembled uncontrollably, could this be? It won't be wrong, it's the Blue Star Mecha Defense Force's 1st Mecha Division's Gao Ao's Mecha Overlord.
The red-haired Xiao Lian sat beside Ling Shan. Although teacher Wu Ning teaches mechanical maintenance classes, his main job is as a renowned mecha maintenance expert for the military. He has a high-level Overlord data card in his hand, which is not surprising at all. The blue-haired Xiao Lian sat on the other side of Ling Shan. Inside the mech, Miller opened his mouth in surprise and connected to the console's communication. Teacher N? Are you serious? You want me to spar with Overlord? Sorry, it seems that Teacher Wu took the wrong data card. It's too late to change it now, so let's just say he got a little advantage, and now I'll give you a bit of an edge. And laughed and frantically started typing on the keyboard. In the virtual scene, the distance between the two mechs quickly shortened, coming to a halt at 500 meters. On the side of Mecha number 01, a massive weapons rack was instantly erected, featuring everything from missile launchers to timed grenades. Any weapon that could be equipped on the mecha could be found here. Beside the Overlord, a magnificent weapon rack was also erected, but there was only a small tactical dagger on the rack. Are you satisfied now? And gently comforted through the headphones.
Okay. Alright, thank you, teacher.
Miller awkwardly closed the communication. This is not about regaining balance, it's about letting students pilot the mechs of the army while increasing my advantages in distance and weaponry.
It's simply bullying. It seems the teacher doesn't like this arrogant transfer student either. Not understanding what kind of powerful machine he was in, Ning Jie adjusted the camera on his head and looked around while touching the unfamiliar control stick. In the sunlight and gentle breeze, the empty battlefield has nothing but the enemy, as if there is nothing to think about except for the fight. Really a simple battle.
In the pitch-black darkness, the golden pupils of the tyrant flashed as the raised arm tightened its grip on the metallic dagger.
As if hearing the battle horn, 01 quickly grabbed the assault rifle from the rack and ran sideways.
The heavy metallic footsteps accompanied by the deafening notes of continuous gunfire, with the muzzle flashing, were firmly aimed at the tyrant not far away.
Within effective range, Miller's shot showed no sign of deviation.
Metal bullets struck the dark metal armor of the tyrant, sparking bursts of flames.
The impact caused even this tyrant to sway a bit.
With only a small knife, Ning Jie could do nothing but raise his hands to protect his head, trying to shrink his body to avoid the gunfire. The circular running 01 resembles a mobile directional cannon, with the angle of attack changing every second.
Transfer student, why don't you move? Is your major being a target?
Miller deliberately slowed down the shooting pace and laughed out loud.
In the face of the tyrant, Ning Jie showed no reaction at all, not even the slightest change in his cold expression.
Running around, 01 was getting closer and closer to the body of the tyrant. Suddenly, just as 01 circled to the back of the tyrant's body, 01 unexpectedly dropped the firearm in hand and drew a tactical dagger identical to the tyrant's, charging forward. The knightly pride and dignity drove Miller to pursue a more equal duel.
That idiot!
And gritted her teeth in anger in the control room.
Opportunity!
Wu Neng exclaimed unconsciously. Sure enough, the tyrant, which had been retreating like a turtle, finally moved. Its body, a full size larger than the 01, turned as swiftly as the wind, and the tactical dagger it wielded stabbed directly at the neck of the 01 mech, precisely targeting the weak point hose mentioned by Ning Jie. On Miller's screen, the pitch-black body seemed to instantly obscure all light. This was definitely not something a student could achieve in terms of body movement. Miller immediately shut his mouth. There was no time for any remedial actions or evasions. In a head-on confrontation, the Overlord had an overwhelming advantage, and for a moment, Miller even thought he was going to lose.
However, at the moment when the two mechs intersected, the mighty tyrant unexpectedly fell heavily onto the yellow earth.
The empty 01 swayed a couple of times and then stopped under Miller's operation.
What is this? Miller looked down at the tyrant beneath him.
You win, I can't quite keep up with the speed of this mech, let's end it, my life. Looking up at the mech in front of him, Ning Jie sighed and released the metal control stick, still calm.
You think I won't?
Miller swung the dagger and mercilessly plunged it into the tyrant's throat. When the screen in front of him turned pitch black, Ning Jie, who lost the duel, smiled. The ending was a bit unexpectedly swift. Miller kissed Ling Shan amidst the cheers of many classmates and the boos from Xiaolian and Xiaolian. But Ning Jie walked towards the exit of the venue without looking back.
Wu Neng, just now the Overlord's reaction should be a sign that the operation couldn't keep up with the mecha's speed, right? Why is it that the alien mecha master from 1,000 years ago couldn't even control blue star mechas like this? I'm really disappointed. Please say something to comfort me.
And shook her head and took off her headphones.
Do you think so? However, I feel that the final reaction of the Overlord is a bit strange. Wu Neng's expression was complicated. I hope you can give me some good news.
In the afternoon, as the setting sun sank in the west, many students at Thunder Mecha Academy began to head home, their groups of 3 or 5 embodying the happiest picture of peace.
However, even though all the classmates had left, Ning Jie still couldn't go home. He put on an apron, wore a mask and a hat, and was gloomily sweeping at the school gate with a broom in hand. This is the punishment for being outmatched by others.
At the moment he was cleaning, a sports car deliberately stopped in front of him.
Inside the car were Miller and Ling Shan.
Ling Shan seemed a bit shy to look at the sweeping Ning Jie, while Miller laughed without any concealment.
After the most mocking, Miller, extremely satisfied, drove off in his sports car. Unconsciously, Ling Shan couldn't help but take a glance at Ning Jie's back in the rearview mirror. As night gradually deepened, after the morning light had begun to fall asleep, in that experimental field where Ning Jie had awakened. Numerous searchlights still illuminate the massive ice blocks, but the staff here have long since left, leaving behind a pile of equipment and one special person. Under the searchlight, Wu Nang, dressed in heavy warm clothing, sat in the cockpit of the activated mecha, skillfully tapping on the computer in his arms. And he is not the only curious researcher. In the distance, from the darkness, and, dressed in the same heavy warm clothing, walked over holding a cup of hot coffee. As soon as I got close to this massive ice block, the 80-degree coffee instantly approached freezing point. How is it? Did you find any useful information? And took a sip of her cold coffee. This is called the mech program of the snake, and its self-defense capability is very strong. I have already mobilized the Blue Star Federation's largest computer system to crack it, but until now, Wu Nang regrettably pouted, but the movements in his hands did not stop. Don't bother anymore. Looking at Ning Jie's performance today, it might really be as he said. This mech is not a battle god. He's just an ordinary kid who was kidnapped by aliens. A hint of indescribable sadness appeared in Anne's eyes. This time I'm really going to disappoint you. Wu Nang typed on the keyboard and casually tossed a small memory stick to Anne. What is it? The operation video of Ning Jie and Overlord indeed shows a phenomenon where human and mecha operations cannot synchronize. But it's not just people who can't keep up with the speed. Do you mean? And suddenly became spirited again. That's right, it's Overlord who can't keep up with that kid's speed. Once again starting to attack the snake system firewall, Wu Nang raised his head. Is it possible? The Overlord is Gao Ao's mech, and his instantaneous hand speed can reach the level of a master at 120, while the Overlord can also react very accurately. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Gao Ao is the god of combat of Blue Star. And couldn't believe it. The Overlord is what I am responsible for debugging, so of course I know its power. Not to mention 120 moves, even at 150 it won't have issues with the mechanics keeping up with the operations. But in the moment when Ning Jie turned to counterattack, his hand speed reached 400. Can you imagine? Wu's sturdy body trembled, 400 actions per minute, with an average of 6 to 7 corrections per second in extreme operations. I estimate there aren't many people in the entire universe who can achieve such a thing. Wait. If Ning Jie really has such terrifying control. If the snake frozen here is his mech. Then that means this mech can adapt to his 400 hand speed and respond accurately? And gazed obsessively at the mech frozen in front of her. The good news didn't end at this moment. While Wu Nang and An were still in awe, the computer in front of Wu Nang finally displayed a message that was not unable to access. A set of special data was presented before Wu Nang and An. Is this the writing of Yalai Star? Is this mech a product of Yalai Star? And grabbed the computer screen. Wait a minute, let me translate. Wu Nang frantically typed on the keyboard. When everything turned into Blue Star text, cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of Wu Nang and An, and the sweat had already frozen before it fell. This is the battle statistics for the snake. Anne trembled. Yes, it should be correct. Just like a car's odometer, this data reflects the equivalent of this alien mech's life. Wu Nang nodded. But can you imagine? This mecha was only operational for 3 years from its initial startup to its shutdown, yet its combat duration was 21,900 hours. The longest recorded time was 100 hours of operating the mecha in combat? Wu Nang, what is the longest battle record of humanity? That was created by Gao Ao, fighting continuously for 48 hours. This should be our Blue Star people's limit. Wu Nang's expression was serious. Limits? Then tell me, what is Ning Jie? He is just a human like us. And laughed self-deprecatingly. I don't know. I also don't know if this snake is the legendary god of fighting, but from this data, it can be said that Ning Jie is indeed a humanoid god of fighting. But Keep collecting data, we need more information.
And tossed aside the coffee that had turned into an ice block and turned to leave.
What are you doing? Planning to interrogate Ning Jie? He won't say anything.
I know, but now, our breakthrough was not just with Ning Jie.
Don't forget that Yalai Star is the only planet we have diplomatic relations with.
I'm going to make an exquisite invitation and ask them to come over for some coffee or something. And smiled as she pushed up her glasses. The next day, the new sun rose alongside the open school gates. Miller, whose mood was as bright as the weather, chatted with his classmates as they walked into the classroom, but a sudden foul smell made him pinch his nose. Miller, frowning, quickly ran to his seat, only to find a pile of disgusting rice field on his desk, next to which was engraved with a laser pointer, a gift from Ning Jie to Lord Miller, very much like you.
Ning Jie! Miller roared.
Yalai Star, located in the center of a distant galaxy 3,000 light-years away from Blue Star, has a planet area that is 3721 times that of Blue Star and boasts a glorious civilization evolution history of 6 million years.
Outstanding technology and the superior environment of Blue Star have made Yalai Star one of the most brilliant planets in the universe.
A formal invitation letter was transmitted through the dedicated communication channel between Yalai Star and Blue Star to the other end of the galaxy during the night when everyone was asleep. The content of the invitation is very simple, basically stating the reason that Blue Star recently discovered a peculiar frozen mech by chance, which is presented in a crimson color, and is inviting the technology personnel from Yalai Star to study it together. According to the old custom, and would receive a reply from the other party within 3 days. But this time, just as it had not yet left the communication computer, a reply notification banner unexpectedly popped up on the electronic screen. Excited, and quickly opened the reply, which contained even simpler content, only confirming part of the list of people who would visit in the future.
And could only look at the first two in the front row and couldn't help but tremble. The 30,009th Emperor of Euladi, Her Majesty Euphina. The 30,008th God of War Dante? A new day at the Thunder Mecha Academy is a busy one. After cleaning the seat with gloves, Miller's brows furrowed into the character for hate, and his neck, like a wound-up spring, would turn back to look every so often. Unfortunately, Ning Jie has not shown up since the morning study session, no one knows where he went. And, who came to class, didn't care either, she wore a smile all day during class and was in an exceptionally good mood. However, Ling Shan appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing at the class schedule displayed on the electronic screen at the back of the classroom. Under normal circumstances, Miller would definitely know that Ling Shan was worried about the mecha flying class in the afternoon. Unlike the standard assault mecha driven by Miller, the requirements for his flying ability are not difficult. Basically, he just needs to maintain a speed of 200 km per hour to navigate between the cities. Xiao Lian and Xiao Lian, who drive the heavy armored support mecha, were even exempted from the exam. Only Ling Shan, by coincidence, was piloting a light reconnaissance type mech, which had the weakest firepower and assault capability, but had particularly strict requirements for flying. The basic requirement is to skillfully navigate through numerous obstacles at a speed of 1.5 times the speed of sound to pass. In fact, Ling Shan has never told anyone that she has a slight fear of heights. Although she knows that the training is done using a simulator, every time Ling Shan looks down, she still can't help but feel her legs tremble uncontrollably. No matter how unwilling, the bell for the lunch break rang. Feeling wronged, Ling Shan shyly walked up to Miller and said, "Miller, aren't we supposed to have flying class this afternoon?" "I want to. Let's talk about it later." Miller stood up with a look that could kill, bypassing Ling Shan. "I must find that bastard Ning Jie right now. That beast actually dared to skip class for the whole morning and even defecated on my desk. I must kill him." Watching her boyfriend walk away, Ling Shan's eyes revealed a sense of loss. And while the Blue Star is still continuing its peaceful life, in the vast universe, a massive white battleship is rapidly performing a space jump, with the golden crossmark on its bow proving it to be a royal battleship of the Arai dynasty. In the middle of this battleship, in a luxurious room, a slender girl sat on the wide windowsill, hugging her knees and tilting her head to look outside, where the scenery had all turned into silver lines. The girl in front of the window has long, straight silver white hair that even hangs down below the windowsill. She is wearing a pure white gauze dress. "Your Majesty,
Is it necessary for you to go in person? The man said with a serious tone. After all, over the past 1,000 years, we have received countless messages about him, but in the end, they all turned out to be false. The chance of finding him in the vast universe is almost negligible. Dante, don't forget that he created a legend with an almost negligible probability. Who would have thought that just one person could defeat more than half of the military strength of the Arise Star and even overcome the Ice Spirit Battle God, recognized as the strongest in Arise history? The girl on the windowsill leaned against the cold window, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. In legend, the hero of the Yalai Star, the Flame Soul Battle God, Mecha Master of the Serpent, Ningjia. If it's true, I really want to meet this amazing character. Dante trembled, filled with excitement. On the blue star on the other side. Today, the entire academy, no, the whole Morning Light City and even the entire Blue Star are discussing the same thing. Everyone is excited as if they have gone crazy. Many television stations from around the world have gathered in this floating city by the sea. All the nobles and authorities from around the world are also rushing to catch the first special flight, leaving the reception team in Morning Light City overwhelmed. Ling Shan, look what this is. Shaking the card in his hand, Miller walked over to Ling Shan's position with a beaming smile. It's the invitation to the gala for the distinguished guests today. Where are you from? Ling Shan was also a bit excited. Did you forget that my dad is a diplomat? What's so difficult about getting an invitation? Miller said proudly, casting a disdainful glance at Ningjia, who was sitting right next to him. Poor Ningjia is rubbing the bruise on the corner of his mouth with a boiled hot egg. Isn't it just aliens? Is it really that rare? Lazily yawning, Ningjia flicked away the eggshell. Shut up, you little brat. Do you still want to get beaten up? You're fierce, I'll give you guys some space. Chewing on an egg, Ningjia wisely walked away. Leaving the classroom and arriving in the hallway, Ningjia clearly saw in the distance the giant warship, 1 kilometer long, slowly descending through the clouds. The familiar golden crossmark made Ningjia lower his head and sigh. Ah, I just woke up and now I have to meet them again. It's really not giving me a moment to breathe. The focus shifts back to the spaceport in Morning Light City, where there is a wide platform, and a band of hundreds is playing Scottish music with ancient bagpipes. Thousands of representatives from the business, political, and scientific communities filled this spaceport. Standing in the crowd, and changed into a black blazer and a pencil skirt, and even the scruffiest Wu Nan was forced to wear a suit and tie a bow tie. The pristine battleship landed smoothly on the runway of the spaceport. The open door transformed into floating steps. A sturdy figure stepped out first, without making others wait. It was Dante, dressed in a pitch-black suit, with a neatly draped cloak hanging from his shoulders. The majesty of the god of war allowed him to scan the entire venue and convey his presence to everyone. After confirming there was no danger, from the open hatch, the Queen of Yale, Euphina, emerged, dressed in a pure white sundress and wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat. Even if they were 100 meters apart, when Wu Nang saw the smile that appeared at the corner of the Queen's mouth, he was completely stunned. The skin is smooth as creamy jade, the amber-colored pupils with slightly upturned corners, and the high, straight nose. The structure is completely human-like, yet no human can grow to be as stunningly beautiful as she is. She really looks young. Who would know she is already 170 years old if she doesn't say anything? And exclaimed sincerely. Under Dante's protection, the Empress bypassed many politicians and celebrities, coming directly before Anne and extending her friendly right hand. Is this academician Anne? Hello, I am Euphina. If you like, you can also call me Nana. Euphina smiled sweetly like an ordinary friend. You. Hello. A surprised and blankly grasped the hand in front of her. Then let's not waste any more time. Nana maintained her smile, but her grip on Anne's hand suddenly tightened. Take me to see what you mentioned in your invitation. Indeed, you have a connection with that thing. In an instant, forgetting her identity, and regained her instincts as a researcher. And Wu Nang, Dante, and Nana's sedan drove directly into the underground laboratory in the center of Morning Light City. Walking through the familiar metal corridor, when Anne skillfully opened the metal door, she found Nana trembling involuntarily. Was the Queen nervous? The bright searchlight made the frozen mech in the center of the testing ground particularly eye-catching. The moment she saw it, Nana even covered her mouth, feeling a bit dazed. Dante quickly supported the queen's shoulder, but his pupils never left the crimson mech for a moment.
Finally found it. It's Snake Dot.
Standing up straight, Nana tossed aside her sun hat and quickly walked towards the ice crystal.
Your Majesty, be careful.
The cold from the ice crystal is too intense, getting too close could cause frostbite. And quickly stepped forward to stop the queen 10 meters away from the ice crystal.
Where did you find it? Dante clenched his fists and stopped beside the queen.
Near Mars, it was found by one of our monitoring ships.
At first, we thought it was iron or, who knew?
Wu Nong pulled off the uncomfortable bow tie around his neck and took a deep breath.
If I'm not mistaken, this mech should be manufactured by a Rai star, right? But why is it frozen and drifting in space?
And had too many questions she wanted to ask. This is the cruelest punishment of the sorrow of the starry sky. Looking at the mech kneeling in the ice crystal in front of her, Nana's eyes became moist.
Frozen punishment.
When a mecha master violates the laws of the starry sky's grief, and the circumstances are particularly severe, the starry sky's grief will convene a grand trial assembly, where all members will vote, followed by a vote from 5 permanent judges. When the full vote passes, the sinner mech master and the mech will be subjected to the punishment of being frozen, and then the ice crystals will drift aimlessly in the universe. The sentence will only be considered complete when they are discovered and fought by a civilization outside of the sorrow of the starry sky.
What's the difference between this and the death penalty? The chances of being rescued this way are terrifyingly low. And smiled awkwardly. But you really found it, thank you so much.
Your Majesty, they have unsealed part of it, and the cockpit is empty.
Dante suddenly looked at and as if he were nervous, where is he? The person in the mecha? Who are you talking about? And was a bit scared. Who else could there be? Ning Jie.
The mech master of the serpent, the battle god Ning Jie.
Dante almost shouted it out. He.
As expected, it's confirmed, this mech and Ning Jie are the fighting god. No longer afraid or tense, and suddenly couldn't hold back and laughed out loud in the most unrestrained manner of her life. Leaving the cold laboratory, the 4 people with mixed emotions moved to a spacious reception room.
Nana and An sat facing each other, while Dante stood respectfully behind Nana,
and Wu Nong,
standing behind An, leaned over the back of her sofa with a strange smile.
The atmosphere of silence was somewhat unbearable, especially for An, whose mind was filled with question marks.
Before we talk, please answer me a question. Will you take Ning Jie and the snake away? An's expression was unusually serious.
Academician and misunderstood our relationship with Ning Jie. He is not our servant, and no one can command him.
If he is unwilling to leave Blue Star, this is his home.
On the contrary, if he wants to leave and someone tries to keep him, Yalai will do everything in his power to destroy all obstacles in his way.
Nana picked up the steaming coffee in front of her.
But her simple explanation made An's body tremble uncontrollably, as if that fear had already witnessed the destruction of Blue Star.
Be grateful that we didn't torture Ning Jie back then.
If they found out, we had tormented their hero.
I guess what would come now wouldn't be just to worship.
Wu Ning whispered in An's ear, his back soaked with cold sweat.
Your Majesty, I can assure you that no one will force Ning Jie.
But, before you meet him, can you tell me about the pure Blue Star people's connection with Alai?
Suppressing her inner fear, and continued to ask.
Actually, this is a secret that shouldn't have been told to outsiders.
However, this secret is probably only unknown to backward civilizations like Blue Star in the universe, right?
Nana slowly put down the ceramic cup in her hand, and her already beautiful face became even more stunning with a hint of sadness. Exactly 1003 years ago from now, the Yalai civilization experienced a catastrophe that nearly led to its extinction.
Really? Is there someone who dares to invade Yalai?
Wu Nong opened his mouth wide. Your military strength was terrifying even 1,000 years ago. Indeed, but it was not outsiders who invaded Yalai, it was the god of war who betrayed the Yalai royal family. As she spoke, Nana let out a gentle sigh. Our military power has always been entrusted to the god of war, but who would have thought that the sharpest sword would be turned against its own throat? How could it be this easy? Is there no god of war to resist and cause chaos? Anne exclaimed. No one dared to resist, because no one could defeat him at that time, the ice soul battle god, Ming Lang. In the history of Yalai, he was the only one who had overcome all past battle god mecha simulation data, making him the strongest battle god. Dante laughed, as if mocking Anne's naivety. Don't mention that he commands a heavy army, even just by himself, he probably has the strength to storm the palace and kill the king. Indeed, at that time, the Empress was forced to escape from Yalai Star aboard a warship, accompanied only by a few remaining Royal Guard mecha troops. According to the rules of the Starry Sky's Sorrow, his civilization is prohibited from interfering in the internal affairs of other nations, and Ming Lang's rebellion is regarded as an internal matter. Therefore, no planet in the universe has ever extended a helping hand to the fleeing Arai royal family, some even actively provided the location of the Ming Lang royal family. Nana had long understood that the universe is a cold heart, but every time she thought of this, she couldn't help but show a look of hatred. I don't understand, what does this have to do with Ning Jie? And didn't show any sympathy, just pressing on with the confusion in her heart. Speaking of which, I need to explain to you the process of the birth of the Arai Star battle god. Instantly regaining her composure, Nana smiled charmingly again. On Arai Star, everyone has the right to become a battle god. When the previous battle god retires, Arai holds a grand ceremony. All mecha masters participating in the ceremony will challenge the simulated data of the past Arai dual god mecha in the simulator. Only those who have defeated the most opponents are qualified to challenge the previous generation's fighting god. If they win again, they can become the new fighting god. If defeated, 6 months later, the ceremony will restart and continue in a cycle. What a cruel rule. Wu Neng could imagine how arduous the process was, but he couldn't fathom how the white-haired Dante stood here with such a youthful, godlike demeanor. This is just the beginning. When the new battle god emerges, Yalai will invite specialized battle god mech craftsmen to create a brand new battle god mech for the new battle god. As Nana said this, and in front of her stood up excitedly. I know. It's the 10 Divine Craftsman clan. All the battle god mechas in the universe come from their hands, and only they can create the Hangwu system. So, they really do exist. Anne's eyes sparkled like a little girl's. It seems that Dr. Yin usually collects a lot of information, doesn't she? Nana smiled with her hand over her mouth, and Wu Neng felt his legs go weak. Excuse me. And blushed and sat back in her original seat. That's right, the 10 god craftsmen truly exist, and only the mechas they create are recognized as battle god mechas throughout the universe. In the 10 gods artisan clan, Breaking Dawn is the only family that has historically crafted the battle god mecha for Yalai. At that time, the chieftain of Broken Dawn also noticed Ming Lang's uniqueness and made an exception to create 2 battle mechs for him to choose from. One is the ice spirit fighting god dragon, and the driving source of the Hangwu system is the coldness of the mecha master. What he didn't expect was that his cruelty was not only directed at enemies but also spared no one from his own clan. Although they had agreed to forget, Nana still trembled slightly with anger. The other one is the flame soul fighting god Snake, powered by the anger of the mecha master in the Hangwu system. Dante took over Nana's words and gently patted the trembling shoulder of His Majesty. At that time, the fleeing royal family took this fighting god mecha that was not chosen by Ming Lang. I hope to find a mech pilot who can activate the serpent and become a powerful weapon against Ming Lang. I don't understand, there should have been guardian mecha soldiers around the fleeing royal family at that time. Why couldn't they activate? Anne was puzzled. To start the battle god mech for the first time, its macro weapon system must be activated first. This means that the mech pilot needs to have sufficient emotions to drive the macro weapon system. Unfortunately, at that time, Breaking Dawn was made as a snake based on the standard of Ming Lang. The general mecha master's anger was completely ignored by the serpent, unable to resonate with it. Coincidentally, a royal family chased by Ming Lang's troops landed in a city of Waxi in the past. Wu Neng. And didn't wait for Dante to finish speaking and tapped the man's head beside her. Understood, I'll go check the historical data right away. Wu Neng quickly left the reception room. So, we met Ning Jie. Nana smiled, her happiness blooming like a flower. No one believed that the anger of this mere 16-year-old boy actually resonated with the snake. Became a mech master recognized by the Flame Soul Battle God, accompanying the invigorated royal family in a 3-year counteroffensive war. With just this battleship, a few guardian mechas, plus a blue star found fighting god, they actually fought their way back to Yalai, and Ningjia became a true fighting god in the nearly endless battles. At the final battle, Ningjia controlled the serpent, standing before tens of thousands of mechs and warships. One person, one mech, one sword, fighting until no one dared to come within an inch. Ming Lang also had to personally challenge the battle mech of the Flame Soul, which was already covered in scars. As you can see, Ningjia won, and our Arai royal family has taken back the power of Arai, continuing to thrive to this day. However, Ningjia sacrificed everything in this battle that had nothing to do with him. In that earth-shattering battle, Ningjia's most beloved woman was killed by Ming Lang. The heart-wrenching anger shattered Ningjia's thoughts and self-control, and also allowed his Hangwu system to break through the three-dimensional secondary liberation. Three-dimensional secondary liberation? And was excited about the new term. The so-called Hangwu system is a system that drives mecha through the emotions of the mecha pilot, instantly transforming mecha power into various weapons. When the emotions provided by the mech engineer are pure enough, the Hangwu system will continuously upgrade according to the model. This is theory, Dante said calmly. At that time, the Hangwu system's second-dimensional liberation was regarded as the highest realm. Ningjia, however, broke through the realm of two-dimensional secondary liberation, becoming the first three-dimensional secondary liberation macro-martial system battle god mecha master in the universe. Although there are already quite a few mecha masters who can achieve three-dimensional liberation, everyone in the universe acknowledges the important position of Ningjia. I really don't know. That looks like just a lecherous little brat, yet so tough? And was covered in goosebumps. However, it is precisely such a hero who gave everything for Arai that ultimately fell into the fate of being frozen and exiled. Nana lowered her head, but blue tears flowed from her amber-colored pupils, even though all of us in Arai regard Ningjia as a hero. But his identity as an outsider cannot be changed, he is still meddling in the internal affairs of Arai. The Starry Sky's grief later held a grand council, which took a month to ultimately decide that Ming Lang was guilty, and Ningjia was also guilty. Both of them were frozen inside the mech and exiled to the distant reaches of the universe. As one of the judges presiding over the trial of Ningjia, you should understand the pain of Queen Yalai at that time. On the day she passed away, she enacted a law stating that as descendants of the Yalai royal family and people, they must not forget the grace of the Flame Soul fighting god even after 1,000 years. Spare no effort to find the whereabouts of the hero and repay the kindness. Now I finally understand why the excellent civilization of Yalai has been so humble and has continuously supported Blue Star. It turns out you only wanted to repay the favor to Ningjia. And leaned weakly against the sofa. Looking back, Blue Star the cessation of war, Blue Star the establishment of the Federation, the advancement of cosmic technology, each of these is inseparably linked to the support of Yalai. In other words, without Ningjia's assistance to Yalai, there would be no Blue Star living such a happy life today. Just as Yalai owes a debt of gratitude to Ningjia, the descendants of Blue Star also owe him the same. In the setting sun, lying on the roof of the teaching building, Ningjia, who was napping, suddenly woke up, supporting his body and breathing heavily, his clothes clinging to him, soaked with sweat. Just because he dreamed again of that scene from 1,000 years ago. On the wide street, a pure white warship descended from the sky, tearing through the earth and raising a cloud of dust, stopping right in front of him. Before that day, he was accustomed to calling himself Huaxiapal, but after that day, Ningjia no longer knew how to refer to himself. Blue Star human? Hero? Sinner of the starry sky's grief? Mecha master? Or god of combat? The night quietly arrives, and the grandest event in Morning Light City tonight is the Blue Star federal officials hosting a welcome banquet for Queen Yalai. Unfortunately, this grand occasion is not something everyone can witness, only the privileged and political figures are allowed to attend. Of course, having such relatives at home is also acceptable. In order to accommodate all the guests, the government had to convert the Grand Theater, which could have held tens of thousands of people, into a banquet hall, which can be considered the highest standard welcome banquet provided by Blue Star. Miller felt so honored to attend such a grand event that he was almost bursting with joy inside. He wore a smile on his face all night. He even specially wore an evening gown designed by a renowned designer and brought along the most expensive watch and brooch. As for Ling Shan beside him, she was happy, but not to the point of being neurotic. If it weren't for Miller's strong insistence, she wouldn't even want to wear the evening gown that Miller gave her for her birthday. When Miller arrived at the Grand Theater, the area outside was already filled with numerous luxury cars, and just counting them would amount to no less than 1,000, which even startled Ling Shan a bit. After showing the invitation, Miller graciously took Ling Shan's hand and walked into Blue Star He Gathering Place of Elites. It is truly magnificent. This is Ling Shan's first impression. Whether it's the towering 30-meter-high dome or the banquet hall underneath that is as large as 2 football fields, luxury and nobility are evident everywhere. Thousands of celebrities hold various styles of wine glasses, standing together in groups of 3 or 5, exchanging the sincerest hypocritical smiles and flattering each other. What a spectacular scene it is. Many people, and some are stars from television. Ling Shan felt a bit out of place in such an occasion. What are celebrities? Here, they are merely supporting roles. What truly matters are the officials in power, as well as elites like you and me. Miller said, shaking off the gown he was wearing at that moment. It's good that you are here. Can you tell me where the bathroom is? Ning Jie ran to Miller's side, holding his stomach. You're here too? Seeing her deskmate, Ling Shan was especially delighted. Why are you here too? Miller could only feel anger. I didn't want to come, and dragged me here. Damn it, the wine in this area is too strong. I've only had 2 bottles and I can't hold it in anymore. Ning Jie said gloomily, shivering and almost crying. Ling Shan couldn't help but laugh out loud, her tension completely disappearing due to Ning Jie's embarrassment. What are you running around for, Ning Jie? Not far away, and, dressed in a tight purple-black satin long dress, hurried through the crowd and quickly grabbed Ning Jie's wrist, afraid he would run away. I'll take you there, you two can play by yourselves. The buffet table is in front. Excuse me. With a smile, she passed by the students, and Annie pulled Ning Jie towards the restroom. Have you noticed that teacher and seems especially nice to Ning Jie? They wouldn't be in a relationship. Ling Shan didn't dare to continue, her face turned red. The guest everyone was waiting for finally arrived. The moment the double doors on the second floor of the banquet hall were pushed open from the outside, dozens of spotlight beams shone in unison. The symphony orchestra's passionate performance even drowned out the footsteps of the guests, and everyone looked up towards the magnificent staircase. A gown as pure white as a wedding dress adorned Nana's slender figure, with a hemline pattern made of golden threads and gemstones that shimmered enchantingly under the lights. But no matter how enchanting the light is, it cannot surpass the faint smile at the corner of Nana's mouth, and her silver hair, cascading down to her waist, is as stunning as a waterfall. A truly beautiful woman not only captivates men but also astonishes women. In comparison, Dante, who followed behind Nana, was no longer eye-catching. Dressed in a tight black outfit that highlighted his muscles, he had not made a special effort to dress up for this banquet. Nana, who finally appeared after countless calls, still hadn't greeted anyone. Under the spotlight, she looked up and scanned her surroundings, as if searching for something rare. But when she lifted her skirt with both hands, took off her shoes, and ran barefoot quickly to the object she was looking for. Under the spotlight, Ning Jie stood with his hands in his pockets, his suit still marked with water splashes from the restroom, facing a queen with an expression of utmost calm. Nana could no longer control her excitement, and after running for 100 meters, even this empress was panting heavily. Her disheveled hair marred her beauty, and her unrefined smile also detracted from her charm. However, she is still just as happy. I finally found you. After catching her breath, Nana leaned forward naturally towards the floor, a gesture of kneeling. Before everyone could exclaim in surprise, the silent Ning Jie quickly supported Nana, who was about to fall to her knees. Would you mind accompanying me for a dance? Ning Jie said seriously, no longer like a lewd old man. This is my honor, a dance exchanged for 1,000 years of waiting. Nana had already voluntarily placed her hand on Ning Jie's shoulder. At the height of the dance, Nana even wrapped her arms around Ning Jie's neck, her entire body pressed against his chest. Nana, like willow catkins swaying in the wind, was in a state of intoxication and infatuation. In the eyes of Ningjia and Nana, this is merely a whisper that goes unnoticed by others.
Is this the decision you made when you woke up 1,000 years later?
Leaning her head against Ningjia's shoulder, Nana gently closed her eyes. Actually, you don't need to worry about anything else. Having undergone the punishment of being frozen, you are already an innocent person. I have the ability to help you smoothly join the Alessian nationality, and you will receive a level of support 1,000 times more enthusiastic than here. They simply do not understand the value of your existence.
Thank you for your kindness, but I think things are good as they are now. I don't want to go to the battlefield anymore. I don't want to kill anymore. You regard me as a hero, but do you know how many people I killed in those 3 years of war?
Ningjia whispered in Nana's ear, 173,643 people. Most of them, I don't even know their faces or names.
Yalai doesn't need a butcher like me, right?
But staying here, it's very likely that you still won't be able to find the peace you want. Nana's words were particularly sorrowful.
Do you still remember the judge sitting in the far right seat at the Starry Skies grief trial?
I forgot the name, but I remember he looked particularly disgusting.
Ningjia tried to recall.
That is the Grand Priest of the insect star, Hamuda. The civilization history of his insect star is even less than Blue Star half, yet they became one of the 5 judges in just 500 years. They rely on the universally recognized fastest evolutionary speed in the universe and the most terrifying instinct for attack. When they were just a bunch of pests, some planets launched attacks on their home planet in the sorrow of the starry sky, but in the end, no matter how advanced the technology was, it could not exterminate these primitive creatures. On the contrary, later they evolved the ability for space travel, and thus began a terrible invasion. 50 planets of the sorrow of the starry sky were almost instantly annihilated by the insect stars, becoming the nutrients for their evolution. One of the original 5 judges, the planet was also swallowed by it. Everyone made an exception to allow this terrible insect planet to join the starry sky sorrow out of fear of their power, and it even became one of the 5 judges.
Nana leaned closer to Ningjia. An enemy that cannot be eliminated becomes a friend, right? It resembles a theory that circulates in the universe. Ningjia sneered.
The insect star, which became the presiding judge, indeed settled down and has always adhered to the rule against internal conflict.
However, all new civilizations that applied to join the Starry Skies grief were swallowed by the insect star.
This is also why, for the past 1500 years, there has been no increase in new members for the Starry Skies grief.
Nana trembled.
We work hard to help Blue Star develop in order to repay our gratitude, even recommending them to join the Starry Skies sorrow, but this is equivalent to adding Blue Star's name to the menu of Insect Star.
I don't blame you.
Even if you didn't intervene, at the pace of human development, without joining the Starry Skies sorrow, the Blue Star would still be targeted. At least now, with your help, the Blue Star has become much stronger in military and technology. Ningjia sighed softly. He truly resembled a hero, remaining composed even with destruction looming ahead. I'm sorry, Ningjia. Nana's eyes filled with blue tears again. According to the rules, even if the bug star invades the Blue Star, Yelai cannot intervene.
I understand. How much time do we probably have left?
The army of the insect planet set out 10 days ago. They claim it is for Blue Star to review the application qualifications, but the forces they dispatched are enough to destroy 3 Blue Stars.
This is why I came to Blue Star to personally apologize to you and sincerely invite you to Ilai. Now I want to invite you again, to come with us, okay? Nana was already pleading.
1,000 years ago, your ancestors invited me in the same way, but at that time they asked me to serve them.
But now you invite me, is it because you want me to live? However, this time, I really don't want to leave anymore. No matter how Blue Star ends up, this will always be my home.
As the dance music ended, Ningjia left Nana in his arms without any lingering attachment. But there will be no more peace here.
What will you do then? Nana was stunned.
Create stability where there is none. After all, I've already created it for you once, so I can just create it for myself again. Ningjia's lips curled slightly, but the hidden meaning in his subtle smile made Nana tremble uncontrollably. On this day, as the ball was nearing its end, Nana announced a piece of news that thrilled all the nobles. Almost all members of the Starry Sky's Sorrow had passed the Blue Star proposal to apply for membership, with only the last Insect Star judge still hesitating. Therefore, the Insect Star will send envoys to Blue Star for the final inspection. If it passes, Blue Star will officially become a member of the Starry Sky's Sorrow. Finally, we can begin a new era of cosmic trade. Blue Star will also become more glorious than today. When Nana announced this news, the cheers of the 1,000-strong crowd were deafening, like endless waves crashing. In the crowd of cheers, Ling Shan spotted Ning Jia again. Compared to the great news, the man who danced a tune with the queen was no longer eye-catching. Ning Jia walked past a figure and headed towards the theater's exit. Ling Shan didn't know what was pulling at her heart, but she unexpectedly left behind the cheering miller and began to follow Ning Jia's footsteps. Leaving the grand hall, the world suddenly became incredibly quiet. Ning Jia sat down not far from the stairs, leaning against the wall in a daze, and the deserted surroundings made the air feel much fresher. Ling Shan was about to greet him when another person stepped in front of him first. "Jia, how should I address you?" It was Dante, and Ling Shan instinctively leaned against the pillar, a bunch of question marks floating in her mind.
Hey, don't you already know my name?"
Ning Jia didn't stand up, nor did he even glance at the person, he just smiled casually.
"Should I call you the Flame Soul Fighting God? Or the national hero of Arai? Or just the nothingness that is Ning Jia now? You can do as you like, you are now the god of war in Yalai, right?"
Leaning back slightly, Ning Jia looked up at the serious man in front of him. Yale 30008 generation, steel fighting god, Dante, the Hangwu system drive source is my strength. Dante remained expressionless, truly like a piece of steel.
"Why are you being so clear about it?"
"Actually, I don't care who you are." Ning Jia was amused by Dante's seriousness. "I must make it clear, because I want to fight you and defeat you, becoming the strongest battle god in the history of Yalai." Dante, like a child, did not hide his desires at all.
"Have you finished challenging the simulation data of the past fighting gods?" Ning Jia didn't seem to dislike Dante's straightforward personality.
"After 2 years and a total of 30,005 data points from the dual gods, I have completed the challenge with a perfect victory."
"Then you are already the strongest."
"I heard that back in the day, Ming Lang took 2.5 years to complete such a challenge."
Ning Jia finally stood up and patted Dante's shoulder like an elder.
"No, among these data, there is only no data on the Flame Soul Dual God and the Ice Soul Dual God. Your mechs are frozen, and I can't find your simulation data, so if I don't defeat you, I won't be able to become the strongest. At the very least, I must defeat the you who once triumphed over the Ice Soul Battle God."
Dante maintained his upright posture but bowed to Ning Jia.
"Dante requests here, requesting to battle with you."
"I can't fight now, my snake is still in the ice block. Even if I use Blue Star's mech to fight you, you still wouldn't be satisfied if you won."
Ning Jia sighed and waved his hand.
"Others may not know. Do you think I, as a battle god mech master, am also foolish?"
Facing the ground, Dante's voice became deep. "As long as you have awakened, there is nothing in this world that can trap the serpent again. You are fully capable of awakening the sleeping snake and fighting me with the posture of the god of war."
"Unfortunately, I'm not in the mood to fight you right now."
"Just continue to protect your queen, that is the duty of a battle god." With a wave of his hand behind him, Ning Jia got up from the steps. "Whether you fear losing or simply look down on me, one day you will have to fight me, I guarantee." Dante straightened his back again, but remained resolute. "Then you just wait."
When he reached the last step, Ning Jia suddenly discovered Ling Shan eavesdropping.
The awkwardness left Ling Shan somewhat at a loss, her mind racing with various excuses for eavesdropping. However, Ning Jia said nothing, merely grinning and placing a finger to his lips. "Shoo." After the grand welcome banquet ended, the bright moon in the sky shone over Morning Light City like the sun. Wu Nang was still driving, while An and Ning Jia sat in the back seat, feeling the cold night breeze.
Ning Jia yawned, feeling tired.
And didn't seem to be satisfied yet, her clear eyes locked onto Ning Jia like a radar.
"Tell me, what exactly did you talk about with Nana?" Mr. God of War. And finally couldn't contain her curiosity. "Please don't call me that, okay? I'm a little scared.
Ningjia shivered. Actually, I just danced with her, that's all.
I don't believe it, it's definitely not that simple. Does she want to take you away? And pressed on aggressively. By the way. After getting rid of the entanglement, and suddenly leaned towards Wu Nang in the front seat, you must be a mecha craftsman, right? The best in the Blue Star. Wu Nang proudly boasts. Can you help me build a mech? I'm in a hurry, I need it soon. Ningjia smiled flatteringly. I don't have many requirements, just not too clumsy will be fine. Do you find the mechs of the Blue Star appealing? After all, you are the mech master of the god of war, right?
And leaned back in her seat, mocking coldly.
You still say there are no requirements? With your speed of 400, I don't think it's easy to build a mech that can keep up with you.
Wu Nang, who had just been looking smug, now had a twisted expression on his face.
Is 400 fast?
I've already slowed down to match the data card you gave me. Ningjia's words made and in Wu Nang break out in a cold sweat again.
So what is your actual speed? And trembled incessantly. I haven't measured it specifically, but it should be around 620 at its peak, right?
Ningjia said nonchalantly, please hurry up, because I really don't have much time to wait.
Cut it out, do you want to fight? Why are you in such a hurry?
Wu Nang complained. Ningjia didn't say anything, just turned his head to look at the distant sea. 3 days later, still at the cosmic port of Morning Light City where the Ural battleship had landed, a grand welcoming party gathered again, even more impressive than 3 days ago. It was all because this time, even the Empress Euphina of Yalai and the Iron Battle God Dante joined the team.
Is it really this time? Nana?
Over the past few days, and had become familiar with the approachable Empress, and standing next to Nana, and had even gotten used to such a form of address. That's right, we received a special communication from Bugstar yesterday, and it did arrive at this time. Nana smiled confidently, but after the smile, a look of sadness unconsciously appeared on her face.
But the satellite monitoring center hasn't detected the appearance of any vessels?
Wu Nang scratched his head in confusion.
Here it comes. Dante suddenly looked up.
In the clear sky, a black dot gradually became clearer, like a black star. But this black star expanded at an unusual speed, until it tore through the sky and fell rapidly downwards. The officials in charge of the reception were all terrified and scattered in panic.
Only Nana, Dante, Wu Nang, and stood still without moving an inch.
With a loud bang, a black star crashed into the earth, creating a twisted circular crater in the metallic spaceport ground, and the shockwave stirred the hair of many people. The white smoke produced by the high temperature spread out for hundreds of meters. When they realized they were still alive, many panicked officials remembered their identities and awkwardly reformed their ranks.
Is that the envoy from the Bugstar?
And looked in disbelief at the center of the crater, which was just an oval object with a diameter of 1 meter. That's right, he is one of the judges of the Starry Sky's Grief, the high priest of insect star Hamuda.
He was also involved in judging Ningjia back then. Nana's words made in gasp in shock. Is it true?
That was 1,000 years ago, so how old is he really?
Anne's voice trembled a bit. Who knows?
Just as they were speaking, the black oval object began to move, and its egg-like surface cracked with numerous textures.
Suddenly, a body broke out from within.
This person is about 1.7 meters tall, bald with no hair, and even lacks eyebrows and ears. The skin all over their body resembles snake scales, glimmering with a green light. A face with a sinister smile formed by human-like features, its bright red pupils fixed on Nana. Long time no see, the Queen of Yalai is getting more and more beautiful. With a kick, he shattered the black eggshell and strode over, his body covered in thick slime, with a piece of eggshell still attached to his shoulder. It's been years since we last met, yet you haven't changed at all, you're still just as ugly.
Last time I asked you when you would finally die, you still haven't answered me?
No longer the approachable person she used to be, facing the approaching monster, Nana displayed the majesty of a queen.
Nana really has a bad memory. Didn't I say it before?
Once you marry me, even just one day would be enough to make me die of happiness.
Hamuda approached Nana, intending to gentlemanly kiss the back of the queen's hand, but Dante stepped in front of Nana first. "Marry you? Am I supposed to bear a bunch of little bugs for you? Please, I'm about to throw up." Nana scoffed sarcastically.
15 minutes later, in the restaurant of the spaceport, Hamuda, finally draped in a white cloak, sat down at the dining table. Like a starving dog, Hamuda tore at various sumptuous foods with both hands, devouring them wildly. Nana and Dante, sitting opposite him, deliberately leaned back to avoid getting splattered by flying food fragments. A group of reception officials stood in a line by the dining table, much like the eunuchs of ancient times, showing great respect. Anne and Wu Nang are both very unhappy to be one of them. Delicious. The food from Blue Star is really delicious. I really don't know how they make it. Hamuda exclaimed while swallowing a lobster whole, shell and all. Eat heartily, and once you're done, your review will be over, right? Blue Star is as small as a bullet, not even enough to fill the gaps in your teeth. Nana hasn't smiled since she saw that disgusting Hamuda. Nana, you are too modest. I actually think this place is quite nice. Aside from being a bit small, the environment should be comparable to Isla. Hamuda paused slightly with a sinister smile, especially the Blue Star mining fleet, which is rated among the top 10 in the universe, giving this backward civilization a bit of fame in the cosmos. Of course, the real reason that the name Blue Star has spread throughout the universe is still that arrogant little brat from back then. Flame Soul Fighting God. You also know Blue Star is the hometown of the Flame Soul Fighting God. I advise you to eat a little less, be careful that when someone wakes up, your front teeth might get knocked out. Nana was already threatening. Nana has started joking again. You probably forgot that our teeth are the most frequently replaced in the entire universe. This time I came just to investigate one thing, and that is the military strength of Blue Star. Open Blue Star's various military bases for me to see. Hamut's sinister smile disappeared as he pointed with a greasy finger at the person behind Nana. Although he is pedantic, he is after all a politician with many years of experience in governance, and everyone present understands how dangerous it is to open military bases to other ethnic groups. But at the same time, no one present dared to easily oppose the conditions proposed by one of the 5 chief judges. Faced with Hamut's almost commanding demand, and looked around, but none of the many officials dared to step forward to respond. They were all seasoned old foxes who had been navigating the political arena for decades, each a talented individual adept at handling various situations, and they naturally understood what the outcome would be if they stepped forward at this moment. Then, with a sigh, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, and, dressed in a black suit, unexpectedly walked up and sat down beside Nana, facing Hamuda, who was clad in green snakescales. Your Excellency the Grand High Priest, we Blue Star may seem backward and even unsightly in your eyes, but that does not prove that we are brainless idiots. The consequences of casually opening military bases are far more difficult to clean up than Your Excellency's dishes after a meal. Of course, we do not doubt your character, we just need at least one reason that can convince me. The tone was filled with respect, but Anne's eyes were full of hostility. A very interesting woman, do you have the right to represent the Blue Star people in making decisions? Hans grinned menacingly. No, but at least among the Blue Star people, I consider myself the smartest. As long as you can convince me, the other idiots will be easy to handle. Anne smiled hypocritically, but didn't notice the grim expressions of the group of idiots behind her. It's really troublesome to encounter smart people. Hamuda didn't wipe his hands and, feeling frustrated, tapped the back of his head where there was no hair. Let's put it this way, since you wish to join the Starry Sky Sorrow, if you encounter invasions from civilizations other than the Starry Sky Sorrow in the future, you should at least have enough strength to protect yourselves, right? After all, joining the Starry Sky Sorrow means you will inevitably engage in trade with many other member planets, and we need to ensure their safety. Otherwise, when you are engulfed by unfamiliar civilizations, you will lose not only the dignity of other members besides the sorrow of the Starry Sky, but also the interests of other planets. Are you satisfied with my explanation? Although it's a stretch, it's not without reason. Anne was surprised that the bug in front of her had evolved to such an intelligent stage. However, inspecting our military base can't fully demonstrate our military strength, right?
After all, even if we suffer an invasion, it will definitely not be a recent occurrence. You should observe our potential for development more. For example, are your larvae strong enough? Hamuda started eating again. Here, we call them children. And suppressed her anger and continued, we can arrange for you to visit Blue Star all the schools, including the Mecha Academy and the Military Academy, to see how our descendants are rapidly learning and growing, or... That's enough, it's too long, I don't have that much time. After finishing the last dish, Hamuda put down the plate. Aren't you trying to prove the plasticity of your children? I'm giving you the opportunity now. I will choose an alien mech pilot. If the child you choose can defeat him, then consider that I never said anything. But if we lose, according to my request, open the military base for me to see. If you dare to go back on your word, believe me, your potential for development is not as long-term as you boast. Deal. Although she was reluctant, and still extended her right hand. A refreshing woman, then I choose him as your challenge target. Hamuda held in with one oily hand while pointing at Dante with the other. What is this? Dante is the god of war of Arai, how could our child possibly win? Wu Neng couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out. I'm really sorry, but this time I came alone, and I didn't bring anyone with me. The only person I can choose to be with is Dante. If you feel that hope is slim, we can ask Dante to reduce the power of the fighting god to 20% and also prohibit the use of all weapons, making it purely a close combat fight. Your child can hold on for 5 minutes, and that counts as your win. Hamuda had clearly thought of this arrangement long ago. Thinking together, we might have a big battle to fight. Remembering this terrifying future, and hugged her arms tightly, trembling helplessly. Back at school, I want to choose the one who will challenge Dante. In fact, the face of that person had already appeared in Anne's mind. Without waiting long, Anne, with a serious expression, walked into the classroom with Wu Neng. Today, Anne is very scary, the classmates instinctively sat back in their seats, not daring to make a sound. Dear students, suppose you are to face the Aries star god at 20% output power, who is confident they can win. The strange question left all the students stunned, followed by gasps of disbelief. You don't need to be nervous, just treat it as a surprise exam. Now, assume you will face Dante, the god of war, at 20% power, in a close-quarters combat mode with mechs. What strategy will you employ? Using this as the topic, submit your answers within 30 minutes. I have assigned the same topic to other classes, and the first-place student will receive a surprise. And smiled artificially. The aimless exams leave students somewhat at a loss, but students, like soldiers, obey orders as if it were instinct. Before long, many students opened their electronic screens and began editing their battle strategies. Only Ning Jie kept staring at and on the podium, as if he could see through people's hearts. Half an hour passed quickly, and the students sent their exam papers back to Anne's email in an electronic format. But Anne did not look right away. Instead, she turned back in surprise to gaze at Ning Jie. Why don't you write down your strategy? Because that is something that is fundamentally impossible to achieve. Ning Jie's voice was exceptionally deep. Dante is the new generation of the god of war in Arai. Do you understand the implications? To become a battle god, the data and real opponents defeated will not be less than 20,000, and the simulated battles will often last no less than 3 years. Even more terrifying is the difference in mech performance. The god of war mech, which can perfectly respond to the ultra-high speed of the god of war master, is entirely made of biologically evolved reverse metal. Don't say barehanded, even using the most ferocious weapons of Blue Star might not be able to harm him in the slightest. In terms of the machine body, the battle god mech has no defects. With its powerful drive, even just 1% power output can easily pierce through Blue Star, the strongest armor of the mechs. The students present were all stunned, and except for Ling Shan, no one understood why this transfer student of Asian descent from Africa knew so much about the alien battle god. But if there is indeed a war that decides the fate of humanity waiting for you, would you sit in the fragile mecha of Blue Star and step onto the battlefield? Anne's words were like a blood-stained flag, piercing into everyone's heart, as if at this moment, everyone was already in the smoke-filled trenches. Ning Jie stopped talking. He waited for Anne to symbolically finish reading the student's answers before calling out his name. For an unknown amount of time in the past, Ning Jie stood firm like a steel nail.
after and quickly graded all the exam answers. First place, Miller. Congratulations, you will have the opportunity to challenge Dante in such a state, which is almost the dream of all Blue Star Mecha Masters. And smiled hypocritically. Miller stood up in disbelief and then cheered excitedly. Many classmates expressed their congratulations, while Xiaolian and Xiaolian looked on with their usual disdain. Still, only Ning Jia looked at and on the podium with an incomparably bewildered expression. That's all for today, everyone takes a break. Remember not to run around, it won't be long before a special car comes to take you to the arena to watch this battle of the century. Well then, I'll take my leave. And hurriedly left the classroom with Wu Nong, just as she had come. Ning Jia could no longer sit still, he stood up and rushed out. What exactly happened? Ning Jia caught up with and in the hallway, grabbing her arm rudely. You know Miller can't win, and you also know who I am? Hamude is here, and he is forcing us to open all military bases for him to visit. Defeating Dante is our only hope to stop him, Wu Nong explained to him the reason. So why not choose me? If it were me, at this moment, Ning Jia suddenly realized how much he had come to like Blue Star, this home. The home he had left at the age of 16, where he didn't even understand the definition of home, but after fighting for 3 years and enduring 1,000 years of frozen loneliness, he finally understood the value of this word. Wu misunderstood. And didn't break free, she let Ning Jia hold onto her, even though her arm was starting to ache. Defeating Dante is not our only hope. You are. Compared to opening military bases, I am even less willing to let Hamuda meet you so quickly. He should know you, right? As the one who judged you back then. If the insect star really attacks, the suddenly appearing flame soul fighting god is our savior. He is the hero of Arai, a person who saved a civilization, and of course, he has the ability to save us. This is something I believe in wholeheartedly at this moment. However, your plan cannot avoid the flames of war. Before the battle god you firmly believe in appears, many warriors will lose their lives in this fight. Ning Jia released in, his lowered forehead obscuring his expression. I understand the consequences of such a choice. No matter what others say, I will remember the name of every deceased. And quickly walked into the elevator, and when she looked back at Ning Jia, she was in tears. The grand fighting competition is about to be held. Blue Star people challenging the god of combat, Arai, has become Blue Star, the news that major television stations are competing to report. In an instant, all the platforms began to create programs around this, and the advertising blimps in the sky displayed large advertisements. And has rarely become the representative of Blue Star and will accompany Nana and Hamuda, these two distinguished guests, to watch the grand performance. An hour before the battle, the stands of the arena were packed to the brim. In the spacious restroom of the Mecha division, busy staff are making final adjustments to the quietly parked Mecha number 01 on the side. In front of the simulator operating in the workshop, the usually laid-back Wu Nan was unusually serious. Finally, when the simulator stopped operating, Miller crawled out dressed in a tight blue outfit that resembled motorcycle gear. Sweat even soaked his golden hair, and exhaustion was written on his face. What? Wu Nang had already forgotten how many times he had asked this. No way. Miller shook his head in frustration, sitting in a nearby armchair and gulping down water. I've done my best, but the best record only lasted for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. This is the data of the Dante Steel God that Queen Eufina specially lent to us. Have you seriously considered every detail? Wu Nan was still hoping for some miracle. I understand Teacher Wu Nang's feelings, but that guy is really strong. Miller was very reluctant to admit this. Even if his battle god mecha only has 20% output, its speed is still terrifyingly fast. The attack movements change extremely quickly, and as soon as there's a flaw, it will immediately suffer a fatal blow. Forget it, since this afternoon until now, you have already simulated combat over 100 times. Now your job is to rest. Wu Nang sighed as he stepped forward and patted Miller's shoulder. Oh no! At that moment, a scream came from behind Wu Nang. When he turned to look, he saw Ning Jia standing by Miller's chair, holding a metal wrench in his hand. Miller has passed out, and a large bump like a steamed bun has formed on his head.
Do you need a hand here? Ning Jie tossed aside the wrench and walked towards Wu Nang.
But your mech pilot is currently unconscious, and coincidentally, I can also pilot a mech.
Ning Jie laughed exaggeratedly, so, how about it? Hire me. Didn't you hear An's arrangements? Disobeying her orders won't just result in a simple punishment of copying the textbook.
Her arrangement sounds really good, but she doesn't know that, compared to stepping onto the scene like a hero over the bodies of others, I prefer to face the vast sea of enemies alone.
Because in that state, I don't have to think about any problems, I just need to destroy everything I see. In an instant, Ning Jie's grim expression sent a chill down Wu Nang's spine. Jia, do you remember you asked me to build the mech for you? Remember, you said it was very difficult to make? Unfortunately, I just like high difficulty.
Wu Nang excitedly stepped forward and tore down the huge oilcloth. Let me show you the makeshift mech.
Stellar meets the god of war.
On this day, Ning Jie met his second personal mech, aside from the snake. Looking up, one can't help but think it is an unfinished work. The metallic frame of the stars, the soft hoses for energy transport, the bearings at the joints, all are the most fragile weaknesses, like a human without skin.
Please don't misunderstand, this is the completed state.
Wu Nang said with his hands behind his back, looking up, I am neither a member of the 10 Divine Craftsman clan nor an alien technician. To improve the response speed of the mech, the knowledge I have learned only allows me to significantly reduce the weight of the mech. I didn't even install an auxiliary operating system on this mech to avoid conflicts between your fast operations and the computer.
However, even so, the star can only reach a maximum speed of 390. Will you be a little disappointed? After all, just like what you see, it is so fragile that it can hardly withstand any attack. It would be great if I don't get hit.
Ning Jie said it exceptionally casually, unabashedly stripping off his clothes and changing into a tight blue flight suit just like Miller's, then swaggering forward and sitting down in the cockpit of the starship along the stairs. When the bell for the match rang, the unusually lively audience suddenly stopped shouting, and all of Blue Star the viewers in front of their TVs held their breath. The silence made the sound of the raised gate exceptionally clear, the clack-clack noise causing one's heart to tremble. From the dark entrance on the right, the heavy footsteps even made the audience's seats tremble slightly. A silver mech suddenly walked to the center of the arena, its entire body shimmering with the soft glow of polished silk under countless surrounding lights.
This is the Steel Fighting God? And in the VIP seat looked as if she were seeing a snake in ice for the first time. The difference was that the silver-white mech standing there was in an active state. This is such a perfect machine, standing 28 meters tall, with a shoulder width of 10 meters and exceptionally proportionate limbs and torso. Unlike other mechs, the armor on the rear arms and thighs of the Steel Fighting God is thicker and bulkier, ensuring that even when the armor envelopes its entire body, it does not hinder its agility. The mighty Iron Fighting God has laid down all his arms, yet no one feels any sense of safety. It seems that the Iron Fighting God could destroy everything with his bare hands. Yale's 30008 Generation Steel Battle God, Dante pays homage to the Queen. Like a knight, the silver mech bowed in the direction where Nana was. The quiet audience erupted, even the fighting gods from other countries were lost in their excitement. Didn't we agree on hand-to-hand combat? Why is he carrying a knife handle behind his mech? Anne asked curiously, as it was too conspicuous. Don't you know? That's the Hangu system. As a battle god, the Hangu system is a component that must be worn. Even for a battle god who has committed heinous crimes, when subjected to the punishment of being frozen, the Hangu system is still an integral part of them. That's what counts as a complete corpse, Hamuda sneered. Before the bowing Steel Fighting God stood upright, the audience's cheers became increasingly intense, almost beyond description. Because from the dark entrance on the left side, the mech representing Blue Star finally emerged. The strange star mecha instantly stunned some people in the stands. That bastard Wu Nang, what kind of nonsense is he up to again? Anne said, her hands trembling as she dialed the phone. Hello? What is that ugly mech? Where's Miller? Sorry, I forgot to tell you, Miller got exhausted, so I temporarily hired a mech pilot. Wu Nang chuckled on the phone. Is it him, right? and suddenly calmed down. That's right, it's him. He said your plan isn't the best, he's used to taking on a group by himself. Let's see if our battle god is really as formidable as the legends say. Wu felt relieved as he hung up the phone. Wu Nong stood in front of the observation window, his arms crossed over his chest, trembling with excitement. Is this my opponent? Inside the cockpit of the steel fighting god, Dante looked at the approaching strange star with confusion. The ultra-clear screen even highlighted and marked every weakness of the star. In the cockpit of the starship, Ning Jie could no longer hear any other sounds, only the long, continuous sound of his own breathing echoing in his ears. The simulation system is really great, capable of training excellent warriors without any loss. However, the simulation system can never replicate the sense of oppression found in reality. Only in such a sense of oppression could Ning Jie hear his own heartbeat, and only then would the corners of his mouth smile for being alive. I am a lie. Shut up, I know who you are. Both mechs are speaking using a sound amplification system, and the audience quickly sensed the arrogance of the Blue Star mech pilots. And that voice still only made a part of the people feel a jolt in their hearts. This voice, seems like I've heard it somewhere before? Hamuta was thinking. Is it really you? Dante trembled, finding it hard to describe the feeling of his blood boiling within him. This was a thrill he had never experienced before, even putting on the old pilot-style glasses atop his head with shaking hands. What did I say? We can't escape from this battle. Are you here for fortune-telling or to fight? From 50 meters away, the star unexpectedly took a stance ready for battle. I advise you to go all out, or you'll die a terrible death. Defeated? The steel fighting god swayed back and forth. What do you think you're driving? Even 20% of a wolf is enough to tear you apart. Wolf, this is the name of the steel fighting god. At this moment, it truly pounced on its prey with an intimidating posture, just as its name suggests. The vibrations in the audience seats intensified, simply because the wolf machine body that rushed in front of the star suddenly stopped and crouched down, its dual-foot power bearings operating at high speed, generating enough thrust to propel the massive creature to a height of 50 meters in a single leap. The wolf in the sky has not ended. The silver-white fuselage rotated sideways with a body more agile than that of a human, swinging its right leg down like a steel whip. The seemingly simple attack flows smoothly, completed in one breath within 0.5 seconds. The entire audience held their breath for half a second, and then understood what Dante had accomplished in that brief moment. In this half-second judgment, his hand speed reached at least the level of 650. In that same half-second, the star's reaction seemed so inconspicuous compared to the wolf. The star merely jumped back half a step, while the wolf's leg struck almost directly against its chest armor, landing on the metallic surface below. The heavy force even caused a large circular pit to form in the steel plate floor. The wind pressure blowing from behind stirred the hair of the many spectators, and the cold was bone-chilling. That was close. And wiped a cold sweat for Ning Jie. Not dangerous at all. This kind of evasion was calculated by him. Nana laughed. I really didn't expect that there are such powerful mecha engineers on Blue Star. Hamuta, propping his head up with one hand and lacking eyebrows, could only grimace to show his displeasure. Let me teach you, Miss N. For this half a second, your mecha engineer is slightly stronger than Dante. He first lured Dante into attacking and then dodged with minimal movement at the most opportune moment. If the dodge is too fast, Dante's change of moves keeps up, and the game ends. If the dodge is too slow, that kick hits, and the game ends. Even more terrifying is that in that half a second, your mech pilot consumed Dante's speed multiple times with slow operations. If the physical strength of the two people is considered equal, and they continue until the end, Dante would be the first to get tired and lie down. Of course, as the god of war, Dante can maintain such speed for over 6 hours. If given a slight chance to relax, he could fight continuously for a week. Missed? Dante slowly retracted the machine body, no longer excited at all. No, the speed is still the same, the output power has decreased. If the output is 100%, even if dodged, the wind pressure is enough to tear the opponent apart. The star, having regained its life, moved steadily, circling behind the wolf, then retreated to 50 meters away, maintaining its unchanged stance. Do you still want to continue consuming me?
By the way, your body is too fragile to penetrate my reverse metal armor, so you chose to escape. The silver-white wolf launched again, its body leaning forward almost parallel to the ground, moving so fast that it left a white halo in the air. Still jumping in front of the star like before, still striking down with legs like iron whips from above. This time, Ningjia was unable to jump back and could only dodge to the side more quickly. However, it seemed to be too slow. The wolf's metallic leg brushed against the armor on the star's chest, sparking countless flying sparks, as if a light energy blade had cut through. The wolf's right foot hit the ground again, creating a larger crater than before. But it was far from over. Before retracting its body, the wolf tilted and spun, swinging its left knee in a continuous motion aimed directly at the star's head. With no way to avoid it, Ningjia could only raise his arms to defend himself. After 1,000 years, Ningjia finally experienced the true power of the god of battle once again. The strong all-steel framework star also retreated several steps and slid to a distance of 80 meters. Inside the mech of the star, the system has already begun to alarm. Even though Ningjia tried hard to absorb most of the impact, the right-hand palm, which took the direct hit, still rotted away, with tiny parts falling down with a crackling sound. By measuring the strength alone, Ningjia knew that the wolf in front of him had already surpassed the level of the Ice Soul fighting god dragon. Unexpectedly, the star moved first, actively charging towards the solid wolf. Not understanding how to evade, Dante's defense is also an attack. Without retreating a single step, he turns on the spot and kicks out, like a spear thrust forward. But the star that should have been pierced was not there. In conjunction with Dante's leg strike, the star leaped up with the slightest movement, easily evading the fatal attack in mid-air. At the same time, the star had already arrived in front of the wolf. Anyway, it's all ruined, so it doesn't matter. The star spun around and delivered a powerful punch to the wolf's head. Everyone saw the entire right arm of the star burst and twist, with the ruptured energy hose spraying a sky full of bright red liquid, like the hot blood spilled by a warrior. As for the wolf, it was only knocked back 2 steps, and even the holographic images in Dante's cabin did not shake at all. Why did that idiot take the initiative to attack? And dialed Wu Nun's number again. Hello? Did you tell him? As long as he holds on for 5 minutes, he wins. I forgot to mention. It's too late, this kid really thinks he has to defeat the wolf to win. Wu Nang also panicked. Time passes in a mode where days feel like years, and the cheers from the audience in the stands grow quieter until no one is shouting anymore. Everyone was staring at the 2 duelists in the arena. The originally set 5 minutes had long passed, but the wolf covered in bright red liquid and the star covered in wounds showed no signs of stopping. The right hand of the star has lost its driving force, hanging on the body like a cripple, dripping with bright red energy liquid. Its right eye was also shattered, and a quarter of its head was sliced off while dodging a wolf's straight kick. The armor on its chest was twisted like crumpled paper, and energy fluid was leaking from all over its body, with sparks flying everywhere. That's amazing. How can you still stand like this? And exclaimed in astonishment. All the deadliest attacks he dodged, and even though his body was weak, he maximized his combat effectiveness. Nana was equally amazed. What's even more terrifying is that he launched 30 attacks on the wolf with this fragile body, hitting the wolf's head each time with that right arm that had rotted from the very beginning. Looking across the universe, there probably aren't many people who could accomplish such a feat, right? A figure of a person appeared in Hamute's mind. It's already been 13 minutes, our bet. And wanted to end it. Shoo, the bet is no longer important, let me continue watching this battle between gods. Hamute's words have already acknowledged Ningjia and Dante's equal status. Give up. You lost. In the video of the communication, Dante lowered his head. Even though he had one, there was no sign of happiness on his face. Lose? No, I will not lose. Ningjia smiled bleakly. From the day I stepped into the mech, I knew I would not lose, my loss would mean death. Now I am still breathing, so I haven't lost yet. The body was too heavy, restricting Ningjia's movements, so Ningjia used the left hand of the star to tear off his own right arm. The head was no longer needed, so Ningjia grabbed his own head and pulled it off. Watching the scene of bright red energy liquid splattering, many spectators on site couldn't help but vomit. The broadcast television also displayed a warning banner unsuitable for children and shut down the channel. Without a head, it can no longer be seen. It doesn't matter, Ning Jie has already torn off the armor from his chest, completely exposing the cockpit to the outside, staring at his opponent with the naked eye.
How is it? It's much more spacious now. Let's continue.
The grinning Ning Jie drove the incomplete starship up again.
Monster! Dante's wolf also pounced out. On the VIP stand, Hamuna was stunned, but after a moment, he laughed again. Sure enough, it's Ning Jie.
That reckless playing style, probably only he can pull it off in the entire universe.
Miss N. Do you know why Ning Jie is called the strongest fighting god of Yalai?
At this moment, Nana lowered her head. It's not because Ning Jie defeated the so-called strongest Ming Lang, but because as long as he can still breathe and the enemy is still alive, he will keep fighting. Without arms, without legs, without companions, without loved ones, without the sense of pain, he can still fight.
The convergence occurs in an instant, faster than the initial half-second.
The wolf suddenly stops while running, and the spinning straight kick is more precise, directly striking the waist of the star. But what he didn't expect was that the star, having shed many burdens, became lighter. The star, leaping up like a swallow, actually landed on his kicked calf. There was no longer any hiding. Dante clearly saw Ning Jie's grimacing face on the holographic screen.
Lie down.
Wolf. In the communication, Dante heard Ning Jie's voice, gentle like a lullaby.
The star leaped from the wolf's leg, performing a flip in the air and landing vertically, its merged feet stepping on the wolf's head.
With a loud boom, the wolf that had never been defeated fell onto Blue Star's ground. The holographic screen in front of Dante transformed into a flurry of pulsating snowflakes, and he knew that the final effect of Ning Jie's continuous attacks on his head had manifested. Even though the battle god mech is made entirely of reverse metal, the eyes cannot be, and the eyes that capture movement shattered under continuous close-range impacts. Even if Dante only needed a button at this moment, the backup camera could immediately restore the wolf's combat power, but Dante no longer had the strength to press that button. The mighty steel fighting god, even with only 20% output power, this is not an excuse to lose to such outdated mechs. At this moment, Dante finally understood that the strongest fighting god was not referring to the combination of Ning Jie and the snake, but to Ning Jie himself. No matter what kind of mech Ning Jie is in, he is always the strongest fighting god. Suddenly, amidst the snowflakes, a thunderous applause rang in Dante's ears. This was a gift from the audience to Ning Jie. However, standing in front of the fallen wolf, Ning Jie showed no signs of wanting to stop. Suddenly, Dante felt his body being pulled slightly, and then the auxiliary system began to sound an alarm loudly. The matter suggested made Dante panic and regain his vision, and he saw on the clear screen that Ning Jie had actually pulled down the huge black sword hilt behind the wolf's body.
Jie, what do you want to do? That is my Hangwu system. Dante shouted through the loudspeaker. I know, it's just borrowing for a while.
Inside the cockpit, Ning Jie frantically began to hit the keyboard.
What is he doing? And couldn't understand. Erosion. He wants to erode the wolf's macro weapon system? Nana even stood up. It's impossible, this is what Dante recalled in his mind.
After all, his Hangwu system's driving force was strength, while Ning Jie's driving force was anger.
Two completely different emotions that are worlds apart. What Dante still didn't realize was that humans are never limited to just one emotion.
Even if Ning Jie's strength doesn't elevate the items in his hands to a three-dimensional liberation, receiving Hongwu's acknowledgement of his strength is still sufficient. The sword hilt wielded by Ning Jie pointed directly at the VIP stand, and in an instant, a massive pitch-black long sword materialized out of thin air from the enormous hilt.
Dignity, my dignity, you actually activated it in someone else's hands? Leaning weakly against the driver's seat, Dante shed blue tears.
The sword blade is 30 meters long, 5 meters wide, and half a meter thick. If converted to human proportions, this is also a giant weapon capable of slaying horses on the battlefield. The sharp tip of dignity pointed directly at Hamuna on the stands, so close that he could touch this cold weapon with just a lift of his hand.
Something has happened. Evacuate.
And dialed the security phone, and the soldiers who had been ready rushed into the arena, starting the rapid evacuation of the audience. For a moment, the chaotic scene was a bit out of control. Before leaving, Ling Shan couldn't help but turn back to look at the figure of the Grand Priest pointing his sword at the bug star.
Miss N, let me tell you a little secret. Do you know the real reason why we had to freeze Ningjia in the first place? Ham laughed in front of the sword, because that guy Ningjia is just a killing maniac. At the same time, Ningjia crawled out from the broken star. Following the stars, he raised his left arm, stepping on the pitch-black dignity giant sword. Ningjia walked straight to the VIP stand and leaped down. And when Ningjia completely detached from the mecha and the Hangwu system, the ferocious black giant sword instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. You, truly an unkillable monster. Still sitting in a comfortable chair, Hamuda gazed at the familiar man in front of him. The universe is so vast, and yet you've managed to drift back home? I don't want to waste words with you, Bug. Leave Blue Star and I'll give you a way out. Ningjia's face was expressionless, his hollow pupils as if looking at a dead object. Hee, your statement is quite interesting. Can I take it as you asking me to let Blue Star go? Hamuta laughed. No, I'm warning you. Supporting himself on the armrests of the hamster chair, Ningjia leaned forward, getting closer to the monster with a face full of snake scales. At that moment, a soldier ran over from the entrance, nervously whispering a few words in An's ear, and An's face instantly turned pale. Hamster, your fleet has arrived in the Pluto sector. What do you mean by this? An said through gritted teeth. Don't you understand yet? We are hungry, and you are the main course, Hamuda explained casually, but his gaze turned to Nana beside him, the Empress of Yalai. Take your warrior and leave quickly. The reason my fleet didn't directly jump to Blue Star is to wait for you to leave. Hamster, this time, you will have an upset stomach. There was no room for Nana to speak here. The understanding queen bowed apologetically to An and Ningjia before turning to leave. On the quiet VIP stand, only a bewildered soldier remained, along with the angry An and the face-to-face Ningjia and Hamuda. Bugs, aren't your actions a bit too hasty? You haven't even seen Blue Star's military strength and you recklessly charge in. Aren't you afraid of not coming back? Ningjia sneered. There isn't much difference between watching and not watching, it's just that your appearance here really surprises me. But it's okay, we deployed enough forces to destroy 3 Blue Stars to prevent such unexpected situations. Looking at it now, this decision was indeed wise. Hamuda sincerely felt relieved. No matter the outcome, you can't go back. Ningjia suddenly turned to the side, pulled out the soldier's pistol from his waist, skillfully worked the bolt, and pressed it against Hamute's head. Jia, stop. He is still useful, we can use him as a hostage for negotiation. And quickly intervened. Useless, looking at him, he clearly has no intention of living on. Ningjia gently shook his head. You understand me after all. I didn't bring the tools for a return when I came. You kill one of me, but it results in the annihilation of your entire clan, a very profitable deal. Yet, I truly have no concept of life and death. Hamuda remained calm under the gun's muzzle. Jia, do you really think I am the same hamster that judged you before? I'm not. In fact, the maximum lifespan of every hamster is no more than 10 years. However, through evolution, our hamsters have developed the ability to coexist with memories, and combined with their large numbers, the insect star population is vast, yet there has never been a situation where command was inadequate. Actually, I don't know how many me's there are in the entire universe. However, the special ability to share memories has long engraved the face that awakened you in the minds of every me. Has the battle plan of the arriving troops started to be rearranged? Looking back, I must praise you a bit, a god of war from 1,000 years ago, still majestic after awakening. However, do you think Blue Star can be easily saved like on the other side of Elana? I will show you, but you are destined not to see it. Ningjia pulled the trigger without hesitation. After the sound of a gunshot, Hamuda died with a smile, and green blood splattered onto Ningjia's face. Why did you kill him? And reproached, but when she looked at Ningjia's turned face, fear made her close her mouth again. He is no longer useful. Keeping him around, letting him see more, is more dangerous for us.
Pass the word down, start evacuating the civilians. A war is about to break out. Ning Jie's tone showed no signs of fluctuation as he casually put the pistol back at the soldier's waist. Evacuate? Where to evacuate? Their target is the entire Blue Star. And said self-deprecatingly with sadness. Ning Jie grabbed An's shoulders with both hands and shouted with a grotesque face stained with green blood, "Are you scared, silly? Don't give me that expression that only the dead have. The war hasn't started yet, you're still alive, and as long as you're alive, you can resist. Will you fight with us?" An's eyes were moist. "No, I will stand in front of all of you." Ning Jie's words hit An's already stopped heart like a hammer. Suddenly, the phone in An's arms rang. After answering, An remained silent for a few dozen seconds, and when she hung up, she looked seriously at Ning Jie. "The head wants to see you. Is it your leader?" Ning Jie is not in the mood to meet guests right now. "No, it's the head of Blue Star." And wiped away the tears that were about to fall from the corner of her eye. 30 minutes later, An personally drove, bringing Ning Jie, who was still in his driving suit, to the suburbs of Chengwang City. Unlike the grandeur of the city, after passing through a dense forest, An led Ning Jie to finally see the earth made of soil. Here is a coastal cliff, where the green grass submerged to the ankle sways in the sea breeze. Occasionally, dandelion petals scatter and float by like little parachutes. At the edge of the cliff, a small wooden cabin quietly stands there. In front of the door, an old man is sitting in a wheelchair, gazing into the distance. Such a peaceful scene, who would have thought that existence is about to be unfulfilled? "Go ahead, I only want to see you." And parked the car 30 meters away. As Ning Jie turned to get out of the car, he was suddenly pulled back by An. "Here, wipe the blood off your face," she said, handing him a clean white handkerchief. "Thank you." Ning Jie smiled faintly and took it. And was puzzled by the smile, finding it hard to imagine that a young man who was only 19 years old could still smile so easily upon learning that a devastating war was about to arrive. Even more terrifying is that the moment he pulls the trigger to end another's life is as natural as breathing. Stepping on the slightly damp soil, Ning Jie walked up behind the elderly man in the wheelchair. "I heard you want to see me?" Ning Jie said bluntly. "Mr. Ning Jie, what do you see from here?" The old man didn't even turn his head. "Is this the urban area of Morning Light City?" Ning Jie stood beside the old man, gazing ahead at the magnificent Morning Light City towering over the sea. "Mr. Ning Jie, what have you heard from here?" The old man smiled. "Alarm sound." Ning Jie's hearing is really good, even from several kilometers away, he could hear the evacuation alarm in the city. "Do you want to know how I feel?" sighed the old man in the wheelchair. "I have seen the collapse of human civilization and heard the wails of humanity before its end. Don't worry, I won't let that happen." Ning Jie said flatly, and the old man smiled again. "Mr. Ning Jie, you cannot save humanity, at least, you cannot save the hearts of humanity." Ning Jie was somewhat bewildered and curiously looked at the old man beside him, only to realize that he was even older than he had imagined. The body is emaciated, the hair is completely white, there is no beard, but the face is already filled with deep wrinkles etched by time, and the eyes have become two lines due to drooping eyelids. "What do you mean?" "Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. My surname is Sean, and you can call me Old Man Sean. My position in society is the president of the Blue Star Academy of Scientific Research. My side job is to manage 90% of the Blue Star Economic Group's brain. In an era without war, money has become the greatest power. So An and Wu Neng can call me the head." The old man in the wheelchair turned to face Ning Jie. "Old man, you didn't answer my question, what do you mean?" Ning Jie continued to press for an answer. "Mr. Ning Jie, in your opinion, Blue Star's crisis is due to the invasion of Insect Star, right? But in my view, Blue Star's crisis is the long peace lasting 200 years. The wind was strong, and the old man on the mountain coughed lightly twice. It's really hard to imagine that in the history of continuous warfare among humans, there has actually been a long peace of 200 years. In these 200 years, we have developed rapidly, everyone lives and works in peace, children can go to and from school with peace of mind, and politicians can focus on vying for power.
However, it seems that no one remembers the fear of war anymore.
The rapidly rising mecha academies are bustling with activity, simply because parents view the military as a stable profession, equating soldiers with ordinary civil servants.
Recently, there were actually people who suggested that the military is keeping useless rhetoric? Maybe I'm really getting old and can't keep up with the pace of this era anymore?
You speak in circles, but I understand a bit now. You were saying that humanity has lost its warlike nature.
Ning Jie gazed into the distant city.
This is a sad fact. Looking back at the history of humanity's mutual slaughter, our fangs were so sharp. But today, peace has dulled our fangs, and we have transformed from meat-eating beasts into grass-eating livestock.
Even if the insect star is not invading now, who can guarantee that tomorrow there won't be an invasion from the bird star or the dog star? Mr. Ning Jie's strength is evident. After seeing your battle with Dante today, I understand.
However, you ultimately cannot escape the essence of being human. One day, your fangs will also die with you as time passes.
On that day, where should humanity go?
The sea breeze swept over the cliff where only two people stood, bringing a hint of chill.
I understand a bit more now. You don't want me to take action.
Ning Jie lowered his forehead. At least before humanity regains its fangs, I don't want you to hinder our evolutionary progress. The old man sighed deeply and turned to look at the beautiful city in the sea.
But do you know how many innocent people will die because of your decision? Ning Jie trembled.
176,544 people. This is the total number of troops that will head to the universe tomorrow to fight against the Bug Star. Equivalent to 90% of Blue Star's cosmic combat power, and 50% of the mech core. The old man said the most specific numbers.
Do you know? I once thought I was the most ruthless person in this universe.
As long as a creature was defined as an enemy by me in battle, I could end their life without any emotion. But now, I have finally found someone more ruthless than me. You can send your fellow countrymen to their deaths with such a calm expression. It was unclear whether it was a compliment or sarcasm, and after saying this, Ning Jie turned and left.
Has my request for Mr. Ning Jie been accepted? I sincerely ask you to let us die.
This belongs to Blue Star's star path. Perhaps we will sacrifice many, but only by retrieving the fangs can this star path continue. The old man sat in a wheelchair and bowed to Ning Jie's back.
Die, let them die as you wish.
But you must know that both you and I will definitely go to hell after we die.
He waved his hand towards the sky. This was Ning Jie's farewell.
Thank you, Lord of the Fighting Gods. The old man on the mountain smiled happily. On the night of this day, the alarm rang all night long, making it impossible to sleep. The entire Blue Star was filled with the sound of alarms, echoing throughout the universe, yet failing to reach the human heart. The evacuation work carried out by the army is not going smoothly. A large number of people are protesting, no one is willing to leave their home, and no one wants to leave comfort. It's as if they would rather give up their lives than leave their comfort.
The news media, resistance organizations, and labor unions are condemning the federal government, questioning where the cosmic fleet of Blue Star is? Why can't they stop the enemy outside of Blue Star?
In the dusk of a new day in Morning Light City, the cosmic fleet, condemned by the public, began its orderly departure. A total of 13,000 various types of space battleships were deployed at once, along with 500,000 mechs and as many as 1.76 million soldiers.
The terrifying numbers instantly silenced the noisy crowd, and the evacuation efforts finally went much more smoothly.
It was also at this sunset, when the cosmic battleships flew into the sky like raindrops, that Ling Shan arrived at the Academy's platform again.
Ning Jie, you really are here.
Without any deliberate search, Ling Shan immediately spotted the figure at the edge, gazing up at the fleet of warships. I haven't seen such a grand spectacle in a long time.
Ning Jie sighed deeply. Is that kid Miller doing okay?
You knocked a big bump on his head, and he has been searching for you like crazy all day.
Ling Shan gently walked behind Ning Jie, laughing as she spoke, as if her boyfriend's predicament was quite amusing. Actually, I'm surprised that you didn't go to the front lines with the cosmic fleet. You are clearly that strong. Surprised? Actually, I'm even more surprised.
I used to be accustomed to standing at the front, but now I have to stand behind many people. Although I understand that I must do this, I still can't get used to this position where I can only watch others die. Suddenly, Ning Jie turned around and tightly hugged the frail Ling Shan, who began to convulse. Ling Shan felt the warm liquid on her shoulder, and for some reason, her body instinctively raised her arms to embrace the fighting god who was crying in her arms. I'm sorry, I can't protect them, even though I don't want anyone to die. Ning Jie cried like a child, while Ling Shan couldn't say anything at all, not knowing how to comfort him. She could only gently pat Ning Jie's back amidst the countless warships flying towards the sunset in the sky. When the golden sky was left with only white clouds, the Thunder Mecha Academy also received the order to evacuate. However, the blue star refers to evacuation, which actually means evacuating the public to numerous underground shelters. They do not have a place that can be called absolutely safe for the public to take refuge. Perhaps this is the path humanity must take, the suffering that must be endured. No one knows how long such evasion will take, just as no one in the fleet heading to the universe knows they are going to their doom. The commander responsible for directing this cosmic battle is General Asode, 53 years old, Blue Star Federation's 5-star general. He studied abroad on Yalai Star for 5 years and is the most outstanding military strategist in Blue Star, earning the title of God of War. The most skilled in ambush tactics in cosmic space positional warfare, boasting an undefeated record in simulated battle ambush modes across 100 matches. As the commander of the mech troops, he is the idol of countless Blue Star mech divisions, regarded as Blue Star the God of War, Gigao, and his mighty standard assault mech overlord. According to the plan, 3 days after departure, the Blue Star fleet will arrive in the vast expanse of space between Saturn and Jupiter a day earlier than the Insect Star fleet. A massive fleet of 13,000 ships had ample time to deploy their formation, with countless small high-explosive vacuum mines laid out 3 kilometers in front of their positions. The images obtained from that monitoring vessel show that the fleet of the Bug Star is actually a group of bugs that have evolved to navigate through space. But insects are still insects, lacking long-range attack capabilities, and the basic tactic of using a swarm of insects made General Asode confident in setting up this pest control position. Moreover, after years of development, human monitoring systems have been deployed throughout the solar system. Every movement of the Bug Star fleet is under the control of General Asode. However, his confidence did not infect Gao Ao, who commanded the mecha troops. Accustomed to piloting mechas in a full suit, he lost the relaxed demeanor he had during the banquet upon learning the number of moth warships from the Insect Star. A full 23,000 giant moth warships are flapping their wings and approaching. No one knows whether they are the seemingly fragile creatures or the most terrifying killers. No matter the speculation, what was meant to come has ultimately arrived. When the numerous fleets lined up in a row lit up their warning signal lights, everyone could already see the insectoid fleet that had emerged around the rings of Saturn, 10 kilometers away. Although he had known the number of opponents for a long time, when he saw the huge red eyes of the moths, Gao Ao and the tyrant mech still felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Send the order down, no warships are allowed to fire, I want to let them pass. Inside the flagship, Asode issued the command with a cold smile. All mechs on standby. Do not attack. Gao Ao shouted, the tension having already consumed the hearts of many before the enemy approached. Gao Ao finally understood what he had been worried about all along. He saw that his subordinates, who usually competed fiercely and were very competitive, were now trembling in their machines. They are afraid, an unprecedented fear has engulfed their hearts, and Gao Ao is also sweating in the palms of his hands. The giant moth from the insect planet did not stop its advance, as if it didn't see the Blue Star fleet at all. At the moment 5 kilometers away, it was as if it had just registered, as countless green light spots emerged from the abdomens of numerous moths. After leaving the moth, these 5 million light points suddenly spread their fierce bony wings, and the 10-meter-long dragon beast charged straight towards Blue Star's fleet, its speed far surpassing that of Blue Star's supersonic fighter jets. And when the vast impact of the bone-winged dragonfly collided with the vacuum thunder that had long been ambushed, a brilliant firewall was instantly formed in the universe. Fire! All ships fire! Laser main cannon! Missiles! All weapons that can be launched, fire at will. Asode roared. Fire! Gao Ao issued the same command. Without waiting for the explosion's light to fade, 13,000 warships and a massive force of 500,000 mechs simultaneously fired across the vastness of the universe. Countless bright lines crossed through the still exploding vacuum minefield with the flying missiles, triggering larger-scale explosions, and shot straight towards the massive swarm of starships. In terms of angles, Gao Ao could only see the flames of his own side's attacks and the vacuum thunder array exploding in front of him. As Asod had anticipated, the insect star simply did not possess the capability for long-range attacks. The supersaturated attack lasted for half an hour, and the firewall in front of me also burned for half an hour. Until all the compressed oxygen carried by the vacuum thunder was burned out, the Blue Star Fleet's artillery finally stopped due to overheating. However, what everyone awaited was not a victorious smile, but a look of astonishment. How could this happen? Asod was stunned, seeing the insectoid army still approaching at a slow pace. Not a single moth from the numerous fleet perished, only the many bony winged dragonflies in front of them were scorched by the gunfire. The many bone-winged dragonflies, who were not afraid of death at all, blocked all Blue Star Fleet's cannon fire, and even when turned to ashes, they did not let out a single cry of agony. All mech units, prepare for close combat. Among the overlords, Gao Ao lowered his head, operating the mech to change the 30th magazine of the assault rifle, charge. The bullet was chambered, and the Dark Tyrant charged ahead towards the fleet of the insect planet. Under the influence of inspiration in command, the vast human mech army began its tragic charge into battle. From beneath the abdomens of the giant moths, new green light points detached one after another. It was as if the endless dragonflies with bony wings suddenly multiplied to 5 million, lunging upward with their fierce, gaping mouths like locusts. The artillery support from the human fleet kept up, but basically everyone understood that there was no longer any suspense in this battle. As the great battle raged on, within all the moth battleships, on the back of a black moth over 2 kilometers long, another Hamuda was closing its eyes and savoring the moment inside the metal-structured bridge. The food on Blue Star is really delicious. I want to try it again right away, especially with the addition of the appetizer, Nianjia, which makes dining even more interesting, hee. The Blue Star Fleet left on the 4th day, Blue Star, and the evacuation work is still ongoing. The underground shelters are filled with citizens who have left their homes. Without the exquisite decorations, without the sofa, without the private bathroom, the citizens who had grown accustomed to comfort in the shelter gradually understood that home does not always belong to oneself. The sad expressions filled the faces of the people. Even though the shelter was spacious, each citizen was allotted just enough space for a blanket. In the shelter of District 34 in Morning Light City, over 200,000 citizens have gathered, and Ningjia is one of them. In the past few days, he has been leaning against the corner of the innermost wall of this shelter, watching the increasing number of citizens and their gradually sad faces. This unique floating city on the sea, Morning Light City, even has its shelter deep under the sea. Leaning against the cold metal wall, Ningjia seems to be able to hear the sound of fish swimming outside. At noon on this day, the huge electronic screen in the shelter lit up, and a beautiful female anchor appeared on the television. Usually, she is accustomed to smiling as she reports every piece of news. But only today, her eyes were already red from crying, and she struggled to hold back her tears as she trembled while picking up the news script. Now we bring you the midday news. According to the latest information received by our station, the Space Fleet dispatched has encountered the invading forces from the Bug Planet. Our troops are resisting fiercely, but ultimately, the final defense line was breached by the Insect Star. With 13,000 warships, only 102 survived, over 470,000 mechs were destroyed, and more than 390,000 mech pilots were killed. General Asod, a 5-star general and overall commander of operations, died in action as his flagship was destroyed. Fortunately, the mech commander Gao Ao is currently organizing the surviving troops to return, expected to arrive at Blue Star the day after tomorrow at noon. Blue Star. The arrival time for the Bug Star troops is estimated to be 72 hours later. As soon as the female host finished speaking, the scene switched directly to N. Citizens of Morning Light City, I am an academician of the Blue Star Academy of Sciences. I believe you have all received the terrible news just now, but we do not have time to grieve. Specially representing the Blue Star federal government, we call upon retired soldiers under the age of 50, mech units to report quickly to the federal government building. Although it is not a mandatory order, we hope everyone understands that we need your help to protect our home. In addition, we call on the senior students from all Mecha academies to come and report. You will also become the combat power of Blue Star.
This broadcast is now complete.
The image on the television disappeared, and the scene that was expected to be filled with wailing did not occur. The shelter was silent as a grave. Despair spread like a virus. No one mourned for their fallen comrades because they knew that in 72 hours, it might be themselves facing death. By then, who would shed tears for them? With a faint sigh, Ningjia finally stood up from the corner of the wall.
Millions of people have died, yet Ningjia smiled.
Because he saw that among a group of sad citizens, one figure after another stood up before him. There are middle-aged men with graying hair, mothers handing their babies to their husbands, and couples standing up hand in hand. The people who stood up all had one thing in common. In their eyes, besides sadness, there was also hatred, and their faces were tense, revealing sharp canine teeth. Old man of the mountain, the tusks are starting to grow. Ningjia strode forward with the crowd that was standing up, heading towards the exit. As a senior student at Thunder Mecha High School, after reporting in, Ningjia and a group of young boys were transported to a military base in the outskirts of Changwon. Here he met many classmates he hadn't seen for several days, including Miller, Ling Shan, Xiaolian, and Xiaolian. Moreover, Ningjia formed the same combat team with them, led by Miller, who was in a standard assault-type mech and responsible for command. Xiaolian and Xiaolian were in heavy armor support-type mechs, responsible for fire suppression. Ling Shan was in a light reconnaissance-type mech, responsible for battlefield intelligence gathering. As for Ningjia, and asked him if he was willing to join the formal military organization, but Ningjia refused. After a prolonged negotiation with Wu Nong, he finally agreed to work overnight to replicate a star mecha for Ningjia, and also equipped it with an anti-mecha heavy sniper rifle, making him the long-range killer in Miller's team. On this night after the lights went out, the members of Team Miller gathered in Miller's dorm room, wrapped in thin blankets and shining flashlights, to hold a secret team meeting. I think calling it the Miller Squad is the most appropriate. After all, I am the captain and the strongest. The secret meeting was supposed to discuss the team name, but Miller was complaining and trying to force it through.
No way, just because you're the captain, you want us to call you by your name?
Then we are all Blue Star soldiers, shouldn't we be called Blue Star Squad? The little love holding the white rabbit was the first to object. If we're going to divide based on strength, then the alien defeated Dante, so it should be called by his name. Xiaolian stood up for justice.
Forget it, I can't take it. Actually, I'm very weak. If it weren't for Dante only outputting 20% and deliberately letting me win, I wouldn't have been able to win.
Ningjia chuckled foolishly, scratching his head.
Alright, since you're being so honest, I won't pursue the matter of you hitting me on the head.
Miller said with a satisfied smirk.
What should we call it? Since I can't think of anything better, let's just call it Mr. Rabbit Squad.
Xiaolian was the first to raise her hand.
I agree.
Little Lian also raised her hand.
I think what about calling it the Flame Soul Squad?
In the end, Ling Shan said weakly.
Ningjia was taken aback. I support the Flame Soul Squad.
It's embarrassing for a big man like me to be called Mr. Bunny Squad leader. I can't even greet people. Miller eagerly raised his hand.
What about you? Alien? Are you the cute Mr. Rabbit, or the tasteless Flame Soul?
Xiaolian glanced at Ningjia.
Of course I agree.
Ningjia raised his hand under the 4 pairs of expectant gaze. Mr. Rabbit's team.
Yay!
3 votes to 2. We won, the adorable sisters cheered excitedly. Miller was so angry that he was pulling his hair, while Ling Shan looked blankly at the smiling Ningjia.
Why? Don't you agree to call it the Flame Soul? Aren't you the Flame Soul battle god yourself? On the way back to the dormitory, Ling Shan asked Ningjia out of curiosity. Because Mr. Rabbit is quite cute, don't all girls like it?
Just imagine in the future, after winning, saying I'm the sniper of the Mr. Rabbit team, with my cool and adorable self, I'm sure to attract a lot of beautiful girls. Ningjia was so lost in fantasy that he was almost drooling.
It doesn't matter what it's called, actually. I want to know more about why you aren't using the battle god mecha? Your battle god mecha should be somewhere in this city. Don't think you can deceive me. I heard everything you and Dante talked about. Your flame soul battle god mecha is called Snake, right? Ling Shan had no intention of letting Ning Jie off the hook. So, this creature called a woman, aside from being cute when she's acting spoiled, is mostly just skilled at being annoying. Walking on the wide base runway, Ning Jie smiled. Since you already know so much, let me tell you another secret. In fact, the snake can no longer fight. The so-called flame soul battle god is already dead. Ling Shan stood frozen in place, watching Ning Jie's back, her feelings complex and difficult to describe. The god of battle is dead? As Blue Star, the first person to know this news, Ling Shan didn't know whether to feel relieved or despairing. Fortunately, Xingxing Ning Jie is still alive, but he has lost his strength in despair. On the noon of the next day, the Blue Star fleet that had returned from its escape began to land, and most of the citizens had already entered the shelters and could not be seen. Only those who remained on the ground, ready to continue the fight, witnessed this scene that would be hard to behold for eternity. It is said that 102 warships were withdrawn, but not a single one returned intact. Most of the mechas that escaped were also heavily damaged. A warship accompanying Gao Ao made an emergency landing at the military base where Ning Jie was located. A large number of medical personnel quickly rushed into the still burning hull, carrying out one injured person after another, as well as several bodies. Even during the rescue, explosions continued to occur intermittently on the ship's hull, making it very dangerous. The scene can no longer be simply described as chaotic. The members of Mr. Rabbit's team standing by the runway instantly understood that comfort was gone, the flames of battle were close at hand, and they were already burning. The clumsy tyrant mecha stumbled and fell onto the runway, and as Gao Ao struggled to crawl out of the cockpit, he immediately spotted Ning Jie. With the last bit of strength, Gao Ao adjusted the collar of his suit, pushed aside the approaching medical staff, and walked up to Ning Jie. "Little ghost, why is there no fear on your face like others should have?" Gao Ao's voice was so weak, yet he stood straight. "Because this is war, being a mech pilot is a profession destined to die on the battlefield. If you are afraid, you should hide in a shelter like the civilians." Ning Jie's face showed not a trace of sympathy, and his cold words awakened his companions nearby. "Well then, as a mecha master, will you also die on the battlefield?" Gao Ao tightly held Ning Jie's shoulder with one hand. "I will not die, because when I wake up, the ground is already filled with the corpses of my enemies." Ning Jie smiled. "I suddenly feel that working hard to go home is just to hear you say this." Gao Ao also smiled, smiling until he fainted. On that night, the cries of many people echoed in the sky above Qingguang City, making it impossible to sleep. This was because the military sent a letter of condolence to the families of all the fallen soldiers and posthumously honored each deceased as a martyr, promising that their names would be remembered in the annals of human history. The premise is that human history can continue. That night, Mr. Rabbit's team finally received a level 1 combat order. The 5 quickly piloted their mechs to the city center, establishing a defensive position at Central Park. When the 5 arrived quickly, the construction team had already left. What remained was a so-called stronghold built on an artificial hill, along with a large pile of weapons and ammunition. The battlefield covers an area of about 10,000 square meters, surrounded by walls made of vertical steel plates, which are 30 meters high. The raised hills inside allow even a mech that is only 25 meters tall to peek out with half its head. There are no obstructions above, and the surroundings are all open areas nearly 1,000 meters wide. Once the battle begins, if resistance is unsustainable, retreat becomes an extremely extravagant wish. Even more terrifying is the possibility that, at the very beginning, the attacks from above could wipe out the position along with the mechs inside in one fell swoop. Isn't it? Just defending this kind of position? What's the difference between leaving us here to die? Miller's hand gripping the joystick was trembling. The map shows that the nearest defensive position is 8 kilometers away from here. If it falls, reinforcements will not be able to arrive in time. Ling Shan was checking the combat information. The military strength of Blue Star has basically been exhausted in the universe, and there is simply no manpower available for reinforcements.
Manipulating the stars, Ning Jie flipped over and was the first to leap into the coffin-like position.
Mr. Rabbit's team is the strongest. We don't need reinforcements. Xiaolian's mech charged into the position with a shout. Wait for me, sister. Little Lian said. Ling Shan, no matter what, I will protect you.
Miller patted the shoulder of the mech where Ling Shan was located. Ling Shan nodded, but she didn't want to tell Miller that at this moment, the one who could still make her feel safe was not Miller, but Ning Jie. Speaking of the heavy-duty protective mechs of Xiaolian and Xiaolian, they are both 25 meters tall, but their shoulder width reaches 12 meters, making them the chubby ones among mechs. The armor is the thickest all over, capable of withstanding more than twice the attack of a standard assault mech. Heavy weapons can be equipped inside all mechs, with the standard equipment being a 6-barrel 128mm caliber Gatling rotary cannon. Ling Shan's light reconnaissance mech is like a woman among mechs. Standing at 25 meters tall with only an 8-meter shoulder width, it has the thinnest armor, and even at its highest standard, it can only use the standard assault rifle of the conventional assault mech, with limited ammunition supply. The biggest advantage of light mecha is that it can be equipped with flight thrusters, allowing it to cruise at supersonic speeds in the sky. More often, light reconnaissance mechas are equipped with two fully automatic 88mm caliber rapid-fire pistols. On what may be humanity's last night, in Mr. Rabbit's team, 5 people including Ning Jie fell asleep in their mechs, holding their weapons. In the underground laboratory of Morning Light City, and Wu Nan walked for the last time to the Frozen Flame's soul fighting god, watching the staff cover it with a dark oilcloth. Wu Nan, do you think there will be a day when we can see it thawed? And sighed, I still haven't found the Hangwu system on it, and I'm really not willing to accept that. There will be opportunities. Wu Ning gently patted In's shoulder. After all, our god of fighting is currently in this city, so what is there to be afraid of? Yes, by the way, Wu Nang, did you just tap my shoulder? Did you wash your hands after using the bathroom? En said coldly. It seems that the source text you provided is empty. Please provide the text you would like translated. Blue Star in the year 3057 of the Common Era, around mid-March, at noon 12 o'clock, the weather in Morning Light City is clear, with a light breeze, suitable for outings, but it is advised to avoid the final battle of life and death. In Blue Star's periphery, crossing nearly half a galaxy, a cosmic fleet of 23,000 giant moths has finally arrived at their destination, Blue Star. On the bridge of the moth battleship, Hamuda, covered in green snake scales, walked to the transparent window and raised his beast-like palm as if to caress the beautiful Blue Star. Send the order down, our feast has begun, leaving none behind, eat until it's all gone. This place will become the new larval breeding ground of Bug Star, this will be our new home. With Hamut's command, tens of millions of green light dots detached from the moth's abdomen and surged into the atmosphere. On the quiet street, the traffic lights change coldly, the bell for the lunch break in the wide campus has already rung, yet no students have come out. This moment's Blue Star is like a dead star, quiet as a morning graveyard, at least in the eyes of the enemy. No matter how many humans are trembling in fear in crowded shelters around the world. The mecha divisions hidden in various ground positions have already illuminated the pupils of their mechas in various colors. They gaze up at the sky, watching as green beams of light fall like slow raindrops against the azure horizon. There are so many that it resembles a fireworks display filling the sky. But at this moment, it is definitely not a good opportunity to make a wish. The star mech is half kneeling in the position, its metal arm raised a giant anti-mech sniper rifle that is as long as its body. In the cockpit, the scene in front of Ning Jie instantly switched to a sniper's scope magnified 300 times. What he saw was not beautiful fireworks, but the ugly face of the bone-winged dragonfly at the very front of each green beam of light. Only these disgusting bugs can be seen tightening their wings and scythe-like forelimbs, allowing their bodies to slice through Blue Star's atmosphere, accelerating their fall to the maximum extent under the influence of Blue Star's gravity. Charged Blue Star's bone-winged dragonflies are deliberately coated all over with disgusting green slime, causing the high temperatures generated by friction to have no effect on their green bodies. Ning Jie even saw them sharpening their serrated fangs. Ning Jie. Report the enemy's altitude. Quantity. Type. Miller issued the command as if it were written in a textbook. Although only the star mechs were equipped with ultra-long-range scopes, looking at the densely packed green lines in the sky, Miller could also imagine the terrifying faces of the enemy. At an altitude of 20,000 meters, continuously falling.
The quantity. Do you really want to know?
As for the types, they are all disgusting bugs.
Inside the mech, Ning Jie calmly narrated. It's too far.
At their speed, they will enter the sniping range of the Ning Jie in 1 minute, the sweeping range of Xiao Lian and Xiao Ling in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the range of Miller in 1 minute and 40 seconds.
I'll go meet the enemy first. Wait for me to come back. The eager Ling Shan was already in a half-crouched position, ready to take off in her mech.
Until the engine started, Ling Shan's lightweight reconnaissance mech remained on the ground without moving an inch. Surprised, Ling Shan turned around and saw that Ning Jie was holding a sniper rifle in one hand while using the other hand to pull her thruster.
What are you doing? Ling Shan asked in confusion. This is the combat code from the textbook.
The light reconnaissance mecha should be the first unit to engage the enemy during ground defense, and its mobility can fully ensure our safety.
Did the textbook mention that your opponents would be bugs?
If you want to live a little longer, absolutely do not fly off the ground today, and definitely do not leave this position. As Ning Jie reprimanded, one by one, mechas advancing with blue light points surged into the sky from other defensive positions in Morning Light City. They are all light reconnaissance mechs like Ling Shan, yet no one would stop their suicidal actions. At the same time, they took off. Missile launch vehicles hidden in various corners of the city fired simultaneously, with tens of thousands of short and medium-range surface-to-air missiles trailing thick white smoke as they brushed past the mechas in the sky, plunging faster into the green ocean. The shockwave from the explosion howled down from the sky, and even the members of Mr. Rabbit's team in the position felt a slight vibration in their bodies. The rolling fire clouds merged into a mass, turning the entire sky red, and the once tense mood of the light reconnaissance mech finally relaxed. Before they could relax enough to wipe away the cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, one after another, green skeletal-winged dragonflies swooped out from the rolling fire clouds, all unfolding their menacing bat-like bone wings. The wind pressure generated by the high-frequency vibrations caused these monsters, which had just been moving at meteor-like speeds, to suddenly come to a halt. With powerful propulsion, the human light reconnaissance mech, which was thought to be more agile than birds, clumsily resembled humans in front of a swarm of insects. We've gone too far. We've exceeded the fire support range of our ground comrades. Retreat! Retreat, a mech pilot screamed in the cockpit, frantically operating the mech to spray bullets, as shell casings from two lightweight fully automatic pistols fell like raindrops. A giant dragonfly charged in front of him, its head shot into a honeycomb, and green bodily fluid splattered onto his screen. Before the mech pilot could show even a hint of a victorious smile, two identical bone-winged dragonflies burst out from behind it, their side-like forelimbs piercing through the light reconnaissance mech's chest armor before the bug in front had completely fallen. The bright red liquid sprayed out from the mecha, not sure if it was the mecha's energy fluid or the blood of the mecha pilot. When the mech loses power, a group of greedy bone-winged dragonflies will immediately swarm in, tearing apart the machine and even chewing and swallowing the metal. Looking at the tragic scene in the sky, Ling Shan and the mech convulsed. If it weren't for Ning Jie's intervention, she would probably have been the one being eaten. Thank you. Miller connected to Ning Jie's cockpit through a private channel, and after saying this, he immediately contacted all the team members. Aim for the sky, regardless of whether it's effective, fire. Cover our people as they retreat. Miller, in pure white, was the first to lift the heavy rocket launcher, firing 16 needle missiles into the sky in one go. Don't grab. I want to shoot the first one. Xiao Lian exclaimed as she struggled to lift two rocket launchers at once. Wait for me, sister. Xiao Lian was operating the heavy armor support mech in the same way. The surviving light reconnaissance mechs in the sky could no longer tell whether they were retreating or falling, rapidly approaching the ground. The artillery fire was holding back the large group of pursuers behind them, but at the same time, it also exposed the positions of all defensive strongholds. Dragonflies moved their enormous compound eyes like flies, without the need for language. Hundreds of thousands of insects instantly divided the attack zones, as if forgetting the escaping light reconnaissance mechs, and began to dive again, charging towards various positions on the ground under the fire. It took 1 minute and 30 seconds.
You wasted my time.
Ning Jia, the manipulator of the star, gently pulled the trigger with his right index finger. The sniper rifle resting on the shoulder fired high-velocity armor-piercing rounds into the sky, and the backward impact of the stock was perfectly cushioned and released in the shortest possible time by the star's posture. The silver shell ejected from the gun's chamber had just hit the ground, bouncing twice, when a bug beast's head swooped down from the sky, shot through, with green brain matter splattering onto the nearby companion.
Wow! So accurate. Hitting the target from 9,700 meters away?
Inside the light reconnaissance mech, Ling Shan exclaimed as she looked at the scene before her.
Can the anti-mech sniper rifle shoot that far? Xiao Lian?
Dropping the rocket launcher from her shoulder, Xiao Lian quickly raised two 6-barreled Gatling guns with her heavy mech, a magazine as large as a box strapped to her back. Of course it's impossible, this is in the blue star circle, where gravity, high-altitude wind pressure, and airflow changes are hard to control. Although he used high-speed penetrating rounds, after flying 8 kilometers, it basically relies on inertia to continue. Xiao Lian mimicked her sister and picked up the same heavy weapon.
It turns out this guy is an alien.
Xiao Lian's voice was finally drowned out by the sound of the engine starting up as the cannon began to rotate. A 6-barrel Gatling gun with a firing rate of 1,600 rounds per minute is like a fire-breathing monster, shooting burning bullets into the sky with an unquenchable flame. A dragonfly with bony wings that just entered the range was directly turned into a sieve by the barrage, not even having the chance to let out 2 cries of pain. From a distance, it looks like green flowers are blooming one after another in the sky. Xiao Lian also joined her sister's barrage at the first opportunity, with the 4 continuously rotating machine guns covering the sky above the position. 10 seconds later, Miller 01, also holding 2 assault rifles, joined the ranks of gunfire. This is no longer a war that requires aiming. As long as you keep pulling the trigger, change the magazine, and continue pulling the trigger, anyone can kill these detestable bugs. But they seem to be endless, continuing to rush towards the ground. Some defensive positions made up of students often struggle to withstand even one round of such dives. They lost their lives in a tragic manner while holding jobs that their families considered stable. Of course, in the end, they will all become martyrs, and their tiny names will be found on what could be the largest monument in history. This is believed to be the outcome that the old man of the mountain hoped for, pleading with Ning Jia. At this moment, Ning Jia in the cockpit was still searching for gaps between the bugs, shooting only at the bugs further back. Every time they are hit, the formation of the insects that pounce down will slightly slow down. This is because the ones Ning Jia kills are all the units responsible for command. They look just like ordinary insects, but they always instinctively hide at the back. It's not that I'm afraid of death, but rather to ensure the smoothness of command and overall control. What surprised Ning Jia was the astonishing speed at which they changed command. Even if one was killed, a new commander would immediately take over in just a fraction of a second. The fierce battle is taking place in every city on Blue Star, with humanity's limited forces scattered everywhere, engaging in skirmishes against the giant dragonflies in the sky using the smallest units. Although the number of insects is overwhelming, fortunately, there are also many humans. After removing the main combat power of the fleet in mechs, ancient human tanks, armored vehicles, anti-aircraft guns, missile launchers, submarines, and aircraft carriers were all put to use. For a moment, it actually reached a stalemate with the massive insect beast invaders. What is puzzling is, where have the remnants of the human fleet gone? Even if only 10% of the fleet remains, that is still a considerable fighting force of over 1,000 ships. At the moment when Blue Star was surrounded by Bug Star, deep within the human command center on the moon. Numerous soldiers watching the Blue Star battle situation clenched their fists, baring their teeth in anger. Among these people, there was one who paid no attention to the oppressive emotions around him, lying on the ground's enormous cosmic map display, placing black and white pieces with intersecting lines. But looking at the arrangement of the pieces, it is not Go, it is actually the pattern of 5 in a row that children play. The person lying on the 5 meter by 5 meter screen is a child about 1 meter and 20 centimeters tall, with dark skin and short curly hair, indicating his African descent. However, his bright blue eyes seem to suggest European ancestry. Your Excellency X, the battle between Blue Star and the Insect Starfleet has been going on for nearly an hour.
Are we not going to take action?
An elderly general with white hair approached the screen, his tone pleading.
What's the rush? The military force we can mobilize is only 1,000 medium-sized warships.
With such reckless actions, it will be difficult for us to turn things around.
X played with the black piece in hand, and with a snap, sealed off a line of 4 white pieces. The black child laughed innocently. But if we continue like this, Blue Star is finished. What use is it for us to hold so many fleets?
The old man's face was twisted, anger etched into every wrinkle, perhaps because his family was currently on Blue Star.
Don't worry, Blue Star can still hold on for now, my pieces are on their way.
X's smile disappeared after placing the black piece, and in an instant, he took out a white piece from another chess box.
Playing chess with myself is a constant shift between joy and melancholy.
Back on the ground, the once beautiful morning light city was shrouded in smoke and screams, with green bodily fluids and bright red mech blood everywhere on the earth. Even the surface of the sea is floating with many incomplete dragonfly corpses, while the wreckage of the mechs has sunk to the cold seabed, with explosions occurring throughout the city at a frequency similar to setting off firecrackers during the new year. In a barren mountain stronghold, the 5 members of Mr. Rabbit's team fell silent, with only their intense gasps and the continuous sound of gunfire coming through the communicator. Around their position, the fallen dragonfly corpses have nearly covered the lush green lawn. The green blood falling from the sky has stained all 5 models of Mech's uniform green. After replacing the 47th magazine, Ning Jie's shooting posture shifted from pointing at the sky to an angled aim.
A dragonfly with bony wings pressed down over their heads, continuously diving past, searching for gaps in their defenses.
Speaking of this group of students from the Mecha Academy, their coordination is no less than that of a professional military squad. Miller, Ling Shan, Xiaolian, and Xiaolian, who understand each other well, act like each other's arms, always able to take down the targets that the others miss at the most critical moments. Even if it is missed once again, in the final moment, Ning Jie will definitely bring it down.
Gradually, the tacit understanding of Ning Jie as a strong support allows other team members to shoot more openly. In the universe, the scales on Hamute's face, standing by the transparent glass window, gradually tightened.
A small humanoid insect with fly-like compound eyes timidly approached behind the high priest.
Your Excellency!
The battle report for the past hour has been compiled. Blue Star, the resistance on the ground is higher than we expected, with over 70% of the deployed dragonfly beasts shot down, Blue Star, but their losses are still less than 20%. Even if we continue to invest, it is estimated that it won't have much effect on the situation.
Do you mean we should withdraw our troops?
Just looking at the reflection of Hamuda in the window, the reporting bug was already trembling.
Your Excellency the Grand Priest, that's not what I meant. I was asking if we should change the troops?
Ground combat is the strong suit of the Black Scorpions, the reporting bug said quietly, facing the fly's compound eyes.
Since you know, what are you still doing standing here? Do you want to be my snack for venting? Hamuda exposed a mouthful of fangs. Yes. 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 I'm going right now.
The bug, startled, quickly returned to the command platform. After a while, one could see thousands of giant moth battleships with flapping wings. From their bellies, one after another, black dots of light detached and fell towards Blue Star. These black dots are not as numerous as the dragonfly beasts, but they are several times larger than them. Therefore, when they fall, they leave behind a longer and more vivid red trail of light, like huge pitch-black meteors.
What is it? Miller shouted while shooting. You continue to provide cover.
Ning Jie said as he aimed his gun at the sky again. Through the scope, Ning Jie saw a droplet-shaped black object. Its surface was covered with cross-shaped cracks, resembling a sliced watermelon. Ning Jie had no more doubts. The pulled trigger immediately sent out a bullet. The sharp armor-piercing projectile accurately hit the center of the cross, completely penetrating through it. Like a door latch being interrupted, the originally compact black droplets instantly split into 4 pieces, revealing 4 ferocious monsters within. They stand up to 20 meters tall, their pitch-black bodies covered in a hard shell, with an upright upper body supporting a head as large as a fan, and 4 sharp tusks extending outside their mouths. On the 2 human-like arms, the contours of the muscles can even be seen, but at the ends of the arms, there are still side-like blades resembling those of a mantis, each blade 3 meters long and full of serrations. Its lower body is particularly unique, featuring 4 opposing, outstretched crab-like long legs, resembling a suspended tank. Unfortunately, they have no wings.
The 4 scattered black scorpions fell not far from Ning Jie's position, smashed into a pulp.
The shells of the scorpions shattered like fragments, flying everywhere, and their pitch-black blood stained the originally lush green grass. As for the other black droplets, they safely landed around the battlefield, forming impact craters one after another. When the last flying dragonfly beast was shot down, Morning Light City welcomed 3 seconds of silence. 3 seconds later, one after another, black droplets broke open the hard shell, and all the soldiers watched as black scorpions crawled out one by one.
What kind of monster is this?
Miller exclaimed, looking at the black bugs gathered outside the position.
Fire! Keep firing!
Ning Jie shouted as he raised the sniper rifle and pulled the trigger, a bullet passing through the heads of 2 black scorpions. In an instant, the black scorpion let out a sharp cry like a cicada, rushing toward the defensive position like a black ocean.
The awakened humans began to counterattack, firing their guns with even more intensity than before.
The black scorpions, which were twice the size of the bone-winged dragonflies, had terrifyingly strong defenses. Their even sturdier exoskeletons allowed them to continue charging even after being hit by several bullets. A bug that doesn't understand fear at all will still crawl forward with its front limbs, even if 3 of its 4 legs are severed. Hit their heads! Hit these bastards' heads! Miller roared. Both assault rifles had malfunctioned, and the 01 mech quickly discarded them, picking up a shotgun to continue shooting.
They're coming over! Hurry up! Ling Shan roared as she threw out 2 more grenades. Xiao Lian! Sister will come to help you right away.
Xiao Lian changed to the 5th backpack-style magazine.
Xiao Lian! Be careful yourself.
Xiao Lian directly set the machine gun on the steel plate of the defensive position. Blue Star's battlefield was suddenly thrown out of balance with the introduction of the new insectoid troops, and gradually, one human stronghold after another was engulfed by the black scorpions. Feeling the destruction of the Blue Star will also happen soon, in the universe, X's pieces have finally arrived. The pieces of X are not warships equipped with cannons, but a fleet of mining ships that have arrived from Mars' Blue Star. With one of the top 10 mining capabilities in the universe Blue Star, the total number of mining ships has already exceeded 300,000. As this group of toothless tigers approached, the bug stars still put up a serious resistance. The bone-winged dragonfly that had once destroyed 90% of the cosmic fleet of Blue Star again swooped towards the human fleet. But this fleet, advancing at full speed, unexpectedly came to a sudden stop 10 kilometers away, and countless white meteors flew out from the forward hatch they had opened. Under the influence of inertia, hundreds of thousands of meteors struck the insectoid fleet in a manner akin to cannonballs. It was a purely instinctive reaction. The dragonfly beasts, like a vast green ocean, once again gathered together, forming walls of flesh for defense. Strangely, as the meteorite struck the bodies of these dragonfly beasts, it instantly ignited a blazing blue flame, turning these insects into fragments. Who would have thought that these seemingly ordinary meteorites are actually a mixture of white phosphorus and pure oxygen, and even a slight friction is enough to ignite a fire? Some meteors that broke through the defense line crashed directly into one giant moth battleship after another. The originally massive moth battleships suddenly ignited like torches, wildly flapping their wings as they charged towards Blue Star's atmosphere. It was destined to turn to ashes before landing. Seeing this scene, the command room deep beneath the moon erupted in cheers from the soldiers who had just been lifeless. The worried old general was so moved that he shed tears. Surprisingly, the one who achieved this feat, this little black kid, had a worried look on his face while holding the black piece. What's the next step? Where should we go? Looking at the scene of hundreds of moth fleets burning outside the window, Hamuda unexpectedly laughed. I really didn't expect Blue Star people to have smart commanders as well. Unfortunately, such little tricks are merely a bit of entertainment during the meal. When the gap in strength is too great, even wisdom cannot make up for it. Counterattack. Use all your strength to counterattack. Centered on the moon, launch a counterattack against the fleet of the Bug Star. Finally, X's black spot landed right in the center, creating a charge situation.
With the command given, the once lifeless surface of the moon saw massive hatch doors hidden in the craters and volcanic pits open one by one.
The missing human warships rose rapidly from within, and before the formation could spread out, they were already unleashing a saturated barrage towards the fleet of the insect planet with all their might. One by one, the mining trucks that were originally used have been equipped with missile launchers, transforming them into war machines that have spread across the surface of the moon. The sudden ambush effect was instantly apparent, and the attack from the side caused the insect starfleet to become a chaotic mess in a moment. The defensive bone-winged dragonflies were unable to quickly set up their defensive web in time.
As they watched, human attacks destroyed one giant moth battleship after another.
The X in the command room can be directed, but the youthful face shows no trace of a happy smile. Our food is too arrogant, notify them to get the bloodthirsty battle god moving for me, no more slacking off.
Hamuta ordered impatiently. The blue star outside the atmosphere, the metal bridge on the back of the giant black moth flagship began to vibrate.
A cold hatch at the back split open to the sides, and from the even darker interior, a heavily armored mech in deep red stepped out with heavy footsteps. Under the sunlight, standing at 28 meters tall, it resembles a towering hill, with its fierce claw-like fingers dragging a pitch-black long stick that is the same length as its body, and its streamlined body looks like a naked human. Strictly speaking, it's hard to define this strange machine, even though its entire body is covered in reverse metal armor and it wields the iconic weapon of the god of war. Beneath the sturdy helmet, its pupils are bloodshot beastly eyes, and if you look closer, you can even see the pitch-black muscles between its dark red armor. It is like a medieval knight, wrapped in armor from head to toe. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Hunched over, the bloodthirsty battle god supported himself on the bridge, his vacant eyes looking at the smiling Hamuta behind the window.
Are you hungry?
The insectoid species can communicate using neural waves.
Hamuta smiled and pointed to the distant moon, where swarms of bony-winged dragonflies were launching an assault on the human defense fleet.
Your food has long been prepared, and it's definitely abundant.
Thanks.
With a fierce grin, the bloodthirsty battle god swung the black staff onto his shoulder, suddenly crouched down, and with a powerful burst of energy leaped towards the distant moon, the immense force even causing the giant moth battleship to slide 3 meters to the side. The power of a single leap propelled this armored beast several kilometers away, and then several bone-winged dragonflies attached themselves to its back, becoming its source of power. In flight, the originally bare black staff of the bloodthirsty battle god revealed dark red patterns on its surface, and a giant dark red hammer, wider than its shoulder, formed at the tip of the staff. The driving force of this bloodthirsty battle god's macro system was the hunger deep within. Back to Blue Star's battlefield, the originally prosperous and beautiful Morning Light City has disappeared, with collapsed buildings and high-rises that are still falling everywhere. Black scorpions swarm the ground like ants, and every position is enduring the impact of the black insect swarm. In some places, the mech squads have already become their food, but Mr. Rabbit's squad is still holding on. Even though the originally green filth on each mech has been covered by black, they continue to shoot.
The enemy's increased defense can only be compensated for by shooting accuracy.
Fortunately, the guys who can stay here are all skilled marksmen. For a time, the 5 of them each guarded a side, successfully keeping the group of ferocious monsters at bay, 80 meters away. No one knows how long this battle will last, but everyone understands that the ammunition can at most support another hour of sustained fire. If there are no reinforcements or miracles, humanity's fate will be swallowed up just like their positions. At this extremely critical moment, a voice came through the communicator.
Is anyone receiving this? This is position 47. We're about to fall. Requesting support. Please, I beg you.
The intermittent communication lasted only 5 seconds, and then there was nothing but static.
Damn it, is this still called support?
We can barely hold on ourselves.
Miller shouted angrily, sweat pouring down him inside the mech. The position is in front of the shelter in Zone 34.
Ning Jie suddenly stopped shooting, there are more than 200,000 civilians there.
Ning Jie, what do you want to do?
You can't save them. That position is at least 10 kilometers away from here, Ling Shan questioned. If we don't care about the lives and deaths of civilians, why should we entangle ourselves here with a bunch of disgusting bugs?
Don't forget the purpose of the fight, or you'll end up just like me. The star suddenly discarded the sniper rifle in hand and simply switched to a 7-shot shotgun with a box of ammunition. The star turned over and leaped out of the position, not giving others a chance to stop it at all. The surrounded black scorpions screamed with excitement, and upon seeing food delivered right to them, they immediately moved towards the direction of the star without a second thought. Star, although I'm not familiar with you, I know you are very strong. In the cockpit, Ning Jie gently stroked the control stick of Star, then suddenly gripped it tightly. Now, show me just how strong you really are? After a brief pause, the Star's bright red eyes flashed as it charged towards the approaching black scorpion troops. Cover! Miller shouted as 01 turned around, holding 2 shotguns. Don't help at all. I don't want to get you killed, or die from your stray bullets, I'm enough on my own. Ning Jie said as the star made contact with the first black scorpion. The ferocious black scorpion spread its arms wide, gathering them forcefully like a rogue embracing a girl, with sharp sickles at the front of its arms. But it missed, and before it could search for the vanished body in shock, the star in midair pulled the trigger in an inverted position, and with a loud bang, the black scorpion's fan-shaped head was shot off, leaving only half. It landed steadily on the back of a black scorpion, and the star showed no desire to fight, desperately charging towards position 47 while dragging a shotgun. The 4 teammates still shooting were silent like corpses, watching the star mecha navigate through hundreds of black scorpions on the secondary screen. Teachers once said that mechs are just another body for mech pilots. Your fear is the mech's fear, and your hesitation is the mech's hesitation. Even when facing an opponent capable of swallowing him 10 times over, the star's movements remain fluid and natural, evading the enemy with the most reasonable maneuvers and advancing forward. This is not something a person can do. At least Miller, Ling Shan, Xiaolian, and Xiaolian all feel that they cannot operate without fear like Ning Jie. The distressed number 47 position is located on the main road. As an important position to protect the shelter, the military has deployed 10 mechs from regular troops for defense, along with a cannon defense composed of 17 missile launch vehicles. But now, all that remains is the sound of chewing, as hundreds of black scorpions swarm around the 10 stationary mechs, tearing open the armor as if they were snacking, swallowing the soft tubes. The bright red energy liquid flowed and spread along the roadside ditch, like a small red stream. The poor guys who can't squeeze in from the outside can only gnaw on missile vehicles, utility poles, streetlights, and cars, all these metallic structures. One of the most pitiful ones, however, arrived at the entrance to the underground shelter. There was no metal here, only an entrance that resembled that of an underground parking lot. This curious black scorpion lowered its body and peered inside. Before it could see anything clearly, there was a loud bang, and 2 of its 4 legs were severed. Losing its support, it collapsed to the ground. Its head was pierced by a sharp dagger, and black blood flowed down the entrance ramp into the depths of the shelter. The sudden arrival of the star made the black scorpions, which were eating in front of it, stop chewing altogether, staring with their blood-red eyes. To them, what appeared before them was just another portion of food. The star, treated as food, effortlessly pulled a dagger from beneath the black scorpion's head, swinging it to splatter blood on the ground, revealing a hint of the originally silver blade. Ugh, the bedbugs here are really something else, they're so disgusting that I almost want to vomit. With a slight frown, this was the first time Ning Jie had truly been angry since waking up. Standing at the entrance, the star held a dagger in one hand and a shotgun in the other, resembling an indomitable war god. The shabby star's provocative behavior stimulated the bugs in front, and the black scorpion swarm, wielding their sickles again, pounced like locusts. The star spread its arms and leaned forward, charging ahead. The foremost black scorpion opened its fierce jaws, wielding a scythe dripping with bright red energy liquid, and struck at the star's head. The star only made a gentle leap before contact, flipping over the black scorpion's head and simultaneously plunging a sharp dagger into its right eye. After taking down one, the star directly fell into the swarm of black scorpions, and in almost an instant, its body was no longer visible. Ling Shan, go help Ning Jie! Miller suddenly shouted amidst the continuous gunfire on the battlefield. Great Demon King, have you gone mad? Aren't you the one who hates aliens the most? How could you let your girlfriend help him? Xiaolian mocked. Yes, I hate him, but I don't hate my fellow countrymen who saved me.
Ning Jia is right, mecha pilots are destined to die on the battlefield, but civilians are innocent. Only Ling Shan's machine can fly at high speed here, at least.
It's good to send some ammunition to that kid. Wait for me to come back.
Ling Shan loaded 2 boxes of shotgun shells and ignited the thruster behind her.
Ling Shan, don't die, come back alive.
Miller lowered his head, gripping the joystick with a clatter.
Yes, it won't die.
Ling Shan's lightweight mech flew out of the position, instantly accelerating and disappearing, leaving only a blue halo formed by the thrusters.
The originally simple star, in Ning Jia's hands, is nearly a dagger and a shotgun, yet it resembles the scythe of death.
The rotating blade and the dark muzzle of the gun can always pierce or shatter the head of one black scorpion after another from the most cunning angles, quickly turning to find a new target before the opponent's screams echo. Facing enemies that outnumber it several times, the lightweight body of the star always uses minimal movements to sidestep, bend, lean back, and lean forward, avoiding attacks from behind and the sides.
As for the enemies directly in front, Ning Jia has already taken their lives before their attacks can reach.
Ning Jia's thinking pattern is very simple. On the ground, no matter how many enemies one faces, there are always only the 8 surrounding ones to deal with. After that, it's just a matter of physical strength. Unfortunately, in this regard, Ning Jia has the most impressive capital to boast about.
Jia! I brought you ammunition.
Ling Shan lowered her altitude while hovering, shooting at the crawling insects on the ground with one hand and shouting.
Idiot! You're flying too low. Ning Jia shouted angrily, and in that moment of distraction, the armor on the back of the star was sliced in half by a sneaky black scorpion.
Ling Shan hadn't heard clearly when suddenly, a fierce black scorpion jumped up from the ground, its terrifying jumping ability akin to that of a flea, instantly landing in front of the light reconnaissance mech. For the first time facing the enemy so closely, Ling Shan was stunned, and the knowledge and coping strategy she had learned vanished in an instant.
It's over.
This was the only voice in Ling Shan's heart. On the earth, Ning Jia paid no heed to the scythe blades being swung nearby, as the star machine half-squatted on the ground, its foot-drive bearings operating under overload, resulting in terrifying speed and leaps. Before the black scorpion's sickle fell in mid-air, the star gently embraced Ling Shan's mech. But embracing, aside from bringing comfort, cannot resolve any danger. The pitch-black scythe blade of the black scorpion pierced through the body of the star and also through Ling Shan's body, as if piercing through a sugar-coated hawthorn. Ling Shan was breathless because the scythe blade, which could pierce through steel, was pressed against her shoulder. Just like that, the two mechs tightly embraced each other, along with a black scorpion with a blade that couldn't be pulled out, and they all fell into the sea of insects below. Another greedy feast has begun, and the black scorpions with their wide-open mouths pounced, fighting for every piece of fresh steel. Ling Shan, who thought she would be chewed to death in the belly of the insect along with the mecha, was instead pulled out of the cockpit's armor by a pair of large metallic hands. When someone tries to kill you next time, make sure not to let the enemy's weapon point directly at your cockpit. Mechas can fight without arms and legs, but without us, it's all over. Crouching in front of the torn hatch, Ning Jia calmly extended his hand to her. After crossing countless sharp crab-like black feet, Ning Jia dragged Ling Shan to the entrance of the shelter. You go in first. Facing a group of black scorpions sharing a mech, Ning Jia took out his phone.
What do you want to do? Are you asking for help? No one will come to save us. Ling Shan's expression was somewhat dazed.
Ignoring the trembling Ling Shan, Ning Jia answered the phone for the underground laboratory, and the person on the other end was Anne.
Do you still want to sleep?
Ning Jia's voice was filled with anger.
What do you mean? I've been busy all along, the defenses of Blue Star are being torn apart, and the god of insects has also charged onto the battlefield of the moon.
On the other end of the phone, Anne lowered her forehead. I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about another lazy guy.
I only give you 3 minutes, and if you can't make it, then you can sleep forever.
Ning Jia impatiently hung up the communication. Listening to the cold busy tone in her ear, and turned her head in surprise to look at the people in the same office. Even the laziest Wu Nan was frowning tightly and directing the researchers to evacuate.
Who else is slacking off? At this critical moment.
Suddenly, Anne widened her eyes, rushed in front of Wu Nang, and grabbed him by the collar. Tell me.
Is the snake system still connected to the main computer of the underground laboratory? What's wrong with you? Did a dog bite you? Didn't you say we should always stay connected with the snake to keep our supercomputer continuously deciphering its program? Damn it! We were fooled.
And angrily let go of Wu Nang's collar and turned to rush out. Wu Nang also put down his work and chased after him. Before long, An and Wu Nang arrived again at the tightly closed metal gate, where two duty soldiers were still saluting respectfully.
Open the door quickly!
And shouted with a fierce expression. Before the soldiers could react, a loud crash suddenly came from behind the metal door, causing the thick metal door to bend and deform. From the crack in the door, An clearly saw the huge ice block stuck above. Ignoring the soldiers around her who were stunned, An squeezed through the small crack in the door.
Wait for me.
Wu Nang also followed into the hole, but his large size made it quite a struggle for him. Standing again in the experimental field that An was so deeply attached to, but the thing that captivated her heart and dreams was no longer there. The ground is covered with shattered ice blocks, releasing a cold mist like white smoke, and the surrounding walls have been ravaged beyond recognition by the exploded ice blocks. The oilcloth that was once used to cover the ice crystals is full of holes, like a magician's props used for performing tricks, spread flat on the floor. An grabbed a corner of the oilcloth and pulled desperately, but the oilcloth didn't budge an inch until Wu Nang joined in and lifted it. All An and Wu could see was a huge void in the clear seawater. Are you kidding me? It actually shattered ice crystals that are harder than diamonds? Wu Nang said, feeling embarrassed. Wu Nang, connect the surveillance cameras throughout the city, I want to see. I want to see our own god of war. And ran off again as if she had gone mad. The stars and light reconnaissance mechs are almost completely consumed, and the greedy black scorpion has already begun to tear apart the last skeleton.
Why aren't you leaving yet? Ningjia asked softly beside Ling Shan.
Because I am a mech engineer, I am a warrior, and warriors cannot hide in civilian shelters. Ling Shan's body trembled, but she still held onto her handgun.
Do you know what the Mecha Master's pistol is mostly used for?
Ningjia suddenly laughed. When facing enemies that even the largest mechs can't destroy, there's no need to hope that the Mecha Master's pistol can eliminate the opponent. So this is actually a tool for us to save our own lives, so that we don't fall into the hands of the enemy and endure more suffering.
But you didn't bring it, did you?
Ling Shan looked at Ningjia, who was dressed in a tight-fitting pilot suit. Because I won't die, I have slept for 1,000 years, and it was not easy to return home, I did not awaken to die. A black scorpion that had finished eating turned its head and spotted the short Ningjia and Ling Shan, opened its bright red mouth, and charged forward with a piercing screech. Ling Shan was trembling, but Ningjia seemed to have long forgotten the instinct to be afraid. He stood still, smiling, as a gentle breeze passed by.
Boom!
The deafening explosion tore through the metallic ground in front of Ningjia, and seawater gushed out like a fountain, reaching a height of 10 meters. In the white curtain of water, a bright red metal arm grasped the head of the charging black scorpion.
Like the bedbugs in human hands, the black scorpion struggled and screamed, its cries attracting the attention of all its companions.
What is that?
Ling Shan asked in confusion.
The snake that has been frozen for 1,000 years with me.
Aren't you the one who said the god of war is already dead?
Yes, the god of war is dead, but I am still alive.
Ningjia's lips curled upward in a sinister smile, and as he tightened the crimson metal arm gripping the black scorpion's head, the massive head exploded like a fruit, sending fragments flying everywhere, and black blood splattered all over Ling Shan and Ningjia. Ling Shan was about to vomit, but Ningjia closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and enjoyed the baptism of black blood. The snake, supported by an arm covered in black blood, discarded the dead bug in its hand and crawled out of the large hole like a child breaking free from a cocoon, the crimson battle god emerging. The bright red armor is as dazzling as fire, with a surface covered in water droplets shimmering under the sun. The pitch-black pupils are as terrifying as black holes, and the fully enclosed metallic body makes it clear at a glance that it is worlds apart from human mechs. Half squatting on the ground, the crimson flame soul-fighting god roared like a beast. The sound spread like diffused light, unstoppable, permeating the entire city. All the soldiers in battle and the fighting black scorpions were stunned at that moment. That kind of soul-stirring fear makes both people and insects tremble.
You don't want to seek refuge, so come with me. Leading Ling Shan, Ning Jia walked towards the flame soul fighting god. Since waking up, Ning Jia has finally sat back in the cockpit of the flame soul fighting god. Curiosity mixed with a hint of fear, Ling Shan also squeezed in. But the cockpit wasn't spacious enough to accommodate two people, so Ling Shan had to sit on Ning Jia's lap, tightly hugging his neck. The heavy hatch closed from the outside, and after a moment of pitch darkness, the cockpit lit up, with a 360-degree surround display realistically reflecting the surrounding environment before my eyes. Every blade of grass and every tree is so clear that it feels like you could reach out and touch them. Of course, those black scorpions with their mouths wide open are also seen very clearly. Around the driver's seat, hundreds of various control switches encircle the cockpit like a nightmare for every mech pilot. Little brat, it took you so long to wake me up. You have no conscience, a voice suddenly called out from the cockpit. What is it? Ling Shan was startled. I'm just a chatty assistant. Hey! What do you mean by a chatty assistant? I am the super cool Lord Snake. Lord Snake of the Flame Soul Fighting God. A black object appeared on the screen in front of Ning Jia, angrily shouting. It seems like earthworms. Ling Shan exclaimed in confusion. Hee, did you hear that? Mr. Earthworm, I'm not the only one who thinks this way, right? Ning Jia laughed so hard that his face twitched. Cut, another uncivilized blue star person, how do you understand the greatness of my Lord Snake? The snake disdainfully minimized the icon in the corner of the screen. Enough small talk, Snake, compile the battlefield data. For now, I have only connected to the main computer of the underground laboratory in Changwon City. According to the monitoring calculations, there are about 200,000 black scorpion-type insect beasts, and the defenses of the city won't last more than 30 minutes. Then solve them all within 30 minutes. Ning Jia gripped the control stick tightly with both hands. Are you serious? Ling Shan hugged Ning Jia's neck with wide eyes. Hey, Ling Shan, watching Ning Jia fight up close is way scarier than watching a horror movie. Snake said with a strange, wicked smile. How do you know my name? Ling Shan's eyes widened even more. Not just the name, do you want to see the video of yourself taking a shower? The snake's eyebrows twitched lewdly in the corner of the screen. Shut up and don't disturb me. Ning Jia took a deep breath, and the massive flame soul fighting god stepped forward, charging straight at the trembling black scorpion beast group in front of him. In the universe, the war on the surface of the moon is more brutal than that on Blue Star. This is where Blue Star all remaining warships are concentrated. It seems like a coordinated deployment of surprise troops, but when the overwhelming insect beasts arrive, they are like discarded pieces, left to fight to the death. However, the desperate situation left no way out, causing the human troops to forget their fear. All the soldiers who were on the battlefield for the first time fought bravely like veterans. Unfortunately, in front of their opponents, bravery still only led to a fate of slaughter. Run fast. Full power. A four-wheeled battle vehicle raced across the surface of the moon, as the soldier operating the turret shouted, while the 30mm automatic grenade launcher in his hand continued to spit out flames. The accelerator is already pressed to the floor, the driver shouted as he turned the steering wheel and drove through the two burning vehicles. Left. The gunner's words were not finished when a huge black iron rod flew in like a javelin, piercing through the poor tank as if it were a cockroach, instantly turning the driver's body into a pile of flesh. With a lazy stride, the towering bloodthirsty battle god approached, effortlessly grabbing the black rod on the ground, pulling it out, and chewing on the war chariot at the end of the rod along with the still screaming artilleryman, as if enjoying skewers. The appetizer has been eaten, it's time for the main course. With a gulp, the bloodthirsty battle god leaned forward, gripping the black staff in his hand, its end resting on the surface of the moon. And just a kilometer ahead of him was the massive crater where the underground command center was located. Stop him, the commander shouted angrily on the front line. In an instant, numerous cannon muzzles all aimed at the bloodthirsty battle god, but before they could fire, the bloodthirsty battle god had already charged forward wildly, resulting in a dark red storm sweeping in. The straight storm was so fast that it was difficult to discern with the naked eye. All the battle vehicles along the way were swept up, disintegrating in mid-air and torn into fragments. Even the large tank vehicles that had just been commanding were twisted into the shape of iron balls. When the annoying shots ceased, the bloodthirsty battle god stood in the center of the volcano, with thick steel gates measuring 30 meters below his feet, totaling 12 in number.
Can't get in.
Not even an atomic bomb can break through here.
He can't get in.
In the command room, the elderly general muttered tremulously, cold sweat crawling down his spine, as the huge screen before him displayed only the bloodthirsty face of the battle god. The young X with dark skin remained silent, holding a black piece in hand that clinked against the board.
Open the can.
The bloodthirsty battle god grinned as he raised his staff high above his head. The surface of the black staff was instantly covered with bright red patterns, and the massive iron hammer reappeared at the tip of the staff.
Boom!
With a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the ground in the command room trembled as if it were a magnitude 9 earthquake. Except for X, all the staff fell to the ground, and the screen shook for a long time. When the scene returned, everyone was speechless, all staring with their mouths agape. They saw that the first layer of the gate, which had given them a semblance of safety, had shattered into pieces, and the bloodthirsty battle god was standing on the surface of the second layer of the gate, again holding the iron hammer high.
Everyone, I am very pleased to work with you.
Although it's only been 2 days, I am already very satisfied. X let go of the small hand, and the black piece, now without its owner, fell onto the chessboard. When death arrives, fear is forgotten by everyone, and what remains is the fact that is accepted calmly. But the turning point arrived quietly. When the bloodthirsty battle god on the screen had only one defense gate left, he suddenly put down his hammer and looked up at the high-hanging blue star. Before long, several bone-winged bats grabbed his back and took the demon away from the moon.
What's going on? Did he leave? Did we win?
In the command post, the bewildered crowd looked at each other, questioning one another. No, he left only because another, more important battlefield was in crisis. A crisis significant enough to make the god of war leave is our hope for survival.
X suddenly fell weakly onto the chessboard.
He suddenly realized that the black piece he had inadvertently dropped earlier had actually helped the black piece, which was originally forced into a dead end, to create a counterattack situation for a decisive victory. Back on the ground, under the blue sky and white clouds, the fierce battle in Morning Light City continues. In the heart of Central Park, the 2 rotating Gatling guns in the hands of the heavy mech, Little Love, finally fell silent, with the bright red 6-gun barrels emitting smoke as they stopped spinning.
Xiaolian, I'm out of bullets. How about you?
After discarding the heavy gun barrel, Xiaolian pulled out 2 handguns and continued to fire in bursts.
Just finished using it.
Xiaolian smiled wearily and tossed the firearm to the ground, pulling out a handgun.
Damn it! Why can't we finish them off? Inside the Mech 01, holding a shotgun, Miller shouted, shoot.
Even if we die, we have to take out more of these bastards. But God clearly wanted them to die more tragically. Without the suppression of heavy firepower, the advance of the Black Scorpions quickened, and behind them, from an unknown position, more Black Scorpions surged in like a tide. These monsters are clearly more eager than their counterparts ahead, climbing over their companions' bodies to push forward. Many poor creatures are being impaled to death by the crab-like sharp legs of their kind.
Kill! Their main force is coming.
The 3 mechas in the position simultaneously turned their gun muzzles to aim at the direction of the Black Flood. Unfortunately, the bullets could not stop the attack that was like a natural disaster. The Black Scorpions almost instantly overwhelmed the position that had been held for 2 hours and 37 minutes. After the flood of the Black Scorpions, the 3 mechs that were thought to be dead pushed aside the collapsed fortifications. The members of Mr. Rabbit's team looked around in confusion. The vast battlefield was left with numerous corpses of the Black Scorpions, silent as if the battle had already ended.
What happened to them?
Why didn't they kill us? Xiaolian said, holding the empty gun in her hand, looking confused.
Don't know?
The charge just now feels
like running away?
Miller furrowed his brow in confusion.
I know what they are running from.
In the cockpit, Xiaolian excitedly gripped the joystick, as dozens of black scorpions slowly retreated, ready for battle, on the screen before her. In the center of it all, a bright red, no, it should be described as a pitch-black mech was slowly approaching. In its hands, it dragged two mutilated bodies of black scorpions, leaving dark bloodstains on the ground where it passed. Whoa! Suddenly, a roaring black scorpion could no longer restrain itself and pounced on the mech from behind. It spread its side-like arms, moving much faster than its peers. It should be an elite among black scorpions. But even faster, before the scythe could be swung down, both hands were firmly grasped by the turning mech. The mech stepped on the poor black scorpion's chest, as if weakly pushing out, and actually yanked off the black scorpion's arms completely. The screaming black scorpion fell to the ground, writhing in pain. The tragic state of their companions caused the surrounding kind to retreat once more, but among them, two brave ones still charged forward from the sides to attack. The pitch-black mech moved its crossed arms slowly and deliberately, launching the severed arm of the black scorpion like a spear. It pierced through the gaping jaws of the two scorpions that were trying to ambush it, and the black scorpion, unable to even scream, fell to the ground. Hey, have you ever seen such an amazing mech? Miller frantically flipped through Blue Star mech model data, but couldn't find any matching models at all. How could Blue Star possibly have such a fighter? Xiaolian chuckled lightly. Is he fighting? It looks more like he's just slaughtering, as if he's casually stepping on bugs. Xiaolian's body trembled slightly without her realizing it. Just as the pitch-black mecha was still displaying its cruelty, dozens of brand-new pitch-black seeds suddenly fell from the sky. The rushing black scorpions had no concept of fear towards the mecha. Hundreds of them surged towards it. Their only command was, tear him apart. In almost an instant, the dark mech's body was engulfed by the black scorpion. He can't go on. Hurry and help him. Miller shouted. How can I help him? Should I throw stones at those guys? Xiaolian raised the empty gun in her hand. Run away, take the opportunity to move to another position. Xiaolian's heavy mech discarded its pistol and drew the battle knife from behind. Are you scared? In the cockpit of the Flame Soul Battle God, Ning Jia asked softly, only because Ling Shan, who was tightly holding onto him, was trembling. Ling Shan didn't say anything, just buried her head tightly in Ning Jia's embrace. Hee, do you think she's afraid of those guys outside? The worm-like snake smirked on the screen. The little girl is just afraid of you. In the face of group tactics, you have always implemented the most brutal and ferocious ways to eliminate the enemy, spreading fear deep into their hearts, affecting their movements and fighting spirit. But it's not just the enemy that can be afraid. You've talked a lot today, our actions are too slow. At this rate, by the time we save the entire Blue Star, people will be nearly dead. It's time to bring out the new weapons. Ning Jia's expression instantly darkened as if night had fallen. On the battlefield, as the three mechs were preparing to relocate while watching the surging black scorpion hill not far away, the ground suddenly trembled. In the hills of black scorpions, a pitch-black ice blade has pierced through countless black scorpion bodies. The many black scorpions still climbing almost instantly scattered, revealing the dark mech crushed beneath them. What is that? Miller couldn't believe his eyes, as he saw the imposing mech extend two pitch-black ice blades that were 10 meters long. Is the temperature dropping? Xiaolian looked at the thermometer in the corner of the screen, the value quickly running down from 27 degrees, finally stopping at minus 30 degrees. Fortunately, we were in the mech, otherwise, we would have turned into popsicles. Xiaolian looked at the numerous black scorpion corpses beneath her feet. The black blood that had pooled instantly turned into ice, and even the grass became sharp ice spikes, breaking at the slightest touch. In the underground laboratory of Morning Light City, looking at the scene on the screen, Wu Neng sat down abruptly. Is that also the ability of the fighting god? Instantly lowering the temperature within a radius of 10 kilometers, with the center point reaching minus 60.34 degrees? It's impossible. That isn't the great power of the Flame Soul fighting god. Something must have happened during his time of slumber, and frantically typed on the computer, inputting all the data. A moment later, the answer suddenly appeared. Facing the deduction results calculated by the main computer in the basement laboratory in 10 seconds. The theory of evolution. N sighed deeply. What is it? That's a mech, how could it possibly evolve?
Wu Neng couldn't believe it.
No, it is not the battle god mecha that has evolved, but the biological reverse metal that constitutes it. We were all wrong when we thought reverse metal was just the strongest metal in the world, neglecting that it is also the essence of life.
Calculations show that when inverse metals are placed in extreme environments for over 1,000 years, they will assimilate with the extreme environment to ensure their own survival.
Thus, after more than 1,000 years of being frozen, the flame soul fighting god awakens today, and it can now create cold that rivals that of the enormous ice crystals. Anne's body convulses, showing no fear. She grins menacingly, turning water into ice, breathing into frost. This is our flame soul fighting god's brand new power, surpassing all fighting gods in the universe, an evolved version of the fighting god. On the battlefield, the black blood that had originally clung to the surface of the flame soul fighting god solidified and shattered with the movements of the fighting god, revealing the originally bright red armor beneath.
It's time to speed up the harvesting.
Ningjia gently pushed the joystick, and the massive flame soul battle god dragged two pitch-black ice blades into the trembling black scorpion beast swarm. In an environment of over -60 degrees, this is the temperature on the surface of Mars. Even the most resilient bugs, without any insulation, become stiff and find it difficult to move. Just like rice stalks standing in place, they are easily decapitated by the ice blade of the running flame soul fighting god, which slices through their chests. Fortunately, before they feel pain, all the nerves in their bodies have already been frozen.
It's so cold.
In Ningjia's embrace, Lingshan finally stopped trembling, but her limbs had also stiffened. Although there was a temperature control system in the cockpit, the chill had still caused the temperature to drop slightly.
Hold on tight, it will pass soon.
As Ningjia whispered in Lingshan's ear, the bright red battle god leaped into the air, spinning its body and wielding its ice blade, slicing off the heads of 3 black scorpions in one stroke. Getting too close, Lingshan finally heard the song that had always accompanied Ningjia. The sound came from Ningjia's ear stud, soft and gentle, like a lullaby for a baby. And it is precisely in this gentle lullaby that the fighting god, Ningjia, continues to charge in battle. The sense of fear and biting cold made the newly joined insect beasts begin to retreat, but just as they turned to flee, a fiery red meteor fell rapidly from the sky. The raging flame soul fighting god, still in the midst of a massacre, suddenly halted and leaped backward. With a loud bang, the ground where it had just stood sank down, cracks spreading out like a spider web. Beneath the falling object, a poor black scorpion had turned to mush. Hee, I've finally found the most delicious dish. Supporting himself with a long black staff, the bloodthirsty battle god stood up, his entire reverse metal armor glowing red from the atmosphere, emitting blue smoke. His body, a whole half a head taller than the flame soul battle god, stood before the ice blade wielding Ningjia. What is that? Looking at the monster on the screen, Lingshan unconsciously held Ningjia tighter.
Ningjia, run away.
That guy's surface is reverse metal, and the weapon in his hand is also from Hangwu. He should be the god of war from the insect star. The snake's expression was serious as he earnestly suggested for the first time. The pilot in the cockpit slightly lowered his head and did not speak. The parallel raised the black stick, the bloodthirsty battle god pointed directly at Yenhun's head, his fierce face full of doubt. Hey, I heard you've been frozen for 1,000 years.
Can you be sure you're still fresh? Try eating it, and you'll know.
Ningjia grinned maliciously as he manipulated the joystick. The flame soul fighting god swung the ice blade and deflected the black stick in front of him, while the rushing crimson body lunged at the arrogant monster ahead, with the ice blade in the other hand aiming for the throat between the gaps of the bloodthirsty fighting god's armor. So lively, it must be very fresh. The bloodthirsty battle god merely tilted its head slightly, as the deadly ice blade grazed the armor on its throat, sparking a flurry of sparks, yet it failed to injure the bloodthirsty in the slightest. The advancing flame soul also fell into the embrace of the bloodthirsty, who unceremoniously opened its large mouth and bit down on the flame soul's shoulder, its fangs surprisingly piercing through the anti-metal armor. An alarm immediately appeared on the cockpit screen, but Ningjia did not stop. The flame soul battle god forcefully pushed up its bloodthirsty body and charged forward. Like a fight among savages, the bloodthirsty crashed into a building. The poor building collapsed, stirring up countless dust. From the dust, the fiery red body of the flame soul emerged, with dozens of neat tooth holes still remaining on its shoulders.
And the bloodthirsty one lay on the collapsed building, laughing excitedly. The taste of reverse metal is really delicious. I can't wait to chew you up bit by bit in my mouth. Ling Shan, lying in Ning Jie's arms, felt bewildered. Clearly, it was Ning Jie who controlled the fighting god, yet it didn't feel as intense as the last time she faced Dante. You made him escape. The snake angrily looked at Ling Shan. It's all your fault, silly girl. Staying here slowed down his control. It was originally at least a 50-50 situation, but now we can only take a beating. Do you really think you can split this with me 50-50? Ning Jie opened various switches. You absolutely don't move around, it's going to be very bumpy next. The bloodthirsty battle god suddenly charged out from the ruins, wielding a black staff, and the dark red hammer instantly took shape, striking parallel to the body of the flame soul. With nowhere to escape, the fiery soul battles the god, crossing his arms over his chest, the black dual ice blades becoming a shield, taking the hit head-on. Unfortunately, the moment of contact proved the terror of Hangwu. The ice blade shattered, and even the powerful flame soul dual god was sent flying backward, both feet off the ground. By coincidence, they ran into 3 mechas watching from the hill, and the 4 mechas became entangled in a mess, looking quite awkward. Idiot, why come here to crash? Miller was rubbing his head, almost dizzy. Quickly take Ling Shan away. The ice seal was lifted, the hatch of the flame soul battle god opened, and Ning Jie handed Ling Shan over to the hands of Mecha number 01. It's an alien! Xiao Lian exclaimed excitedly. Flash! That guy is coming again! Xiao Lian pointed to the sky with every nerve in her body tense, swinging her hammer as it fell straight down with bloodthirst, faster than the meteor-like posture from before. When everyone thought they were going to die, the flame soul standing on the ground raised its arms to take on the attack from Hangwu, and a wave of shockwaves blew outwards, shaking and uprooting all the large trees in the park. Looking again at the flame soul, its supporting feet have sunk deep into the ground, like nails driven into wood. Finally saw the driver. Were you thinking of escaping? The bloodthirsty grin looked at Ning Jie, the hammer in hand still gaining strength. Watching Ling Shan being taken into the cockpit of the 01 mech, the silent Ning Jie waved his hand to wipe away the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the door of the battle god quickly closed. Finally, only one person remained in the cockpit, and every cell in Ning Jie's body felt as if it had been activated. Snake, power output at maximum, rebooting in frozen state, we are about to start exterminating insects. The kneeling flame soul fighting god emitted a faint rumble, like an engine starting up, and the wound on his shoulder instantly crystallized into an icy seal. In just a second, the bloodthirsty fighting god holding the iron hammer was completely frozen into a massive ice sculpture. Taking advantage of the gap, Xiao Lian and Xiao Lian quickly escaped from the battlefield that no longer belonged to them with Miller. Finally safe, Ling Shan felt a bit regretful, constantly looking towards the departing Yinhun. Boom! The bloodthirsty force effortlessly shattered the surface ice crystals. Do you think such little tricks are useful? When Bloodthirst spoke, Flame Soul was half squatting by the clear lake in the park, as if washing his hands, with both hands plunged into the lake. When he pulled them out, 2 ice blades had formed anew on top. However, at this moment, the ice blade is a translucent deep blue, only 4 meters long, thin and sharp. If the previous black blade was a large sword for cutting horses, then what Ning Jie possesses now are 2 sharp daggers. Hunger and excitement urged the bloodthirsty warrior to charge forward, swinging the iron hammer upward. Even the ground was torn apart by the hammer, its immense force impossible to withstand. The unyielding flame soul merely tilted slightly, and the deadly hammer brushed past. Ning Jie, with a more relaxed posture, plunged the ice blade in his hand into the gap of the bloodthirsty shoulder armor. The pain twisted the bloodthirsty face, forcibly altering the trajectory of the hammer as it swept by. The flame soul easily leaped to the side to evade it. Black blood dripped down from the bloodthirsty wound, and the arrogant bloodthirst could no longer laugh. A pair of fierce eyes fixed firmly on the flame soul fighting god not far away. Bloodthirsty has been defeated. In the universe, on the bridge of the Black Moth flagship, Hamuda sighed regretfully as he looked at the battle situation displayed on the screen. I wanted to let the rookie practice a bit, but who knew they would encounter the flame soul? If I had known, I would have brought a more powerful fighter. The injured bloodthirsty slowly moved forward, reaching a distance where Hangwu could attack, and immediately stopped,
swinging its iron hammer to strike. However, at the moment it raised its hand, the body of the flame soul transformed into a red light, brushing past it. Bloodthirsty's abdomen instantly bore another wound, gushing out black blood, feeling that the sturdy reverse metal armor was nothing more than a useless decoration.
Can someone like you even be considered a god of battle?
Standing behind the bloodthirsty figure, Ning Jie sneered, a god of battle is the product of a perfect combination between the pilot and the machine. And you are nothing more than a bug dressed in armor. Your Hangwu is merely a toy that can achieve one-dimensional liberation.
Don't laugh. I'm going to eat you.
The angry bloodthirsty one, disregarding the wounds on their body, charged forward with both hands gripping the hammer. A faster and more powerful hammer than before struck the ground again and again, not only shattering the ground but also tearing apart the floating steel plates that made up Morning Light City. The earth disintegrates, with numerous steel plate cubes forming a ground that floats and sways in the sea, many of which have even turned into huge floating platforms on the water's surface, raising a curtain of water all around. Before the water curtain fell, the chill of the flame soul froze them all into one ice mirror after another. The flame soul stood like a ghost in each mirror. Get out here, you bastard! Standing on a floating platform, the bloodthirsty battle god roared in anger, swinging a hammer to shatter the numerous ice mirrors around him. Like a ghost, the flame soul silently stood behind it, suddenly embracing its body, and the cold ice blade directly cut through the bloodthirsty throat. The bloodthirsty massive body trembled and convulsed in the embrace of the flame soul, yet Ningjia remained unmoved, cutting the wound deeper to let the blood flow out faster. When the flame soul releases its bloodlust, it is already dead, and the black blood stains the ice surface around the floating board black. The ice blade in hand shattered, and the flame soul looked up at the sky. That would be another battlefield. Report Blue Star status. In the command center on the moon in the universe, X began to play the unfinished chess game again. Yes, the Blue Star Defense Force has been over 40% destroyed, and 167 cities have fallen. Now, the only place alleviating the pressure of invasion is Morning Light City. The technician quickly read the data. All defense lines in Morning Light City are being re-established, and most of the Black Scorpions are retreating. After all, it is the capital of the Blue Star Federation, and Morning Light City has more elite combat supplies in terms of troop allocation. These are not the fundamental changes to the battlefield. Flame Soul Fighting God. It seems that Old Man Sean has made a good move. X smiled as he placed a white stone, but the victory of a city cannot fundamentally alter the situation. To win, we need even more powerful killing moves. Jumping back from the floating board to the stable ground, Ning Jia in the cockpit connected to the underground laboratory's communication, and, "Are you there?" "Of course, I've been waiting for you, our god of war." Sitting in front of the computer, and smiled sweetly. "My armament was deactivated when it was frozen, and without the ability to move globally, I couldn't save cities beyond the dawn. The only way is to quickly eliminate the enemy's fleet. Can you take me to space?" Ning Jie looked up at the sky. "The fleet of Blue Star has been dispatched to the moon as a surprise force, and all I have are some ordinary light reconnaissance mech thrusters, which are completely insufficient to break through the atmosphere. However, if you don't mind the unpleasant appearance, come to the underground laboratory, maybe I have something you can use." And quickly checked the computer data. "I'm on my way," Ning Jie said before hanging up the communication. 10 minutes later, the blockade fleet on the moon's surface had basically been exhausted, and there were no longer any offensive forces in space that could pose a threat to the Moth fleet. The massive fleet of moths once again fully opened their abdomens, and countless newly born green-boned dragonflies continuously flew out from within. Tens of millions of invaders have sharpened their fangs, just waiting for the command to be given. "High Priest! Please look," shouted the bug with fly-like compound eyes. In front of the enlarged screen at Hamuda, a large crack in the ground in Morning Light City revealed a gigantic primitive rocket. This, as an ancient relic of humanity's initial space equipment, has now become humanity's last hope, because the Flame Soul Fighting God is fixed at the top of the rocket. "Countdown begins," the technician said seriously in the rocket launch room. "No need, we're in a hurry." Wu Ning smiled as he pulled off the technician's microphone from his head and directly pressed the launch button. Thick smoke spewed from the bottom of the rocket, engulfing the Earth. The giant thrusters propelled the Doshin directly upward toward the sky. Everyone in Changwon City saw the majestic rocket launch and unconsciously looked up at it. "Stop him! His trajectory is our flagship," shouted the compound-eyed bug, as countless bone-winged bats swooped towards the direction of the rocket outside the Moth battleship fleet. Before approaching the rocket, more attacking missiles have already flown in from the ground.
Block these attackers at 100 meters away. Protect the rocket at all costs. And shouted in the laboratory with a megaphone.
In the city of Morninglight, all the mech war vehicles had forgotten about the ravaging Black Scorpion Legion, as they all shot missiles into the sky, even as their own bodies were being engulfed by the Black Scorpions.
The guy on the ground is really stupid.
These bugs can't harm the fighting spirit at all, yet he actually died to cover us. The snake said disdainfully, while the thruster behind Yenhun had already disassembled, leaving only the last segment. They are not foolish, they are just protecting their own hopes. Ning Jia in the cockpit lowered his head, his voice becoming very soft. Finally, the last rocket detached from the body of the Flame Soul battle god, Blue Star, and the rain of missiles fired from it also came to an end, as numerous bone-winged dragonflies charged towards the isolated Flame Soul.
A group of pests actually came to destroy my home? You've really made me angry. Get lost.
Ning Jia retracted his body, and the armor on his right forearm instantly cracked open, revealing a 5-meter-long, crimson sword hilt drawn from the Flame Soul fighting god. The macro-martial system of the Flame Soul fighting god was activated, stemming from the anger in Ning Jia's emotions. A more vividly red slender lightsaber suddenly extended from the hilt, its dazzling light causing the world to take notice. In that simple swing of the sword, many nearby bone-winged dragonflies were turned to ashes, and the heat made the insects retreat. With inertia, the Flame Soul fighting god landed on the back of the Black Moth battleship, holding a bright red longsword in one hand, pointing it at the bridge's window, just like that day when Ning Jia pointed a gun at Hamute's head.
This is your second chance. Roll back to your planet, and you are never allowed to set foot on the land of Blue Star again. Ning Jia's voice echoed within the bridge. High Priest.
The temperature outside has reached 1,000 degrees.
The Black Moth is about to catch fire.
The panicked compound-eyed bug ran in front of Hamuta, only to be pierced through the chest by Hamute's raised hand. The chaotic bridge also regained its composure in an instant. Flame Soul fighting god Ning Jia, you, who clearly wears an emotion control device, can still ignite your candle heaven.
It seems you really hate me, huh?
Hamuta licked the bodily fluids of its kind from its hands and slowly walked towards the window.
You have 10 seconds to think. The imposing Flame Soul stood still. Ning Jia. This time you win, but next time I will definitely come to kill you, eat your bones, and drink your blood. Let Blue Star turn everyone into food for our insect star. Hamuta shouted fiercely while leaning on the window.
I'll take that as your refusal. The sword of the Flame Soul dual god pierced straight into the bridge, and a massive explosion ignited the poor Black Moth. In an instant, the command was lost, and the massive fleet of moths became chaotic. Many of the moths that retreated from each other fell into Blue Star's atmosphere, igniting as they flapped their wings. The invaders on the Blue Star also lost their fighting spirit at this moment, abandoning their numerical advantage and fleeing in panic. The Blue Star mecha groups, along with ordinary human troops, looked blankly at the foolish enemy and launched a counterattack against the Black Scorpions with a ratio of 1 to 300. Blue Steris saved. The hero who saves it floats in the dark universe like cosmic dust. The blade of the candle heaven has vanished, and the battle is over. Ning Jia looked down at the azure Blue Star and said, "This is the home where I will live in the future, it feels really good." Yenhan raised his hand as if to touch the surface of Blue Star.
We won!
In the command room on the moon, a crowd of people cheered, with both the elderly and women excitedly screaming, embracing, and shedding tears.
We can go home now.
X smiled as he dropped the chess piece in his hand. Blue Star spent a full 3 months clearing out the insect beasts, with over 200 million soldiers and civilians reported dead in this battle. A quarter of the cities worldwide were severely destroyed, and the cosmic fleet suffered a destruction rate of over 97%. To return to the level before the war, it will take at least 10 years.
But these still could not stop the joy of the entire nation celebrating victory. By dusk that day, the invaders in the urban area of Morninglight had all been annihilated, becoming Blue Star the city with reduced combat readiness. And as the remaining fleet from the moon began its return, many civilians and soldiers gathered in front of the spaceport, which had been half destroyed, to welcome their heroes. Amid the waves of cheers and the sound of cannon fire, X led the people inside the Lunar Command Center down from the flagship. As the first representatives to be welcomed, An and Wu were able to step forward. I had heard long ago that the head organized a group of geneticists to create the smartest human, but I didn't expect he actually succeeded. Holding X's small hand, An looked at X without any gratitude. And you must be complimenting me. X squinted and smiled, but this victory is not my achievement, it belongs to you, Miss N. If it weren't for you unleashing the Flame Soul Battle God, we Blue Star would have already been destroyed. By the way, I found a treasure on the way back, and now I'm giving it to you. As X spoke, a fiery red flame soul fighting god emerged from the hatch of the battleship behind him. Every step it takes seems to make Blue Star tremble, and the hearts of all humanity beat along with it. In the deafening cheers, the crowd surged forward desperately. If it weren't for the soldiers forming a human wall, the flame soul fighting god would have been engulfed by the flood-like crowd at this moment. The members of Mr. Rabbit's patrol team stood not far away, and Ling Shan zoomed in on the full view of the flame soul through the screen. She could hardly imagine that not long ago, she was inside that mech. The proud flame soul dual god knelt down beside An, and from the open cockpit, Ning Jia leaped down to the ground. Welcome home. Wu Nang was the first to step forward and tightly embrace Ning Jia's body. I have a task for you. All weapon systems of the Flame Soul, except for the macro weapon, were deactivated during the trial. I need a lot of new equipment, and I need your help to design it. The specific design requirements will be transmitted to your computer later. In the arms of the muscular man, Ning Jie calmly recounted. You really know how to put on a show, don't you? You just saved all of humanity and you're acting all serious. Come on, smile a bit. Wu Nan laughed heartily, gripping Ning Jie's shoulder. We haven't won, we are just still alive for now. The fleet from the insect star will come again soon, and when they do, there will be more, stronger, and fiercer ones. Ning Jie's serious expression frightened Wu Nan. And how much longer can I hold on? Even I don't know. Are you kidding me? Don't tell me you have some terminal illness. Wu Nan laughed as he hugged Ning Jie. No, it's not him who has the terminal illness, but the Flame Soul Battle God. Standing beside the body of the Flame Soul Battle God, and solemnly stroked its armor. And a close gaze easily reveals the clear, tiny cracks on the armor, our god of war. Is cracking. How could this happen? Wu Ning finally walked seriously to An's side, looking at the similarly cracked armor. The reverse metal that forms the Flame Soul has evolved. Now it has the ability to create extremely cold environments, using ice as a blade to freeze everything. Ning Jie slowly walked up to the Flame Soul Battle God, gently caressing its armor as if touching his own skin. Ironically, my Hangwu drive originates from the anger in my heart, and the candle heaven it produces is also a sharp blade that melts everything with ultra-high thermal energy. Now, it is destroying the Flame Soul itself. The high temperature released by the one-dimensional liberation has already caused the reverse metal part of the surface armor, which is accustomed to extreme cold, to die. If there is two-dimensional or three-dimensional liberation, the Flame Soul Warrior might be killed by its own high heat. The terrifying thing is, this kind of damage is irreversible. And Wu Nang and X-Quan present were speechless, silently listening to the cheers of the crowd. Before long, Wu Nang and X's phones rang simultaneously, and after answering, they also hung up at the same time. Do you have the same orders as I do? X smiled. Ning Jia, let's go. The head wants to see us. And gently patted Ning Jia's back. I'm hungry, remember to have him prepare something to eat. Ning Jia stretched lazily and walked towards the car not far away. Leave the Flame Soul to me, I'll take good care of it. Wu Nang patted the machine body and gave Ning Jia a thumbs up. Where are they going? Not far away, Miller watched as Ning Jia got into the sedan. God knows, maybe it's to receive a medal?
After all, the aliens did such an outstanding job, Xiao Lian said excitedly.
Sister, can we also earn medals?
Little Lian's eyes sparkled with hopeful starlight. It doesn't seem to be like that, his expression is too serious, Ling Shan murmured to herself. The Mercedes sedan passed through Morning Light City, where the streets were littered with the remnants of battle. Large garbage trucks were clearing away the bodies of the insect beasts, while rescue teams were cutting through the debris of their homes and mechs to search for any survivors. Ning Jia is right, there is nothing for humanity to be happy about. Our home has been destroyed like this, and all the joy is not worth as much as mourning for the dead. The car arrived at the small cabin by the edge of the cliff, and the old man was still gazing at the entire city of morning light.
Head, we have arrived.
And called softly.
Come in, I've prepared dinner.
The old man maneuvered his electric wheelchair directly into the wooden house, and Ning Jia quickly followed. X and N looked at each other in confusion before heading towards the wooden house. Bewildered, because the old man of the mountain had never allowed anyone into his wooden cabin, and when the crowd entered, there were already other guests here.
I saw Gao Ao, dressed in a black suit, sitting at the dining table, drinking fine red wine.
You've arrived, so slow.
Gao Ao raised his cup to signal, his head still wrapped in bandages, and the fragrance of mecha energy transmission fluid clung to him, clearly having come here from the battlefield not long ago. Everyone was silent as they sat at the long dining table, and Ning Jia ate desperately like a madman, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. Just by looking at him, everyone else couldn't eat anymore.
Do you want to push yourself to death? Anne asked, supporting her face with one hand. No, he is just maximizing his physical recovery, because he doesn't know when he will have such a calm opportunity to eat again in future battles.
Gao Ao smiled as he drank red wine.
As a warrior, his thinking is correct, and I agree with his viewpoint. The insect star will definitely come again, and it won't give us much time to rest.
X also began to eat desperately.
The victory of a battle cannot change the current state of the human crisis. Therefore, we must seek breakthroughs to ensure that Blue Star can firmly move forward on its path. The old man sighed and lowered his forehead.
There is a way to save us.
Ning Jia said with his mouth full of food, join the Starry Sky Sorrow and become a member of the Alliance planets.
Is it really that easy?
We have been applying for 200 years, yet all we have received is an undecided result. And shrugged helplessly.
Once upon a time it was the past, but now it is different.
We have our own god of war, and it is the flame soul god of war. Our strength will be recognized by the sorrow of the starry sky. We may perish in the attack of the insect stars, but the flame soul fighting god will definitely survive. He will represent Blue Star, the souls of 6 billion people, seeking revenge against the planet that once ignored Blue Star destruction.
If we negotiate with such determination, we have a chance. X said seriously.
As I thought, calling you here is precisely to assign such work to you.
The old man finally smiled and gently pressed the switch on his wheelchair.
The originally calm living room suddenly began to sink. Descending along the long glass tunnel, everyone saw a massive underground spaceport. Docked at the port was a giant spacecraft that had never been seen in human history, and numerous workers were busily transporting goods onto the ship. The streamlined hull is 1,700 meters long, and 12 parallel high-power thrusters can easily propel this warship to the speed of light. On the battleship, over 100 ion cannons, 200 missile launch bays, and 2 mecha launch hatches all demonstrate a powerful attack and self-defense capability. Mr. Ning Jia, do you recognize this battleship? The old man Shan smiled as he looked at Ning Jia. Finally putting down the chopsticks, Ning Jia walked to the edge of the living room and carefully looked at the battleship outside the glass cover. Although there are some differences in appearance, it can basically be considered a flagship-level battleship of the Arai Star royal family. If I'm not mistaken, over 90% of the technology on this battleship should be provided by the Yalai Star. That's right, this is exactly the strongest battleship, Noah's Ark, that Nana coordinated thousands of Arai technicians to help us build 50 years ago. The old man nodded. If it had been there during the battle with the insect star, the cosmic fleet probably wouldn't have suffered such a terrible defeat. Ning Jia sat back down at the dining table, but no longer ate so eagerly. But it is not enough to turn the tide of the battle. X thought, let's name it Noah's Arkansas. I remember that it was mentioned in the Bible, the great ship that saved the last hope of living beings.
X is right, our plan with Yali was to let Blue Star escape with the last humans when it was destroyed.
However, now the plan has changed.
We cannot give up our homeland. The Ark will take our envoy to the headquarters of the Starry Skies Grief.
Whether it is a threat or flattery, we must let Blue Star join the Starry Skies Grief.
The old man said with righteous indignation. Let us see it, because we will sit on it, right?
And felt no sense of honor. Instead, her eyes were filled with worry.
Let me explain the next steps. Gao Ao put down his wineglass and stood up. Everyone, the work has been assigned.
X will serve as the captain of the Ark, while N will be the leader of the technical team. Wu, who is not here, will be the leader of the mechanical maintenance team. As for Ning Jia, he is our Noah's Ark, the captain of the mech guard team, and I am the vice captain.
I won't do it.
After eating and drinking to his fill, Ning Jia propped his legs up on the table.
I don't want to be any kind of leader. I can't be responsible for my companions around me. My battles, I will try to keep them as something I participate in alone. In fact, you don't need to be responsible to anyone.
No one in the mech squad that is about to join your guard will expect your protection. We could all die on the battlefield at any moment.
Gao Ao pleaded almost desperately.
Death is not a form of glory. I fear guys like you who face death with such indifference the most.
Ning Jia said gloomily, grabbing his head. You never fear death, bravely facing the tide of enemies with your bodies, ending your own lives, thinking that if you can't complete the mission, at least you can atone with your death, and then die peacefully, completely ignoring what happens to those who are still alive? If you want me to board this so-called Noah's Ark, then let me be just an ordinary mecha engineer, otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke again. They just quietly waited for the living room to settle at the bottom. Xinguang City is the fastest in the world to recover from the ravages of war. By the third day after the Great Battle, there were no living insects or beasts to be found here. Actor like Blue Star, the leader of the Blue Star Federation, announced humanity's victory on television and promised that no beast would dare to attack Blue Star again. Meanwhile, in private, the government has seized all global spacecraft and mecha factories, producing new combat power day and night. On the fifth day after the Great War, Morning Light City had returned to normal order. Even though everyone's faces still showed sorrow for the loss of loved ones, they were all living, working, studying, and breathing as they did before. The students of Thunder Mecha Academy have returned to school, but only 1/3 of the original students are back. No one has mentioned where the rest have gone. However, there is no doubt that the Thunder Mecha Advanced Academy has become the most bustling place after the war. Not only are there a large number of young people enrolling, but there are also various individuals from all walks of life eagerly anticipating the appearance of Ning Jia. The government still keeps the true identity of Ning Jia a secret. The only information released to the public is that he is an outstanding student from the Thunder Mecha Academy, a once-in-100 years mecha genius, and the Flame Soul Battle God is also Blue Star's first self-produced Battle God mecha. However, this is enough for people to worship and admire heroes. Look at these guys, they gather here every day like crazy people. Driving a luxurious hover car, Miller brought Ling Shan into the academy's gate. Outside the door, a large crowd holding flowers and gifts was gathered in front of the iron railing. Perhaps they just want to meet the hero. Ling Shan said softly. Heroes? Hey, do they even know what our heroes look like now? Miller scoffed disdainfully. Arriving at the classroom of Class 2, Year 3, there is no sense of reduced numbers here. Instead, it feels even more crowded than before. Just because Ning Jia was surrounded by beautiful female students from various classes, sitting on a small hill made of gifts, he was laughing heartily with a girl on each side. Jia, let me give you a kiss. Ning Jia, do you like my figure? I'm a 36F. Go to hell with your fake goods, I am the genuine and authentic bamboo shoot type. Ning Jia, I want to marry you. Please marry me. A crowd of crazy girls is shouting. I'm so annoyed, it's like this every day, I can't study at all. Xiao Lian sat on the podium in frustration. It's unfair. Clearly, we are all members of Mr. Rabbit's team. Why is it only him who is admired?
Little Lian said indignantly, hugging her sister's arm. Although I am grateful that this guy saved Blue Star, he is also too full of himself.
Miller said coldly.
Forget it, anyway, he deserves this. Ling Shan helplessly sat down in the seat next to Miller. The class was so noisy that when the bell rang, the girls surrounding Ning Jia didn't hear it. Until An walked to the podium, slammed the handout onto the table with a bang, all the girls finally stopped fooling around and left class 3-2 through the back door, looking dejected. Finally at peace, Ling Shan was able to return to her seat beside Ning Jia. She slightly turned her head to glance at Ning Jia, who was wiping the lipstick marks off his face with a piece of floral cloth. Jia! That is. Ling Shan suddenly exclaimed, her face turning red. Is this it? Ning Jia had not reacted yet when a girl ran back through the back door and snatched the floral cloth from Ning Jia's hands. How annoying! Those are someone else's lace panties. The girl shyly ran away. Many boys in the class who turned back couldn't help but have nosebleeds, looking at Ning Jia with either admiration or envy. Alright, kids, enough noise. And said with a stern face as she activated the switch, and the front and back doors of Class 2, Year 3 automatically closed and locked. The classmates unconsciously swallowed their saliva, feeling a sense of foreboding. Today is the first day I am here to teach you after resuming classes. As everyone knows, after the war ended, I had many tasks to handle, so I arrived late. Before we start the class, I hope everyone will join me in observing a minute of silence for our deceased classmate. Anne's voice was soft, and with her notes, all the students closed their eyes, and tears streamed down some of their faces. But only Ning Jia stared wide-eyed at Anne's tricks on stage. 1 minute left, everyone, congratulations, you are still alive to pray for others. But this does not mean you can be so lucky forever, standing with her hands on her hips at the podium, and said sternly, our comfortable lives are no longer here. The Blue Star Federation chairman said that the insect planet will no longer attack, but do you believe it? The students below remained silent. Very good, it seems you still have some brains, and your lives are not completely in someone else's hands. And satisfactorily open the handout, since you understand, I will now tell you a secret government plan. We have built the strongest battleship on Blue Star, and we will have new armaments and new power. And because the mech pilots on Blue Star suffered heavy losses, the battleship's mech pilots are currently in severe shortage. As survivors of the insectoid attack, you are undoubtedly warriors. Therefore, by simply signing up, you have the chance to become a mecha pilot on this brand new warship, navigating through the cosmos. Now, is there anyone willing to sign up? As soon as An finished speaking, countless arms shot up, each person standing their ground like a fierce tiger, as if they had forgotten the fear of death. A group of idiots. Ning Jia lay dejectedly on the table. Are you not signing up? Ling Shan, with her arm raised, looked at Ning Jia in surprise. By the name of the report, I am already the mech master on the battleship. That foul woman and has pulled another dirty trick. Ning Jia felt a twitch in his teeth. Now I will announce the list of those who will become members of the battleship escort team. And revealed a mischievous smile, assault specialist, Miller. Heavy support, Xiao Lian and Xiao Lian. Light reconnaissance scout, Ling Shan. Sniper, Ning Jia. That's how it is for now. Did you hear that? Ning Jia, we can fight together again. Ling Shan excitedly pushed Ning Jia's shoulder. Yes, she deliberately found a bunch of burdens for me that I can't ignore, she just wants to drag me down to my death. Ning Jia was shaken to his feet by the excited Ling Shan, his face as if he had stepped in something unpleasant. Hey, for those of you still feeling lucky to be chosen, do you think you know where you're going? It's Planet K1. Do you know where Planet K1 is? K1 is the headquarters of the Sorrow of the Starry Sky, located 1 light-year away from Blue Star, in a distant universe that humans have never visited. What do you think you will encounter on the journey? Insect Star's blockade fleet? Interstellar pirates who kill mercilessly? Ion storms from black holes? Come on, I can at least name 100 ways that could lead us to a point of no return. So what? No matter where we go, no matter the reason, we are the mech masters of Blue Star, and we will definitely complete all difficult tasks.
Tell him who we are. Miller shouted passionately. Warrior! 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 The students shouted as if they had taken a stimulant. A group of idiots, too lazy to attend class with you. Remember to tell the girls who come looking for me that I'm on the rooftop. Ning Jie yawned as he walked to the back door, and then opened the door for him without stopping him. With the pessimistic critic Ning Jie gone, the following classes were filled with enthusiasm. Everyone actively discussed cosmic warfare strategies and various solutions for handling crises. In their discussion, humans truly seem like an invincible presence in the universe. Only Ling Shan understands Ning Jie's worries and kindness. At noon, holding the lunch she had carefully prepared in the morning, Ling Shan nervously arrived at the rooftop. Pushing open the big door, Ning Jie was lying on the rooftop floor basking in the sun. If you want me to sign, wait a moment, I haven't woken up yet, Ning Jie said lazily. Do I still need to wait if it's you treating me to a meal? Ling Shan shyly raised the lunchbox. Of course, that's a priority. Sit down, huh? Ning Jie jumped up excitedly, snatched Ling Shan's lunchbox, and ate it without any hesitation. I really don't understand, what kind of person are you? Sitting on the bench directly opposite Ning Jie, Ling Shan looked at Ning Jie with confusion. Is it really that complicated? Ning Jie chewed on the shrimp in his mouth. Ling Shan nodded seriously. Sometimes, you are just a simple pervert. Other times, you are like a cruel butcher. At times, you are even a hero who protects others. Am I really that complicated? So, who is your food really for, the pervert, the butcher, or the hero? Ning Jie said with a silly smile, a grain of rice at the corner of his mouth. Thank you for giving food to the one who saved me, Ning Jie. Without you, I might already be dead. Ling Shan's eyes were filled with tears. Don't cry, I'm most afraid of women's tears. Because once a beautiful woman cries, she isn't beautiful anymore. Ning Jie nervously shook his hand. I'm not crying. Ling Shan smiled and held back her tears. By the way, when I was in your arms, I heard a song that came from your earring. The singing was beautiful. Who was singing? When the song was mentioned, Ning Jie's expression darkened, but after a moment, he lifted his head and gave a silly smile, saying, It's nothing, actually it's just a song recorded by a friend for me. In the past, I used to get angry easily, and she hoped the music could help suppress my bad temper. As a result, she succeeded, and even now, I can't really get too angry. Is that friend of yours a girl? Ling Shan's gaze shifted elsewhere, her voice becoming very soft. Yes, a girl that I still can't forget now. After finishing, Ning Jie stretched out her arms and lay down on the warm floor. Ling Shan, can you promise me one thing? What happened? Ling Shan was taken aback. Never try to save me or help me again. Ning Jie's calm words struck Ling Shan's heart like a hammer. Ling Shan could only nod silently. On the 10th day after the Great War, the Ark of Noah was unveiled. When this massive, brand new battleship emerged from the underground port, all of humanity was stunned. The pristine, cloud-like Noah's Ark, made of steel, brings humanity a sense of shock and security. People of all ages, men and women, flocked to the streets to witness the grandeur of Noah's Ark. Unfortunately, Ning Jie did not come. He and Wu arrived at a secret military base in the suburbs. The Flame Soul fighting god, which they had not seen for 10 days, was kneeling on the runway of the base, its crimson armor an imposing figure resembling a warrior about to head into battle. In front of it, various new equipment was displayed. Look, I've armed the Flame Soul battle god to the teeth. Wu Ning smiled as he showcased his creation to Ning Jie, an enhanced version of the 12-barrel Gatling gun, capable of firing 3,200 rounds per minute, equipped with 30,000 rounds of high-explosive ammunition, truly a weapon that one person can use to destroy a warship. It's too heavy. Ning Jie said disdainfully. Too heavy? Then this is great. Enhanced assault rifle, magazine capacity of 50 rounds, can be equipped with various types of ammunition, maximum range of 3 kilometers. It's too ugly. Ugly? How about this? A 100mm grenade launcher, loaded with 32 rounds,
capable of high-speed firing, ensuring that after one round, all fish, shrimp, crabs, and animals within a kilometer radius are dead.
It's too indiscriminate.
Big brother, what do you like?
I can't figure it out.
Wu Nang said, feeling frustrated as he scratched his head.
What is this?
Ning Jie suddenly stopped in front of the pile of weapons.
Do you like this?
Wu Nang said in surprise, pointing at a 10-meter-long pure white metal sword. I brought this just to make up the numbers. I remember it's called the melee cutter. It was originally designed as a melee weapon for mechs to cut flagship materials, so the blade is equipped with 3,600 tiny artificial diamond serrations, and when activated, it can cut through objects like a chainsaw. But later, in actual combat, it was found that holding such things made it as difficult to advance to the battleship as climbing to the sky.
This is it, I like it, assemble it, make a bit more. By the way, have you finished making the thrusters I asked you to?
Ning Jie excitedly licked the corner of his mouth. Of course, but even now I still can't believe that guy was created by me. Wu Nang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. 10 minutes later, the base runway was cleared, leaving only the towering flame soul dual god and the giant thruster hanging behind it.
Jia, can you hear me?
Wu Nang said on the radio from the control tower. Very clear, go ahead. Ning Jie, sitting inside the flame soul fighting god, was adjusting the instruments.
Are you sure you want to experiment with this thruster?
You should know that I've installed 4 engines used by space probes on it. Even within Blue Star, it is possible to break the sound barrier in 10 seconds and reach 3 times the limit of sound speed in 15 seconds. At such speeds, no one can operate a mech perfectly. I don't want to send you crashing into a big tree.
Wu Nang warned.
Don't worry, this is already very slow.
Ning Jie smiled as he pushed the engine to its limits.
In the blink of an eye, the flame soul fighting god on the runway had vanished. Only a satellite could barely capture the shadow of the flame soul flying at high speed. Soaring freely in the sky like a bird, Ning Jie ruthlessly destroys his own wings. At 3 times the speed of sound, he performs various difficult maneuvers such as sudden stops, turns, reversals, and spins. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long been unconscious and vomiting, but Ning Jie stubbornly flew for half an hour before landing. Worried, Wu Nang personally stepped forward to greet, "My god, are you okay?"
My precious thruster.
The speed is barely sufficient, but the steering isn't flexible enough. I suggest adding 2 more thrusters to assist with the steering.
As for you, 3 days should be enough, right?
After coming down, Ning Jie rubbed his neck and said,
Where is there so much time? We set off tomorrow. If we're going to do it, we need to complete it on the Noah's Arkansas.
You crazy person. Wu Nang said, gently stroking the thruster.
Tomorrow, are we really leaving?
Ning Jie turned his head to look at the distant arc. On the 11th day after the battle with the Bug Star fleet, Morning Light City was festooned with decorations, and the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, with crowds celebrating in a parade everywhere.
The government announced that the Noah's Ark battleship will set sail today to sign the agreement to join the Starry Sky Sorrow. Only a few people know that this is merely an unformed fantasy.
Dressed in a deep blue mech uniform, Ning Jie, yawning, was pulled to the spaceport while sitting in a military hover jeep. However, there was someone who arrived even earlier.
Gao Ao, dressed in a black suit, was gathering the mech troops of the Noah Guard for a briefing.
Jia, you are late.
Gao Ao turned around and smiled.
I had no choice. Knowing I was leaving, a group of girls dragged me to the bar to drink until now. I still haven't woken up. Ning Jie said as he got off the car, holding his head. When I saw the gathered crowd, I was immediately startled awake.
Hey, is this for real? Is this all the personnel of the guard team?
Ning Jie shouted angrily, as the only ones standing in front of Gao Ao were Ling Shan, Miller, and Xiao Lian.
What are you shouting about?
Blue Star is now bustling with activity, and many areas still have not been cleared of insect beasts. It's just a matter of signing a document. Having people like us is already enough. Miller patted his chest. Forget it, it's the same whether you're here or not. Let's board the ship, I'm dead tired. With a sigh, Ning Jie was the first to walk towards the Noah's Ark. At this moment, on the bridge, the crew was nervously conducting the final departure checks. X was not sitting in the captain's position, instead, he was lying on the huge screen in the center of the bridge, playing a game of black and white Go with intersecting lines.
Hey, do we really have to follow this guy's arrangements? He looks like just an 11 or 12-year-old kid, right?
Wu Neng whispered in An's ear.
Don't underestimate him.
I've checked X's information. He is a child genetically modified by the old man of the mountain using the world's best genes, recognized as an evolved version of humanity.
His IQ exceeds 320, which is the sum of you and me combined.
Anne crossed her arms and watched X's game.
Is it true? So smart? I wonder if he can guess the lottery numbers accurately. Wu Neng has already taken out paper and a pen. Go to hell, idiot.
And punched Wu Neng in the face. It wasn't until the afternoon that the staff at the spaceport hurriedly evacuated the many people waiting outside the spaceport. After the countdown of 54,321 ended with an unchanging rhythm, the Ark of Noah took off, the giant thrusters allowing this massive object to break free from the gravity of Blue Star and disappeared before everyone's eyes. After effortlessly breaking through the atmosphere, Miller and the others, who had arrived in space for the first time, excitedly looked out the window at the vast universe, while Ning Jie simply lay in bed, quietly sleeping. For him, what he needs to do now is to rest as much as possible.
Because he didn't know how long the battle that might happen next would last.
The thruster output is normal, and there are no adverse reactions in any of the compartments. Inside the bridge, the pilot reported in a formulaic manner. Very well, now starting hyperspace cruise at 30 times the speed of light, target, planet K1, initiate.
X calmly placed a black piece in the center of the chessboard.
30 times the speed of light, engage. The pilot pushed the thrusters to their limit. In an instant, the arc of the universe twisted and deformed, disappearing from sight in an instant.
At this moment, they are unaware that an intense council is taking place on their destination, planet K1.
In the vast parliamentary chamber resembling an opera house, Yufina, Hamuta, and the other 3 permanent judges sat in a circle at the center of the venue, with 216 representatives of the member planets of the Starry Skies Grief quietly seated behind them.
Hamster, you must explain. The dead silence was broken by Nana's question. What explanation? Beautiful one, I don't understand. Hamuta sneered with a flick of his serpent-like tongue.
Since your bug star joined the Starry Sky of Sorrow, all planets that apply to join the Starry Sky of Sorrow have been swallowed by the bug star. Your greed has already led to the extinction of many beings in the universe, and now you want to lay your hands on Blue Star. Shouldn't you give us an explanation?
Nana's expression was serious.
The explanation is that we get hungry very easily, and if we don't eat, we will die.
And what kind of broken law is this that only allows me to eat some inferior planet food?
It's really troublesome. Why don't we simply withdraw from the Starry Sky Sorrow and just devour all of you together? Hamud's words frightened many planets present, causing them to discuss nervously.
Do you think Yalai would be afraid?
I hope you can put us at the top of your menu. I promise to knock your teeth out.
Nana rarely showed a fierce expression. Enough, stop arguing, don't forget your own identity.
Sitting at the head of the judge, an old man reprimanded, and everyone else fell silent. Even Hamuta did not dare to act recklessly. Take a close look at this old man. His entire body is covered in cracked bark, and his head is adorned with numerous leaves, resembling a talking tree. The nameplate in front of him indicates that he is the Grand Elder of the oldest planet in the universe, Bodhi Star. The 2 esteemed judges of the Starry Skies Grief are actually arguing endlessly over a backward little planet. Is it really necessary to damage everyone's harmony? The Grand Elder sighed. Of course it's necessary, because that planet is the homeland of the Flame Soul Fighting God, the home of our Arai Star benefactor. Nana did not back down. Even though Arai Star is known for its peace and justice in the sorrow of the starry sky, it must still argue its case. And just such a simple sentence made many representatives start whispering and discussing among themselves. Not only that, but I have the latest news for you. The guy we had frozen has woken up, and he's just as formidable as before. The fleet I sent to eat was also destroyed by him, and he has killed me twice already. Looking back now, I still feel a pain that makes my teeth itch.
Hamuda squeezed his fists. So what? The rules of the Starry Sky Sorrow state that the re-released Ning Jia is already a free person, he can do anything he likes. At this moment, he has become the combat power of Blue Star, and I think everyone needs to face the existence of Blue Star now. Continue to categorize it as an uncivilized, backward planet, allowing the insect race to destroy it without restraint. Our indifference makes us accomplices. How many planets want to experience the anger of the Flame Soul Fighting God? I think you all need to seriously consider this. At this moment, he is on his way here, and soon you will see the awakened Flame Soul Fighting God. After finishing her last sentence, Nana stood up and left the venue. The representatives began to discuss among themselves again. Has the Flame Soul Fighting God awakened on his own planet? Is everything just fate, the Grand Elder side? Divine will? Only reaching here counts. With a forehead covered in snake scales, Hamuda grinned wickedly. At the same time, far away in the vast universe distant from K1, hundreds of giant moth battleships are surrounding a star the size of Blue Star. From the abdomen of a giant black moth in the center, countless tiny black bugs suddenly fell. The black bugs that landed on the surface of the star resembled ants, as they frantically dug into the ground, drilling toward the core of the star. However, half an hour later, the originally calm star suddenly exploded, countless fragments scattering in all directions. 10 minutes later, the star after the explosion transformed into a massive black hole, distorting space, and all the surrounding debris was swallowed into its depths. Haha, Ning Jia, hurry up. I've already prepared hell waiting for you. In the bridge of the Black Moth, Hamut's other avatar shouted hoarsely. Cruising at 30 times the speed of light is not something to boast about in the universe. After all, when faced with the vastness of space where distances can reach dozens of light-years, more advanced planets have already developed cruising speeds measured in light-years per hour and more sophisticated space-jumping technologies using ion decomposition transmission, which were born thousands of years ago. However, this is the maximum extent to which Yalai Star can assist Blue Star in updating the engine system of the cosmic battleship, allowing for a cruising speed of 30 times the speed of light, enabling arrival at planet K1 in 12.167 days. Originally, with humanity's own technological level, the highest capability was just approaching the speed of light cruising, requiring a full year to reach the starry sky of sorrow. And at this time, it is enough for the insect star to devour the Blue Star until only the crust remains. The entire crew of the Noah's Ark, including Captain Ning Jia, consists of 1,080 members. Regardless of their positions, everyone hopes to safely get through these 12.167 days, successfully complete the signed agreement, and protect their homes. Unfortunately, sometimes things can never develop in the direction you expect. On the third day after the departure of the Noah's Ark, a loud alarm suddenly rang out in the quiet bridge of the ship. The radar monitor turned around nervously, his face drenched in cold sweat, and said, "Captain, there's a black hole ahead." The driver issued a level 2 alert. Everyone secure immediately. Exit cruise mode in 2 minutes. X dropped the chess piece and quickly rushed to the captain's seat, securing himself in place. Radar operator, how much time do we have left? 3.5 minutes. The radar operator was almost in tears. We calibrated the cruise route according to the latest interstellar map provided by the Uri star, and there were no black holes on this path before. I know, it's not your fault, it's just that some people don't welcome us. X tightly grasped the handrail. The secondary alarm on the warship indicated that the level of crisis had nearly reached the point of abandoning ship and fleeing. In a brief moment of confusion, everyone quickly secured themselves to the nearest part of the ship. Even with an internal buffering system, the damage to the human body from an emergency exit from lightspeed cruising is far more terrifying than that of a car suddenly stopping on a highway. At the moment the alarm sounded, Ning Jia, who had been sleeping in the hangar, leaped up from the missile container and charged directly towards the Flame Soul Dual God Mecha, which was kneeling on one knee nearby. X, how long until we exit cruise mode? In the Flame Soul Fighting God, Ning Jia connected to the bridge's communication. After a 30-second countdown, a newly formed black hole appeared ahead of us. It should be the welcome banquet of the Worm Star. X glanced at the signal connection location. Are you in the launch pod? This is too reckless.
In this state, launching you out will result in only two outcomes, either being instantly torn to pieces by super high-speed inertia, or with just a slight deviation of a few tenths of a second, we would be separated by half a solar system. I know, so you must launch me precisely on time. The snake has calculated that after the Noah's Ark exits its cruise, its position will be directly within the gravitational field of the black hole, and the battleship's retrograde power is insufficient to escape the black hole. It requires the main thruster to provide power. The hull must rotate 180 degrees and must be completed within 15 seconds to escape, otherwise, we will all die in the black hole. Ning Jie skillfully activated various switches. The steering force of the Noah's Ark is not that good, especially under such gravitational influence. It takes at least 18 seconds to complete. X spoke with precise data like a computer. In the remaining 3 seconds, I'll help you finish. Ning Jie was already standing on the launcher. It seems you understand this battleship just like I do. It's rare to find a mecha engineer who has done their homework. X smiled gently. 30 seconds passed, and the 1,700-meter-long warship instantly exited its 30 times light speed cruise. The linear scenes outside the window transformed into a stable world of intertwined stars and darkness. Although every crew member had secured themselves as much as possible to the hull, this sudden stop made it feel as if their souls were about to be thrown out of their bodies. Some crew members had broken ribs, and some even vomited large amounts of blood. However, they should be grateful for the excellent cushioning system of the Ark, otherwise, in that moment of stopping, they would have all turned into meat paste, leaving no time for them to enjoy this painful opportunity. Just at the moment of launch, the battleship's forward launch gate opened, illuminating a 200-meter-long runway. The Flame Soul Combat God was instantly propelled forward by the electromagnetic catapult. Strangely, the Flame Soul Combat God did not adopt the posture specified in the manual. Instead, he was half-squatting on the catapult. As the crimson body was launched, one of his palms even grazed the ground, creating a burst of sparks. "Is it Ning Jie?" Ling Shan, fixed to the restaurant floor, shouted through the floor-to-ceiling window. "No, it's a black hole." Miller was stunned as he looked at the huge black vortex ahead. "Accelerate! Accelerate! Make a sharp turn! Full power to the right front thruster, full power to the left rear thruster!" X shouted from the bridge. The Flame Soul Fighting God, emerging with a blaze, grabbed the handrail beside the right runway the moment the launcher released. The entire body was flung into the air by inertia, performing a large spin, and with a thunderous crash, it struck the right bow like a gecko, the force so great that it left 2 dents on the armor of the battleship formed by the impact of its 2 feet. Started. Ning Jie pushed the thruster's lever to the limit, and behind him, the thruster improved by Wu was crazily emitting a blinding white flame. Combined with the battleship's own thrust, the massive hull began to rotate. Black holes, the most terrifying invisible killers in this cosmic voyage, possess a horrifying gravity that can even swallow light. Whether it is the proud god of war or a massive fleet, in the face of it, only the fate of destruction remains. The extremely high-frequency changes in navigation status caused the hull of the Noah's Ark to emit strange creaking sounds, as if it were about to be torn apart, and everyone held their breath. Only the surrounding area of the black hole can be seen, where numerous shattered stellar meteors are indeed drawn into the pitch-black abyss. You overestimate the propulsion of humans and underestimate the gravity of black holes. We can't shorten the limit of 3 seconds. The snake shouted from the corner of the God of War screen. We're not in the best position to advance. Ning Jie suddenly let go of the handrail beside the runway and slid down another 15 meters. Supporting himself with his hands on the thrusters behind the armor, he increased the energy output again. The rotation speed of the Ark of Noah accelerated slightly. But under that terrifying gravity, the entire hull of the Ark began to tremble violently. The ship automatically lowered the isolation walls in all corridors, and all the glass windows were closed. No one knew how far they were from death. This may be the longest 15 seconds in the world. At the moment the thrusters behind the Flame Soul Battle God exploded, he used his last bit of strength to push the battleship. The hull finally formed a vertical angle with the massive black hole behind him. The activation of the main engine allowed the enormous ship to break free from the gravitational pull and propel in the opposite direction. In this push, Ningjia's mech detached its hands from the ship's body. At this moment, on the edge of the black hole, this is the distance between life and death.
Idiot, you're simply asking for death.
The snake thought it had figured out its driver over the years, but after 1,000 years of reunion, it realized that this was still a madman it couldn't understand.
Is it really that bad to disappear with me into a black hole? Ningjia sighed as he leaned back in his seat.
No one mourns you because you died stupidly, the snake said with disdain, flicking its tongue. Just at that moment, a large black hand suddenly grabbed his arm, and the communication window also transmitted in at the same time.
Hey, at least you should have tied the safety rope before coming out. Do you really want to die?
Gao Ao, dressed in a black suit, frowned and said, while his overlord mech was hooking the handrail by the runway with one foot, holding him with one hand.
I would definitely go have a meal first if I had the time.
The overlord pulled Ningjia's machine back onto the runway and stepped into the hangar, only then realizing that An and Wu Neng had already arrived.
With everything so neat, are you inviting me to dinner? Ningjia smiled as he jumped down from Yanhan onto the floor. Are you really a madman who doesn't value your life? Do you really not know how important you are to us?
And approached with a cold expression, grabbing Ningjia by the collar.
Do I need to tell you a few more times for you to understand?
Every one of us can die, but only you must survive. Our primary mission during the 12-day journey is not just to reach K1 alive, but to ensure that you make it to K1 alive. There, the power of the Yalai star and your own combat strength will ensure your safety. As long as you are alive, the blue star has the greatest bargaining chip to enter the sorrow of the starry sky. I said a long time ago that I'm not used to watching others fight from behind, especially the scenes of others dying.
Ningjia did not appreciate it.
Wu Neng, starting today, the Flame Soul Battle God will withdraw from the first-level combat readiness status, locked away in the hangar. Without my orders, the hatch cannot be opened. And released Ningjia's collar and turned to walk towards the passageway. Our battle god is not allowed to be added to the priority deployment list.
And is really angry, don't provoke her anymore.
Things are urgent now, X is holding a strategy meeting, let's go to the conference room.
Wu whispered to Ningjia.
However, after just 10 minutes, the Noah's Ark has successfully escaped over 60% of the black hole's gravitational pull, and it is expected to fully break free in another 15 minutes, entering the realm of free navigation. At the same time, in a bright conference room, X sat at the head of the table, with Wu Neng, and Yao Ao, and Ningjia sitting or standing beside him. After viewing the status report displayed on the electronic screen on the table, every one of them, except Ningjia, had their brows furrowed as if they might break. The insect stars have created black hole blockades on the routes available for us to travel to planet K1, but there is still a route that allows for cruising at 30 times the speed of light. Currently, there are two hypotheses. 1, the insect star has not yet had time to seal this route, so we have a glimmer of hope. 2, this is specifically left for us as a shortcut to hell, where we will encounter a massive insect star fleet at the end. I would never be foolish enough to believe the first hypothesis, Wu Neng sighed.
Is there a way to circumvent these black hole routes and start cruising from a new intercept point? Gao Ao was pondering.
Theoretically, this is the most correct choice, but it will increase our travel time and space, expected to extend to a 3-month journey. Our reserves are sufficient, but the longer it takes, Blue Star and our situation will become increasingly dangerous. We must understand that at this moment in space, we cannot expect Blue Star to provide assistance, and Yalai Star cannot help either, and said worriedly. In fact, there is another path to take, without wormholes, without black holes, it's just a matter of whether you dare to walk it or not, Ningjia said, with his hands clasped behind his head. Before departure, Asteria provided the interstellar route map, which I have studied for a long time. I can recite the names of over 1,000 stars along the way, but I really didn't know there was another route to take.
X enlarged the three-dimensional interstellar map in the center of the table. We are currently located about 1 light hour to the east, where we will encounter a layer of fragmented meteoroids. After penetrating through it, we will soon enter the cosmic ion star belt, which leads directly to the galaxy where planet K1 is located. Ningjia operated the star map, marking the position he mentioned, but the image only displayed the meteoroid layer, while the area beyond that was blank.
Tell me, have you been to that place? X guessed something, As far as I know, all your interstellar travel experience comes from the counter-offensive war with the royal family of Aristar 1,000 years ago. If you had been to such a place, the interstellar map provided by Aristar shouldn't have any blank areas, right? Unless it's a place that isn't allowed to appear on the interstellar map. The captain is very clever, you guessed correctly. Ning Jie smiled. That's right, the space behind the asteroid layer in the free ion star belt is called the Lost Paradise. Don't take the literal meaning too seriously, because that's where interstellar pirates roam the universe, and where interstellar prisoners from various countries seek refuge. In the cosmos, over 50% of illegal transactions take place there, and there are also many extreme offenders like me, who should be sentenced to cryogenic freezing, living there year-round. To some extent, the Lost Paradise may be more dangerous than the trap feast set up by the insect star. The conference room fell into a silence under Ning Jie's introduction. The Lost Paradise is located behind a layer of meteorite, surrounded by a free particle star river, forming the most natural barrier, making it a paradise for interstellar fugitives and pirates. It has existed for thousands of years, always belonging to an anarchic, lawless world. More than 50% of illegal transactions in the entire universe are completed here, which has the largest black market exchange in the universe. Here, you can even buy battle mechs made of antimetal, provided you have enough money. Due to the difficulty of attacking such areas, large fleets cannot even set sail, coupled with the unknown number and strength of the enemy, making the task too challenging. Therefore, the Starry Skies Grief tacitly accepted their existence. However, the Starry Skies Grief clearly stipulated that no member state is allowed to enter this star region or engage in any trade or contact with these fugitive refugees, in order to maintain the reputation of the Starry Skies Grief. Therefore, 1,000 years ago, the Arai royal family came to this star region to escape the siege of the rebels at that time, but this is definitely something that cannot be known to the outside world. According to our administrative model, we will hold a democratic vote on the direction to proceed. Should we take the only passage left by the wormhole, or navigate through the complex and dangerous layer of meteors and deal with lawless interstellar criminals? The voting begins now. X said, raising their small hand. Those in favor of taking the passage left by the wormhole, please raise your hand. And raised her hand without a second thought. I support breaking through. After all, the most foreseeable threat on this road is the fleet of the Bug Star. The combat power of the Ark Noah far exceeds Blue Star fleet, with a cruising capability of 30 times the speed of light. Even when facing a sea of bugs, as long as we find a breakthrough point, we can escape smoothly. As for that lost paradise that isn't even on the interstellar map provided by Yalai. Not to mention that penetrating the meteor layer is an extremely dangerous act, we also have to deal with the most notorious criminals in the galaxy, with the constant possibility of being completely robbed. Of course, the most dangerous thing is that to reach planet K1, one must penetrate through the free ion star belt? Although my major was in humanoid weaponry, it doesn't mean I'm an idiot without any knowledge of physics. The ionized star belt, which is a cloud of electromagnetic particles where a large number of charged cosmic particles gather, naturally shields all signal sources, including external communications. While it does not harm the human body, it possesses 100% destructive power against electronic devices. Whether it's a massive battleship like ours or a formidable combat mech, just a slight touch will allow these electromagnetic clouds to swiftly infiltrate the interior like piranhas, damaging all electronic equipment along the cables, including the engine system. This destruction is so comprehensive that it cannot be repaired even upon entering a spaceport. We will continue to drift in the universe when we are unable to contact the outside world. When you think we will die from hunger and depleted supplies, you are wrong, because after the electromagnetic storm, our oxygen supply system has already been destroyed, so we will actually die from asphyxiation, that kind of legendary death where one scratches their own face before dying. Is it that scary? Wu Nang slowly raised his hand in fear. Friend, dying from asphyxiation is indeed terrifying, but the reason the Lost Paradise is called a paradise is that it has the largest entertainment center in the universe, with alien beauties as numerous as the stars. Most importantly, to optimize their lineage, they are very willing to mate with strong aliens like you. Perhaps we will all die in the end, but you are likely to die comfortably. Ning Jie said, patting Wu Nang's shoulder with a flirtatious smile. I firmly support going to the Lost Paradise. Although there are crises, it is the wisest choice at the moment, Wu Nang said seriously.
You perverted scoundrel, do you even know what integrity is?
And trembled with anger.
Integrity? I only know what chastity means. Wu Neng's saliva was dripping. The voting result is in, 3 votes to 2, we are going to the Lost Paradise. X smiled and put down his hand, not feeling the slightest bit discouraged by the rejection of his proposal. After leaving the conference room, Wu Neng suddenly stopped his friend Gao Ao and curiously asked, "Hey, why do you also support going to the Lost Paradise? Enjoying with beautiful women isn't your ambition. I don't remember you being interested in anything outside of mechas." Want to know the reason?
It's simple, because the path that Guy chose, he will definitely survive.
Gao Ao looked at the back of Ning Jie's head. To be honest, I find it hard to imagine how he would die. Even if I hadn't reached out to pull him just now, his eyes seemed to tell me that even if he fell into a black hole, he would have the ability to crawl out alive.
You're looking at men so closely.
Wu Neng frowned and stepped aside. You dead bro, stay away from me. This is not bromance, it's the intuition of a mecha master.
Gao Ao said with a smile.
When only XN were left in the conference room, and could no longer restrain herself and looked at her little captain, why bother with a vote? You're the captain, you have the right to decide where we go. Why do you have to care about what that group of guys wants? In fact, I'm considering your wishes. Personally, I also prefer to go to the Lost Paradise. After all, if Ning Jie can point out this unknown route, it means he has been there before and survived. Statistically speaking, I would rather have a voyage with successful experience. Forcefully charging into the Bug Star fleet? I'll leave that to the next captain who is braver than I am. X smiled. Route revision, abandoning all the interstellar navigation charts provided by the Yalai Star, the massive Noah's Ark battleship moved steadily eastward, heading towards the Lost Paradise in this vast universe. When Ning Jie returned to his own rest pod, he found Ling Shan had already been waiting at the door, and in the long, white corridor, it was hard not to notice the girl dressed in a pilot's uniform. Do you need something from me? Ning Jie stood in front of Ling Shan. Actually, there's nothing much going on.
Ling Shan looked nervously to the side, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her eyes glistening with tears.
You cried, why? Ning Jie asked curiously. Because I thought you were dead. When I saw you, you had already been ejected from the ship. As soon as the alarm stopped, I ran to the hangar, but I didn't see the Flame Soul Battle God. I thought you. At this point, Ling Shan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and revealed a brilliant smile. It's good that you're fine. I know you're strong, it's not that easy for you to die. Ling Shan, it's okay to cry now, but when you sit in the mech, when you enter the battlefield, don't cry. Ning Jie gently raised his finger, slowly wiping away the tears from the corner of Ling Shan's eye. Mech pilots can't cry, because tears will blur your vision, making it impossible for you to accurately lock onto your target. Your movements will become sluggish, and by then, you'll realize that tears can't bring the dead back to life, they only turn the living into the dead. After Ning Jie finished speaking, he opened the cabin door behind Ling Shan and entered his own room, leaving Ling Shan standing dazed at his door. What no one noticed was that at the end of this corridor, Miller stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, lingering in the corner. Meanwhile, far away in the only black hole-free shipping lane, the welcome banquet constructed by Hamuda far exceeded the imagination of all living beings. The Insect Star had dispatched 20,000 Moth warships and had also established ground reinforcement troops on a nearby unmanned star, along with a supply line in the rear. The insects filled the entire space of the channel like countless stars, and the gaps between the warships were filled with green, bony-winged dragonflies. Not to mention a gap to break through, even a fly would find it difficult to pass through such a dense interception net. Hamster has already been taken down by Ning Jie twice, and he doesn't want to experience that unpleasant feeling a third time. So in addition to the astonishingly large interception fleet, he also brought along a special battle god. Lisa, do you like the dual stage I've set up for you in Ning Jie? Over 20,000 warships and a total of 100 million various insect spectators. Although they don't understand how to cheer, they will certainly ensure that your opponent won't suddenly escape from your stage. Standing at the transparent lookout window, Hamuda enthusiastically introduced his masterpiece to the man beside him.
The man standing beside him was the same height as Hamuda, with a bare, dark torso covered in bulging veins and muscles. What was most remarkable was that he actually had 4 strong arms, but unfortunately, they were all handcuffed together at that moment.
In fact, you don't need to lock me up at all.
My planet has already become your bug colony planet 50 years ago.
My family, my friends are all in your hands. Besides being your dog, I can't find any way to survive.
Reza said with a faint smile. The mighty 4-armed fighting god of Raymanstar, to speak such heartfelt words truly moves me.
Unfortunately, the memories you once killed are still here.
Ham pointed to his own head. Raymanstar is universally recognized as the best producer of mecha engineers in the universe, and in the mercenary market, you are all hot stars. You are born with 4 arms, and operating mechas, each of you seems like a god of battle descending. Especially you, Lesa, known as the 4-armed battle god. Not only did you resist my insect star's invading forces for a full 15 years, but even after we occupied your planet, you led guerrilla fighters and entangled with us for another 35 years, even killing me once. I spent enough power to destroy a planet, and it took more than 3 god of war mechs to capture you.
How could I bear to just make you my dog? I want to make a deal with you. Trade?
Lesa raised an eyebrow, looking at the bug beside her in surprise.
Yes, it's a transaction.
As you know, the Flame Soul Dual God awakened 1,000 years ago and is now accompanying his so-called family to planet K1, trying to join the Starry Sky's sorrow. With Blue Star and the relationship with Yalai, that nasty woman from Yalai used all her connections to strive for Blue Star to join. We will not stand by Blue Star joining, because in the past 1,500 years, no planet has ever escaped the hunt of my insect star and joined the sorrow of the starry sky. If they succeed, it will release the message that the insect star has weakened, and no one understands the meaning of survival of the fittest better than we do. So, I want to make a deal with you. As long as you can kill Ningjia for me and destroy their warships, I can return your freedom on Raymanstar, and from then on, I will no longer set foot on your land.
Are you really telling the truth?
In Lesa's lifeless eyes, a spark of spirit suddenly filled them. Deception is human nature, but worms never lie.
Hamuda grinned maliciously.
The starry sky, once how many blue stars were the dreams of humanity. In that era when astronauts were regarded as heroes, every rocket launch could garner countless cheers. In the stories everyone heard, the universe meant a close encounter with bright stars, searching for the footprints of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the vast Milky Way, toasting with Chang'o on the moon, and if lucky, encountering adventures in immortality. However, in reality, when you find yourself truly immersed in the boundless starry sky, you cannot feel such a beautifully magnificent world at all. The pitch-black universe incessantly instills loneliness and fear into your being, until it drives you to mental breakdown or even madness. Only by enduring these thoughts can you become a qualified interstellar crew member. Once you reach this level, you will no longer have any naive romantic fantasies. The universe becomes nothing more than a vast forest fraught with danger, and only by remaining extremely vigilant can you hope to survive and return home. The crew of the Noah's Ark has gradually understood this principle after experiencing the encounter with the black hole, so when the battleship moved to the outer layer of the meteorite, the pilots slowly stopped the battleship's engine. "Captain, we have arrived at the designated area," the navigator reported with a troubled expression, and switched the monitoring screen to the large display.
"But you might want to take a look."
Everyone gasped when they saw the meteorite layer ahead, as what appeared before them was a massive layer of meteorites wider than half the solar system, with the smaller meteorites resembling grains of sand and the larger ones as big as half a moon. Some were round like spheres, while others had sharp edges like a rasp. They all appear in a floating state, in a weightless condition, and even striking one can trigger a butterfly effect that influences the entire layer of meteorites. The width of the meteorite layer exceeds 5 kilometers, and if you find yourself in this space, you certainly wouldn't want to touch even a grain-sized meteorite. Is there enough gap for us to pass through when scanning the meteorite layer? X asked casually, looking at the scene before him. It's impossible. Even a small detection boat can only penetrate 300 meters along the gap at most, and that can only be achieved with perfect operation. Once it touches any piece of meteorite, the entire layer of meteorites will undergo unpredictable mutual compression, and we would be crushed into a meat pie inside, the computer estimator warned. If we use the full firepower of the fleet to forcefully bombard, the fire control officer suggested.
It's useless.
The more attacks there are, the greater the change, unless it's a momentary penetrating attack, otherwise, we can't predict the direction of the meteor's movement. Even if we exhaust all our ammunition reserves here, it doesn't guarantee we can create a passage.
X has rejected the fire control officer's suggestion.
Using linear directional blasting, a length of 5 kilometers, only 10 nuclear mines are arranged in a straight line with intervals of half a kilometer. The instantaneous and uniform explosion can create a passage wide enough for the Noah's Ark to pass through, but this passage can last no more than 30 seconds, as far as I know, the only way for large warships to enter the Lost Paradise. Leaning against the open hatch, Ning Jie didn't know when he had arrived on the bridge. Indeed, nuclear landmines must be placed by hand, and the gaps between the meteorites are simply not enough for the mecha to penetrate.
X turned to look at Ning Jie. Stop pretending, you know what I'm going to say.
We don't need mechs, we can enter the meteor layer with just spacesuits and simple jetpacks. Ning Jie's calm words made all the crew members break out in a cold sweat.
Entering the meteor layer as a human is a completely different concept from a warship doing the same.
When facing meteor disturbances, a warship still has outer armor and heavily armed ammunition for self-defense, but a human has only the fate of being crushed to death by the meteors. Even the slightest deviation could very well result in dying in this nameless star region. Clearly, you have already thought it through.
How many people do you need? X said calmly. 2, one is me, the other will help me get the stuff. The nuclear landmine is too big, I can't carry all 10 by myself.
You can choose the personnel yourself, but it must be on a voluntary basis, it cannot be forced. After all, to ordinary people, this is no different from sending them to their deaths. Even if they die, it must be with others' willingness.
X gave Ning Jie the greatest authority. Don't worry, I only look for the damned people. Ning Jie said before leaving the bridge. However, just a few minutes later, in the preparation chamber belonging to the Mecha Division, Ning Jie stood in front of the electronic screen, calibrating the entry route of the meteorite layer, while below sat all the Mecha Division members of the ship, Gao Ao, Ling Shan, Mi Lu, as well as Xiao Lian and Xiao Lian. Basically, that's it.
Enter at point A13 and exit at point B64, with a straight line distance of 5 kilometers. However, our traversal length should reach about 8 kilometers, with 10 nuclear mines placed along the way. Given the amount of oxygen in the spacesuits, we must complete the above tasks within 2 hours to blast a straight channel for the Noah's Arkansas.
If we can't detonate within the specified time, we definitely won't have enough oxygen to support our return to the ship.
And if we trigger the meteor to move and cause mutual collisions, my suggestion is to immediately pull out your handgun and shoot yourself in the head.
Because the process of being crushed to death is far longer and more painful than this. A very bold plan.
If Anne were here, she would definitely call you a madman. However, I admire your courage. After all, not every mech pilot would abandon their mech and complete a mission with just their body in space.
Gao Ao lightly applauded. Thank you for your compliment, but you overestimate me. In fact, I'm scared to death.
If there were another way that wouldn't involve crashing into the bug fleet, I wouldn't do this even if you killed me.
Ning Jie nodded in thanks to Gao Ao.
So now, I need a volunteer to go with me into the meteor layer to complete the mine-laying work. First, I need to state that I require someone who is slim enough, skilled enough in flying, and believes that I can come back alive.
If you don't consider the slim aspect, I am willing to participate. Gao Ao raised his hand. Bad aliens, we won't go looking for death.
Xiao Lian and Xiao Lian stuck out their tongues and made faces together.
I should meet your requirements, right?
Ling Shan slowly raised her hand, although her arm was still trembling slightly.
She is afraid. It should be said that there is no reason not to be afraid, right?
The battle plan proposed by Ning Jie has less than a 1% chance of success, which is no different from sending oneself to death.
No, you have to stay on the ship, I'll go.
Miller forcibly pushed down Ling Shan's arm, stood up facing Ning Jie. You probably need someone to carry the nuclear landmine. That guy is as heavy as a manhole cover. A woman can't carry it. Choose me. Although weight can be considered in a zero-gravity situation relying on thrusters, you are so brave, even if it's just you.
Ning Jie smiled naturally. Miller. I am the mech master of the light reconnaissance type mech. I should be more suited for flying than you. Ling Shan said in confusion. Even if I have to die, I won't let you die with another man. If I come back alive. If we return alive to Blue Star, marry me. Miller pressed the platinum ring into Ling Shan's hand. The sudden proposal left Xiaolian and Xiaolian whispering to each other, while Ling Shan was completely stunned. She didn't know how to react to her lover's proposal. When Miller held her tightly, her gaze drifted to Ning Jie not far away. Perhaps she hoped that Ning Jie could show a bit more sternness in his expression, or just like the song says, you turned away, your fists clenched tight. Unfortunately, Ning Jie just stood there quietly, watching everything that was happening. X, you must be crazy. You actually approved Ning Jie to carry out such a dangerous mission. You must retract the order immediately and let our battle god stay on the ship obediently. Upon learning about Ning Jie's plan, she angrily rushed to the bridge to demand an explanation, forgetting the hierarchy and only filled with rage. But when she walked into the bridge, she found herself unable to say a word. Because an image enlarged on the bridge's full screen consumed all her ability to speak. This is the holographic image of the fleet being intercepted again, with tens of thousands of warships densely packed like flies filling the frame even when photographed from several kilometers away, along with countless smaller insect-like creatures, and the supply base on the nearby star, which is no longer worth mentioning. What is this? And slowly walked over to X's side. Just now, the liaison officer from Yalai Star transmitted the panoramic view of the insect star interception fleet through a secret channel. 20,000 Moth-class warships and over 100 million insect beast troops, such a scale is enough to completely engulf Blue Star's entire military force 2 times over, yet they are only here to intercept us. X stepped down from the command seat, holding black and white pieces as he approached the electronic display screen on the floor, starting his own game against himself. The liaison officer from Yalai Star clearly told us not to force our way through the insect star fleet, as there are indications that the strength prepared by the insect star this time is far from being as simple as it appears on the surface. They have already placed numerous insect beasts in the core of the nearby star, and as soon as they see that we cannot be stopped, they will immediately trigger a stellar explosion, creating a new black hole, leaving us with no escape. They also deployed real battle god mechs to combat our flame soul battle god. At this moment, we have no way to retreat. Did you already know about all this? And looked at X, who was playing on the ground like a child. Is that why you agreed to Ning Jie's crazy plan and made so many crazy decisions? Please, although my genes have endowed me with extraordinary wisdom, it doesn't mean I am a prophetic deity. I simply choose to believe in Ning Jie's choices. He started interstellar travel earlier than any of us and understands better than any of us how terrifying this universe can be. I believe that after waking up 1,000 years later, he wouldn't be so eager to seek death, so I trust that the path he guides us towards will be one of survival. At least in his view, it is the path with the greatest chance of survival. With a snap, he placed a white piece on the board, officially symbolizing that the white piece had broken out of the black piece's encirclement. Arriving at the hangar of the Noah's Ark, a group of staff is helping Miller and Ning Jie put on their gear. They are used to using various cranes and forklifts to maintain and outfit mechs, but they are not quite accustomed to arming a mech pilot without a mech. You're really crazy. And just banned you from using the mecha, and you ran out alone to fight desperately. Now I finally understand why others have to freeze you up, because as long as you can still move a finger, you can go out and cause trouble. Wu Nan was personally organizing the equipment for Ning Jie. You think too highly of me, isn't this all to ensure we can enjoy the interstellar striptease? Ning Jie said with a dreamy smile. I'm not the kind of person who would let a friend die just to see a strip show, Wu Nang said seriously. Are we considered friends? Ning Jie asked seriously. Of course, friends who can talk about risque things and drink together. Wu Nang stuffed the pistol into Ning Jie's holster. I didn't prepare any bullets for you, so don't expect to shoot yourself in the head for an escape if you die. Come back alive. When we reach the lost paradise, I'll buy you a drink. Ning Jie showed a genuine smile for the first time. Ning Jie and Miller boarded the small reconnaissance boat together, watching Ling Shan enter the launch cabin. She had not said anything the whole time. In her hand was the ring that Miller had given her, but her gaze was on Ning Jie.
Therefore, she did not say goodbye to anyone, just quietly watched. Detection boat number 01 is in position, requesting launch, repeat, requesting launch.
Miller skillfully activated various instruments. Launch approved.
In response from X, a detection vessel as small as a feather shot out into the pitch-black universe, and in just 5 minutes of travel, the tiny ship reached the outer layer of the meteorite field.
Work has begun.
Ningjia fastened his oxygen mask, opened his glass cabin door first, and grabbed the handrail beside the ship.
He took out 10 nuclear mines fixed into 2 backpack shapes from the trunk.
These mines have a blast radius covering a 600-meter area, and the high explosive nuclear energy will be like a small nuclear bomb, creating enough thrust to form a 500-meter diameter passage. Its size is indeed just like that of a manhole cover. Carrying it on your back feels like having a turtle shell. The small jetpack has 4 nozzles that spread out like a spider's legs, perfectly protruding from the 4 corners of this shell.
Hey, buckle up.
Ningjia pulled out a safety rope from his waist and handed the other end to Miller.
What are you doing?
I don't need your help, Miller said disdainfully.
It's not a rescue, it's a necessary safety measure. If my equipment fails, at least you can use this to pull me back. Don't think I'm an unafraid monster. In this weightless darkness, I'm just as scared as you are.
Ningjia directly fastened the buckle to Miller's belt and said with a smile, "Let's go, we have a mechless mech team here."
Who cares about you? Miller activated the jetpack and flew towards the gap in the meteorite layer just under 100 meters away.
Before setting off, Ningjia had already marked out 10 meteorites for installing nuclear mines. They were almost in a completely horizontal position, as only in this way could a straight passage be formed at the moment of explosion for the warships to pass through. However, to accurately reach these 10 meteorites, Ningjia and his team had to pay special attention to the technique of manipulating their backpacks. Every jet, every angle deviation, must be precise to the slightest detail, otherwise, they may need to take a larger detour to return to the calibrated meteorite, or worse, directly trigger a meteorite anomaly, turning them into meat patties. Although it was Miller who first activated the jetpack, once they reached the outer layer of the meteorite, it was Ningjia who took on the guiding role. He entered the crack first and advanced along the predetermined route with incredible precision. However, Miller, who was less than 2 meters away, was seeing Ningjia's operation up close for the first time. He had to admit that Ningjia was truly exceptional. Even without any auxiliary systems for the jetpack, he could execute maneuvers such as turning, applying force, and hovering with pinpoint accuracy. Faced with the meteorite that could take their lives at any moment, Ningjia's delicate maneuvers were like dancing in the gaps. In just 20 minutes, he had completed the installation of 3 nuclear mines. Miller should be grateful for the help of the safety rope, which allowed him to be close enough to observe Ningjia's actions while also giving him enough time to mimic his movements and complete various dangerous turns. You did well, very few mecha pilots can handle a jetpack this well. Ningjia praised while placing the 4th landmine.
Hello, I'm just imitating your actions.
Although I, Miller, am proud, I am not someone who cannot lose. You are stronger than me, at least in terms of combat. I cannot compare to you at all right now. When I watched you control that shabby mech and fight against the Iron God of Arai, I understood that you are the kind of monster born for battle. With such power, on Blue Star, you can have everything as long as you desire. However, this does not mean that I will hand over the woman I love to others. Miller stood on the meteorite beside him, pulled out his handgun, and aimed it at Ningjia's head. At just a distance of 2 meters, he could hit the target even with his eyes closed. In space, being shot in the body, even if it just grazed the spacesuit, could directly cost the life of the strongest battle god. If I were you, I wouldn't shoot here. We are already 2 kilometers deep into the meteorite layer, almost equivalent to the central area. A bullet penetrating my head would still have impact. At a 45-degree angle to my right brain, there is a meteorite the size of a human body. Your bullet is enough to trigger a chain reaction. You will be hit by a meteorite coming from behind you in the meteorite disturbance 4 seconds later. That meteorite is very sharp and will pierce your liver. Your position is really bad because you won't die in the first impact. You will continue to endure 3 to 4 more impacts while floating in space, until a meteorite at the 6 o'clock direction in front of you hits your head, and only then will you stop breathing. Ning Jie calmly described data that was more precise than the computer's simulations, while still setting up the detonation device in his hands.
How do you know these things? Aren't you afraid? Sweat trickled down Miller's forehead under the oxygen mask.
The abilities you praise, the ability to deduce the changes caused by meteorite impacts, these astonishing abilities are not what I wish to possess.
Many times, I would rather just be an ordinary human. Not to mention manipulating mechs, even not being able to drive a car, I could still have a happy life, right?
Ning Jie slightly turned his head to look at Miller.
To be honest with you, I am very afraid, more afraid of death than anyone else, which is why I keep fighting, keep pulling the trigger to kill others.
Just like that, killing and killing along the way, in the end, I would still be afraid, but fear can no longer affect my actions when I cut someone's throat.
Later I realized that I had become just like the thing I was afraid of. What kind of monster are you?
Miller's hands were trembling. A monster that constantly kills out of fear of death. Ning Jie squinted and smiled. If you want to kill me, I suggest you wait until we get outside to shoot, that way, at least you can survive.
Are you messing with me? I want to die, and yet you want me to live? Miller roared.
Come on, my gun is empty. If I wanted to play with you, I'd choose a more advantageous environment. Although I've killed many people, I have never stained my hands with the blood of Blue Star people. This is a rare record, and I just want to maintain it. After Ning Jie finished speaking, he stood up. Put away the gun, I'm going to activate the jetpack, and you won't be able to keep up with my movements using just one hand. Miller trembled, unsure if it was from fear or anger, but when Ning Jie gripped the joystick with both hands, he was forced to put away his pistol and followed his movements, continuing to move forward along the gap.
May I ask, why do you have to kill me? Although we have some grudges from school, it shouldn't escalate to the point of putting a bullet in my head, right? Ning Jie asked while leading the way.
Because of Ling Shan, her attitude towards you is getting stranger and stranger. I've been in a relationship with her for 2 years, but the way she looks at you is much gentler than the way she looks at me.
Miller said, his teeth itching, wishing he could bite someone.
For a woman, the reasons are truly sufficient. In the past, I was just like you. For a woman, I killed many people. I thought this would make her happy, because only by continuing to kill could I fulfill her dream of going home. But when she lay in my arms, bleeding, her only request was not to let myself show a hideous face anymore, not to live a life soaked in blood. Find an ordinary woman, live an ordinary life, and then die an ordinary death. Only then did I realize that every time I killed for her, she was not happy and even felt sad for me. Ning Jie was flying with his back to Miller, so Miller could not see Ning Jie's expression.
Is this your way of begging for mercy? Miller sneered.
You can interpret it however you like. I rarely talk about past stories with anyone.
You are the first person I've spoken to since I woke up. Ning Jie smiled.
Suddenly, Miller, who still wanted to say something, made a mistake in his operation. The right jet nozzle released for an additional 0.5 seconds, causing his body to crash towards a meteorite that resembled a bayonet. He widened his eyes, and at the moment of impact, his body suddenly slid to the side, leaving a clear scratch on his glass visor from the sharp meteorite. He was pulled by the rope and fell directly into Ning Jie's arms, escaping a disaster.
Thank you. Miller, still struggling to catch his breath, didn't know what to say. You're welcome, this angle is just right. Ning Jie smiled as he pressed Miller's handgun against Miller's jaw. I believe not many people have experienced the feeling of having a gun pressed against their jaw.
The cold muzzle, pressing through the thin astronaut suit, compresses your jawbone, making it so that even a slight attempt to speak will push the muzzle deeper, making you acutely aware that you are close to death.
Do you dare to shoot?
You will also die in the meteorite disturbance. Miller's back was already soaked with sweat, but he still forced himself to remain calm. So the angle is crucial. Shooting from below, the bullet will penetrate your head and hit the thickest part of the helmet at the top. Of course, the impact of the bullet will still go through, but above our heads is a massive meteorite the size of a building. The buffered bullet will quietly land on top of it without causing a chain reaction. Ning Jie is that terrifying. You can't see his movements as he looks left and right, but he has already memorized everything around him in his mind.
Go ahead, I'm not a coward who fears death. Miller gritted his teeth and said. I have no interest in your life, I just want to tell you to never point a gun at your teammates, because they might be the ones saving you in the next battle. The universe is too complex, and there are far more bad people than good ones. It's important to clearly identify who is the enemy and who is the friend.
Ning Jie engaged the safety on his handgun, reinserted the weapon into its holster, and slowly backed away.
I can no longer figure you out.
Clearly, when you killed those bugs, you were like a butcher.
Why am I so merciful towards those who want to kill you? Miller was puzzled.
You don't really want to kill me, perhaps you're not even sure about that yourself. It's more about the anger caused by the fact that your woman might have developed feelings for me.
Although I don't have much romantic experience, I feel that life is so long, we can't achieve everlasting love by killing our rivals, can we?
In the place where I live, there is a saying, when the father dies and the mother remarries, each person looks after themselves.
Let everything take its course.
Ning Jie had already flown to the fifth meteorite. Miller maneuvered the jetpack to keep up with Ning Jie's actions. He had received elite education since birth, whether it was theoretical knowledge or expensive private tutoring in Mecha. He received the best education. However, no one had ever helped him understand, like Ning Jie did, that killing could not save lost love, using the stimulation of life and death.
Making a partner happy is certainly not about constant killing.
Miller found it hard to imagine why Ning Jie, who was only a year older than him, could speak with more persuasion than those experienced elders. His words were simple, yet each one was like a truth imprinted on your heart. What Miller can be sure of is that Ning Jie is a person with many stories and secrets. Such a person is not easily deceived by girls, yet can easily confuse them. The journey ahead began to grow difficult and fraught with danger, as evidenced by Ning Jie's silence. The entire meteorite layer presented a spherical layout. The outer layer of meteorites was relatively loose, but as one moved inward, the gaps between the meteorites became smaller. Large meteorites were becoming rare, but more small meteorites were becoming exceedingly perilous. After departing from the fifth meteorite, Ning Jie and Miller's movements slowed down several times. Sometimes they would spend several minutes maneuvering around a meteorite no larger than a fist, and at times, to choose a flat surface to install a mine, they needed to wait for their bodies to float for several minutes. The oxygen index was continuously declining, and Miller suggested holding their breath to conserve oxygen, but Ning Jie directly vetoed it. The reason was that hypoxia could lead to operational errors, and errors meant they would die more miserably. Due to a special electronic interference state in the meteorite layer, they are completely unable to communicate with the outside world.
The agreement between Ning Jie and X was that at the moment the explosion was triggered, the Noah's Ark would quickly activate and penetrate through.
However, there was a fatal flaw in this plan. Finally, just 30 seconds before the oxygen ran out, Ning Jie pulled Miller through the tiny gaps in the meteorite. All 10 nuclear mines were installed, and they had accomplished an almost impossible task.
Success!
Miller felt somewhat exhausted, realizing that controlling the jetpack was much more strenuous than piloting the mech. No, we only successfully helped the Noah's Ark come over. Next, we have to face how to survive ourselves. Ning Jie pulled Miller close again and securely tied him back to back with the safety rope.
What do you want to do?
As Miller resisted, Ning Jie had already pulled the joystick of his jetpack to his side. Sorry, I forgot to tell you one thing when I came out, which is that when the explosion occurs, we have to face the direct impact of the meteorite, and it's in the unshielded universe. I can't accomplish this operation relying solely on a backpack with 4 thrusters, so I need someone to cooperate, and that's the real reason I need a companion. Ning Jie floated in space, only 100 meters away from the quiet layer of meteorites.
Do you mean we have to face impacts like a meteor shower? Miller finally understood at this moment. It's about that meaning. In the explosion, the acceleration of the meteorite can reach over 100 kilometers, right?
Roughly estimated, there are about 300 meteorites that could directly harm us, and the explosion is likely to further break down the meteorites, doubling that number.
Ning Jie smiled. Smiled. Are you crazy? How can a person survive in this state? How could you come up with such a plan? Let go of me.
At this moment, Miller understood what true fear meant.
Don't move around if you want to stay alive.
Ning Jie shouted softly, startling the tense Miller behind him. His hands hovered over 4 control sticks, with only 8 buttons, far simpler than the most basic mecha. Through the glass visor, he stared at the quiet meteor ahead, his breathing becoming long and steady. At the moment the oxygen marker dropped to 0, Ning Jie pressed the detonator of the nuclear landmine, and the 10 exploding fire clouds formed a straight line, violently pushing the quiet layer of meteorites outward. At the same time, the fire clouds rolling over Ning Jie sent thousands of shattered meteorites flying. The stones that were quiet just a moment ago instantly transformed into a meteor shower like cannonballs, enough to turn even the strongest battleship into a cork. The Noah's Ark was certainly not afraid of these rocks. With over 100 ion cannons and 200 missile launch bays, it would show no mercy against these stones that had broken free from the meteor layer. Miller should be grateful that the impact was facing away from the incoming meteor shower, because the meteors, heated to a scorching temperature by nuclear landmines, came in bursts like fireballs, and the heat wave alone could roast you as if you were nearly cooked. However, under the cover of these fireballs, Ning Jie skillfully operated 4 control sticks, maneuvering 2 bodies to sway left and right to dodge one meteor after another. The thrust of the jetpack is different from traditional firepower assistance, and both the acceleration and deceleration speeds are somewhat sluggish. Therefore, Ning Jie absolutely cannot respond to attacks as they come. He needs to estimate a route at least 100 meters away and start evasive maneuvers when he is 50 meters away. This is never a skill that can be taught by a school or a tutor. Only those who have danced on the edge of death may have the chance to comprehend it. However, as Ning Jie himself said, operating in a state of hypoxia for an extended period makes it increasingly likely to affect the brain and fingers. After dodging the last small meteorite, this effect finally showed a deviation. In the gradually fading firelight, a massive meteorite with a diameter of 50 meters accelerated towards them. This stone was the same one that Ning Jie had pressed against Miller's forehead with the gun just moments ago. Now it had become the weapon that would end their lives. I seem to have miscalculated. Ning Jie released the control stick at his waist, facing the incoming meteorite. The lack of oxygen made him think for a moment, then he smiled and said, I didn't miscalculate. A massive meteorite was seen splitting neatly in half from the middle, flying past Ning Jie and Miller to the left and right, heading towards the distant universe. The black tyrant mech appeared before Ning Jie once again, and behind this black mech, the massive Noah's Ark was effortlessly penetrating through the layer of meteors, entering the realm of the lost paradise. When you left, you just told me to help you when you were in trouble, but you didn't specify what the trouble was. Cao Ao said through the communication channel. I don't even know what trouble I'll encounter, but it doesn't matter, you know very well when to take action. Can you take me back quickly? I've been lacking oxygen for over 2 minutes and I'm about to faint, Ning Jie said, her voice becoming softer. The oxygen supply system of the spacesuit operates in a cyclic way, and the carbon dioxide that Ning Jie is currently breathing has a purity level of up to 80%. To maintain this state while still being able to perform various evasive maneuvers is no longer something an ordinary person can achieve. As for Miller behind him, he had already fallen into a coma a minute ago. Finally back on the beloved Noah's Ark, this cold metal coffin has never made Ning Jie feel so enchanted. With the help of the medical staff, Ning Jie was promptly sent to the independent care electronic bed in the infirmary. It resembled a device from a sci-fi movie, featuring a large glass dome. As long as a person lies inside and breathes for a while, it can cure various ailments. Because the circulating air inside contains tens of thousands of nanobots, they can enter the bloodstream through breathing and reach damaged areas to perform fundamental repairs. Unfortunately, such extensive bodily loss as severed hands and feet cannot regenerate, otherwise, it would be considered a magical healing device. Of course, this is also 100% a product of Yalai technology. Ning Jie was left wearing only his close-fitting shorts, comfortably leaning on the hospital bed, and even found an electronic version of the magazine Flower Prince. During the treatment, external personnel were not allowed to enter, but of course, there are always a few people on this battleship who have privileges. Do you insist on going through the rest of the journey this way? And, dressed in a white coat, stood in front of the hospital bed and tapped on the glass cover. This isn't the usual way to say thank you, is it? Ning Jie said with a smile. Do you think that penetrating through the meteor layer has saved us all? Then please deal with these troubles that have come down with you, I can thank you later. And took out an electronic screen from behind her, displaying the radar signal of the Noah's Ark and saw. Not far away, more than 50 spacecraft were heading towards them.
Do you want to hear their message?
Without waiting for Ning Jie to respond, and had already pressed the play button. They are the soldiers of the sorrow of the starry sky, kill, they are merchant ships, leaving the ship but not the people, they are on the road, raise the flag. Interstellar pirates are a group that emerged alongside cosmic civilizations. They refuse to live by the rules and use force to plunder others to amass vast wealth. Unlike traditional pirates, who often take hostages to seek ransom, interstellar pirates rarely engage in long-term trade with any planet. They only raid merchant ships in the shortest time possible, women are sold as slaves, and men with good flavor are turned into canned meat products, while those deemed unfit are killed and their bodies discarded in space. Their combat power is fierce, they are stateless interstellar refugees. A life where blades lick blood has made them treat death as a game. Fighting such desperate individuals requires careful consideration, as the price you pay will far exceed your imagination. They are the pioneers of interstellar guerrilla warfare, with a situational judgment ability that far exceeds that of some planetary regular armies. Of course, there are also rules among them, regardless of the size of the pirate group, as long as they fly the pirate flag, other pirate groups are prohibited from plundering. This is one of the principles that ensures the long-term survival of interstellar pirates under the relentless pursuit and blockade of the starry sky's grief. It is said, we are born of the same root, why should we be so eager to harm each other? However, there are certainly exceptions. After all, even in a harmonious society, the story of big fish eating small fish still occasionally happens. Of course, you must do it discreetly enough so that your peers are unaware, and even if they do find out, you need to have enough strength to make others pretend not to know. Because once the black eating black pirate group is announced, there will nominally be no peers exchanging intelligence or trading goods with them. Pirates who violate the rules will ultimately be left with the fate of being isolated and dying. However, all these so-called rules of conduct are meaningless in the face of the pirate fleet that is currently sailing towards the Noah's Ark. Clearly, Ning Jia and the others were not lucky, they encountered the Mad Shark Pirate Group, a faction that suddenly appeared in the universe 20 years ago. They are well-equipped and numerous, daring to raid both merchant ships and official vessels of the starry sky sorrow. From the hulls of the ships they passed, you could find no survivors at all, and after each raid, the words "The Crazy Shark was here" written in blood could always be found on the bridge of the looted vessel. Their captain is named Crazy Shark, hailing from the distant green water star, a planet that is over 99.9% pure ocean with a salt content exceeding 10%.
This almost indiscriminate invader, the Bug Star, shows no interest in green water star either.
Legend has it that the Crazy Shark was the second prince of the Green Water Star Emperor. After brutally assaulting his own sister, the Emperor was enraged and decided to execute him. However, Crazy Shark managed to escape from prison single-handedly and hijacked a warship to begin his interstellar flight. Almost everyone who has seen him describes him as filthy, embodying the utmost in despicable shamelessness. From interstellar warships to lifeboats in distress, any prey he sets his sights on rarely escapes alive, and black-on-black crime is a common occurrence. It is said that once, the Crazy Shark Pirate Group inadvertently swallowed the cargo of the formidable Southern Overlord Pirate Group. Enraged and humiliated, the Southern Overlord challenged the Crazy Shark to a showdown in a desolate area. However, in the end, the Crazy Shark fleet did not appear. Instead, a joint fleet from the Starry Sky's grief suddenly attacked. The Southern Overlord Pirate Group, which has spent decades in meticulously manage and built a fleet of 60 medium-sized warships, ultimately met a bitter end. This shows that aside from being despicable and shameless, the Crazy Shark is also relatively clever, adept at adapting to circumstances, and skilled at using others to achieve its goals. The way Ning Jie blasted through the meteorite layer to enter the Lost Paradise was too loud, directly attracting the attention of the Crazy Shark Pirate Group, which had just returned from a raid. The single ship displayed on the radar was the prey that pirates loved to see the most. Although the warehouse was almost full, who would worry about overeating? After all, this is the border area of the Lost Paradise of Appetite, and the Noah's Ark is taking a very unconventional route, with no interfering spectators at all. It's almost the best place to take action. Faced with so many good news, the crazy shark naturally reversed the fleet's course and moved into a surrounding position. However, when they saw the full appearance of the Noah's Ark on their screens, they felt a bit intimidated. The Noah's Ark, with a length of 1,700 meters, had already reached the level of a large flagship battleship. Although its appearance could not be matched with any model in the database, it had the charm reminiscent of the royal warships of Arai Star. Strangely, this level of warship appeared alone at the boundary of the Lost Paradise, which is quite puzzling.
You cannot determine its intentions or identity.
If it is a forward ship representing the Arai Star attacking the Lost Paradise, the crazy shark naturally does not want to be the first sharkman to take the plunge. Of course, if it raises a pirate flag or signals as a non-official ship, the crazy shark would still be willing to take a bite. After all, such a beautiful warship, if turned into its flagship, would enhance the strength of the pirate fleet. All ship crew, Level 2 combat readiness, return to your posts at the fastest speed.
The mech division is equipped with space combat gear and ready to strike at any moment. X issued the order to every unit through the broadcast. The crew, who seemed to have gotten used to the tension, completed the orders much faster than during training.
Ling Shan and the others, now in their pilot suits, sat in the mechs, standing in front of the launch bay waiting, while in front of them was the pitch-black tyrant mech. Xiao Lian and Xiao Lian occupied another launch bay. The battlefield could erupt at any moment, and a battle of 1 against 50 destined the opening campaign of the Noah's Ark to be extraordinary.
The missile launcher is fully loaded and ready for launch at any time.
The ion cannon is fully charged, targeting the enemy flagship, ready to fire at any moment. The hull radar has connected to the mech computer, and the requirements for sustained attack and tactics have been transmitted.
It is ready to launch at any time.
Outer layer 3rd level cabin 2nd level cabin, fire isolation gate has been lowered, crew evacuated, can withstand impact. The repair team is in position and ready to conduct emergency maintenance on the warship at any time. On the bridge with up to 30 people, crew members at various positions report the movements of their departments with incredible precision. The great battle actually began here long before the firing started. Just as everyone was busy, and arrived at the bridge with a blank expression and stood next to the command seat.
Is there a surprising gift?
X specially approved for and to bring the radar data to find Ning Jia, not just for a simple visit. The guy said that his brain was lacking oxygen for a while, and he is currently unfit for battle, refusing to get up from the care bed.
However, he sent me a hologram through a snake, asking me to display it on the electronic flagpole.
He just said this is the flag of a pirate warship he dealt with over 1,000 years ago, and he left the specifics of the negotiations to others. And handed the memory card to X. Please think carefully, once you raise this flag, we will have no relationship with Blue Star anymore. Interstellar pirates are refugees, and even if we die here, Blue Star cannot accept our remains.
Everyone is dead, what do we need bones for?
X said with a smile as he inserted the memory card. A few seconds later, beside the empty bow of the Noah's Ark, a pure white armor revealed a long hexagonal skull pattern, and on the electronic flagpole above the bridge, the same black background with white bones pirate flag was raised, looking particularly fierce from a distance.
Captain, the enemy has raised their flag. A crew member with a mouse-like face rushed nervously to the captain's side. Is it a pier?
That's great, I thought it was a new battleship from Yalai. Now I don't have to worry about fish bones while eating. On the captain's command seat sat a muscular man wearing only swim trunks, his entire body a rough, sandpaper-like shade of yellow-brown. The most frightening thing was his head, resembling that of a great white shark, with a strange device on his shoulder supporting a huge glass tank filled with green liquid, from which white bubbles continuously rolled out from the gills on his neck as he spoke.
Boss, that flag. There's a bit of a problem.
I think the mouse-faced crew member said, looking troubled.
Can't you hear my orders clearly, or has your little mouse brain not evolved to that level of thinking?
The mad shark suddenly grabbed the crew member's neck, pressing his face hard against the glass of his fish tank, exposing hundreds of sharp, white triangular fangs. On my ship, only I can think. Anything else that can think will become feed in canned goods.
Which one do you want to be? Boss. They are fighting under the banner of Hexagonal Demon Bull.
The mouse-faced person spat out this sentence as his eyeballs were about to pop out. The dreamlike notes made the wild shark release its grip, and the mouse face fell to the ground, coughing excitedly.
The hexagonal demon bull. The most legendary pirate among interstellar pirates. It is said that at their peak, they had enough pirate ships to conquer a planet. Each generation of captains was a notorious interstellar criminal heavily rewarded for their deeds in the starry sky. The crazy shark muttered to himself, then couldn't help but sneer. Unfortunately, these are all stories from decades ago. Communications officer, send a communication request. Captain, the other side has sent a communication signal, should we connect? The communications officer of the Ark Noah said, turning around. Of course, I'll connect you, but wait a moment. X said, stepping down from the command seat and making a pleased gesture towards and beside him. What are you doing? And frowned slightly. Of course, it's up to you to negotiate with the other party. Diplomacy is your strong suit. After all, Blue Star's first diplomatic engagement with Insect Star was handled by you. Although the outcome was unpleasant, you managed the process very well. X maintained a polite posture, don't be modest. My stature is too small and easily underestimated. If a war breaks out because of that, we would truly be wronged. After the pros and cons were made clear, a smart person wouldn't waste their breath. And sighed as she sat in the captain's seat. The moment the screen lit up, her eyes, immersed in the role, became arrogant and defiant. Are you the captain of the hexagonal magic cow pirate crew? The mad shark in the glass tank asked with a sinister grin. I am, so if you have something to say, hurry up and don't block our path. Anne's arrogance stemmed from Ning Jie telling her that this pirate flag was a very impressive symbol. Really? Congratulations, that sentence just now has already sentenced you to death. The banner of the hexagonal demon bull is indeed loud. The 1300-year history of the pirate group is legendary. Unfortunately, 60 years ago, the planet they were hiding on was suddenly attacked by the insectoids, and there were no survivors. They were completely wiped out. The bragging ended, idiots. The crazy shark grinned maliciously and made a throat-cutting gesture on his neck with his thumb. The meteorite layer passage that had exploded in the rear was already filled with new meteorites just 1 minute later, resembling a solid wall that cut off all retreat. In front of the Noah's Ark, just 5 kilometers away, are 50 pirate warships arranged in a hemispherical grid layout. The launch hatches of each warship have already opened, and one can faintly see the hidden mechas with their bright red pupils inside, ready to launch at any moment. Attempting to break through without the support of relevant interstellar maps is inherently very dangerous, especially when the opponent is a group of ruthless interstellar pirates who are exceptionally familiar with this star region, making the situation even more perilous. Based on the size of their warships, more than half belong to small gunboat-class ships, but the rest are battleships of medium size or larger, especially the flagship of the Crazy Shark Pirate Group, which is 1,200 meters long and resembles a giant shark, particularly with its hull wrapped in a layer of bone-white fishbone shield, like the remains of a beast navigating through the cosmos. And faced the grinning mad shark in silence, her expression unchanged, but in her heart, she had already cursed the ancestors of Ning Jie for 18 generations. Looking back, she blamed herself for being foolish. The information provided by this guy who had been frozen for 1,000 years was completely inaccurate. Fine, consider this a reward for your audacity in deceiving me. You have 30 minutes for all crew members to board the lifeboats and leave. I can spare your lives. The mad shark waved his hand. Has your head gone to shit? Or can't you understand what I'm saying? I said, we are the hexagonal demon bull pirate crew. If you want to fight, then fight, stop with the nonsense. We've survived the pursuit of the insect star, and you think your little fish and shrimp boats can take us down? If you're not afraid of losing your teeth, then come on. And slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Our flag represents our lives. Whether you believe it or not, I dare to wave it and I dare to roam the universe with it. The little girl talks big, but unfortunately, your brother Crazy Shark isn't just all talk. Ruling the universe? What you need isn't just ferocity, but strength, understand? Crazy Shark gave a knowing glance to the rat-faced man beside him, who immediately understood and issued the command. In an instant, hundreds of mechs flew out from dozens of warships. From old-fashioned medium-sized mechs to heavily armed, firepower-loaded mechs. The pirates' mech army resembled a fascinating exhibition, showcasing mechanical products from different cultural backgrounds, allowing one to understand the humanity and stories of that planet.
But at this moment, what they are about to perform is nothing but a blatant massacre. At that moment, right next to the arrogant face of the mad shark, a small screen suddenly lit up, displaying the calm face of Ning Jia sitting in the mecha cockpit, his lips moving up and down as if silently saying something. And, who didn't understand lip reading at all, seemed to comprehend Ning Jia's words. He was saying, "Go ahead and indulge, I will turn all your wild claims into reality."
Are you just talking about strength with me? Anne's face instantly transformed into a smile like that of a demon. The launch capsule number 1 has started up on its own. But standing inside is not the Overlord? The correspondent shouted back, but it was already too late. The Flame Soul Dual God, who had been ejected, was only holding a long knife of a melee cutter with one hand, and there was no time to remove the oilcloth that wrapped around him. He was incredibly swift, like a lion pouncing on its prey. Damn! He went out too quickly. He didn't even equip the thrusters.
Wu Nang roared in the hangar, but unfortunately, not many people heard him.
Cut, a mecha dares to come out. Let me handle it.
The ace mecha among the crazy shark pirates, charging at the front, raised its large-caliber heavy machine gun. The continuous spray of flames hit the steel plate of the Flame Soul Fighting God, erupting with various flying sparks. The wrapped oilcloth was instantly riddled with holes and in tatters.
Yet, it still couldn't stop its advance. What the hell? So tough?
The ace was angry in his panic, and arrogant in his anger. Suddenly, he discarded the useless heavy firearm in his hand, drew the battle axe from behind him, and charged straight at the incoming Flame Soul Fighting God. Suddenly, beneath the oilcloth, a cold light flashed, accompanied by the roar of a chainsaw, and the arm of the ace mech, which was holding a battle axe, was completely severed. The speed of the attack left the enemies gasping in shock. Without waiting for the other companions to get closer, the Flame Soul Battle God wrapped his arm around the neck of this ace, binding the mech in front of him like a hostage.
You're the crazy shark captain, right?
And suddenly spoke when the other party was silent. Sorry, my subordinate is just that rude. What he hates the most is when others waste our time drinking and eating meat. I have an entire ship full of guys like him, and I don't think you'd want to see what they look like when they come out of the launch bay.
Now get out of my way, or else.
As soon as An finished speaking, a mournful scream echoed through the communication line. The Flame Soul, holding the hostage, suddenly thrust the fully powered cutting blade of the machine from behind into the abdomen of the crazy shark ace mech. The blade passed incredibly close to the cockpit, and just a slight touch of the diamond-studded cutting edge against the driver's arm instantly turned that limb into a pulp. First, the right hand. Ning Jia's cold voice echoed in the bridge of the two flagship ships. Everyone just watched quietly as the guy under the oilcloth pulled out the blade again, shifted it a few degrees to the left, restarted the engine, and drove the chainsaw blade in, while an even more agonizing scream echoed once more.
Next is the left hand.
Ning Jia was as calm as a child counting in kindergarten. But the brutality behind this calmness even made Anne's spine tingle. Hold on, brother, just a greeting is enough, there's no need to go hard. The crazy shark finally spoke up.
1. I am not your brother. 2. I haven't even gone all out yet.
Ning Jia pushed the hostage in front of him aside. Just as the driver was relieved to have saved his life, a sword struck him in the waist, slicing the mech and its pilot neatly in half. The explosion illuminated the cold face of the Flame Soul Dual God beneath the oilcloth, tearing apart the rags on his body and exposing the crimson mech made of reverse metal to everyone's gaze.
That luster. A mech made of reverse metal? Is it the god of war?
The structure of Crazy Shark's body meant he had no sweat glands, otherwise, his back would definitely be soaked with sweat by now. The subsequently launched thruster backpack automatically docked and was installed on the back of the battle god. The Flame Soul Battle God, holding a sword in one hand, stood like a spear in front of the Noah's Ark. I heard a long time ago that the last generation of the hexagonal Magic Bull pirate group's captain once saved a craftsman from the 10 Divine Craftsman clan. To repay the captain, the craftsman built a battle god mech for the hexagonal Magic Bull pirate group. This also made the hexagonal Magic Bull the only pirate group in the universe with a dedicated battle god mech.
It seems you are truly survivors.
The mad shark has disturbed you here. When we reach the city of Brahma in the Lost Paradise and have the fortune to meet you all again, the Mad Shark will treat you to a drink.
Farewell for now."
The Mad Shark clasped his fists in farewell, and 50 pirate ships, with their mechs looking battered and dirty, quickly turned around and left, moving much faster than when they had come to hunt. "Congratulations to you all, without fighting, you have made the enemy submit, this performance was truly excellent,"
X said, lightly clapping.
"Ning Jia, you bastard, come back and tell me everything you know clearly," and shouted at the screen, without any joy of victory. Back in the hangar, the Level 2 combat readiness status had been lifted. Looking at Ning Jia, who was only wearing a patient's striped shirt as he walked down from the frame, it was hard to imagine that just a few minutes ago, he had brutally killed a rival mech commander. After killing the person, Ning Jia remained as calm as ever, as if he were just a sentinel returning from patrol. However, the staff receiving him looked at him with a different gaze. Including Ling Shan, who appeared somewhat timid when Ning Jia walked past her, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. As soon as Ning Jia returned, he was taken to a separate interrogation room to report to and in Captain X about all the secrets of the Lost Paradise that he knew. Just by looking at Anne's wide-open cow-like eyes, Ning Jia knew that if he didn't spit something out, Anne would definitely choke him by hugging his neck. Thus, the first piece of information about the Lost Paradise gradually surfaced. The so-called Lost Paradise actually refers to a massive meteorite the size of a moon, which has been transformed into a vast underground city, Brahma City, since who knows when. This area is mainly divided into 3-star zones, one of which is the trading zone, featuring the largest black market auction in the universe, as well as the largest slave trade. Treasures looted by pirates, ranging from interstellar ships to sock cans, can all find suitable buyers here in exchange for reasonable rewards.
The second area is the entertainment zone, where pirates and interstellar drifters come to understand the true definition of the word paradise. There are fountains spraying fine wine and delicious dishes made from rare ingredients you could never imagine. Of course, the 3 milk prostitutes are far more common than those in Hollywood movies. In the casino, you can enjoy the thrill of spending lavishly, as long as you have the courage to become a pauper one day. The third is the living area. Whether it's the ruthless interstellar pirates, the extremely violent repeat offenders, or the notorious gang leaders, everyone hopes to have a private space to rest after exhausting days of running around. To this end, the living area offers the highest end, most private, and safest living environment in the entire universe. Here, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, a phrase that hardly captures its luxury. Countless interstellar refugees consider living here their lifelong goal. Meanwhile, some corrupt planetary politicians have also purchased their own backyards here, depositing their dirty money into private accounts at the Bank of Brahma, ensuring universal accessibility. Even if their planets perish, the security of the accounts remains intact. This is the Lost Paradise, a region of the universe selectively forgotten by memory. After breaking free, the Noah's Ark sailed smoothly forward. They could not use lightspeed cruising here, although they had broken through the meteorite layer. The Lost Paradise still belonged to the meteorite-type star domain. This meant that a large number of scattered meteorites were still floating around. Upon closer inspection, these meteorites were equipped with surveillance cameras and navigation lights. As soon as they deviated slightly from the border, they fell within the monitoring range of the Lost Paradise. This is mainly to defend against external invasions and to manage the various matters occurring within the Lost Paradise, playing a very positive role in maintaining regional stability. The Noah's Ark is sailing towards Brahma City along the path indicated by the meteorite. After just a few hours, a massive meteorite with an oval shape appeared before everyone. This irregular meteorite, about the size of the moon, has a surface adorned with various electronic devices and metal plates, as if the rock had been consumed by technology. Surrounding this giant meteorite, small meteorites formed the trajectory marking lights, guiding ships in and out of the interstellar port. You can hardly imagine how lively and grand a small Brahma city is. Among its hundreds of interstellar ports, various types of spacecraft come and go continuously, making it feel as busy as a highway toll station during a festival. Look at the various turrets and mecha launch bays on the surface of that meteorite, combined with hundreds of meteorite fortresses equipped with directional cannons and mecha launch bay doors around it. The defense of this Brahma city is even capable of battling several interstellar fleets, making it a group of armed-to-the-teeth outlaws.
The Noah's Ark was designated to dock at Interstellar Port Number 02, which is also the dedicated port for large vessels. The massive Noah's Ark simply could not maintain a low profile. Its enormous hull, the design reminiscent of the royal flagship of Yalai, and the flag of the hexagonal demon bull that had disappeared for 60 years all made it an instant focal point of discussion in Brahma City. This is not a good thing. After all, in the dark world, the rule that the lower profile you maintain, the longer you can survive, remains unchanged. Before disembarking, the detailed tasks had basically been clearly divided. And Miller and a small team of security personnel would head to the trading area to look for supplies to purchase, including ammunition, food, and even mecha technology for research. Gao Ao, along with Xiaolian and Xiaolian, are responsible for staying on the battleship to handle emergencies. As for Ning Jia, he originally planned to go to the entertainment district alone to gather relevant information and find a navigator who could navigate the wandering pulsar belt. This was the key to their success in bypassing the pursuit and blockade of the worm stars and heading to planet K1. Because even Ning Jia didn't know how to traverse this deadly electromagnetic cloud star region. It is said that every 100 years, the ion star belt undergoes a revolutionary change, and only under the guidance of a professional navigator can one find a navigable route in that star belt. Such ample reasons allow Ning Jia to carry large amounts of money while navigating streets filled with sex, drugs, and fine wine. Clearly, this is a very unwise choice. Therefore, and specifically assigned Wu Neng and Ling Shan to follow Ning Jia. Officially, it was to assist with intelligence work, but in reality, it was to restrict their reckless behavior. Originally, Anne planned to go by herself, but when she thought about experiencing the largest black market trading hub in the universe and having unrestricted access to alien high-tech, she hesitated. So she assigned a girl to these two big wolves to prevent them from going to some unhealthy places. However, Anne really underestimated these two people's shamelessness. At the landing hatch, Anne's supply convoy was already counting the personnel and the goods they were carrying. Standing nearby in casual clothes, Miller was also checking the firearms, while Ling Shan quietly approached him from behind. "Are you okay? Can you take on a mission?" Ling Shan greeted as usual. "It's fine, I've been lying down for a few hours. I heard that freak Ning Jia could go out and kill people after just a few minutes of lying down. Monsters are just monsters." Miller turned around with a smile, looking at Ling Shan, who was taken aback. Ling Shan's originally shoulder-length straight hair was tied into a neat little braid, and she was dressed in a men's black suit with a white shirt, which wrapped around her originally curvy figure. With a corset on, she now looked like a pale, slender beauty. "How did you dress up like this?" This was the first time Miller had seen Ling Shan like this. Team leader Wu and Ning Jia both said that they needed to deal with some extraordinary individuals and go to some dangerous places, so it wasn't appropriate for me to dress as a woman, which is why they had me dress as a man. Ling Shan said, pulling out Miller's ring from her pocket, looking a bit awkward. "Miller, I think. Give me back the ring, I was just joking, don't take it seriously." Miller laughed as he snatched the ring from Ling Shan's hand and stuffed it into his pocket. "Ling Shan, remember when I first saw you at the auditorium during the opening ceremony of Thunder Mecha Academy, when I was giving a speech as the representative of the new students? I told myself you were mine. No one knows that I pursued you for half a year before you reluctantly agreed to date me, nor would anyone believe that after 2.5 years of being together, we have only reached the level of a kiss, which I insisted on as a gift for my 18th birthday. I have always felt that I could give you the greatest happiness in the world, and you should feel joy and happiness like this. However, it was only after being educated by a self-righteous guy that I realized I had been forcing my feelings onto you all along. I only knew how to self-righteously give you what I believed in, but I never seriously cared about your feelings. Possessiveness makes me ridiculous and hurts you. So, from now on, I want to learn to wait for your feelings for me to rise to the level of being willing to watch me kneel before you and ask for marriage, only then will I personally place this ring on your ring finger." Ling Shan was somewhat at a loss in the face of Miller's sudden confession, feeling even more bewildered than when he had shoved a ring into her hand last time. After all, she had never seen such a reasonable Miller before. "You seem to have suddenly grown up?" Ling Shan smiled awkwardly, while at that moment, the convoy not far away was already ready to set off. "Really? I hope I can become the man more worthy of your love before you fall for someone else."
Wait for me, I will grow. I'm leaving now.
Miller stepped forward, gently kissed Lingshan's forehead, smiled, and turned to run towards the convoy as An's purchasing team set off. The builders of Brahma City can be called the strongest pests in history, as the interior of the meteorite that makes up the entire Brahma City has been completely hollowed out, resembling a walnut shell without a kernel. The meteorite is made of pure dark iron, recognized as the second hardest metal or after reverse metal. Whether in smelting or shaping, it is quite difficult, and to hollow it out completely from the inside like Brahma City can be considered one of the 7 wonders of the universe. In the 3 subdivisions within Brahma City, the buildings are completed in a concentric circular pattern, closely adhering to the rock walls. The entire meteorite is equipped with a sophisticated gravity system, so when you stand on the street and look up at the sky, what you see will not be fluffy white clouds, but rather, like a mirror, a microscopic view of another city at the apex. In such a world, it is impossible to install the hovering systems that are commonly seen in Morning Light City, so people here are more accustomed to using traditional wheeled vehicles, and even mobile tools pulled by livestock are quite popular. Until half an hour after An's convoy set off, Wu Neng and Ning Jie, dressed in the same suits, finally emerged from the dark passageway. Both of them had their hair slicked back with hair wax, and their shiny leather shoes could be used as mirrors. Especially the one with the old-fashioned frog glasses. Just looking at him, he didn't seem like a good person. Finally, it's our turn to take the stage, Ning Jie said with a mischievous smile. Fine wine, beautiful women, delicious food, not letting any of them go, oh why? Wu Neng shouted. Wu drove the convertible military jeep directly towards the headquarters of the Brahma Bank as per Ning Jie's arrangement. According to the rules here, while the trading area allows for bartering, in the entertainment and living areas, special Brahma coins must be used, which can be exchanged at over 1,700 banks throughout the city. Ning Jie had prepared a whole trunk full of gold, amounting to 2 tons. That's right, even in the universe, gold is recognized as a rare metal. Blue Star's gold reserves should be considered of medium level in the universe. With military support, plus the reputation of saving Blue Star, the gold, platinum, and rare minerals on the Noah's Ark are enough to satisfy a group of corrupt individuals. Ning Jie smiled as he accompanied the staff into the bank. After just 20 minutes, he came out holding 2 transparent crystal VIP cards. Having up to 20 million Vantian coins to buy an apartment in the residential area is almost a luxury, but it's more than enough for 2 idiots to indulge for a few days. On this journey, Lingshan sat obediently in the back seat, watching the uniquely styled buildings along the way and the various strange aliens. Those creatures that could only be seen in sci-fi movies now suddenly appeared before her. Especially when you looked at them, they also regarded you with the same curious gaze, as if in their eyes, you with your hands and feet were the real monster. How many types of aliens are there, really? Lingshan sighed to herself. No one has ever counted this number. The life forms in the universe are far more than you can imagine. Aside from the 216 member planets of the starry sky Sorrow, which have different races, there are many bizarre civilizations in the universe. Some, like us, have already developed the ability for space travel, while others are still merely in the form of single-celled organisms, Ning Jie suddenly interjected. So many different lives coming together to communicate is truly spectacular, Lingshan exclaimed. You know that in the entire universe there are so many different life forms, different cultures, and different languages, but do you know what they all have in common? Ning Jie turned back and smiled, that is, none of us were born into this dark world willingly, everything is just to survive. The entertainment district of Brahma City, a man's paradise and a woman's sanctuary. Here, whether you're a gambler or a foodie, a lecher or an addict, you can find your own heaven. As a traditional venue, it is naturally one of the most popular places here, lured by the most basic biological mating. As such a place, Sunken Star located in the Red Skull District can be considered the most upscale venue for buying sex. It is very expensive here, expensive enough to bury the stars within, making them impossible to dig out. How many heroes and nobles in the universe, when reflecting on their youth, will have the name Sunken Star emerge in their minds? A famous bard in the universe once wrote, "If you're just here for mating, then don't come. If your soul is dirty, then don't meet. If you are an atheist, when the silky skin touches your chest, you will marvel at the gift of the divine." I am willing to exchange 10 years of my life for 10 days of time in the sinking star.
Ah, indescribably wonderful. Is it a very nonsensical poem? You can't expect alien civilizations to have Blue Star the same neat writing style, right?
Just like English songs that sound incredibly pleasant, when you translate them into Chinese lyrics, it feels as trivial and boring as an ant chatting away. No matter what, when Ning Jie determined the first intelligence gathering point, the name Sunken Star naturally came to mind. After all, when it comes to women, if you only look at pure appearance, it's hard to distinguish between a small shopkeeper and a big hotel. There's no standardized beauty ranking in mainstream aesthetics. However, temperament is a measurable standard that anyone with eyes can differentiate. Conversation, demeanor, depth, upbringing, and cultural knowledge are the true criteria for distinguishing who is a local chicken and who is a phoenix. The custom of the sinking star only raising phoenixes is fundamentally its loud reputation, and the extremely high prices serve as a strategy to keep those who only know how to eat local chickens at bay, which is why it is so outrageously expensive here.
Is that place really as good as you say?
Wu Nong, who was driving, listened to Ning Jie's introduction with a skeptical expression.
He was no stranger to the nightlife scene himself. He had encountered at least 500 women, if not 1,000, and he couldn't be easily fooled by a bit of hype, just like one shouldn't trust the cover photos of adult films. The cowhide is not just for show. When you get there, you'll see for yourself. Ning Jie smiled, and ahead, an alien made entirely of gray rocks waved its giant arms, signaling them to pull over to the side. The rockman, standing 3 meters tall, wore a doorman's vest and a small hat, looking somewhat comical yet particularly frightening. The vehicles were neatly parked in front of the red carpet. Ling Shan, who had never been to a nightclub, turned her head to look and unconsciously swallowed, adjusted her tie, and told herself that it was just a task. As for Wu Nong, he was completely stunned. In front of him was a white stone staircase that rose 19 steps high, upon which stood a magnificent rock palace resembling a Greek temple. The difference was that for someone of Wu Nang's normal height, he appeared as tiny as a little fairy from a fairy tale. The stone pillars supporting the entrance of the sunken star are enough to be embraced hand in hand by 50 skilled individuals, and the entire palace covers an area large enough to build a military base with 4 runways. Such a place is meant to serve tens of thousands of people, yet this sunken star may have no more than 1,000 people in a day. Let's go, I'll take you to see what a universe-level paradise is like. Ning Jie smiled as he pulled Ling Shan to stand beside him, but when Ling Shan started to walk up, she was held back by Ning Jie. They said it's heaven, do we still need to climb the stairs ourselves? As Ning Jie spoke, dozens of small red balls suddenly emerged from the carpet made of resin beneath his feet. These balls grew arms and legs, and they lifted both Ning Jie and Ling Shan entirely off the ground. Ling Shan trembled in fright. However, soon these little creatures began to push them upward along the carpet, starting to climb the stairs. Are these robots? Ling Shan was astonished by the miracle happening beneath her feet, feeling as if she were a giant food being lifted by ants. No, they are also aliens, belonging to a race from a wild planet, small in stature but incredibly strong. The entire staff at the sunken star consists of aliens from various planets, with no advanced machinery. This is because the sunken star has always emphasized that services provided by machines lack emotional connection, while this place is a top-tier club that sells emotions, naturally not allowing guests to spend money to face cold, unfeeling machines. Ning Jie had already been here 1,000 years ago. It was also at this time that Wu looked at the oversized rock doorman. In confusion, he tossed the car keys to the other person. I said, you with such a big build, can you fit in the driver's seat? If the car gets damaged, you'll have to compensate me, you know. The rock man bowed to Wu Nang and expressionlessly walked over to the jeep. Suddenly, he lifted the entire vehicle as if carrying a plate of fruit and walked toward the garage, leaving Wu Nang stunned, considering that the large jeep weighed at least 2 tons. The waiters here are amazing. If a few like this came on the Ark, we wouldn't even need a crane, the loading efficiency would increase by 50%. Wu was unusually excited as he quickly rushed to Ning Jie's side, accidentally kicking over layer after layer of little red balls trying to protect his feet, until he stopped, and a new little red ball lifted him up, sending him upwards at the same frequency as Ning Jie. Granite people. If you are going to the trading area within, you can easily find them at the slave market. They are a very good breed among slaves because they are simple-minded, possess strength but never understand rebellion. As long as they recognize their master, after being given enough food and water, they will fight to the death for him or work to the death. However, their price is also extremely high. The 20 million Vantian coins we exchanged is only enough to buy 2 of them.
Isn't that too much? 2 tons of gold is enough to buy 2?
Wu Ning turned around in fear and looked. Just at the entrance of the sunken star, there stood 100 doormen like this, equivalent to flaunting 100 tons of gold at the door. Now Wu Ning somewhat understood why Ning Jie dared to say that Sunken Star was the best nightclub.
Jia, we are here to gather intelligence, not to look for a lady.
Professor N has instructed us not to act recklessly, Ling Shan reminded, looking at the door that had just opened. I know, the information about men all comes from places like this. Countless millionaires have built their fortunes in the embrace of young ladies. Ning Jie's smirk had no persuasive power at all.
Let's go.
Wu Nong pushed Ning Jie and Ling Shan directly inside from behind.
How should one describe the scene inside the Sunken Star?
Perhaps when you see it all, the first word that comes to mind is service. The classical velvet curtains, the classical jade sculptures, the valuable paintings adorning the walls, and the warm, slightly dim orange chandelier all make you forget what a filthy place this is, where money is earned by selling one's body. After Ning Jie walked in, a doll-like woman in a tight-fitting dress approached. Her long legs, measuring 140 centimeters with not an ounce of excess flesh, made Wu Ning's mouth water. However, this woman had 4 alluring pupils, which made Wu Ning's scalp tingle. Wow, how do we get up there? The concept of 4 breasts and 4 eyes is completely different. Wu Ning whispered nervously in Ning Jie's ear. What are you afraid of?
Just drink a couple more glasses later. If you get drunk, you can just pretend you're seeing double, Ning Jie said with a light laugh.
Sir, welcome to Sunken Star. May I ask if you have a reserved room or a familiar lady? Although the words of the 4-eyed girl were translated through nanobots into Blue Star language, the sweetness of her voice was preserved intact by the nanobots. Do you have the Blue Crystal Suite available without a reservation? Ning Jie asked. It turns out to be a distinguished guest. The Blue Crystal Suite is still available. Let me arrange it for you right now. Please follow me. The 4-eyed girl smiled as she walked forward along the soft sofa. Ling Shan curiously asked Ning Jie, what is a blue crystal? Why did the waiter's expression change as soon as you mentioned it? The suites here are named after cosmic ores, with a variety that proves the abundance of rooms. Blue crystal is one of the 10 rarest ores in the universe. Unlike the ruggedness of dark iron or the strength of reverse metal, blue crystal represents ultimate luxury, making it the most expensive private room in the entire Sunken Star. The cost of a light room for one night is about 5 million Vantian coins, but that was the price 1,000 years ago. I wonder if inflation has affected it now? Ning Jie's concerns were not without reason. When he sat on the soft sofa of the Blue Crystal Suite, the price tag on the coffee table indicated that it was already 10 million Vantian coins for one night, but fortunately, it was still within an affordable range. Please wait a moment, as you are a distinguished guest of Blue Crystal, our boss's wife will personally serve you. The 4-eyed girl respectfully exited the private room, leaving Wu Nong, who was spraying air freshener, Ning Jie, who was resting with closed eyes, and Ling Shan, who was exploring the surroundings. She is a girl full of curiosity about luxury, especially about the most luxurious nightclub in the universe. However, what ultimately attracts her is the entire smooth floor-to-ceiling glass window on the right side of the private room. Jia, do you know what that stage below is? Ling Shan was pleasantly surprised to find a glowing white stage in the center below the glass. Even more amazing, outside this glass window, there were countless other windows like this one. Some had curtains drawn, some were in frosted mode, and some were wide open, allowing others to see the scenes inside the private room. I really didn't know about this. During my time, there was no such design here. To make so many guests with their minds clouded forget the meatball they are kneading in their hands and enjoy the performance, to be honest, I am somewhat looking forward to it. Ning Jie walked to Ling Shan's side. What is the happiest time when calling a girl? I remember a movie from the past that said it is the moment of waiting for the girl to arrive, when your heart is filled with anticipation, imagining what she looks like, and thinking about what posture to use and how long you can hold on.
And everything, when that door inlaid with crystal carvings was pushed open, this pleasure naturally came to an end. Wriggling like a python, the scaled lower body brought a tall beauty into the room. The newcomer wore only a bikini top made of scales, her hair styled up with a hairpin, and in her delicate hand, she held a small black lace fan that covered half of her face, leaving only a pair of enchanting apricot eyes gazing at the men. Occasionally, through the black veil, one can still see the snake woman's forked tongue, carrying a seductive allure. The three esteemed guests have been waiting for a long time.
It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time.
My name is Jian Yang, and I have only been the owner of this establishment, Sunken Star, for about 10 years. I hope you will often come to support us in the future, bringing some of your esteemed presents to Sunken Star, so that I may share in your good fortune. Tonight's drinks are on the house, as a token of our fateful meeting. Jian Yang swayed her serpentine body to the front of the sofa, putting away her folding fan. When her smiling face appeared before everyone, Ling Shan couldn't help but sigh softly, so beautiful. As the saying goes, a femme fatale is like a beautiful snake. It seems that only a true serpent woman can be so stunningly captivating. Wu Ning couldn't help but lean closer to Ning Jia and exclaimed, "Today I've finally seen a real water snake waist. Blue Star people can never grow such a beautiful waist in their lifetime."
Speaking of which, when you compliment someone's waist, why do your eyes always seem to be staring at their chest?
Ning Jia replied with a sideways glance, then pulled Jian Yang's hand, effortlessly drawing her into his embrace. Jian Yang let out a light laugh, naturally wrapping her arms around his neck, while her long snaketail even draped over Wu Nang's body, gently swaying. "The guest has quite a bit of strength,"
Jian Yang whispered in Ning Jia's ear.
"Not only is there strength in my hands, but the strength in my waist is even greater."
"Want to give it a try?"
Ning Jia looked at the beauty in his arms with a dazed expression, seemingly unconcerned about the serpentine lower body. Wait, Jian Yang is already old and faded. If we count the years, I am already 83 this year, no longer a youthful girl."
"In terms of seniority, you might even have to call me sister," Jian Yang said.
"Ha, you actually compare ages with me. In terms of seniority, you'd probably call me great-grandpa, and you wouldn't be at a loss." Ning Jia laughed as he released the beauty in his arms. Jian Yang turned around, her snake tail raised, and stood before everyone once again. "Great-grandfather taught that I should arrange for the esteemed granddaughters of Sunken Star to honor the great-grandfathers.
May I ask what unique preferences the three of you have?"
"With fur or without, for breasts are 8, towering giant sisters up to 5 meters tall, or tiny thumb-sized girls down to 5 centimeters. Humans, animals, dogs, insects, you may choose as you wish." After Jian Yang bowed and introduced herself, she suddenly turned and, like the wind, sat on the armrest of Ling Shan's sofa, closely whispering in her ear, "We have not only girls here, but also plenty of men.
Do you prefer a delicate handsome scholar or a muscular hunk?
By the way, women enjoy an 80% discount here."
"No, that's not necessary."
Ling Shan, who was naturally afraid of snakes, stepped aside. "We'll go for some girls without hair, ones that look somewhat normal like us." Wu Nang felt a chill run down his spine. "Please feel free, come on ladies, let our esteemed guest choose some dishes and see if you have any luck." The dragon ladies swiftly walked to the door like a gust of wind, opened the big door, and then one by one, beauties with different styles strolled in with one hand on their hips. The swaying waist is as charming as a professional model, providing a perfectly timed opportunity for esteemed guests to enjoy. Over 30 beauties lined up in front of the sofa, which should make it clear that the entire blue crystal private room is actually spacious enough to host a basketball game, right? The beauty with butterfly wings, the green-skinned fairy with a ruffled skirt, the lady with hair like a burning cold flame, each one is completely different, with distinct styles, yet all are stunningly beautiful, as if participating in a selection event for interstellar beauties, with oneself as the judging panel. However, among these beauties, there was one who instantly caught Wu Nang's eye, prompting him to step forward and take a closer look. Compared to the exotic beauties beside her, she really had nothing to offer in terms of attraction. After all, she resembled a giant blue pudding lying on the ground, with a transparent body that had no arms, no legs, and no head, lacking any aesthetic appeal.
"Boss lady, what is this? Is this considered a beauty?" Wu Nan laughed. "Blue Moon, the guest is unhappy.
Let the esteemed guest see your skills." the dragon lady called out from the side. Suddenly, the blue pudding shook twice, and a beautiful face emerged from the top. The pudding, continuously shrinking, formed a perfect naked figure with 36F measurements. This transparent blue beauty whispered a couple of words in Wu Nang's ear and directly pulled him into the restroom of the private room. Within 10 seconds, a hoarse shout came from inside, but it was Wu Nang who was shouting.
"Oh my, it's so cold. How can you play like this? It can do this too. I can't take it anymore. It can even transform. Yes. Right there. Ah."
3 minutes later, Wu Nang, still reluctant to part, was led out by Lan Yu holding hands.
"Boss lady, I choose her."
Wu Nang tightly hugged Lan Yu's neck, looking as if he was going to marry her.
Alright, the blue moon is yours tonight, guest. As for you? Did you find anything you like?
Jian Yang turned to look at Ning Jia again.
Whatever you choose, just leave it all to me.
Ning Jia directly pulled out 2 crystal cards from his pocket and tossed them onto the coffee table.
Take the cards and spend them as you like. If you don't use them all tonight, consider it an extra bonus for everyone.
The distinguished guests are truly exceptional, their generosity is unparalleled.
Ladies, what are you waiting for? Go!
The dragon lady picked up the card, tucked it into her bodice, and with a gentle wave of her hand, the remaining 29 beauties swooped towards Ning Jia and Ling Shan like singing birds. In no time, Ning Jia was overwhelmed by a sea of beautiful women, with fragrant kisses flying everywhere.
Thank God, I'm still alive.
A hand reached out from among the beauties as Ning Jia shouted amidst the crowd of women. On the other side of this Brahma city, there is another person who is also enjoying the pleasure. Lady Yan, this is a titanium phantom warhead. Although it doesn't have much to boast about in terms of lethality against metallic enemies, it is a veritable poison bullet against biological foes. Even a mere scratch can ensure the destruction of the entire nervous system within just 0.5 seconds, leading to organ failure and a death that cannot be reversed. Many captains are accustomed to purchasing this type of titanium phantom warhead for defense against biological fleets like those from the Insect Star.
However, due to the limited production of titanium phantom, the price.
An alien with an octopus-like body held an electronic pen in one tentacle and a small computer in the other, walking alongside and as he introduced his product. He was facing the owner of this luxurious military market, the cunning octopus Paul. The military goods market run by Paul has always been known for its wide variety of products, good quality, and shady prices. Experienced pirates and merchants would never source goods from him, only naive newcomers to Brahma City and foolish idiots would visit his self-proclaimed most luxurious military goods market in the entire city.
However, and didn't care about the price at all.
Dressed in a white lab coat, she wandered through various high-tech product display rooms, her cheeks flushed with the happiness of a first date.
Stop talking nonsense, Mr. Paul, how many of these bullets do you have right now?
And said, turning her head. About 10 million rounds of bullets for the mecha, and 3,000 titanium virtual ballistic missiles.
Paul's eyes were almost turning golden. All of it is needed. I won't negotiate the price with you, but you have to include delivery. My fleet is already full.
Asin spoke outside the military-industrial market. The 6 trucks she brought were nearly overloaded to the point of bursting. The security soldiers, who were originally responsible for protection, had now all become movers, each one panting like a dog. Look at Anne's achievements in just 1 hour, from the new type of sealed screws to the entire core engine of an alien mech. If it catches her eye, there's only one outcome: load it onto the truck. Captain N, we have less than half of the gold we brought left. You'd better consider the price.
A guard nervously reminded and beside her.
They had brought a full 40 tons of gold, equivalent to 400 million Vantian coins, and in just 1 hour, half of it was consumed. At this rate of spending, Anne is definitely a super shopaholic.
Have we already used half of it?
No problem, there are plenty of these things in the hangar, just piles of bright yellow stones. Our eldest at home doesn't lack these things at all, but they can be exchanged for the products of high-tech wisdom from various civilizations in the universe.
As long as we bring these things back, the entire planet's technological level can achieve a qualitative leap.
Moreover, just imagine, if we join the sorrow of the starry sky, we will be strictly forbidden from appearing in places like this. Now is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so we must buy as much as we can. And patted Miller on the shoulder, and when she turned back, the huge products on display once again caught her eye. This is a mech flying backpack supported by a frame, with 2 long and 2 short narrow wings extending from the upper and lower corners. The entire metal surface of the flying propeller is covered in dust, as if it has just been picked up from the battlefield.
What is the story behind this thing? Anne asked curiously. This, in principle, is an antique.
You are also knowledgeable, so I won't hide it from you. This thruster has a history of 1,000 years. It's called Black Wing and is a masterpiece crafted by a renowned mecha artisan. It can accelerate from 0 to 6 times the speed of sound in just 2 seconds, featuring 6 sets with a total of 18 thrust outlets. Paired with wind wings, its flying capability remains extremely stable even within a planet's gravitational field. However, you know that in that era, any craftsman with a bit of fame scoffed at auxiliary systems, believing that only human control could unleash the full power of their weapons. So this propulsion backpack cannot use auxiliary systems, it requires at least a mech expert with a hand speed of over 500 to operate it, Paul explained, feeling wronged. It's okay, wrap it up for me, coincidentally, I know a jerk like that. Anne said with a smile. In the large blue crystal private room, dazzling lights flicker, and the hottest party tracks in the universe play in surround sound. On several enormous dining tables, reminiscent of the Last Supper, a variety of exquisite delicacies are laid out abundantly, from lobsters the size of pigs to matsutake mushrooms the size of chickens, with various aromas intertwining to create the most tempting flavors in the universe. The fine wine is more like free natural water, with hundreds of bottles of various colored drinks opened and placed on the coffee table. Some are crystal clear like amber gemstones, while others emit soft fluorescent colors under the dim light. The most striking is the Cosmic Special Brews Tonic series, where a 3-headed snake tossed into a large wine bottle still rides back and forth, surprisingly alive.
Uncle, come on, you just drank with Xiao Hong and haven't had a drink with me yet? Come on, let's finish this cup.
The charming young lady leaned against Ning Jie's chest, holding the steaming cup of wine in front of his eyes. Surrounded by a dozen beautiful women, he couldn't even manage to hold the cup.
Who are you? I don't even recognize you anymore?
Ning Jie was so drunk that his eyes could barely stay open, and before he could finish speaking, he was already being fed more.
I love you, Blue Moon, I really love you.
My childhood was not happy, my mom died early, and I lack maternal love, you know? Blue Moon, don't leave me, I want to marry you and make you my wife, I promise to treat you well. Lying sideways on the transparent blue gel of Blue Moon's legs, Wu Nang acted like a child, both acting spoiled and licking Blue Moon's thigh.
Who could imagine that it was a taste sweeter than jelly? Do you know how bad they are?
To rush to the nightclub to find girls, they actually forced me to wear men's clothes. Their conscience has been eaten by dogs, they even bring girls to the nightclub. It's supposed to be for gathering intelligence, but all I see is them leering at the sisters' chests. Poor me, still a virgin, and I've been dragged to a place like this to drink and have fun.
What wrong have I done? Is this how God punishes me?
Ling Shan's tie was nowhere to be found, she hadn't drunk much, but once she was tipsy, she cried, tears streaming down her face, prompting the sisters beside her to wipe her tears and comfort her with hugs, which was quite touching. Sunken Star, this is a place that provides whatever you need. It aims to satisfy not only your body but also your soul, extracting your worries from your body and infusing them with joy and contentment, things that cannot be bought with money. As early as 1,000 years ago, Ning Jie already knew about the wonders here. However, after 1,000 years, some subtle changes have occurred. It seems they have found another way to quickly fill the emptiness in your heart.
Who is knocking on my window? Who is plucking the strings? That forgotten period of time. Gradually rising from the depths of my heart.
Suddenly, the music in the entire private room stopped, and the flashing laser lights went out. Many beautiful women detached from the guests and stood to the side, while the glass curtain wall on one side of the room slowly opened. The singing floated through the window, causing even the most deeply intoxicated drunkard to feel a tremor in his heart. What kind of person would possess such a wonderful voice? It is as if a true angel is gently descending to earth, strumming a harp.
Ningjia, Wu Nang, and Ling Shan all rushed to the windowsill as if summoned souls. Looking down at the originally empty white stage below, where a beautiful woman in a white bikini stood, holding a microphone and humming a captivating song without any accompaniment. Who is knocking on my window? Who is plucking the strings? The joyful scenes in my memory slowly emerging in my mind, the gently falling drizzle. Constantly knocking on my window, only that silent me. Occasionally reminiscing about the past. This song is so beautiful, this voice is so beautiful, it feels so familiar, yet it also feels like I've never heard it before. Ling Shan comfortably leaned against the windowsill, listening to the melody. This is the song of the Blue Star, but it is an old song from over 1,000 years ago. It was sung by a Huaxia singer at that time. I heard it a long time ago, and hearing it again now feels like a reunion after 1,000 years. Ningjia slightly raised his head to look around the windows, only to find that all the guests in the dimly lit room were gathered at their windows as if enchanted, listening to the singer's voice. In some private rooms, there were no ladies present at all. It seemed that their extravagant night here was solely to wait for the enchanting melody to begin. Who is she? Ningjia waved his hand back and called over a young lady to ask. It seems that the esteemed guest hasn't been to Vantian City for some time. Alice is now quite the sensation in the Lost Paradise. The young lady chuckled lightly. She suddenly appeared in Vantian City 5 years ago and began her life as a singer. Those who have heard her sing, whether men or women, are utterly enchanted as if under a spell. Some musicians say her voice is a gift from the gods, while others claim she is a devil, leading people to hell with her voice. No matter which one it is, she is now the #1 singer of our sunken star. Every day she chooses an old song from a planet to sing. Today, the planet she is singing from seems to be called Blue Star, an uncivilized planet. I heard that the most famous things about that planet are two things. One is the massive mining fleet, and the other is that by coincidence, it produced the greatest battle god of Yalai, the Flame Soul battle god. It seems that today is really fateful. Ningjia leaned back on the windowsill again, watching the beautiful person performing below. Alice's skin is white as jade, and with her human-like appearance, she is as beautiful as a flower bud ready to bloom. On top of her head, her golden curly hair is adorned with 2 large triangular cat ears covered in white fur, and a white cat tail gently sways behind her, following her rhythm. I said, do you know what planet she is from? How can she sing so beautifully? Wu Nang nudged Ningjia, and his own tears began to fall. I'm afraid I really can't say. Although I have seen quite a few aliens in the past, I have never encountered a being with cat ears and a cat tail. Either she is a species from a newly formed planet, or she is a descendant of interstellar refugees from a planet that has perished. Ningjia sighed. Alice sang a total of 5 old songs from Blue Star, from Forgotten Time to The Most Romantic Thing, from Late Autumn to A Cloud Made of Rain in the Wind, and finally concluded with The Day Doesn't Understand the Night's Darkness. The wonderful singing leaves one wanting more. After the floor-to-ceiling windows were closed again, Ningjia sat back on the sofa, and the three of them felt as if they had undergone a cleansing of the soul. Help me call Jianyang in. Ningjia waved his hand and said to a young lady. In just a few minutes, the serpent-bodied lady swayed in with a black lace folding fan. What instructions do you have, esteemed guest? If the service from the young lady is not satisfactory, do you need me to bring a new batch of goods? The serpent woman directly approached Ningjia, sitting on the coffee table and deliberately placing her snake-like lower body on Ningjia's thigh, gently rubbing against it. This is not necessary, but I just heard some good songs and was quite moved. I would like to invite Miss Alice up for a drink, if that's possible? Ningjia said with hazy eyes. Dear guest, this seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Our Alice has been in Sunken Star for 5 years, but she has never entered a private room to drink with anyone. This girl Alice is too willful, she insists on only selling her art and not her body. Jian Yang said somewhat awkwardly. Really? It looks like tonight will be a disappointing night for me. It's just a drink, not enough to sell myself. What I like is Miss Alice's singing voice, but I don't necessarily think that moan during sex with that voice would be equally wonderful. After understanding my meaning, could you please ask her and then tell me if she is willing to have a drink with me? Ningjia confidently raised his glass,
and that kind of subtle yet strong demeanor left Jian Yang unsure how to refuse. It was rare for her to show an expression that was hard to handle. "Well, since our esteemed guest is in such high spirits, I will go and ask for you. If I can't make it happen for you, I, Jian Yang, will return and drink 3 cups as a way to apologize." After Jian Yang finished speaking, she stood up and left. The sounds of laughter and joy returned to the room, and the 3 who had just sobered up a bit were once again immersed in the wine jar. I don't know how much time has passed, but when the tightly closed box door was casually pushed open by the dragon girl, Alice, who had just been singing 100 meters away, walked in wearing crystal high heels like Cinderella. The many young ladies sensibly turned down the music in the private room and gradually left from beside Ning Jie, making space next to him. Alice, with a shallow dimpled smile, sat beside Ning Jie, looking somewhat unnatural, as if what Jian Yang said was true. This was her first time interacting with guests in a private room. In the past, she had been like the countless stars in the sky, difficult to reach for the guests. "Hello, esteemed guest, my name is Alice. I heard that you enjoy the songs I sing. Thank you so much for your support. Come, let me toast to you." Alice said the formal words, but her innocence made her quite unaccustomed to this routine. She awkwardly picked up 2 wine glasses from the table, handing one to Ning Jie and placing the other in front of herself. "Where are you from?" Ning Jie asked as he took the wine glass. "Meow Meow Star, my mother told me this. I have never seen my planet, because it had already perished thousands of years before I was born. Since then, my people have become interstellar nomads, drifting and dying. By the time I became aware, there were no more of my kind around me. Perhaps I am the last Meow Meow person?" Alice's smile was so sweet. "Perhaps this is one of the conditions for you to achieve yourself. When you are the only Meow Meow Star singer left in the world, you are destined to attract more attention." Ning Jie gently clinked her glass with Alice's. "The praise of esteemed guests is so powerful. My lonely life, in your eyes, is indeed a unique gift. Is it too sad?" Alice smiled. "Talent is talent, regardless of sadness or joy." Ning Jie poured the contents of the cup down his throat. "The accounts have been settled. The total is 4,030,000 Brahma coins. Saving 30,000 is considered as making a friend." Paul tapped on the calculator with his as many as 8 claws and instantly reported the total. "Not enough, simply not enough." And glanced at her shopping list, which already had over 400 items, yet she still felt a deep emptiness inside. "Let my team first haul the things back, and then send the goods I ordered back. I will have my team bring over new gold, and then accompany me to shop around and see if there are any good items related to warships." Anne's arrangements have been given, and they only left Miller and 10 soldiers. The rest all went back to the Ark of Noah at spaceport number 02 with the convoy to escort supplies. "Sir, why don't you come with me to the office to rest for a bit? You've been browsing for almost 3 hours now. You must be a bit hungry. Let me ask the staff to prepare some authentic snacks for you to fill your stomach first, so we can continue our tour and shopping," Paul said warmly. "All right, Miller can go." And felt a bit hungry after hearing this. The staff also arranged for the remaining 10 soldiers to have their meals in the cafeteria. Everyone knows that with Anne's crazy purchasing power, even if it takes another 3 hours, it might not be finished, so having a meal must be taken seriously. Following Paul through the winding paths of the military-industrial market, his office is located in a separate building behind. When Paul warmly opened the door to his office, the food and drinks were all ready, filling a large table. However, it seemed this was not prepared for them. A burly, naked man was sitting at the dining table, casually picking up a plate of food and pouring the entire dish into the tank on top of his head. The shark in the water tank took a big gulp for the first time, and all the delicacies rushed directly into its mouth, being chewed into pieces and swallowed down. "You all came too late. I was almost dying from waiting," captain of the hexagonal demon bull pirate crew. The crazy shark turned around and grinned menacingly. Miller instinctively reached for the handgun in his pocket, but before he could pull it out, several rat-faced pirates suddenly charged out from the side corridor, pressing their strange gun muzzles against his lower back. "It seems you are all in cahoots? How did I not realize that both octopuses and sharks are seafood?" And glared at the octopus Paul beside her, while Paul smirked and stepped aside, making a gesture of please. Whether it was the trap banquet or the perilous tiger's mouth, and was pushed in without any choice and sat opposite the mad shark.
Captain, you are much more beautiful than what I saw in the video call. Come, let me toast to you.
The crazy shark was in a good mood and personally poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Anne.
Sorry, I don't drink. Anne didn't respond at all. You'd better drink it, my hand is getting a bit sore.
The mad shark maintained the posture of handing over the wine, and those black pupils made one's hair stand on end. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Miller wanted to struggle but was held tightly by 2 rat-faced individuals. After a slight hesitation, Anne still picked up the wine glass and poured the spicy liquid down her throat, causing her to cough and tears to come out.
Good drinking capacity.
The mad shark poured his drink into the water tank on his head and gulped it down. I just like a captain who knows the times. What honor, what face is all nonsense.
When the enemy is stronger than me, you have to eat shit. This is the law of the universe.
Those who don't understand have already turned to bones or are about to become bones.
If you want to kill me, you could have done it the moment I stepped into this military-industrial market. Keeping me alive until now can't just be to force me to eat shit for you to see, right?
To be honest, Anne was very scared, almost to the point of wetting her pants, but her face remained calm because she knew this was the primary condition for her to survive longer.
Hee, Captain, you're joking.
I'm not that malicious, I only wanted to make a deal with you. The crazy shark grinned in the water tank.
Trade? Do we have anything that Captain Crazy Shark would be interested in? Anne asked, puzzled.
Of course, there is. The only one in the entire Brahma city who can present me with something that makes my mouth water is you, Captain Anne. The crazy shark said as he pulled out a glass-like tablet computer from behind him and tossed it in front of Anne. The screen displayed none other than the Flame Soul Battle God Mecha, but it wasn't in the state from the earlier battle. In this image, the Flame Soul Battle God was holding a giant crimson longsword, his body covered in blood that was still evaporating into blue smoke, and large mechas marked with the Arai symbol surrounded him. I want your Flame Soul Battle God, both the Battle God and the Mecha Master, I want them all.
Name your price.
Before Crazy Shark could finish speaking, Quieten suddenly grabbed the wine glass on the table and smashed the rim with a loud crack, turning the glass into a dagger, but it was aimed at her own neck. Unfortunately, she wasn't fast enough. Crazy Shark suddenly jumped up and pinned her arm and neck firmly against the sofa cushion.
Captain, why be so agitated? It's just business, there's no need to resort to suicide, right?
It seems that Crazy Shark was also frightened by Anne. Listen, any deal can be negotiated, even if you ask me to eat shit, as long as the conditions are right, I can do it for you. But the Flame Soul Fighting God absolutely cannot fall into anyone's hands. I can die, but the fighting god cannot be lost. And articulated her belief, word by word spat it out. Do you know what the first thing I learned after becoming an interstellar pirate was? It's that in this universe, there is nothing that can't be bought or sold. Whether it's a life or love, as long as the price is right, a deal can be made. I honestly tell you that with your abilities, there is no way to properly protect the Flame Soul Fighting God, and you cannot survive to reach planet K1. The interception forces from the insect star are enough to destroy a small star system, and they even brought in a four-armed fighting god who is well known in the universe. As soon as you leave the lost paradise, bugs will immediately take your lives, along with the Flame Soul Fighting God. The crazy shark reined in the smile on his face, as if to soothe them.
How do you know these things? Anne exclaimed. Come on, as long as there's money here, what information can't be bought?
Even the image data of the Flame Soul Fighting God, which has been missing for 1,000 years, I found in just 3 minutes. You are not the hexagonal demon bull pirate group at all, you are the visiting worship of Blue Star. The crazy shark released Anne's wrist and sat back in his seat. Of course, I can find out your departure purpose, and others can naturally find it out too. I was just lucky to have seen the image of the Flame Soul Fighting God a bit earlier, so I understood these things a bit sooner. Soon, your news in Brahma City will leak out, and the insect star will not let you go. The only way to save you now is to use bait tactics. I can send a portion of expendable crew members to pilot your warship to attract the attention of the insect stars.
You, your crew, and the God of War can board my ship, and we will escort you to planet K1. The safety factor is definitely much higher than if you were on just one warship. However, this also means that I will bear the risk of total annihilation. No one engages in a deal that offers no benefits. So, I want your fighting god. Of course, I don't mean to force him, after all, that's the Flame Soul fighting god. If he is willing to join my pirate crew, I would be naturally pleased. If he is not willing, you can also pay me in gold for the escort service. What do you think of my proposal? The shark's facial muscles were hardly enough for him to show much expression, but at this moment, the mad shark should be considered as sincere as possible. Are you serious? Anne asked in confusion. Of course, the pirate's credit is a guarantee for long-term survival. You should inform your fighting god to come and discuss the details of our cooperation with me, including whether he is willing to join us. We will never force him. The crazy shark said, opening his arms. Although Anne was filled with doubt, she still took out her portable communicator. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Alice's transition from shy and reserved to drinking heartily was so natural. Not only did she accompany Ning Jie in savoring the fine wine, but she also brought Ling Shan and Wu Nang along, drinking with their arms around each other. The young ladies next to them took turns pouring various fine wines, and the glasses in their hands never seemed to run dry. The way of drinking depth charges in the Manchuhan Imperial Feast made by mixing dozens of types of alcohol is simply a torment that doesn't treat the stomach as a bodily organ. Ling Shan was completely knocked out after just 2 depth charges, and she directly lay down on the nearby sofa, hugging a cushion and fell asleep. Wu Nang managed to hold on for 4 more cups of the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, but when he raised his cup again, he suddenly rolled under the table, vomiting as he fainted. Ning Jie is the strongest. Having already downed about 10 bottles of strong liquor, he still managed to drink with Alice as if 1,000 cups were too few for kindred spirits. I said, aren't you not receiving guests? Why is your alcohol tolerance so good? Ning Jie wrapped his arm around Alice's shoulders, swaying unsteadily. Not seeing guests doesn't mean I can't drink, right? Speaking of which, esteemed guest, you have quite a capacity for alcohol. I bet you could rank in the top 10 even in this place of sinking stars. Are you a pirate? Alice asked with her rosy little face. Pirate? Have you ever seen such a handsome pirate as me? Ning Jie burped and said, let me tell you, I'm a mech engineer, and I work in the killing business. But I did encounter some really impressive pirates before. That guy would drink straight from bowls as big as water tanks, and 2 bowls would knock me out. But even when drunk, he couldn't beat me in a mech battle. In the end, he lost to me a promise, that as long as I needed it, I could fight under their banner, and that promise wouldn't expire even after 1,000 years. It seems you really drank too much, dear guest. Come, let's have another drink. Alice turned around, took a glass of blue liquor from the hands of the dragon lady, and handed it to Ning Jie. Done. Ning Jie downed it in one go, and without saying another word, collapsed onto the sofa as if dead, unable to get up again. Flame Soul fighting god. You've had too much to drink. Alice's smile vanished in an instant, and she set aside the blue wineglass that had not yet been consumed. Truly deserving of being someone who was drunk with the former Hexagon Magic Bull pirate crew, known as the Wine Immortal Captain. If ordinary people were given his drinking methods, they would have already suffered from a perforated stomach. But he insists that we must use the smooth for anesthetizing large creatures to get him drunk. What kind of monster is he? The dragon lady slithered forward. Alice's little face was still a bit flushed, but her mind was clear. She opened her mouth and surprisingly, a beetle the size of a coin crawled out from the back of her tongue. The beetle flew out of her mouth, and with every 2 flaps of its wings, it fell onto the coffee table, instantly dying from the impact. After 1,000 cups, even the bugs have been drunk to death by him. If the Smurfs can't get him drunk, I won't be able to hold on much longer either. Alice stood up with difficulty, a bit unsteady, and the dragon lady immediately supported her. Lady Alice, what should we do now? This guy has been confirmed to be the Flame Soul fighting god Ning Jie, who caused chaos in the universe 1,000 years ago. Their sailing purpose has also been clearly confirmed. It is truly a heinous crime for him to dare to impersonate our hexagonal magic bull pirate group's flag.
But just now he also said that this is a promise given to him by his ancestors.
Jian Yang said somewhat awkwardly.
The hexagonal demon bull no longer exists, and only this little spark remains with us. We have been living in hiding, struggling to survive, and it has not been easy to get to today by selling our appearances. Yet this bastard has boldly raised our banner, bringing the forgotten hexagonal demon bull back into the market. It will only attract the attention of our enemies and undermine our grand plan for revival, which is truly despicable.
Alice stared at the unconscious Ning Jia on the sofa. Does that mean to kill?
As Jian Yang speculated, the 30 young ladies beside her had already pulled out various weapons from the corners of the private room, ranging from rocket launchers to poison needles and daggers, everything one could imagine.
Just kill him, it's a bit of a pity.
The Flame Soul Fighting God is quite a notable figure in the universe, perhaps he will be useful to us in the future.
Let's lock him up in the dungeon to sober up first.
Alice instructed simply, leaving all the mess to her subordinates. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a phone rang suddenly from Ning Jia's pocket. Strangely, Ning Jia, who should have already fallen into a coma, actually sat up and took out the communicator, saying, "Hello." On the other end of the phone was Paul the Octopus's office, wherein was looking at the smiling crazy shark across from her.
After the call was connected,
and took a deep breath and said, "Whatever you do, don't look for me.
I've been kidnapped. Don't leave the fighting god."
Before Anne could finish her sentence, a loud slap knocked her so hard that her phone flew far away. "Damn it, I've wasted so much breath, that's why I hate smart women the most." Crazy Shark glared at Anne, walked over to the phone that had been knocked away, and picked it up. "The specific details, your captain just told you, right?" said the mad shark through the glass tank.
"Very clear, what do you want? Ransom? Or something else?" Ning Jia asked calmly. "The things I want, you probably won't give me while you're alive. To put it simply, I must have the Flame Soul Fighting God Mecha. If you can make an offer, we can talk, if you can't, then there's no need to continue this conversation." At this point, Crazy Shark was very straightforward. "Since you want me to quote a price, I'll give you one."
Ning Jia leaned back on the sofa, his expression cold, and said, "If you send in and our people home now, I'll pretend this call never happened. If you refuse, I will personally come and make you into shark fin soup, then drink it all up, do you understand?" The threat of the Flame Soul Fighting God is really scary.
The crazy shark pretended to act cute, then suddenly became strong and said, "Listen carefully, do you really think you are the Flame Soul Fighting God of the Uri Star? Right now, you are just a lonely mecha master on a desolate planet. You no longer have any backing. In this city of Brahma, if you're a tiger, you must lie low, if you're a dragon, you must coil. It's much easier to kill you than you can imagine.
It seems you don't understand the situation. I kill people without relying on others.
Backgrounds are no longer within my scope of reference.
Furthermore, this is not a threat, I'm just informing you that you are about to die." After Ning Jia finished speaking, he actually hung up the phone himself. Sitting on the sofa, he looked at the room full of young women holding weapons, surprisingly without any hint of shock. On the contrary, Alice was somewhat taken aback, as she had never encountered such a situation before. The atmosphere at the scene was quite awkward, everyone was unsure of what to say or do.
"Can you help me pour a glass of water? I'm feeling a bit dizzy."
Ning Jia smiled at Alice beside her.
"Kill him."
The folding umbrella in Jian Yang's hand suddenly revealed a sharp dagger, but she was stopped by Alice before she could advance. Alice sat down next to Ning Jia again, poured a glass of clear water as he requested, and handed it to him.
"Thank you."
Ning Jia was not worried about being poisoned and gulped it all down in one go. "The smith is too harsh on the throat, next time you should dilute it with some water, drinking it like this could be deadly."
"Do you also have the 1,000 cups of drunkenness bug?" Alice asked in confusion.
"I won't let those disgusting bugs crawl on the root of my tongue, I'll throw up." Ning Jia frowned and said, "If you want to ask me why I won't get drunk, I can only say that the effect of being frozen for 1,000 years is quite good. Long-term freezing has damaged my pain receptors and slowed down my metabolism. After drinking a lot, there's no time for digestion and absorption before it turns into urine and sweat. Plus, the results from drinking with the wine immortal captain for 3 days and nights have made my body's nerves adapt to the torment of large amounts of alcohol. Alcohol cannot affect my thinking, at least not today, 1,000 years later.
What exactly do you want to do?
You should have noticed something was wrong before you called me up here.
Why didn't you leave the danger in time, waiting until we showed our fangs? Alice couldn't understand this most unique god of battle in the universe. Because I came here to gather information, you are too normal and can't find anything.
It seems you are survivors of the hexagonal demon bull pirate group, so I came to the right place. To put it simply, my ship and I want to pass through the exiled Star River belt directly to planet K1. I need a navigator to guide me, and you should have a way to help me. Ning Jie looked at Alice with confidence. You are either crazy or you just don't understand the current state of the stellar belt. Let me tell you, the stellar belt has tightened to the point where there are no safe routes left. The entire Lost Paradise has not seen anyone successfully cross the stellar belt for at least 60 years, everyone who has gone in has died.
Do you understand? Jian Yang scoffed. I have already informed you about the matters I need to handle. I hope both of you can help. Just let me know how much it will cost.
Also, my 2 friends have had too much to drink, so please take care of them. They are weak, and it's not appropriate to leave them in a dungeon. Just arrange a room for them to sober up.
Now I have something more important to deal with. I'll come back to find you once I'm done. Ning Jie didn't listen to Jian Yang's explanation at all, stood up, adjusted his suit, and walked towards the door. Hey, do you understand human language? We are neither your subordinates nor your friends. What right do you have to command us to work for you?
Jian Yang had never received such instructions, and now that her true identity had been exposed, she no longer pretended to be the gentle and charming boss lady. The sins of trying to deceive me, the sins of wanting to harm me, the sins of betraying the promises to my predecessors, these are enough for me to kill each one of you. However, I had a lot of fun today, and overall, I still prefer not to kill beautiful women, so it would be best if you could help me get this done. Otherwise, there will no longer be a place called Sunken Star in the universe. Ning Jie turned back with a smile that looked so cold at this moment. You certainly wouldn't like to see me angry, because coincidentally, my Hangwu system, Zhutian's power source, is my anger. Ning Jie finished speaking and had already turned to leave, completely unconcerned that his companions might fall victim to a deadly attack, and not a single person dared to step forward to obstruct his path.
Wait a minute.
Suddenly, Alice picked up a lady's coat nearby and stepped forward. The current Vantian city is no longer what it was 1,000 years ago. The power structure here has undergone significant changes. I can be considered someone who can say a few words in this Vantian city.
If you want to save your friend, take me with you, it will be helpful.
Lady Alice, you mustn't, the dragon lady and a group of others anxiously intervened.
Do you know what I'm going to do? Ning Jie became interested. It shouldn't be something that requires begging on one's knees, right?
Alice smiled and took the initiative to link her arm with Ning Jie's. In a posture like that of lovers, she leaned against him. Are you squeamish about blood?
Ning Jie asked curiously.
Red, orange, blue, green, cyan, black, purple, any blood of currently known colors is fine.
Alice smiled charmingly.
Then come with me, my lady Alice. Ning Jie swaggered as he led Alice out of the private room. At the same time, an incident occurred at spaceport number 02. When the convoy delivering supplies and the delivery personnel from the military-industrial market arrived, alarms went off at the port, which urgently closed the passage to the city and sealed the gates leading to space. The official statement received by the Noah's Ark was that an abnormal parasitic alien virus was detected within the spaceport. To prevent an outbreak in the city, the hatches were urgently closed, restricting crew members from disembarking, and comprehensive disinfection and testing would begin before reopening, which is expected to take 2 to 3 days. The entire port hopes for the understanding of the ships. Interestingly, at the 02 spaceport, which is specifically designed to accommodate super-large vessels, only the Noah's Ark, a large ship, is currently docked.
Captain, what should we do now?
We can't get in touch with Anne's team outside, nor with Ning Jie's team. The communicator said with a sense of grievance.
It seems someone wants to plot against us. With a snap, a black piece was placed on the chessboard. The thing X was most worried about happened, which is the ulterior motives of others. It's like a lion flaunting its power commands respect, while a showy pig is only seen as food. As Blue Star takes its first step into the starry path, it is clear that Ning Jie will become a very strong guide for them. However, Ning Jie also has a drawback, which is that the height he stands at is different from that of Blue Star people themselves. He cannot deliberately lower his height to think about problems. It's like a wealthy person who is used to eating lobster and abalone cannot go back to living the hard life of having just 3 tails of millet porridge every day. Such things only happen in TV dramas and aspirational novels. Therefore, what X needs to do is to avoid letting the entire battleship become a burden to Ning Jie and to keep pace with him as much as possible. However, this does not mean that in the eyes of others, they can truly reach a level that matches the god of war. Simply put, if this were a battleship truly belonging to the royal family of Aristar, then the Bug Star would not dare to appear in the path of interception at all. And the relatively weak Blue Star human warships, along with their crew, can easily be targeted, devoured, or even annihilated. This is the law of the universe, and it is a fact that not even Ning Jie alone can change. The command issued by X at the fastest speed, with the standby Gao Ao and Xiao Lian entering the mecha, ready in the launch bay, prepared to engage in combat at any moment. All staff immediately cancelled their breaks and remained at their posts in a state of combat readiness. The ion cannon's secret charging was completed, and the missile bay's safety was also disengaged. X's principle is that they can die, but they cannot become a burden that hinders the god of war. If there are crew members who do not have this awareness, they can enter the lifeboat on their own. Once the battle begins, they will be prioritized for launch, entering the return program of Blue Star. The communication signals have been blocked, and there's no way to contact the battleship. Ning Jie sat in the co-pilot's seat, trying to reach the Noah's Ark, but couldn't get through. It seemed that the crazy shark wouldn't dare to carry out a kidnapping in Vantian City without some backing. Shutting down the spaceport communications is a big deal. Ordinary officials cannot issue such an order. Alice led Ning Jie to the underground garage of the sinking star. Only the district chief has the authority to do so. District chief? What position is this? I remember that in the past, only the Lord's family ruled over Vantian City. Ning Jie has really been away for too long. The Lord's family was overthrown by the townspeople 500 years ago. The imperial succession system is clearly not suitable for the increasingly diverse development of Brahma City. Under the opposition of the commercial tycoons and the nobles in the residential areas, the Lord's family was forced to relinquish power and hand the city over to elections by the townspeople. To achieve the purpose of mutual checks and balances, the management organization of Brahma City is divided into 3 parts: the head of the residential area, the head of the entertainment area, and the head of the trading area. The most powerful is the district chief, who has long been led by the descendants of the distant city lord's family. Even when it comes to elections, they have enough funds and connections to support their continuous victories. The most mobilizing figure is the entertainment district chief, who is the most popular leader among the floating population in Brahma City, where the floating population reaches as high as 80%. This is a force that cannot be ignored. The most powerful is undoubtedly the district chief of trade, who controls almost all trade transactions in Brahma City. If you want to do business and make a living in Brahma City, without his approval, even if you starve to death, you won't be able to sell a single item. The current trade zone chief, although never admitting it, has been rumored to be the behind-the-scenes boss of the universe-renowned multinational mecha manufacturing group, Nine Heavens. It is said that he spent a significant amount of funds and personnel to campaign for the position of trade zone chief, all to bypass the cosmic trade law of the starry sky's sorrow, maximizing the smuggling of their own manufactured arms and mechas. It must be said that since his election, the combat power of the surrounding space pirates has seen a qualitative leap. Alice briefly introduced the current power structure of Vantian City. Which district chief do you think is behind the crazy shark pirate group? Ning Jie asked curiously. Based on the details you just told me and the area where the kidnapping occurred, it should be the district chief who is causing trouble. Otherwise, no matter how bold the crazy shark is, a pirate leader who is only considered slightly above average wouldn't dare to carry out a kidnapping in the territory of Vantian City,
especially since he knows his opponent is you, the Flame Soul Dual God, and still has the audacity to make demands. As Alice spoke, she had already arrived at the underground parking lot. She pressed the unlock key, and a sports car under dim lights flashed its lights a few times. Alice tossed the key to Ningjia, knowing that it's customary for a gentleman to drive. After receiving the key, Ningjia didn't even think about it and threw it back to Alice. "I can't drive," Ningjia said solemnly. "Are you joking? The Great Flame Soul Dual God, a mech master who can handle even giant mechs, actually can't drive?" Alice couldn't help but laugh. "Please, I was only 16 when I left Blue Star, then I fought a prolonged war with the Royal Arai for 3 years, and after that, I was sent to the frozen void of the stars for 1,000 years. Where am I supposed to go to get a driver's license?" Ningjia resolutely sat in the passenger seat. "You are really lucky. I have never driven for anyone before, you are the first." Alice shook her head helplessly inside, starting her sharply designed white sports car. As it emerged from the garage onto the road, it attracted a wave of gazes, not only because it was a limited edition supercar, but also because the person inside was so beautiful. Of course, this kind of character like Ningjia was selectively forgotten. "What do you want to do now?" Alice asked, tilting her head slightly. "My friend is missing in the trading area, can you find out where they are?" Ningjia asked. "Of course, here, with just one phone call, I can do a lot of things." "But do you really want me to step in and help?" Alice said with a hint of meaning. "How do you say that? It seemed like you just said you could help." Ningjia said, somewhat confused, scratching the back of his head. "Yes, I can help you, but once I take action, you are no longer a special man to me. Besides being tough with words, the result still requires others' help for a bully to act tough. Principally, I would prefer to just be a spectator, quietly watching you fulfill your promises to others." Alice's gaze was somewhat distant. "I don't understand, what do you want to get from me? It seems I don't have anything that would move you, right?" Ningjia said, puzzled. "You are too humble. At least just now, when your cold notification was about to take someone else's life, I felt a stir in my heart." Arriving at an intersection, as the sports car came to a temporary stop, Alice turned her head to look at Ningjia. Her cat-like, ethereal eyes seemed to see through a person's soul. "I haven't felt my heart stir in many years, ever since that man died. Living for me has only been about fulfilling the mission of reviving the hexagonal magic cow pirate group. Whether you believe it or not, although I can drive, I am actually a mecha master, once the dream battle god of the hexagonal demon bull Alice. I believe that because when you toasted for the first time, I saw the subtle deformation of the bones in your palm. The buttons you manipulate for the fighting god should be no less than 400, with more buttons on the right side than the left. You are used to holding the joystick with your right hand, and the deformation in your wrist bones indicates this. You like to go full throttle, so you must be a speed-type fighting god, which is one of the most headache-inducing opponents for me." Ningjia also saw through the other person's soul. "Talking to my peers is so straightforward. To put it simply, my dream battle god was originally a battle mech tailored for me, and its macro weapon system's power source is love." Alice revved the sports car and drove forward. "The ridiculous thing is that I, who have lost the ability to love, feel so guilty when I see my battle god again. Are you interested in sharing your story? The way to the trading area is still long, so let's ease the awkward atmosphere a bit." Ningjia supported his side face with one hand, already adopting the posture of a listener. "This is not a very long story, and the story is quite simple. The last generation captain of the hexagonal magic cow pirate crew was named Jack. Before he died, he did not know that he was the last captain. Jack is a captain with grand ideals. Unlike past captains who sought only to drink heavily, eat heartily, and indulge in a life of vengeance and pleasure, he has always longed to settle down and find a land where he can live a stable life for the more than 100,000 members of the hexagonal magic cow pirate group at that time. During his search, Jack found a planet like this, and on the planet, he encountered Alice, who was sitting beside her parents' corpses, barely surviving by chewing on insects. At that time, Alice was only 9 years old, which, for their meow meow species with a lifespan of up to 300 years, made her seem like a newborn baby. Jack took her as his goddaughter and established a settlement fortress on this planet that was once occupied by refugees, starting to cultivate crops and food, raise livestock, and begin mining minerals for trade. Pirates who are not robbing are like vegetarian tigers, they always make people want to touch their behinds. But even if they start eating vegetarian, a tiger's fangs are still real. At that time, the hexagonal demon bull's strength began to defeat a group of rival peers who came to provoke, and at the forefront was Alice, who had already grown up. That's right, she is the most talented mecha engineer among the hexagonal demon bulls. Even with one hand, she can slay the flagship of her enemies. Jack wanted a permanent home, and he achieved that. Next, he needed to think of a way to hold on to it. Jack found a master craftsman who had once promised to help him build the battle god mech for Alice, who was only 20 at the time, creating the dream battle god. He hoped to use the battle god to protect the integrity of his home. Since the power source of the battle god's Hangwu system was love, Jack constantly pressured Alice to date, introducing her to various men, insisting that she go on dates with any man who had even a little bit of charm. This made Alice, who had been a tomboy since childhood and mingled with a group of bearded pirates, very unhappy. She always said, "I love you, my godfather, and I also love all the members of the crew. My love is enough to drive my mighty weapon and become the armor that protects you." But that is not love. When the fleet of the insect star invasion set off, Alice realized that she did not love everything he spoke of enough, or rather, that this degree of love was not all that the dream battle god had expected. She could only allow her macro weapon to be in the lowest level of one-dimensional subliberation, and was completely unable to resist the invasion of the insect star. Before Jack's temporary departure, he entrusted Alice with one last task, to lead many women and children away, promising him that when Alice understands true love, she will revive the hexagonal magic bowl and once again raise the glorious pirate flag. I vaguely remember that when the sky began to pour that seemingly endless black rain, tears naturally slid down Alice's delicate face. Kneeling on the beloved yellow earth, Alice tightly held Captain Jack, who had already lost his legs. Beside them, hundreds of black scorpions were devouring Captain Jack's mech. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so willful, I shouldn't have been so proud. I should properly participate in the blind date you arranged, I should go find a man to love. I always thought I was the strongest. I love you and I love everyone, and I thought this was enough to make me the strongest warrior. But I think I don't love you enough. Alice's tears fell like raindrops on Jack's face, but the bearded captain smiled faintly in despair. Don't blame yourself, love is not a feeling you can control. It is not anger, not frustration, not indifference, not optimism. Love is the most uncontrollable emotion, but love is also the most powerful force. One day you will meet the man who understands what love truly means. When your strength is unleashed, you will gain immense power. At that time, you can rebuild the hexagonal demon bull, complete the unfinished business I left behind, and establish a true home for the displaced. Promise me, take the women and children away, and quietly gather your strength. Jack raised his palm and wiped away the tears from Alice's eyes, and then, that hand never came down again. The downfall of the hexagonal demon bull pirate group almost caused a sensation throughout the universe at the time. This pirate group, with a history long enough to rival that of small planetary pirate groups, had always been a legend in the cosmos, with its massive fleet and chivalrous style serving as a model and example among pirates. Many interstellar refugees were willing to join their fleet, and the hexagonal demon bull almost never turned away guests. As long as they were not notorious individuals, they would be welcomed and accommodated. Many members of the Starry Skies Grief, even if they have had their ships hijacked by them, are not very willing to seek trouble with them, because they only hijack goods, do not harm people, and do not damage the ships. In some high-risk star regions of interstellar pirates, some shipowners will actively contact the hexagonal demon bull's pirate ship for escort, only needing to give them 30% of their cargo to pass safely. However, only the demons of Insect Star will completely disregard any feelings and devour their planet, along with their race. Exiled and fleeing Alice, along with a small vessel drifting in space, was 22 years old that year. She took over as captain of the hexagonal magic cow pirate crew, but her first command was to ensure that this flag would be forgotten in the river of time. They relied on the wealth accumulated by the distant six-horned magic cattle to purchase the operating rights of the sinking star. Alice began to sing here and has been waiting here ever since.
Do you know what I've done in these 60 years of exile? Alice's smile carried an unknown sadness.
I've slept with at least 60 men called heroes, been the mistress of a dozen nobles, met poets, literary giants, musicians, and the most notorious rascals. I constantly made myself meet more men, trying to love each one of them. But it wasn't until 5 years ago, when I woke up for the last time in a man's bed, that I realized that in the past 55 years, I had merely changed from one unfamiliar face to another. I didn't truly love any of them. They have never touched my heart for a moment. Their humanity is filled with various inherent flaws and shortcomings, and I simply cannot love them. So, I returned to the sinking star and began singing every night, no longer actively seeking men, transforming myself into a work of art, waiting for the one I love to appear. To be honest, waiting is really painful. For a while, I nearly forgot why I was waiting. Your 60 years have been so fulfilling, unlike me, who slept for 1,000 years in one go, and when I woke up, everything had changed. Ning Jie turned his head to look out the window.
You already know my story, how about it? Are you interested in being my boyfriend?
Alice invited straightforwardly, as love in the universe often comes so directly and swiftly that you can't refuse.
Not interested, you'll make me feel inferior.
Ning Jie sighed. By the way, you're already 82 this year, and there isn't even a wrinkle at the corners of your eyes. How can you possibly live for 300 or 400 years? We blue star people have short lifespans. Living to 100 is already as old as tree bark. If I have to watch you, still stunningly beautiful, die of old age, I won't be able to rest in peace even after I die.
Why?
Alice asked in confusion. It was a difference in values.
Because you will definitely go look for other men. Isn't that putting a green hat on me?
Ning Jie said with righteous indignation.
What does it mean to wear a green hat? You're dead, how can I put a hat on you? Alice wondered.
Forget it, this is a cultural gap. To put it simply, I am indeed interested in beautiful women. If you want to sleep with me, I'm always available, but you must let me love you, which is a bit unreasonable. Moreover, love itself is a one-sided affair. If you can only love someone if they love you first, then that's called transaction, not love.
Ning Jie tried to explain, but he didn't realize that his words struck Alice like a bolt from the blue. Alice quickly turned her head to Ning Jie and said, Love isn't about you loving me so that I can love you, right? Can a person also create AI? Love is not mating. It doesn't require two people to be complete. If you love him, no matter where he is, love can become your strength, even if he has passed away, even if he doesn't love you. This kind of strength is something that no one can take away. Your love will only be deeply rooted in your heart, becoming a part of you. Ning Jie's gaze was so full of the passage of time, as if recalling the past. You said it so well. Wait a moment, let me record it first, then you can say it again. Alice took out her voice recorder. Ning Jie was speechless.
Not long after, Ning Jie's communicator rang again, and the displayed contact was still An. After connecting the call, the sound coming through the line was still like the voice of someone soaking in a water tank.
My dear God of War, you must have already realized that you can't contact your battleship, right? The signal is disconnected, and even your God of War cannot be remotely activated. Right now, you are like a knight without armor. No matter how fierce you are, you can only be fish food. I'll give you a chance to live.
Come to the warehouse next to Highway 03 in the trading area. After I hold you captive for a while, once you unload the Flame Soul War God from your battleship, I can ensure your safety and that of your captain.
The crazy shark sneered. Wait for me. Ning Jie coldly hung up the phone.
After the supercar arrived at the trading area, Ning Jie requested to stop the car. He walked through the bustling flea market, where various vendors were selling their proud products. They all belonged to flea market merchants and could not operate a large military market like Paul the Octopus. They simply could not afford such expensive rent. So they gathered in the narrow back street, forming a dense flea market. Most of the items sold here are second-hand goods, along with some individual weapons, and there are quite a few genuine antiques, but only those who know the trade can identify them. The price fluctuations here are also quite large. The price of the same item can vary by several times. Something that some people consider valuable might be sold as worthless in another corner of the market.
You want to buy something, but there's no need to come to a place like this, right?
Alice struggled to keep up with Ning Jia, handing a crystal card to her. This is the card you earned from spending at Sunken Star, and it probably has around 5 million left. You should thank Jian Yang for her generosity. If it weren't for her treating you to drinks, you would be left with nothing. If I remember correctly, all transactions in the large markets of the trading area will be recorded to ensure that incorrect goods do not end up in the wrong hands. However, the flea market is an exception. It is full of tax evasion geniuses who will use various channels to launder the taxes on the goods they sell. Here, if you buy a rocket launcher, it might only be recorded as a screw. If, according to your speculation, those above are indeed causing trouble, such caution is necessary.
Ning Jia navigated through the crowd and had to admit that the flea market 1,000 years later had developed even more robustly. The number of people here had increased, and in addition to armed forces, there were even some lazy mercenaries sitting in the corners, with price tags and their professions hanging from their chests. From mecha engineers to laborers stoking boilers on warships, there was every kind of person. Ning Jia looked around and finally found a storefront in the corner, a basement antique shop called Good Goods. The old decor seemed like it hadn't changed in 1,000 years. Right here. Ning Jia pushed open the shop door and walked in. The Good Goods antique shop is not as beautiful as its name suggests, but in the 20 square meters of the store, it is indeed difficult to find the so-called good goods at a glance. The old shelves on both sides are filled with various old but very clean little trinkets. This place is like an exhibition hall of a microscopic universe, where you can find the arrow of the blue star, as well as teacups from the Arai star, unhatched insect eggs from the bug star. Everything you have ever seen, every little trinket you have encountered, can find a home here. Welcome. Feel free to choose whatever you like. The price is negotiable. From behind the counter in what seemed to be an empty corner of the shop, an ancient bark figure suddenly spoke. Prajna Star people? Alice was somewhat surprised, as she had never seen the inhabitants of the starry sky sorrow on the planet of the chief elder in Brahma City. The Prajna aliens are known to be the most averse to movement among extraterrestrials. Almost all Prajna aliens prefer to stay still, enjoying a peaceful existence free from conflict. Those willing to travel between stars can easily attain power. Their lifespan is also quite astonishing. Under normal circumstances, living for 10,000 years feels like a mere blink of an eye. Old friend, don't you recognize me? Ning Jia stepped forward. The boss slowly walked out from behind the counter, moving as slowly as a snail, and after a long time finally came into the light, clearly seeing Ning Jia's smiling face. Is it really you, kid? It doesn't make sense. I remember the last time I came here was hundreds of years ago. You shouldn't have lived that long. Why haven't you aged at all? It feels like you haven't changed in appearance either. Oh no, could it be that I'm getting old and confused? Did you just arrive yesterday? The boss furrowed his bark-like brows, looking puzzled, and clasped his branch-like hands on his forehead. Uncle Qiao, you didn't remember wrong. I haven't been here for over 1,000 years. Just like you said, I should have died a long time ago, but by a stroke of luck, I was frozen and just woke up not long ago. Originally, I was supposed to go to planet K1 with a friend, but we ran into some trouble, and I came here to take a break. Who would have thought someone kidnapped my friend? You know, I hate being threatened the most. I originally thought about just letting it go with Feu. But then I realized, this won't do. Your shop is still in this city, which makes things difficult for me. I specifically came to ask you for a small favor. Ning Jia clearly stated his intentions in the simplest way possible. You little brat, if you want something, just ask. You make it sound like I owe you a favor. It's been 1,000 years, and your nonsense is still the same. Go ahead, what do you want? The boss, known as Uncle Qiao, picked up a pair of reading glasses from his chest and hung them on the bridge of his nose made of tree branches. First of all, I must declare that the trading area is very strictly regulated now. Aside from large auctions, direct sales of mechas are not allowed anywhere. Moreover, mechas are also strictly prohibited from going out on the streets in the city. The damned Brahma city has been organized neatly by a group of politicians. It no longer resembles a bandit den. If it stays this lifeless for another 2 years, I might as well pack my things and go back to Prajna.
Grandpa Chow pressed a button behind the shelf next to him, and a steel plate immediately rose from the floor of the entrance, completely blocking the door, while the sign outside lit up with closed. At the same moment, the old wooden floor opened to the sides, revealing a passage made of rock.
Come with me.
Uncle Chow picked up an oil lamp from the side and walked down the stone path.
How do you know about places like this? Alice asked curiously.
The last time I came, the flame soul dual god was broken by me and needed a new part.
I almost ran through the entire trading area of Brahma City.
Later, I met your so-called whiny mortal captain, and after a round of drinking, he told me to come here and try my luck.
Ning Jie said, turning his head.
Then I said I didn't. I never trade with aliens I've never met.
I swore I clearly told him, but he stayed in my shop for 3 days and 3 nights refusing to leave. He didn't eat or drink, nor did he speak, just sitting in the corner watching you the whole time. He actually wants to compare his composure with me, a being of wisdom. Old man Xiao continued the conversation.
There's no reason?
How could a prajna being, capable of standing still in one place for years, possibly be unable to maintain focus for you? Alice found it hard to understand. Yes, we can stand still for years without eating or drinking, just like real trees. But this kid can go without food or water, but he has to poop. Every time he finishes, he bags it up in a plastic bag and puts it aside. Watching that bag pile up in my shop one by one makes me restless. Thinking back on this, Grandpa Chow was still furious.
Don't hold a grudge anymore, Grandpa.
I apologize to you later. Ning Jie casually patted Grandpa Chow's shoulder, while the Alice who bought later couldn't help but laugh out loud. Along the ancient stone steps, when it was no longer known how many meters deep underground, the exit appeared without any warning. Uncle Chow set the oil lamp aside and exerted a great deal of effort to pull down a guillotine from the wall, connecting the power supply. In the endless darkness before everyone, dozens of lights suddenly illuminated a massive underground warehouse, with walls built of rock rising 50 meters high, supporting the entire vast space. The warehouse, over 3 kilometers in both width and length, housed no fewer than 1,000 shelves of various sizes, filled with an array of goods so abundant that even 10 Walmart stores combined would feel ashamed. The variety of parts here is enough for you to assemble the largest warship in the entire universe, and even rare minerals like anti-metal are in ample supply. In fact, if you really plan to buy something in the city of Brahma, as long as it's not the battle god Mecha itself, you will definitely find what you want when you come to Grandpa Chow's underground warehouse. Uncle Chow's business model is quite strange. He has an interest in collecting parts, just like a dragon enjoys collecting gems. Although a dragon can't wear jewelry at all, just looking at these shiny things makes it happy. So Grandpa Chow doesn't really like selling his treasures. For him, every screw here is incredibly precious. In the entire universe, there are no more than 100 people who can see this underground warehouse, and the number of those who have actually bought something from Grandpa Chow's warehouse is less than 60. Even so, Grandpa Chow still has plenty of money to spend, because to ensure a lasting friendship, these 100 people automatically transfer a large sum of money to Grandpa Chow's shop every year, regardless of whether they buy anything or not. The purpose, when stated, seems quite ridiculous. It is merely to ensure that the elderly Grandpa Chow does not forget this friend of his. And once someone wants to buy something here, Uncle Chow never quotes a price, he just lets friends give whatever they want. Whether they give more or less really doesn't matter. Uncle Chow is grateful for everyone's support over the years and has never thought of extorting anyone. He also understands that friends who come to his underground warehouse to get things usually have a genuine need. Strangely enough, for many years, none of the friends who came here offered a price higher than twice the market value. This is because many of the things they needed were valuable but not available in the market. Money is not important to those who associate with Uncle Chow, which is the origin of this unwritten rule. However, Uncle Chow encountered a troublesome friend for the first time in his life, and that was Ning Jie. He came here to exchange a broken part of the flame soul fighting god for a new one, but when it was time to pay, he searched his entire body and pulled out a single coin to toss to Uncle Chow. At first, Uncle Chow was a bit surprised by the shiny coin, thinking it was a metal he had never seen before. Seeing the engravings and unfamiliar symbols on it, he thought it might be an antique from a lost civilization. The final identification revealed that this thing is nothing more than the most ordinary nickel-plated steel material, but the parts that Ningjia took away are made of pure reverse metal. Not to mention how high the craftsmanship costs are, just the 2 kilograms of reverse metal alone could be sold for a terrifying price, yet Ningjia was deceived with just a 1 yuan coin from Blue Star. What a loss to have such a friend in life, they can trap you for eternity. Sir, this time it's not a scam, I'll give you the money first.
The VIP card from Brahma Bank has over 5 million, right? This is all I have on me.
Ningjia was so embarrassed by the old man's story that he directly pulled out the crystal card and stuffed it into Grandpa Xiao's pocket, while Alice, who was following along, was laughing so hard at the story that she was rolling back and forth. Who would have thought that the renowned flame soul-fighting god in the universe had such an embarrassing past, having been a rogue and even acted like a thug, showing less of a killer's ruthlessness and more of a genuine connection to life? Speak up, what do you want? The mechs are not for sale, I don't want my treasure trove exposed, and having others investigate the source of the mechs would be very troublesome. Grandpa Xiao stated first, so the mechs kneeling on one knee along the right side of the warehouse could not be taken away. Each of these treasures is worth far more than the card that Ningjia just stuffed into his pocket. I haven't seen my friend, and I don't dare to go in with the mech and start bombarding everything. I need something small that can turn the situation around.
Can you recommend a few for me? In fact, Ningjia couldn't specify detailed names either. I roughly understand. Let me help you look for it.
But since you mentioned that it's about turning the situation around, it means the situation is actually in someone else's hands.
Are you really sure you want to do this?
For me, the most helpless thing in life is when a former friend no longer contacts you. At that moment, you realize you have lost another friend. Among your group of friends, only 2 are still alive, and you are the third, so I don't want you to die in such a miserable way. Whether it's a god of battle or a hero, they are merely empty titles called out by others. Only you know how fragile you truly are, a single bullet can kill, a single knife can take your life, and there's no room for any pretense.
Grandpa Xiao said as he rummaged through a pile of items. Are you serious? You want to face those ruthless pirates alone?
What they want is your battle mech, and clearly, they aren't very interested in you as a mech engineer, Alice asked softly.
What is the so-called battle god's mecha? An unparalleled weapon? Or a means to flaunt power?
We sit all day in a cockpit of just a few square meters, facing hundreds of buttons, pressing them at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, easily deciding the life and death of others, watching one enemy after another defeated on the screen.
Are we really that powerful?
The question from Ningjia was something Alice had never considered.
Your question is too profound, I can't answer you.
Alice shrugged helplessly. Actually, I think the battle god is just a kind of amplification of ourselves, like the Hangu system, turning our emotions into a form of power. So, if we lose that strength and confidence after leaving the mech, then we don't deserve to sit in the battle god mech. I suggest that the mech pilots of the god of war should personally kill some enemies to feel the blood splattering on their faces and experience the sensation of stopping someone else's heartbeat. Only in this way can they build a truly strong inner self. You must have personally killed quite a few people. Alice speculated about Ningjia's past.
To be honest, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me.
If we classify that bastard Hamuda as a bug, then I still haven't personally killed anyone. Or rather, there was once a person I tried to kill, but in the end, I failed. Whenever Ningjia thinks of that person, the red ear stud of his emotional controller makes his ears sting. The number 3 highway in the trading area already belongs to the boundary of the trading zone, which borders the residential area. To ensure the tranquility of the residential area, a large open space has been left in between, and it is strictly prohibited to build markets in this border area. It can only be used as a warehouse for storing goods. When Alice's sports car stopped outside the warehouse area, Ningjia had just woken up from his sleep. He brought nothing with him and got out of the car as soon as he opened the door. The only difference after coming out of Uncle Qiao's underground warehouse was that there was an additional silver ring around his neck, making a loud sound.
Let's go, don't wait for me, Ningjia said to Alice.
Let's wait 10 more minutes before leaving, you are an interesting man, and I want to wait a bit. Alice said, turning off the engine.
Do as you please. Ning Jie did not turn back and walked towards the warehouse not far away.
Just halfway through, several big men suddenly rushed out from behind a nearby container, each holding a large weapon, mostly individual anti-mecha arms, as if they were already prepared for the meeting with mechas. However, when they saw Ning Jie with empty hands, they were first taken aback, and then their faces were filled with joy.
Indeed, what could be more delightful than seeing a mech engineer outside of their mech, especially when he is your enemy?
A mouse-faced pirate searched Ning Jie's entire body but found nothing that could be called firearms or weapons, and then a group of people escorted Ning Jie to the largest warehouse. The 50-meter-high double-layer alloy doors of the warehouse slowly opened to both sides, revealing a pitch-black gap, and Ning Jie was escorted inside.
Is the feeling of excitement about to disappear again?
In the distance, Alice leaned against the driver's seat and sighed softly. The size of this warehouse cannot compare to Uncle Chiao's underground treasure vault, but it is still as large as a football field. Dozens of bright hanging lights are suspended from the tall steel beams above, creating overlapping circular light patterns on the ground. Against the backdrop of the strong light on the steel beams, the shadows of a few snipers can still be faintly seen. Of course, the most menacing sight is in the corner of this vast warehouse, where 8 brand new humanoid mechs are crouched. Their shiny armor hasn't even been painted or numbered yet, clearly indicating they are fresh arrivals. Judging by the armor layout and the length of their limbs, they must be high-quality goods that aren't cheap. However, these things only made Ning Jie glance slightly. What truly attracted him was in the center of the warehouse, wherein was leaning back on a metal long-back chair, her closed eyes seemingly asleep, but in fact, she was drugged and unconscious. Standing beside her was the Mad Shark Captain, who had hundreds of triangular sharp teeth. As for Miller and the other accompanying soldiers, they had all been disarmed and tied up like Zongzi, thrown behind, while the pirates guarding them held a heavy anti-mech ion cannon that was 2.5 meters long. With just a pull of the trigger, it could turn the more than 10 people in front of them into smoke simultaneously.
Welcome. Seeing you come here all alone, to be honest, I'm a bit surprised.
The welcome party I specially prepared for you has lost its purpose, but I still wanted to experience the legendary Flame Soul Battle God Mecha Master and see how capable you were after leaving the Battle God Mecha. The crazy shark opened his arms and stepped forward.
I've come, let them go.
Ning Jie's cold words carried no hint of emotion.
Are you teaching me how to do things? The expression on the face in the tank darkened.
No, I am commanding you, do as I say while you can still use that big mouth to speak, and you will live.
Ning Jie's calm demeanor showed no hint of joking. You are really funny.
The crazy shark couldn't help but laugh, and dozens of his subordinates followed suit, their laughter echoing in the large warehouse, creating an eerie atmosphere that made one's scalp tingle. But suddenly, the crazy shark stopped laughing and threw a punch, hitting Ning Jie in the stomach, sending the small human flying out, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Ning Jie tried to support himself to stand up, but after several attempts, he failed. On the last try, he even violently coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, splattering it on the floor.
I've been eating too well lately, and my reactions have slowed down.
Ning Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up again. At this moment, everything happening in the warehouse is being simultaneously presented to another person through a camera. He quietly watches the cold smile at the corner of Ning Jie's mouth, while stroking his pet, a Persian cat with 4 ears. You little brat, it seems you're either an idiot or a madman. Can't you see the situation clearly? You can't protect the Flame Soul Fighting God. I want the backdoor password, say it, and I'll let you live. The crazy shark walked towards Ning Jie. What is the backdoor password? Ning Jie learned to be clever and stepped back. Don't play dumb with me. All the battle mechs are equipped with backdoor passwords to ensure that they can still be used after the mech pilot's accidental death, allowing others to format the mech system and delete the previous pilot's personal information to ensure continued use. Crazy Shark did not like Ning Jie's feigned ignorance at all. I've lived for so long and it's the first time I've heard of something like this. When I go back, I will definitely set one up. Ning Jie continued to retreat, knowing that his hands had touched a cold mech foot. You think you can retreat for how long? The Mad Shark sneered. There is nowhere left to retreat, no need to retreat any further. As Ning Jie spoke, his collar was suddenly yanked by the wild shark, as if he were a sandbag thrown into the sky, crashing heavily onto the hard concrete floor. The entire business of the stiffened back hitting the ground naturally convulsed into a ball. Feeling different pains did not mean that the body would not react with suffering.
I don't have time to play games with you.
Either hand over the backdoor password, or die.
You choose one.
The mad shark walked up to Ning Jia, squatted beside him, and grabbed his hair, just like selecting a dead chicken at the market.
Do you think you've won?
Ning Jia smiled with a face full of blood. You think you're helping those in power, whether it's through kidnapping or murder, it doesn't matter.
Are those 8 brand new mechas the down payment for your reward? Isn't it ridiculous that you think you can get the final payment?
Say more, the more you say, the faster you die. The mad shark sneered without a care. It is said that sharks have big brains, but they are as stupid as pigs. The flame soul fighting god is the fighting god of the Uri star, representing the glory of the planet.
How could it possibly fall into the hands of outsiders?
The moment you receive the god of war, it is destined that you have already been targeted by the Uri star.
Do you have the backing strong enough to dare offend the chief judge of the starry sky's grief?
So, you self-righteous guy, will be packaged like a gift and sent to Queen Yalai. Of course, you will be unable to write with your severed tendons from resisting capture, your vocal cords cut so you can't speak, your eyes gouged out so you can't recognize anything, and your eardrums pierced so you can't discern sounds. This is still not safe. Just inject your brain with a strong poison to induce brain death, and that would be much safer.
It's impossible.
When the crazy shark said this, his heart had actually begun to waver. A pair of pure black pupils revealed that he was searching, proving that he was thinking, and the thinker is most prone to making mistakes. As he felt the grip on his hair loosen slightly, Ning Jia suddenly pushed himself up with both hands and charged headfirst into the breathing shield of the crazy shark's aquarium. This water tank, made of tempered glass, could withstand a certain amount of impact, but Ning Jia threw himself at it with all his might, even breaking his own forehead in the process. The shattered pieces of the aquarium scattered like tiny crystals. Without the seawater to soak in, the crazy shark thrashed about like a drowning victim, but it couldn't get a single breath of oxygen. It collapsed in pain on the ground, while the subordinates gathered around, and the sniper simultaneously readied his weapon. Unfortunately, no one noticed that just as Ning Jia stepped back, a thin piece of metal the size of a fingernail had adhered to the foot of the mech he had just touched. The party has started. Ning Jia, who stood up, pressed the silver collar around his neck, and 2 green sensors lit up on the ordinary collar. Only then did Ning Jia wave his arm upward, and the silver mech that had been parked to the side suddenly swung its arm up as well, crashing into the steel beams supporting the roof, causing chaos. 4 snipers screamed as they fell down along with a section of the steel beam. The quiet warehouse instantly turned chaotic. Just as the pirate guarding it tilted his head, Miller jumped and knocked the pirate to the ground. A dozen soldiers, who had been waiting for the right moment, pounced on him. Although their hands were bound behind their backs, the sheer weight of their bodies was still quite terrifying.
Ning Jia.
Miller drew the dagger from his pirate boot, cut the ropes binding him, and shouted towards Ning Jia, who was standing in the center of the warehouse. Steel beams fell like swords, some landing just half a meter away from him. Taken away, today's party is not suitable for children.
Ning Jia smiled, and Miller's duty was to protect Anne.
Without needing to be instructed, Miller had already stepped forward, picked up and was running towards the back door.
Where to?
A mech stepped forward, just about to stop them, when suddenly a 5-meter-long I-beam flew straight at it, hitting the side of the mech's head. The beam wasn't sharp enough to penetrate the armor, but the powerful force sent the mech flying sideways, crashing through the not-so-thick wall of the warehouse.
Damn it, third!
Have you lost your mind? The mech pilot, nearly knocked unconscious from the driving, shouted angrily. Meanwhile, the silver mech that had just thrown the steel beam was lowering its arm.
Big brother! It wasn't me. The mech's operating system is completely malfunctioning. It's infected with a virus.
The mech pilot in the silver mech frantically pounded various buttons, but there was no corresponding response from the mech.
Alright, are you ready to die?
Ning Jia coldly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and strangely, the silver mech was doing the same motion, wiping the corner of its mouth. The treasure that Grandpa Chow found for Ning Jia is called the Termite Simulation Controller. The inventor was a super hacker, and it is said that shortly after inventing the Termite Simulation Controller, he was imprisoned. Therefore, there are only 2 sets of the Termite Simulation Controller left in the world. One set is kept as evidence in the evidence room of the planet, while the other set ended up in Grandpa Chow's hands. The working principle of the bug is very simple. Through a thin microcomputer sticker, it can quickly decipher the operating systems of most mecha regulations in the universe, rendering all buttons in the cockpit non-functional and completely removing the mecha pilot's control over the mecha. The wearer of the control collar can take over control, allowing the eroded mech to simulate the wearer's actions in a 100% simulated manner to complete specific combat tasks. This great invention, if mass-produced, could completely become a powerful tool to change the course of the battle. The irony is that its inventor was imprisoned for running a pornographic website. Perhaps only Grandpa Chow truly understands the value of this invention. "What do we do now?" shouted a companion in the mech beside him. Regardless of how he did it, let's tear apart this poisoned mech first. The mech that had been knocked down got back up, and the 7 surrounding mechs were not idle, all pouncing on it. Ning Jia took a deep breath, suddenly exerted strength to run sideways. Although he only covered 3 meters, for the synchronized mecha, it was as if he had charged right in front of the nearest black mecha.
"Brother, don't blame me."
Although the black mech pilot said this, he drew a massive melee axe from behind and swung it horizontally with such force that it sliced a huge gash into the wall of the nearby warehouse. But the silver mech charging forward showed no signs of slowing down, rushing into close range with the black mech. As if they had coordinated, it grabbed the wrist of the black mech that was swinging the axe, not giving the opponent any chance to react. The silver mech directly slammed its head into the black mech's head. The intense impact made the head of the silver mech seem to crumble, while the head of the black mech completely detached from its body and flew away. Losing its visual display as well, the silver mech nonchalantly drew the tactical dagger from behind, while the pilot and the black mech panicked as if their life depended on it, quickly opening the cockpit to prepare for escape. But when a clear image appeared before his eyes, all the mech pilot saw was the sharp blade piercing straight towards him.
Ah!
The scream was short-lived because Ning Jia acted quickly.
1.
On the ground, Ning Jia made a motion as if drawing a knife, while the silver mech pulled out a piece of splattered flesh from the abdomen of the black mech. Another black mech pounced over, raising the rapid-fire cannon in its hand. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed, and the flames were dazzling enough to blind you. However, shortly after the gunfire started, the black mech crashed through the warehouse and flew out, with the destroyed mech of the already dead mech pilot on it.
Get lost!
The mech pilot pushed aside the broken equipment and stood up again. But the first and last thing he saw was the battle axe flying towards him, striking precisely into his waist. The axe embedded itself in the cockpit area, and the black mech's powerless knees buckled to the ground. You wouldn't want the author to describe what the mech pilot looked like at that moment. "It's all your fault, just kill you will do." A red mech, quite intelligent, aimed its handgun at the ground where Ning Jia was, and at the moment the trigger was pulled, Ning Jia knelt on one knee towards it. At the same time, behind Ning Jia, the silver mech also knelt down, using its metallic arms to catch 3 scorching bullets. Having a bit of a brain is good, but those with brains are usually the first targets to be killed.
Ning Jia charged forward again with force.
Miller and his companions emerged from the magic cave and arrived at the factory entrance, where they strangely discovered the supercar and Alice, who was standing in place, excitedly gazing out. "Don't panic, you're basically safe now that you're here. The rest will be taken care of by Ning Jia,"
Alice said to the newcomers.
"Who are you?" Miller said warily, with and on his back.
"Me?
If Ning Jia can survive today, I will become his lover."
Alice smiled. At the same time, the massive warehouse's outer wall was breached one after another by mechs.
These originally brand new mechs all had fatal damage at the cockpit located at the waist. Some were torn apart as if bitten by a beast, while others were directly pierced through by steel beams. One mech had its cockpit completely smashed to pieces by a cannon. The last one still alive was also the first to shout, the captain of the family team. His mech had its foot axle belt severed, resulting in a disability that forced him to crawl slowly on the ground. At this moment, from the hole in the warehouse wall, a battered silver mech, nearly falling apart, stepped out. This mech, which should have been scrapped long ago, stood like a monster, with wounds severe enough to kill others 10 times over, yet it had evaded all attacks on its main drive shaft.
Yes, this monster, synchronized with Ning Jia, still emerged holding a bloodied tactical dagger.
Hero, spare my life. I'm just a small soldier, following orders, please let me go.
Ning Jia's mech grabbed the crawling mech's right foot and forcefully pulled it back in front of him. He easily straddled the waist of the disabled mech, waving the tactical dagger in his hand left and right, creating a flash of light in the air. The mech's hands, having lost their kinetic energy, fell to the ground beside him, and Ning Jia accurately severed the mech's arm drive belt. Now, the damaged silver mech gently held the dagger, letting the blade slowly slide along the body from the head towards the abdomen of the mech.
Don't! I can't resist anymore. Please let me go, the mech engineer wailed frantically.
Kneeling silently on the ground, Ning Jia mimicked the action of eating an oyster, inserting a dagger into the gap of the cockpit armor. With a forceful push, the entire armor popped open like a jewelry box. Generally, mechs are protected by 2 layers of armor around the cockpit, consisting of an outer heavy armor and an inner hard armor. For the sake of protecting the pilot, even the worst mechs invest heavily in the cockpit's defense. Because even without arms and legs, as long as the mech pilot is still alive, the mech still possesses a certain level of combat capability. To completely destroy a mech's combat ability, the best way is to destroy its cockpit and the mech pilot. It's just like the human heart. Ning Jia skillfully opened the double-layered armor and saw the mech engineer inside, who was so scared he had wet his pants.
Don't kill me.
I didn't participate in the kidnapping of your friend, we have no grudges, please don't kill me.
The mech engineer shouted while frantically tugging at his seatbelt. He was so panicked that he couldn't even find the buckle. It's not about grudges, it's just a habit.
Ning Jia said slightly, punching the ground, while the imitated silver mech landed a punch right in the cockpit. If you were closer, you could even see some blood splatter out. Some soldiers felt their stomachs churn, nearly vomiting. Even Miller looked pale as he watched everything Ning Jia was doing, puzzled, and asked, why does he have to do this? Because he doesn't deal with the same enemy on both sides, destroying the mecha master can just change its shell and attack him again. A mecha master who has already fought him will be familiar with his movements, even accustomed to them, which will increase the chances of killing him. The god of war must eliminate his enemies more efficiently, so the only way to achieve this goal is to kill the mech master. Without even having this awareness, one naturally cannot be called a god of battle. Alice, who is also a god of battle, explained softly. At the moment when everything was thought to be over, a fierce wind swept in, knocking down all the more than 10 people on the ground. The howling wind pierced through the cockpit of the silver mech, creating a hole the size of a truck cab, leaving the poor mech pilot inside with no need to consider whether he was still alive. The powerful wind pushed the entire silver mech off the ground, and the already dilapidated mech completely fell apart, turning into a pile of scattered parts. After a few seconds, everyone finally heard the deafening gunfire in the distance.
So much power? A large-caliber anti-mecha sniper rifle?
Troops, this bullet is prohibited.
Dum-dum armor-piercing round. Alice, standing upright on the sports car, looked intently at the starting point of the trajectory.
The shooting position is more than 10 kilometers away from here, and it is difficult to see the appearance of the launched mecha with the naked eye. It only looks as white as a cloud. At the same time as the shooting, dozens of armored vehicles rushed in from all directions of the factory area, along with hundreds of soldiers clad in individual armor. Each of them, resembling small mechs, surrounded us with machine guns equipped with chainsaw bayonets.
Lie down! Lie down!
The command, laced with an electronic tremor, accompanied by dozens of dark gun muzzles, is the best explanation. Miller and the others had to obediently lie on the ground. As for Alice, she merely showed her identification, and those armored soldiers didn't dare to approach her at all. The armored soldiers of the squad quickly surrounded Ning Jia, and a captain stepped forward with a firearm, saying in a cold electronic voice, "Get down."
Is there another chance?
Ning Jia lightly touched the captain's calf, and a new thin film was applied to his leg. The metal collar around Ning Jia's neck lit up with 2 green lights once again. The electronic display of Captain Armor suddenly turned into a flurry of snowflakes, and its metal shell moved on its own under the drive of hydraulic bearings.
Hey! What's going on? Someone come quickly. My armor is out of control. Hurry, cut off my power.
The armor captain shouted, but unfortunately, no one had the time to listen to what he was saying. Because the tall 2-meter single-soldier armor captain is holding a large-caliber assault rifle with both hands, aiming at the heads of the surrounding companions. Dozens of armored soldiers formed a circle, surrounding Ning Jie and the traitorous armored captain in the center. The scene was somewhat chaotic, with a group of nervous soldiers shouting in various electronic tones to lie down, lie down. However, Ning Jie maintained a stance of aiming with an empty-handed gun, while the armored captain beside him actually pointed the gun at his own team members. Just when the situation was about to erupt, Ning Jie suddenly lay on the floor with his hands holding the back of his head and stopped resisting. In the distance, the mech sniper revealed a knowing smile at the corner of his mouth. Just a moment ago, he had merely adjusted the gun barrel of his mech downwards by a few millimeters, aiming at the ground where Ning Jie stood. As long as Ning Jie made the slightest move of resistance, the sniper would not hesitate to pull the trigger, completely erasing him from the ground. As for the soldiers surrounding him, they would become Ning Jie's companions in death. At such a great distance, it is simply impossible to detect the subtle changes in the enemy's gun muzzle with the naked eye. The only explanation is the intuition of killing intent, which is the legendary sixth sense, a biological instinctive response to crisis. However, as species evolve, the more civilized life forms become, the weaker this biological instinct is. To maintain a sixth sense as sharp as that of a beast, Ning Jie has become like a humanoid beast. The next thing was much easier. The soldier stepped forward and handcuffed Ning Jie from behind, lifting him off the ground, but did not drag him away. Not long after, a black luxury sedan, extended to a length of at least 10 meters, stopped beside Alice's sports car. A respectful servant stepped forward and opened the car door, revealing a thin figure emerging from within. Dressed in a long black satin cloak, the newcomer stood about 180 centimeters tall and weighed no more than 50 kilograms, with pointed ears resembling a bat and skin as white as paper. In their arms, they cradled a 4-eared Persian cat, and when they smiled, sharp canine teeth reminiscent of a vampire were visible.
Isn't this Miss Alice, the red person of Sunken Star? Long time no see, how have you been lately?
The visitor looked at Alice and politely greeted her. The district chief Dracula is a busy person. How could he have time to waste his life in a place like ours? As for us women who sell our art, how can we talk about how we live?
We're just trying to make a living.
Alice chuckled lightly and then changed the subject. Sir District Chief, these people are my friends. I wonder if you...
I advise you not to say it out loud. You know you are just a performer. Although you belong to the entertainment district, don't forget where you are standing. Keep your mouth shut, and you might leave alive. Dracula's smile vanished in an instant, and his cold gaze sent chills down one's spine. Holding his cat, Dracula walked toward the center of the encirclement.
The crisp sound of his dress shoes made all the surrounding noise vanish. Even the busiest soldiers immediately stood at attention, saluting and greeting Dracula. This is power. Even though these soldiers could take your life with just a flick of their fingers, you can command their respect to the point where they dare not show even a hint of dissent.
Ning Jie, the flame-soul battle god of Yalai Star, a legendary mecha master in this brilliant galaxy.
Dracula stood before Ning Jie, his crimson pupils trembling with excitement as he said, "When I was very young, I was a mecha fanatic, but unfortunately, my natural constitution gave me claustrophobia. As long as I stay in a small, sealed environment, I feel anxious and short of breath. So, I have always admired those heroes who can sit in the cockpit and race through the universe.
You are my idol, do you know that?
Come here, my dear grandson, let go of your grandfather, and I'll help you with your signature," Ning Jie said with a bloodied smile on his face.
Idols are really humorous.
Dracula said, handing the 4-eared Persian cat in his hand to a nearby soldier, directly taking the soldier's assault rifle.
He struck it against Ning Jie's head, blood splattering backward, even hitting Dracula's face.
The already broken wound instantly gushed blood, dripping from Ning Jie's chin onto the ground.
Unfortunately, I don't like jokes.
Gathering for a brawl, trading unregistered goods, damaging public warehouses in the factory area, murder, and insulting the district chief. You have violated several laws and regulations of Vantian City. Even if I kill you now, I would only be described as an excellent district chief protecting Vantian City. You wouldn't dare, otherwise you wouldn't be using that pig-brained mad shark. Ning Jie spat out a mouthful of blood. That's right, you're very smart. Dracula tossed the gun aside and hugged his cat back, gently stroking it. I really don't dare to kill you, especially knowing that the Arai people get all hyped up just by hearing your name. But you should know that the powerful will never just keep one dog. As a rule, I would send you to the detention cell of the security department to wait for processing notifications. There are no single rooms there, and it holds many interstellar criminals from the universe, as well as local bullies. If you end up getting killed, we can only express our deep regrets. The warship you are on, along with its cargo, will rebel against the regulations upon learning of your death. To ensure the safety of Vantian City, it will be sunk, and the explosion will scatter debris across the starfield of the Lost Paradise. After searching, we found no remnants of the Flame Soul Battle God. However, with a serious and responsible attitude, the search will continue. Even if we find a small part, we will package it and return it to the planet Arai. Well, really well, it seems that today I must die even if I don't want to. But please remember, since stepping into the universe, how many people have wanted me dead? In the end, there are only a handful who can still talk to me. Ning Jie coldly threatened. You truly are the idol I admire, always exuding a chilling killing intent. Rest assured, after you die, I will send you back to Blue Star for burial. Dracula whispered closely into Ning Jie's ear, continuing softly, however, I will keep your heart, making it my collectible. Dracula turned away satisfied, two soldiers dragging Ning Jie by the arms, following behind him like a corpse. However, just as Dracula returned to the entrance of the factory, his good mood naturally vanished. This was because a white classic sedan was parked here. A gentleman holding a cane was standing beside Alice, talking to her, while those soldiers from the Blue Star who were supposed to escort the prisoners to the transport vehicle, along with Miller, had already had their handcuffs removed and boarded the waiting ambulance, wherein was being attended to by a group of doctors administering a drug to revive her from unconsciousness. Dracula, you didn't even inform me about such a large-scale capture operation. Your ability to act independently is getting stronger, huh? Dressed in a white tuxedo, the gentleman swaggered up to Dracula. Taking a closer look at this man who was educating Dracula in a lecturing tone, he had a long, slender body like a cheetah, along with a head that resembled a real cheetah. Even the spots and fur on his face were identical. The fierce face alone is enough for everyone in Vantian City to recognize him, for he is the legitimate heir of the original City Lord's family, Kate. Although under the joint pressure of the big sharks, the original City Lord's family surrendered the power of Vantian City and began to implement a three-zone electoral system, the influence of the City Lord's family in Vantian remains unquestionable. Especially the current Kate, who is regarded as the elite among elites, not only graduated from a prestigious interstellar academy but is also proficient in mecha piloting, skilled in martial arts, knowledgeable in art, and his taste. Moreover, he is the district chief of the living area, possessing almost every quality that could make any woman swoon. However, he also has his own Achilles heel. Alice told me that she has a friend who has fallen into your hands and hopes you can hand them over. Kate rarely used a tone of negotiation. What if I say no? Dracula replied coldly. You used a bunch of charges to arrest Alice's friend, so you must want to go through the normal judicial process. Do you need me to help you contact the Brahma Arbitration Committee? They can hold a hearing within an hour. Kate took out her phone. No need for that, among that group of old guys, 7 out of 10 are guests of your noble lord family. I don't have that much time to waste on such meaningless processes. Since you're looking for someone today, fine, I'll give you face. But don't say that I, as the big brother, didn't remind you. Spending all day following a little bio at a nightclub, you're ruining the reputation of the City Lord's family. Before Dracula could finish his words, a cold glint flashed before him, and a slender long sword drawn from a cane was already pressed against his throat. A large number of armored soldiers nervously raised their guns to protect the convoy, but in an instant, the armor of these soldiers was illuminated with red aurora points, all emitted from infrared sights in various corners of dozens of nearby buildings.
Given the terrifying number, each mech soldier had at least 3 guns aimed at their heads, hearts, and wrists.
The group of armored soldiers closest to Kate had enough points combined to instantly turn them into a beehive. "Listen well, you blood-drinking old monster, we value freedom of speech, so it's fine if you insult me, I'm very open-minded. But if I hear even half a word insulting Alice from your mouth, just half, I will personally cut out your tongue and shove it down your throat, do you understand?" Kate said clearly, word by word, in Dracula's ear. "One day, Brahma will no longer be your world. When that time comes, ask me, and I can let you live," Dracula said with a smile.
"You won't see that day, nurse, save him."
Kate parallelly retracted her long sword, while the nurse carrying the stretcher immediately stepped forward to take the blood-soaked Ning Jia from the armored soldier's hands. "Sir, please lie down." The nurse carefully placed Ning Jia on the stretcher, but Ning Jia couldn't help but stare at the nurse's chest with a pair of mischievous eyes.
"Sir, don't pinch my chest.
You're injured. You'll fall off the stretcher," the nurse called out in frustration while lifting the stretcher, her hands unable to stop Ning Jia's grasp.
Don't mind it, we express our gratitude by grabbing the chest, it's our custom, I'm thanking you,"
Ning Jia said, with saliva mixed with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. No matter how much Dracula wanted to see Ning Jia dead, it was only by his death that the next steps to capture the Flame Soul Dual God could continue. However, he had to give Kate face, not only because Kate was the legitimate heir of the original City Lord's family, but also because Kate, as the district chief, controlled the entire outer defense of Vantian City. The entire Vantian City had stationed over 100,000 troops in its outer defenses year-round to ensure stable trade for the pirates and the privacy of some dignitaries. As for the number of warships and mechs, apart from the rulers, even district chiefs like Dracula within Vantian were unaware. With this equivalent military power, Kate can make you inexplicably disappear into the dark universe and turn to dust just a few minutes after you leave the city of Brahma. Dracula is not an idiot, especially when faced with a madman who was blinded by emotions and holds military power. He can only choose to retreat. A group of armored soldiers had to sit back in the armored vehicle they came in, leaving in a dejected manner, while Dracula also got into a stretched limousine and departed.
After watching Ning Jia, who was gripping the nurse's chest, being taken away in an ambulance, Kate returned to Alice's side and sighed softly, "Is this your new lover?"
Ning Jia, the flame soul fighting god who once dominated the universe 1,000 years ago.
If I hadn't seen him, I would have thought he was a good choice.
But now it seems, this guy's character is no different from a street thug.
Kate, didn't we agree on this? After breaking up, no matter what kind of man I find, you can't say anything about it, okay?
That's the guarantee for us to still be friends. Alice smiled and leaned against the car door.
Break up? That's what you said, I never agreed to that. To me, we just have a little disagreement, like quarreling lovers. My heart only has room for you. Once you're done making a fuss, I will come to marry you and make you my official lady, Kate.
Kate's words were full of confidence.
Think whatever you want, I can only tell you that I don't love you, and you can't become the most primal force in my heart. Alice sat in the sports car, but I still want to thank you this time. If you hadn't come, I really don't know how far things would have escalated.
You're welcome. For you, no matter where or when in this universe, as long as you need me, I will appear.
Even if it means dying for you, I would do it willingly.
By the time Kate finished speaking, the listener had already pressed the accelerator and sped away. Alice always treated the men she lost interest in this way, not bothering to spare them a second glance. Kate, due to her own infatuation and good upbringing, was a rare friend of Alice's.
Brahma Hospital may be the best treatment institution in the universe.
It has channels to introduce the most advanced treatment equipment from across the universe, and many of the doctors are retired military physicians who grew tired of the pirate life of fighting and killing, while some are mad doctors wanted throughout the galaxy for conducting human experiments. However, such individuals generally possess exceptional medical skills. The most important thing is that various patients can be expected here, serving countless aliens from all over the universe, encountering all kinds of strange diseases and injuries.
Years of rich experience have made the Brahma Hospital the best comprehensive medical institution.
What is most noteworthy is that many noble individuals from the stars, hiding their identities, specifically come here to treat various ailments. When Ning Jia woke up again, he was lying in a beautifully decorated single patient room, with the beeping sounds of various monitoring medical equipment echoing around. His head was wrapped up like a zongzi, and his bare upper body was covered in wires.
Alice was sitting nearby, looking at Ning Jia's electronic medical records. How did I faint? How long was I out?
Ning Jia frowned, unable to piece together the fragments of memory.
You have already slept for 6 hours. The doctor said that after you got into the ambulance, you kept touching the nurse's chest and wouldn't let go, insisting that this was a gesture of thanks. The doctor on the ambulance gave you a shot of general anesthesia, but your drug resistance was too strong. After 3 shots, you were still wide awake. In the end, they had to use a powerful anesthetic meant for dealing with limestone people to finally put you down. Alice laughed as she set aside the electronic medical record and picked up a bowl of millet porridge to blow on. The examination said that your blood loss at that time exceeded 1/4 of your body. Generally, people in such situations would already be in shock or have muscle spasms and hallucinations. But you were still clear-headed enough to inappropriately touch the nurse. You're simply a monster.
Don't praise me like that, or I'll get proud. By the way, where are my friends? Ning Jia sat up and leaned against the headboard.
They checked and found no issues. Spaceport number 2 has opened, and they all returned to the battleship first. They should come to see you shortly. Here, have some porridge to warm your stomach.
All right.
Ning Jia was delighted to have a beautiful woman serving him, but little did he know that Alice directly took a mouthful of hot porridge and leaned in, single-handedly holding Ning Jia's head, pouring it into his mouth. For the first time eating porridge this way, Ning Jia's pupils widened as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. At that moment, the ward door opened sideways, and Ling Shan, holding a lunchbox and wearing a smile, walked in.
Ning Jia.
Ling Shan hadn't finished speaking when she was stunned by the scene before her.
I'm sorry.
Not knowing what to say, Ling Shan placed the bento on the cabinet and turned to leave.
You're doing it on purpose, aren't you?
After swallowing the last grain of rice, Ning Jia gently pushed Alice away and asked.
Of course, do you think my ears are just for show?
I heard her footsteps as soon as she went upstairs, Alice admitted without any concealment.
Why are you doing this?
You know that this kind of little girl could never catch my interest, Ning Jia said in confusion. No matter how you put it, I will never allow any female animal that has a good impression of you to become my competitor. At least during the time I am interested in you, I must always ensure my advantageous position. If necessary, I will kill all the female animals around you. Alice's smile was still as sweet as ever, but the absolute force in her words could not be ignored.
I mean, why did Ling Shan weirdly run out?
It turns out there's a spring opera being performed here.
Could you please close the door next time?
Anne, looking refreshed and wearing a familiar white coat, walked in. If she had a stethoscope hanging around her neck, she would be just like a doctor on rounds.
Miss Anne seems to be out of danger now. Have everything on the battleship been arranged? Alice sat by Ning Jia's bedside, showing no intention of leaving.
Miss Alice, I truly appreciate your help.
Without you, we probably wouldn't have had such an opportunity to talk.
However, I have a personal matter to discuss with Ning Jia now, and I wonder if you could.
Anne said gratefully and tactfully.
If going out makes you feel at ease, that's fine. But unfortunately, us cat people have such good hearing that even if I go to the first floor, I can still hear just fine if I want to. Alice smiled and touched her triangular ears. If there's something to say, just say it.
Alice won't betray us.
Ning Jia's calmness stemmed from Alice's understanding of him. He would not allow someone who would betray him to live.
Well, to put it simply.
And sat down beside Ning Jia's bed and lowered her voice. I brought the flame soul dual god into the city.
Are you joking? Don't the inspectors check you? Alice was taken aback. Kate seems to be very powerful in Brahma City. I've heard that the reopening of Spaceport number 2 was ordered by him personally.
The cargo truck carrying the mechs is just a delivery for Kate, and the inspectors don't even dare to touch the containers. Anne said with particular pride. Woman, just because I had my friend save you doesn't mean you can shamelessly act recklessly.
You know that if something happens, Kate will also have to take responsibility. Alice glared, hating the cunning of the woman in front of her, even though such people generally live longer in the universe. Sorry, Miss Alice, the burden we bear is the lives of 6 billion. Ningjia is the greatest asset we can rely on. For the survival of the flame soul fighting god, each of us who comes out can die, but Ningjia must absolutely not allow any more mistakes like the one just now. So, I still have something to say to you. And took a deep breath and looked at Ningjia. Next time, no matter which one of us encounters danger, please just treat it as if we are already dead. Don't intervene in our danger and put yourself at risk. I have already announced this belief to everyone. The dentist has drilled holes in every crew member's teeth, where cyanide capsules have been placed. If anyone is kidnapped and used to threaten you, we will immediately bite down and relieve your concerns. Annie pulled at the corner of her mouth, revealing her back molars, where indeed a white capsule was placed. Why do you have to do this again? Ningjia sighed. From the moment we set off, our lives no longer belong to us. Without such a spirit of sacrifice, the blue star can never find its way out. Anne's unwavering belief left Alice in awe. As Anne said, the journey of any advanced civilization in the universe is paved with blood and built on the bones of the dead. Only with numerous beings willing to sacrifice for others can their planet surpass other civilizations and become a powerful existence that does not allow for infringement. Only in this way can we ensure that their descendants enjoy a peaceful and happy life for generations to come. This is a direct communication device to contact the snake. You must keep it with you even when you go to the bathroom. Once there is a need, you must do your utmost to ensure your survival. And said, handing a small communication device, about the size of a quail egg, to Ningjia. As for your search for the navigator, how is that going? Currently in progress. Ningjia looked at Alice by the bedside. Back in his vast estate, Dracula's face showed no expression for even a moment, while his attendants bent respectfully behind him, not daring to make a sound. Master. It's time for dinner, the butler said softly, gathering his courage behind Dracula. Dracula said nothing and walked straight into the dining room, where a naked girl of about 13 or 14 was handcuffed and shackled, her eyes covered with leather, and a round ball stuffed in her mouth, lying on the dining table. She could see nothing but could hear the approaching footsteps, trembling slightly in fear. Get out! Dracula growled, and the more than 10 servants who had remained to serve him during the meal hurriedly left the large dining hall. Dracula, suffering from claustrophobia, does not like closed doors, but when he is in a bad mood, he hates being disturbed even more. The many servants huddled outside the main door, pressed tightly against the wall, not daring to make a sound for fear of being seen by their master. Dracula threw the four-eared Persian cat to the ground, unfastened the cloak around his neck, and stepped forward, baring his white fangs as he viciously sank them into the girl's neck. Although her mouth was stuffed with a ball to prevent her from screaming, her agonized howls and cries still echoed throughout the restaurant and the corridor outside, sending chills down people's spines. At this moment, a figure wrapped entirely in white bandages, resembling a mummy, approached the butler. Are the adults dining? The mummy asked. It's Mr. Gu Xian. Do you have something to discuss with the master? The master is in a bad mood today. The butler whispered, and after another scream echoed in the dining room, there was no more sound. Let's talk about it later. Is Bone Xian here? Let him in. Dracula shouted in the restaurant after finishing his meal. Without delaying a moment longer, Gu Xian stepped into the dining room, knelt on one knee before Dracula, and the carpet beneath him was still soaked with warm blood. Clearly, Dracula was in a very bad mood today. What should have been a simple bite to the neck turned into a horrific display of food abuse. The little girl on the dining table lay in a blood-stained plate, her body covered in hundreds of bite marks, almost turning her into a cork. In some areas, even the flesh was torn away, blood splattering everywhere, and even Dracula's clothes had become a gruesome sight, utterly unbearable to look at. 2 servants quickly came in and took away the completely inedible plates. Although the large dining room was still filled with a strong smell of blood, only Dracula and Bone Xian remained. According to your orders, the investigation has been completed. Ningjia is currently staying at Vientiane Hospital, and Alice has been by her side. Anne and one of their female mecha engineers have just rushed to the hospital. Interestingly, a large transport vehicle recently left dock number 2, marked as cargo for Lady Kate, so no one dared to inspect it, suspecting it was carrying the battle god Mecha. It is now docked in the public freight square. If needed, troops can be dispatched for inspection at any time, or my withered vine can directly destroy it from a distance. Gu Xian calmly recounted, and he was the mecha master who had sniped the silver mecha of Ning Jie from 10 kilometers away, as well as the most capable assassin under Dracula. Just keep an eye on it and arrange some personnel to monitor. Don't let the flame soul fighting god get hurt, it's the collection I want the most. Of course, the most famous ice soul fighting god of Yalai, the dragon, is also the fighting god I want the most.
Alright, you can go now. Dracula rubbed his nerves. At your command.
Gu Xian turned and left, already stained with blood on his knees, but he didn't care. Dracula changed into a clean set of clothes and made his way to the secret communication room underground in the manor, which was as large as half a football field. The only furnishings were a sofa in the center and a huge electronic screen. Through the encrypted channel, a number that had not been contacted for a long time was dialed. The beeping echoed in the large basement, ringing for at least half a minute before being answered. The electronic screen displayed the menacing face of Hammett, covered in snake scales. Dracula, although I gave you this number, it doesn't mean that we are friends and you can call me casually.
I am very busy right now, hunting. If you can't give me a little surprise, then you will definitely regret interrupting my mood. Hamuda said impatiently.
Great Wormstar High Priest, your fleet's recent movements in the universe have been quite noticeable, and your entanglement with Ning Jie is known to all.
Are you waiting for Blue Star-S warships? However, do you think the waiting time is a bit too long? Dracula was as humble as possible. It seems you really have a surprise for me. Hamute's snake-like eyes turned, and he immediately understood, a hint of an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do you have news about Ning Jie?
It's not just the news, he's currently in the city of Brahma in the Lost Paradise.
My people have been monitoring them, but for now, I can't act against him.
Kate has some involvement with this guy, which is holding me back, and of course, I also have to consider his relationship with Aristar, making it inconvenient for me to take direct action. You know, perhaps you look down on Aristar, but for us in the business, it's terrifying enough to be deadly. Dracula said with increasing intrigue. A cheap person is just being pretentious. If you want something, just say it.
Hamuda said disdainfully.
Then thank you for Lord Hamute's grace. I am not lacking in money, it's just that collecting classic mechas has been my lifelong ambition since childhood. Once accomplished, Ning Jie will be yours, but the flame soul fighting god belongs to me. Dracula said with a wicked smile.
No problem, anyway, I can get as many of these battle mechs as I want.
Since you can't take action, I'll personally deal with this guy who dares to pull the trigger on me. However, the route is a bit long, I will probably need 3 days to arrive. You must ensure that when my fleet arrives, he is still there. Hamuda said, suddenly pressing his entire face close to the screen and darkly added, if I arrive and he has already left, then you can wait to accompany your lost paradise as it becomes dinner for my bugs, understand? You can't bring the fleet over, that would be absolutely unwise. The defense system of the lost paradise is among the best in the universe, and it could lead to unforeseen consequences.
Dracula was truly frightened.
What are you afraid of?
I can afford the losses of the fleet. I heard that the outer defenses of Brahma City are completely controlled by Kate. Haven't you always wanted to command Area 3? Consider it a little gift from me, along with taking down the Lord's family.
Hamuda seemed completely unconcerned, as if he had already decided the fate of a refugee nation that had existed in the universe for who knows how many years. That will be fine, then the little person will await your esteemed presence. Dracula bowed with satisfaction, and the electronic screen also closed at that moment.
Ning Jie. You are truly a gift sent to me by heaven, Dracula sighed.
In the universe, the massive insect star fleet began to move, the enormous moth battleships turned their bows, carrying countless bone-winged dragonflies towards the direction of Brahma City. Back in that quiet hospital room, Ning Jie stared at Alice, who was sitting on the bed, as if waiting for something.
How do you think I can help you?
Alice scooped a spoonful of porridge and started eating, her long, fair legs swinging back and forth at the edge of the bed.
Regarding being well-informed, Sunken Star is among the top in the Brahma city.
There aren't many interstellar refugees brave enough to traverse the wandering pulsar belt, but those who dare are certainly notable figures. Such characters wouldn't miss the chance to go to Sunken Star to enjoy themselves and boast, so I believe you can help.
This was also the reason Ning Jie went to Sunken Star at the first opportunity.
It sounds reasonable, but I don't know why I should help you, considering you are the one who disrupted our plans.
And we don't seem to be friends, do we? Helping you this time is already quite generous, yet you keep making demands, which is quite unreasonable.
Alice said, as if teasing her boyfriend.
What do you want? Money? Or something else? Or do you have an enemy you can't stand?
I can help you take care of him.
This is the payment method that Ning Jie is best at.
Miss Alice, if you can really help us, the whole Blue Star will remember your kindness. Once we successfully enter the Starry Sorrow, we will surely repay you with gratitude.
And also pleaded from the side. Money?
I, Alice, have never cared about that.
As for what will soon become the spring of the Starry Sky Sorrow planet? No thanks.
Looking back, the hexagonal demon bull did help the fleeing Arai royal family, but later when we were annihilated by the insect star, I didn't see the Arai fleet helping us.
So whether it's about repaying or not, it's all just nonsense. Alice said nonchalantly. What do you want then? Ning Jie asked, feeling troubled.
It is now 11:58 in Brahma City. Spend a day falling in love with me, using all the ways you know to make me happy, to let me experience what love is, and I will help you find a navigator. Alice looked at Ning Jie on the hospital bed with wide eyes and a smile.
Okay, I promise you. Anne said first. Come on, it's not like I'm asking you to sell yourself, you agreed quite readily, didn't you?
Ning Jie said, twitching the corner of his mouth as he looked at and beside him.
Hey, aren't you a pervert?
It's rare to have such a beautiful girl willing to go on a date with you, and you're still being picky.
Are you out of your mind?
After scolding Ning Jie with disdain, and turned to Alice and said, Miss Alice, how do you like to play?
Whips, wax dripping, riding a wooden donkey. As long as you return to us alive in the end, anything goes? Ride a wooden donkey? What is that? Alice asked in confusion. You definitely wouldn't want to know.
Ning Jie had a look of wanting to cry but having no tears.
What price would be enough for you to betray the only god of war on the planet? The answer is, of course, the right price. And sold Ning Jie and completed the transaction in just 2 seconds.
As a special dating fund, and also privately gave Ning Jie a Vantian bank card, which only had 500 yuan on it, about enough for 2 people to watch 2 movies in Vantian City.
I said you are really stingy, you want the horse to run but don't want to feed it grass. At least you should add a 0, this price isn't even enough to book a room in a third-rate hotel in Vantian. Ning Jie's hand holding the card was trembling. Isn't it just asking you to go on a date? Who told you to book a room? The price for going to bed and for companionship is different, don't you know?
If there's a need for going to bed, then don't just ask for a navigator, also have her introduce us directly to Kate's contact. I'll notify some Blue Star merchants to open a shop in Vantian to sell resources. Here, some rare ores are priced about 20% higher than our usual sales channels. Moreover, once the sales channels are opened here, it will be easier for us to directly procure various cutting-edge technology products from the universe, rapidly enhancing our Blue Star's technological level. And said with shining eyes. Speaking of which, don't you want to join the Starry Sky of Sorrow? The Starry Sky of Sorrow strictly prohibits its members from colluding with criminal dens like the Planet of Members and the City of Brahma.
Ning Jie was sweating profusely. Cut, there are ways for the white and ways for the black.
When needed, Blue Star can always send out a batch of migrant merchants who deny planetary citizenship to help us handle everything. Our ancestors left us plenty of valuable experience in playing these deceitful games, so you really don't need to worry about it. And patted Ning Jie on the shoulder, speaking of which, Blue Star and the hopes of the people rest on your shoulders, I give you 1 week. It's too long, the Bug Star won't wait for us like Tubi, being a fool who can quietly wait. What Alice said about one day is already our limit. And has notified the fleet to hurry up with preparations. As soon as the navigator arrives, we'll leave. Ning Jie said as he got off the sickbed and put on a casual jacket. This matter, X has been working on it, but it will take at least a day and a half at the earliest. And glanced at the time, the hands had just passed 12 o'clock.
Why? Ning Jie asked in confusion.
There will be an annual Brahma festival auction at noon the day after tomorrow, and I've heard there will be quite a few good items. You know, the flame soul fighting god has been frozen for 1,000 years and has developed fatal flaws, so the Hangwu system has stopped using it altogether. Meanwhile, the equipment we provide you on Blue Star clearly can't withstand your godlike speed. So besides looking for some treasures for future research, I also want to quickly enhance the flame soul fighting god with alien technology to restore its true combat power.
And had already found out all the details. Do whatever you want, just don't forget your mission.
Ning Jie said as he walked in front of Alice. What about you, my friend?
I'm ready for whatever discussion you want to have.
I'm sorry, I'm not ready.
It's early morning, and it's my sleeping time.
Come find me at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and remember not to be late. Alice teasingly ignored Ning Jie and turned to leave the hospital room.
Since that's the case, I'll head back first.
I need to prepare some gold to exchange for currency at the Brahma Bank tomorrow.
And quickly slipped away like a golden cicada shedding its shell. This group of crazy women. After Ning Jie got dressed neatly, she was stood up.
It was now midnight, and even though Vantian City is known as the city that never sleeps, most people were still asleep at this hour. The most important thing is that after Ning Jie was injected with the anesthetic, the side effects manifested, which is that once he wakes up, his spirit becomes extremely excited, and there is no more drowsiness to speak of. Helpless, he left the hospital room with a card worth 500 yuan. Suddenly, he discovered that the missing Ling Shan was sitting in the corridor outside the room.
What are you still doing here? Aren't you going back to sleep with Anne?
Ning Jie sat down beside Ling Shan in the dimly lit hospital corridor, where the only light came from the green glow of the emergency lights. I was specially assigned to protect you, and I've even been allowed to carry a gun. Ling Shan opened her coat, revealing a black handgun in the holster under her armpit, but what Ning Jie saw was the tightly wrapped chest in her bodysuit.
Really funny, get a woman to protect me. Ning Jie laughed out loud. So, my personal female bodyguard, do you want to take a break?
No need, the hangover soup from Sunken Star is too strong. Drinking it makes me feel like I'm ready to fight like a chicken on steroids. Recalling that scene in Sunken Star, Ling Shan frowned and almost vomited, because the hangover soup was as big as a basin, dark and thick like oil, with eyeballs and other unidentified objects floating in it.
Ling Shan even doubted that she was ultimately scared awake. Since you can't sleep and I can't sleep either, why don't we do something together that can make us both happy?
Ning Jie suddenly grabbed Ling Shan's shoulders, his eyes sparkling with silver light.
What do you want to do? Ling Shan swallowed hard.
15 minutes later, Ling Shan parked the convertible at the hospital entrance, and Ning Jie swaggered out, sitting in the passenger seat.
Driving for you, taking you out for a joyride. What kind of thing is this that can make each other happy?
I'm not happy at all, Ling Shan sighed and murmured softly. Don't worry, I have a huge amount of money with me.
Now let me take you to a good place for a late-night snack.
Ning Jie proudly shook the card in his hand that had as much as 500 yuan. The vehicle is driving on the quiet streets of Brahma City, where the main lighting core has been turned off, and the street lights along the road have been lit. If you look up, the street lights on the other side of the sky resemble stars, while the cars driving with their headlights on appear like shooting stars slowly crossing the horizon, making you feel the urge to make a wish.
Jie. Are you and Alice in a relationship? Ling Shan couldn't help but ask softly during the boring drive. No. Ning Jie answered without hesitation. Then did you kiss?
Ling Shan had evidence.
We've kissed too, does that make us a couple?
Ning Jie said with a light smile. That was a forceful kiss, it doesn't count, Ling Shan emphasized.
I am not any different, am I?
Ning Jie said helplessly. Guys like you always attract the most beautiful girls to you. Whether it's Queen Nana or Alice, when they see you, it's like moths drawn to a flame, they can't help themselves, Ling Shan sighed.
You can be considered a beauty, it seems you handle it quite well, huh?
I won't fall in love with you, or rather, I don't even know how to love
someone. My life is just a series of passive choices. Loving someone is such an active thing, I can't do it.
Ling Shan's gaze turned to the distance down the street. My parents are both teachers, but they don't teach mecha piloting, they teach ordinary language and math. Their whole lives have been about teaching children how to become good kids. So before I was born, they had already planned my entire life. What brand of milk powder to eat, what kind of elementary school to attend, and what type of talent to learn. The reason I became a light reconnaissance mech pilot is that the benefits for flight mech pilots are higher than those for standard and heavy mechs, and there are flight allowances for each mission. Since I was young, I have never had much of an opinion, because there has never been a place where I needed to make a decision.
What about love? Ning Jie asked curiously.
I told my parents that Miller was pursuing me. They put in a lot of effort to investigate Miller's family background, and in the end, they were very supportive of our relationship.
Miller treats me really well, so I agreed.
Ling Shan said casually, there has never been anything unpredictable in my life, except for you. When you sat beside me, looking all flirtatious and placing your hand on my thigh, I felt so at a loss for the first time. You don't consider at all the confusion you cause others, nor do you ever take people seriously. Even after being beaten up by Miller and the others, they still don't understand how to hold back at all. Sometimes I think you're a bit of a fool, but when you sit in the mech, your demeanor completely changes. You give a sense of reliability that's even stronger than an army. I think you are a very strange person. Then let me be a small chess piece that falls into your lake, even if it stirs up a ripple, I would feel quite honored.
Ning Jie smiled, stop the car, we have arrived.
Ling Shan stopped by the roadside, where it is located at the boundary between the entertainment area and the trading area. A long, brightly lit street serves as the most distinct dividing line, and on both sides of this street are old buildings that are only 1 or 2 stories high. Just like the development patterns of all urban areas in the universe, the more a location is on the outskirts, the less attention it receives, the more central the area, the more it is normal to have renovations twice a year. So, this small street, located at the intersection of 2 district boundaries, has preserved the original appearance from 1,000 years ago. However, among many regulars of Brahma City, this little-known street is quite famous, known as Gourmet Street. This name is derived from Blue Star language, and basically, people from different planets use the most edible creatures or mythological figures from their own planet to replace the name of this street. For Ning Jie and Ling Shan, this is Taodai Street, a food street that stretches over 40 kilometers, with more than 4,000 registered shops and over 10,000 unregistered roadside stalls. The consumption here might be the cheapest in the entire Brahma City. Even if you only have a few Brahma coins, you can definitely find food that will stuff you to death. Imagine, perhaps 2 planets separated by tens of thousands of light years, their food might only be a stall apart here. Many lower-class pirate fish migrants love to linger here, from breakfast to late-night snacks. The stalls here operate in shifts, achieving a 24-hour business model, ensuring you can always find fresh hot meals at any time.
Taotai Street, a paradise for foodies.
The street, no wider than 3 meters and no narrower than being able to pass sideways, forms a curved and tortuous arc.
In the deep night of Vientiane City, it resembles a starry river leading to the world of bliss.
This location cannot be accessed by car at all, only on foot.
I said, do we really have to eat here?
Ling Shan was pulled in by Ning Jie, surrounded by a continuous flow of various bizarre aliens, some towering and powerful like humanoid tanks, while others were so small that you could easily step on them without noticing. When it comes to food, the hundreds of flavors of various delicacies interwoven in the air here are considered delicacies by some aliens, while for others, they are downright disgusting to the point of wanting to vomit. Being in the universe makes it impossible to truly understand one's own insignificance. Those so-called feelings are merely products of one's imagination. Only by being in this bustling street, where the 5 senses construct a complete perceptual world, can you realize that you are not the only being in the universe. Every strange alien signifies a completely different cultural background, as well as entirely different dietary habits and historical stories. Those who gather here are travelers trudging along the starry path. No matter how far they go, they will ultimately die on the journey through the stars. Dare to ask how long the starry path is, just as you would ask how vast the universe is.
No one has ever seen the edge of the universe, nor has any civilization reached the end of the starry path.
Even the longest life has its end, but even if you die, the starry path will still have your kin and descendants continuing on.
Ling Shan is not a very picky girl. As long as it's not onions, she can basically eat anything. However, can the food here even be considered food? Want a bowl of thick soup? It smells good.
Ning Jia smiled and pointed at a large pot steaming by the street. To be honest, it does smell pretty good, somewhat like the Blue Star's clay pot pork rib soup, but it's a bit dark in color.
Is this tasty?
As Ling Shan leaned forward in confusion, suddenly an ugly, piranha-like creature jumped out of the soup pot, nearly biting her nose, scaring her into leaning against Ning Jia's embrace.
Friends, would you like a bowl of hot tiger fish spicy soup? If it's not delicious, it's free, an ugly alien boss called out. What kind of soup is this?
Your fish are still alive.
Ling Shan shouted angrily.
Of course it's alive, the tiger fish can swim in magma. A tiger fish takes 10 years to develop flavor, and after 20 years, the taste is rich. This old brand has been simmering this tiger fish for 30 years, and the flavor from the scales is just right.
Come on, have a bowl. The boss strongly recommended. Thanks, we're not used to eating live things.
Ling Shan, with cold sweat on her forehead, pulled Ning Jia away, and Ning Jia gave the boss a helpless expression. They walked along, picking things as they went, and this damned gluttonous street had no food that wouldn't scare your little heart, not to mention those ingredients that still twitched while alive. Even the cooked food looked hideously like it had been exposed to nuclear radiation.
According to Ning Jia, the more unattractive the ingredient, the better the taste.
For example, there is a type of frog called the swallowing frog, which lives in particularly harsh environments. Each time it lays eggs and hatches little frogs, the parents will eat the ugliest offspring. This is partly because the ugly offspring are at a disadvantage in future competition for mating, and partly because the taste of the ugly ones is indeed better. Finally, after walking for 30 minutes, Ling Shan found a shop that sold more decent ingredients. The shop was small, with 3 square tables set up by the street, 2 of which were empty, suggesting that business was not good. This was probably because the items they sold were too beautiful. The white, tofu-like ingredients were displayed beside the stall, so smooth that they seemed fragile. They didn't have the fresh scent of soy products but carried a slight fishy smell, likely made from fish or similar ingredients, though they didn't look unappetizing.
Let's just eat this.
Ling Shan finally found something to eat and sat down at an empty table.
Are you sure you want to eat this?
Ning Jia showed a difficult expression.
Come on, what kind of stuff have we been eating on this trip? It's completely inedible.
This one at least resembles something we eat. I don't want to change it. Ling Shan pulled out a pair of chopstick-like utensils.
Boss, 1 bowl please. Ning Jia sat opposite Ling Shan. Are you not eating? Ling Shan asked in confusion. I'm not hungry, you eat. Ning Jia crossed his hands, resting them on the edge of the table, looking at Ling Shan. I ask you, do you like your life now? What does it mean? Ling Shan didn't understand. Listening to others' arrangements for everything, including love and such, is it really happy? I don't know, it seems I've never been angry.
My parents' arrangements are not wrong, they have more experience than I do, having eaten more salt than I've eaten rice.
They wouldn't harm me, and I think the life they arrange for me should be the best choice.
Ling Shan sighed, tilting her head.
The best choice is not necessarily the one you want the most.
In my time, all the children were working hard to study due to the immense pressure of finding a job, and parents hoped their children would pursue the majors that were in highest demand. However, when you finish your 4 years of university, you find that the industry that was once in desperate need of talent has suddenly become oversaturated, and salaries have been squeezed down to rock-bottom prices.
Can you guess the reason?
Because parents have chosen industries that lack people for their children, Ning Jia sighed.
Do you also have a past of being replaced in someone's choices? Ling Shan asked curiously. I have no.
I am an orphan, a child raised in an orphanage. I do not know who my parents are. The only choice they made for me was to leave me at the door of a better orphanage, leaving behind a name Ning Jie.
I guess for them, abandoning me is the best choice, right?
The life in the orphanage is not as bad as imagined. We have our own classroom, and we also have our own library, with a large enough lawn, and toys sent from various places. The only downside is that no parents ever come to pick us up after school. The only place you can move around is 107.4 meters, where there stands a wall made of bricks at the base, surrounded by iron railings.
Ning Jie smiled. I'm sorry.
Ling Shan apologized for touching Ning Jie's pain with her impact.
Why say sorry? It's not you who abandoned me. The one who should be saying sorry is me.
If it weren't for my presence, perhaps you wouldn't feel that there's anything wrong with the life someone else has arranged for you. You would find happiness more easily. As Ning Jie spoke, the white tofu soup that Ling Shan had ordered that night was brought to them. Looking at the light clear soup tofu, wafting a faint fresh flavor, it seems that Ling Shan's choice was the right one.
Are you really not going to eat? Then I'll start.
Ling Shan smiled and began to eat. This bowl of tofu, whether in texture or flavor, is exceptionally good, making it hard to understand why the business can't compete with those soup restaurants that sell fish bathing.
Did I tell you that Miller took back the engagement ring?
Ling Shan said while eating. Ever since he went out with you, he's changed completely. He feels suddenly more mature. If it weren't for his maturity, I might have made a choice for my life for the first time, which would be to refuse him.
Why don't you want to accept it? Aren't you lovers?
Ning Jie said with a smile.
I don't know why either.
If I told my parents about this, they would definitely be very happy and want me to agree. However, there has always been a voice in my head telling me that if I agree to him, my dreams will be completely over. Ling Shan sighed softly.
Your dream? What is it?
I want to continue soaring in the blue sky, piloting a mech, visiting every galaxy in the universe, seeing different suns, and becoming an interstellar backpacker. Of course, I will bring a lot of instant noodles. I can't get used to those mutated fish.
But if there's tofu like that, it would be fine.
Ling Shan wouldn't tell Ning Jie that this dream originated from the rooftop simulation flight he took her on. It was also the first time Ling Shan discovered the joy of flying a mech.
Everyone must pay the price for their choices. Have you thought it through? Ning Jie asked calmly.
I think I will encounter a lot of dangers, but I believe that by the end of this journey, I will learn many things, including the ability to protect myself.
I am already prepared. Ling Shan nodded after taking a deep breath.
No, I mean, the decision to continue eating this tofu. Actually, this thing is called 1,000 insects dead but not rigid, made from the eggs of over 1,000 types of insects from various planets, and it's listed as one of the top 10 most bizarre foods in the universe. Compared to it, those soups with fish bathing are nothing. Your courage truly impresses me. Ning Jie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then noticed that the aliens passing behind were all looking at the beautiful girl eating 1,000 insects dead but not rigid with unusual eyes.
Pooh!
Ling Shan trembled all over, suddenly turned her head and vomited uncontrollably, almost bringing up her entire stomach.
Ning Jie, you bastard! You knew and didn't tell me!
Ling Shan shouted with tears in her eyes. It's not that I'm not telling you, I'm just quite curious about what this thing tastes like. Ning Jie said with a mischievous smile. Ling Shan suddenly grabbed a piece of tofu and stuffed it into Ning Jie's mouth. Now you know, right? Watching Ning Jie, who was frantically clutching his throat again, Ling Shan couldn't help but smile with tears in her eyes.
Smelly girl. Daring to mess with me. Watch this.
Ning Jie boldly grabbed some tofu and threw it at Ling Shan, and the two started a snowball fight using white worm egg blocks.
The nearby blatant aliens couldn't help but feel embarrassed, saying, "These aliens with such bad taste are too extreme." It wasn't until 3 a.m. that Ling Shan took Ning Jie and got into the car back to the hospital. Their clothes were dirty, covered in a lot of white, egg-like substance, as if they had been through mating worms. Even when walking through the crowded street of feasting, the pavement beside them was particularly empty, and no one dared to approach them. Arrived, get out of the car. Ling Shan parked the car at the entrance of the hospital. What are you doing now? Ning Jie asked casually.
Go back to the battleship to take a shower and change clothes, and I'll come over later. Team Leader An's order is for me to protect you closely and complete tomorrow's mission, Ling Shan said calmly.
Do you know what my task is for tomorrow?
Ning Jia in the passenger seat turned to look at the girl next to her who understood nothing.
I'm not sure.
Team Leader An said this is a critical mission concerning our survival, and your safety also needs to be properly protected.
Before the mission, I was even asked to write a will. Ling Shan's lips trembled slightly. It must be fear, right? The ignorant girl, let me tell you what I'm going to do tomorrow.
Ning Jia suddenly leaned to the side, wrapped his arms around Ling Shan's neck, and pressed his thin lips against hers, causing Ling Shan to widen her eyes in tension. This was not the first time she had been forcefully kissed by him, but unlike the last time when she was flustered, Ling Shan surprisingly did not resist more strongly. She didn't even close her teeth, allowing that slippery tongue to invade her mouth. The kiss lasted a long time, and it felt like an eternity before Ning Jia finally returned to his place.
You.
Ling Shan's face turned red with embarrassment as she raised her hand, wanting to slap Ning Jia, but her hand hovered in the air, unable to come down.
Wow, hiding the poison so deep, it's almost made my tongue break.
Ning Jia casually spat out a small white capsule from his mouth, which was the cyanide poison that An had forced every crew member to install in their molars.
My capsule?
Ling Shan nervously reached out to touch her face, using her tongue to explore. There was nothing left there.
If someone asks where the poison went, just say I took it away, and no one will blame you.
Ning Jia said, throwing the pill far away, disappearing into the night street.
Why do it this way? And said that we cannot become your burden, because you will be the most crucial step in saving Blue Star and we cannot hold you back.
I also volunteered to take this pill. Ling Shan's eyes were filled with confusion. No one should die for another person, no life is more important or less important than another. When death comes, our fears, our regrets, and our sorrows are all equal. Don't sacrifice your life for anyone, and don't easily give up your own life.
We only live once, but we can be dead for a long time, understand?
Ning Jia said as he got out of the car and walked towards the hospital building.
Go back and rest, I don't need a bodyguard, nor do I need a third wheel.
Looking at Ning Jia's departing figure, Ling Shan seemed to understand why Miller would undergo such a big change after just accompanying Ning Jia on a mission once. This man has a perspective that is completely different from the values and worldview they have learned. He is like a book that has experienced many hardships, from which you can learn a lot of knowledge you never imagined through him and his words. However, the lines of this book carry a faint sadness, as if every word written has been exchanged for a price of blood and tears. In the early morning, when the artificial lighting system of Brahma City is activated, it is as if a bright sun suddenly rises in this circular world. At that moment, all the streetlights go out, and the transition from night to day takes only 0.1 seconds, yet it informs all the sleeping people that a new day has begun, and they are fortunate to have lived another day. Only by living in a world like Brahma City, intertwined with interstellar refugees, criminals, and pirates, can you truly understand how fortunate it is to have lived another day. Even the greatest interstellar pirates will face the day when their bodies are separated from their heads. In an industry where the average lifespan does not exceed 30 years, all interstellar pirates know that once they make money, they must spend it immediately, because after you leave Vantian City again, you may never return. Speaking of which, this place is a paradise for criminals, yet the order of the entire city can even rival the rankings of the top 10 civilized cities in the universe. The reason is that those who truly travel between the stars know that the vastness of the universe is not a place where one can easily claim dominance. Being kind to others is the way to live longer. An idiot who makes enemies everywhere may ultimately be betrayed by the most inconspicuous lackey, leading to their downfall in the vastness of space. The reason is that the security forces in the 3 districts of Brahma City are all under a mercenary contract system, and they are rewarded based on performance. You have no idea how much they look forward to someone causing trouble and fighting, just like how traffic police hope to find illegally parked cars at the end of the year. Of course, as the most barbaric gathering of people, they have endless strength that needs an outlet, so the underground boxing matches here are exceptionally developed.
Want to fight?
No problem, come here to sign up. You can not only vent your excess energy but also occasionally earn a considerable prize, gain the respect of the audience, win prestige, and even substantial rewards. However, when signing up, be sure to pay attention to the choice of type, because many competitions end with one party's death. However, to be honest, the word love, which is so beautiful, feels somewhat out of place in this city.
For many males, love and not love are simply a matter of hooking up or not.
Therefore, there are basically no parks, cinemas, shopping malls, or scenic spots where you can actually date.
The conditions Alice set for Ning Jie can be considered a difficult problem.
Adult, do you really want to get involved with that blue star person? Although he was once the god of war of the Yalai star and has some reputation in the universe, now he represents the blue star that is being targeted by the insect star, and the path he wants to take is extremely dangerous, even more perilous than those pirates outside. The serpent lady stood beside Alice's vanity mirror, coiling her snake body, and advised with concern.
It's okay.
According to his explanation of love, if I truly fall in love with him, regardless of his life or death, this love cannot fade away. I will always remember it, and this love will become my strength, helping me accomplish the great task of reviving the hexagonal magic bull. Alice said this while drawing her eyebrows in the dressing mirror.
But that guy looks very dangerous. He offended the district chief Dracula as soon as he arrived.
I'm worried about your safety, and I'm thinking, why not arrange for a sister attendant?
The dragon lady always thinks things through exceptionally well.
No need, Dracula knows my relationship with Kate and wouldn't dare to act recklessly against me.
Don't worry, when I come back, I'll bring you a gift.
Alice stood up and left, wearing a wide-shouldered white sweater and a knee-length skirt that fit snugly against her fair skin, holding a small leather bag in her hand. When she walked out of the gate of the dimming star on time, Ning Jie had already been waiting there. However, strangely, he wasn't driving a car or any other flying vehicle. Instead, he was riding a bizarre contraption made of 2 wheels, a chain, pedals, and a metal frame.
What kind of strange vehicle is this? Where's the engine? Alice walked over to Ning Jie.
I am the engine of this vehicle. This thing is called a bicycle, a product from my era and even earlier. After I woke up, Blue Star no longer had such things. However, it's quite simple to make. I specifically went to Grandpa Chiao's underground warehouse this morning and built it in just a few minutes with some tools. Speaking of which, Grandpa Chiao is quite extravagant. I said something lightweight and sturdy would be enough. As a result, he used titanium aluminum alloy for the materials, and the whole vehicle weighs only 2 pounds, sturdy enough to smash a truck directly. Ning Jie could only sigh that under the support of massive technological advancements, even the most primitive devices can achieve a qualitative leap.
This car is really interesting, but it only has 1 seat. How can it take me? Alice laughed.
Come here, my supreme Miss Alice, into my arms. Ning Jie stepped aside, making way for the front bar of the bicycle. Alice swore she had ridden hundreds of different vehicles in the universe, but none were as uncomfortable as this bicycle. Sitting on the cylindrical iron rod for a short while made her bottom hurt terribly, and she had to sit sideways, twisting her body to grip the handlebars, trying not to fall off. Her whole body contorted like a twisted donut, and her waist ached. However, this is also the closest mode of transportation she has experienced with the driver. Her back is pressed against Ning Jie's chest, close enough to feel each other's heartbeat. When Ning Jie wants to speak, every word sounds like a whisper in her ear, gently nourishing her heart.
Have you ever used this vehicle to transport other female animals? Alice smiled as she looked ahead.
I didn't have a chance, you're the first.
By the way, this is the only type of vehicle I can drive.
Ning Jie shrugged helplessly. I hope this isn't a lie to make me happy, because I really am happy because of your words. Alice smiled and leaned back, pressing her back tighter against Ning Jie.
Speaking of which, where do you want to go?
I don't have much money, as you know, basically just enough to treat you to something from the food street.
Ning Jie sighed.
Don't worry, if I wanted to find a man to impress me with money, I wouldn't choose you.
There are plenty of wealthy men who want to pursue me. What I want from you is something they cannot give me.
Alice said, turning her head slightly.
Are you talking about extremely long bed skills? Ning Jie clearly meant something different from what Alice wanted.
It's really cute to see you acting so silly. I think I've already fallen in love with you. Alice patted Ning Jie's face. Walking along the starry night, passing through the fireworks alley, you can see quite a few patrons yawning as they come out of the pink facades. After turning left past the fireworks alley and going straight, there's a row of cheap bars, where many drunks are slumped by the roadside, lying in their own vomit. When you take a detour to the street of casinos, every morning you encounter a group of debtors who have been stripped of their clothes and thrown down from the casino platform, hanging upside down. Of course, these are just the basic clients who default on their debts. Occasionally, you might also see some clients who have been skinned, hanging in a similar manner. In the laws of Brahma City, protecting the interests of creditors is the highest priority. Debts must be repaid, whether in cash or with one's life. Ning Jie asked Alice several times along the way where they were going and what they would be doing. However, Alice always smiled and replied that they were almost there. She guided the direction like a human GPS, while also enjoying the thrill brought by the new bicycle. When it comes to piloting a mech, Ning Jie can fight for dozens of hours without rest, with strength approaching that of a monster.
However, the leg muscles used for a bicycle lock are completely different from those used when piloting a mech.
The fatigue sets in after just 1 hour, leaving Ning Jie panting as if on the verge of death.
I said, "Sister, where exactly do you want to go?" Ning Jie was about to cry.
It's all your fault for this bicycle, it's too slow. If we took a car, we would have arrived in about 20 minutes, and my little butt wouldn't hurt.
Alice started to complain about Ning Jie instead. "Sister, do you think I'm a few horsepower?"
I'm just one person, and right now my speed is about 30 kilometers per hour, which is pretty good.
Ning Jie said gloomily.
Here we are, stop sticking out your tongue, the drool is about to drip onto my shoulder. Alice quickly jumped down from the car pole. Ning Jie rubbed his sore hind leg and looked up at the building next to him. It was a massive dome-shaped complex, covering an area about the size of a football field, but it featured a tower that shot straight into the clouds, with a height exceeding 500 meters. At the entrance to the tower-shaped building's hall, a large crowd is coming and going, making this place seem even more bustling than a supermarket. In front of this giant tower, the sign reads 4 characters, Primal Era. What is this for?
I've never seen anything like it before.
Ning Jie didn't remember such a group of buildings ever appearing in the city of Brahma.
You certainly haven't seen it. The Era of Primordial Chaos is a mech simulation game that appeared 200 years ago, covering the entire universe online.
Its coverage reached 90%, and the peak number of online users exceeded 100 billion. In the sorrow of the starry sky, many planets use this game as a platform for training mecha pilots in cooperative combat and simulating battles, and it is very popular. Especially the Mecha Master rankings in the Primordial Era almost reflect the true strength of each Mecha Master in the universe. It is said that over half of the fighting gods in the entire universe have created their accounts in this game, some using their real identities directly, while others are hidden experts. As a platform for communication and skill exchange, Primal Era is currently the hottest gaming terminal in the universe.
Alice introduced with a smile. Really? You brought me over just to play games with you? Ning Jie asked in confusion.
This is not an ordinary game, today's Primal Era will hold the most crucial battle, and I want you to help.
Alice pulled Ning Jie into the Primal Era building.
In the long history of the universe, countless online games have appeared on various planets, but due to the distance between planets and signal transmission issues, connecting games between planets has always been a technical challenge. It wasn't until the establishment of advanced zero-latency signal jumping networks that the concept of synchronized online gaming across the universe became a reality. Suddenly, the establishment of a massive cross-stellar gaming group launched the first universally accessible online mech battle game, Primal Era, which rapidly appeared in densely populated areas across the universe. The game uses a brainwave signal transmission system to temporarily put the surface consciousness of living beings into a dormant state, guiding the deep consciousness into the game server, directly converting game signals into various forms of brainwaves to replace the human senses and the world system. This feeling is like the soul leaving the body and entering another world. The epic of primordial chaos is divided into 3 kingdoms, namely Polar Night, Polar Day, and Celestial Music. The Polar Night and Polar Day are in opposing modes, always ready to clash whenever they meet, with each side having its own strengths. As for the fairy music, it is a centrist force, specifically reserved for pacifists who enjoy peaceful gameplay, doing dungeons, and chatting. In principle, as long as you purchase the client device for the era of primordial chaos, you can connect to the game server from anywhere you want. However, the price of this device is so high in the universe that it can be measured against a luxury car. More than 80% of the era of primordial chaos players choose to go to various game centers, where they pay a relatively small fee for terminal connection. Alice is obviously a loyal player of this game. The moment she walked through the door, a dedicated service robot came forward to guide her. In this place, where there are an average of 500 players connected per floor, Alice has a private independent room for her connection, which shows just how luxurious it is. As the glass elevator ascended, Ningjia looked out the window and saw various aliens lying on beds made of silicone on each floor, their heads adorned with huge metal helmets, hundreds of colorful cables connecting to metal transmitters beneath the silicone beds, with various lights flashing rhythmically along the cables, like the headlights of cars speeding down a highway. Alice, are you sure this is the kind of place to go for a date? Why can't we just stroll around like normal people, watch a horror movie, or find a quiet riverside to share a kiss? Ningjia had never tried to let his soul leave his body. Being an old-fashioned guy, he still believed that piloting a mech while fully awake was the safest option. I have basically visited all the places to have fun in Brahma City. When I was dating Kate, this place was filled with memories of me and others everywhere. I just hope to do something with you that I have never done with anyone else. That is to take you to my room and play the game epic of primordial chaos together. Moreover, today is an important day. The era of primordial chaos holds a large-scale national war every month. Our faction, Polar Night, has consecutively lost to Polar Day for over 60 natural months. This time, Polar Night has mobilized its greatest promotional efforts, reaching out to all mech experts in Polar Night over a span of more than 100 days to form the largest-scale assault team. This kind of grand event is a feast that cannot be missed. As Alice spoke, the elevator had already arrived at the 200th floor, which was entirely designed in the layout of hotel rooms, unlike the open layout below. Alice's room is at the end of the corridor, and the furnishings in the room are simple. There are 2 beds made of blue silicone with silver metal bases, arranged side by side like 2 comfortable sofas facing the floor-to-ceiling glass window. From this height, you can see half of the street view of Brahma City. A small robot that had been following the 2 people ran back and forth in the long room, turning on various switches, adjusting the temperature and humidity, and even brewing 2 cups of fragrant tea. This robot will stay in the room to take care of players who enter the game server, responsible for regularly injecting nutrients into those who are in a dormant state to ensure their bodies do not suffer problems due to prolonged hunger. The dedicated robot can even assist with excretion issues, making it more professional than the medical robots in hospitals that specifically care for patients in a vegetative state. You're asking me to join you in the national war right away, isn't that a bit too much? Besides, I'm not familiar with the mecha's driving system here. If I come out as a level 1 cannon fodder and get taken down immediately, don't be surprised. Ningjia sat on a soft silicone mattress while a robot was installing various brain chips for him. Don't worry, in the world of the era of the primordial, there is no hierarchy, nor does it mean that the longer you play, the stronger you become. It is entirely based on the mech pilot's control ability in the real world. This means that a novice without talent, even if they practice for a long time, will still be a novice. And a battle god, even if they just entered, can dominate the world. In the primordial era, you can freely customize your mech using game currency, and the auction house has all the equipment you desire. The hangar owner can also provide you with any mech chassis you want. You can customize the cockpit, so there's no need to familiarize yourself with the controls. Of course, the first thing you need to do is create an account and a virtual character. Once this character is established, it will be bound to your nervous system, meaning you can only use one account for your entire life. Don't think that the primordial era is just a casual game, it is the battlefield for the entire universe's mech masters, and the intensity of the battles exceeds your imagination. Alice sat on the nearby bed. Do whatever you want, after all, today I'm yours. Play however you like, just don't forget the promise you made to me. Ningjia completely lay down on the bed, and a huge metal helmet automatically pressed down, enveloping his entire head like a hair curling device.
Hey, listen, after you create your character, don't run around everywhere, wait for me at the spawn point. By the way, what do you want to be called? Alice asked from the side. My former country was called China. And I am called China Rabbit.
As Ning Jie spoke, the system had already started, and a tunnel made of bright light appeared in front of him, his body becoming very light at that moment.
After today, I believe no one will forget this name, right?
Alice smiled and lay down on the bed, entering a connected state. If we were to select 10 major events that shook the universe during the 1,000 years of Ning Jie's slumber, the birth of the primordial era would definitely make the list. On a planet so small that it can be ignored in the vastness of the starry sky, a struggling game company developed a product. They seem to have received unimaginable funding overnight, and the network was built within months. The advertising expenses for promoting the primordial era alone were enough to purchase over 10 planets, not to mention the astronomical costs of establishing the primordial era game centers in densely populated areas across the universe in the following years. However, 5 years after the game began operations, the wealth of the cross-galaxy gaming group named Epic operating the Age of Wilderness had accumulated to an unimaginable extent. After 100 years of operation, they even bought the planet they were on, and the entire company became one of the members of the Starry Skies Grief.
This was an unimaginable act of acquisition, and they even changed the name of the planet to Epic. The liaison officer at the headquarters of Starry Skies Grief was the vice president of the Epic Group. 200 years ago today, the only game that can be played simultaneously across the entire universe is still the primordial era. This is not because other game developers have died or do not love money. It is simply that no other group in the universe has the massive financial backing that Epic has to establish a game market like this, and any competing game that emerges will be bought out and absorbed by Epic, then left in the backup development database, never to be released again. They have the financial power to monopolize the entire universe's online gaming market, and the excellence of the primordial era is enough to attract players in the 100 billion range, with no other games being logged into besides it. The Age of Primordial Chaos features an open platform architecture in a flat world, where the most popular profession is that of a mecha master. Of course, if you don't enjoy rampaging around in a robot, you can also become a captain or a soldier of various professions, experiencing a different kind of life in a vast nation. The game system, which directly simulates brainwaves, ensures that everything is a 100% authentic experience, including death.
You can see your own blood flowing out, know the expression when you take your last breath, slightly different. After receiving the punishment of the death system, you will be resurrected at a new spawn point, experiencing the thrill of dying and coming back to life without interruption. Because of the vastness and authenticity of the primordial era, some planets even use it to train the entire military's coordinated combat capabilities and tactical cooperation skills. They can engage in maneuverable battles with large troops at will, thereby gaining more experience and improvements, while not losing a single soldier's life. Ning Jie passed through a long tunnel of light and arrived in a classical stone chamber with blue bricks. The only illumination in the chamber came from torches on the walls, flickering intermittently. In the center of the chamber stood a huge classical dressing mirror. Ning Jie strolled up to the mirror, which reflected his naked body. The mirror had various data selection windows that could be directly touched and modified, including name, country, face shape, body type, and even gender. Ning Jie naturally chose the country of Polar Night and entered China 2 in the name field, successfully registering without any duplicate names. When modifying the appearance, Ning Jie didn't deliberately create a handsome and tall fantasy character, he simply modified the head into a giant cartoon rabbit head with 2 long ears, and those round red little eyes blink like the colorful lights on a Christmas tree. So cool! Ning Jie just pressed the confirmation button on the mirror, then touched his head, which had already turned into a fluffy white rabbit head, but the lower half of his human form was still a mosaic pattern. Hey, where did my little buddy go? Ning Jie gloomily touched his pixelated area, unable to find the little brother that had accompanied him his whole life. What he doesn't understand is that although the primordial era completely simulates a flat world and characters can be created freely, in order to prevent the game from turning into a debauched world of lewd friends, and to maintain its original purpose as a combat platform, the game automatically formats the reproductive organs of the characters, which is also a key part of why the game allows minors to enter. Feeling frustrated, Ning Jia put on the only red underwear hanging on the nearby clothes rack and pushed open the tightly closed stone door. The blinding light instantly engulfed Ning Jia's body, and in the nearly 35-degree temperature, it made every pore on his bare skin open wide.
After a slight sideways glance, the world before Ning Jia became vaguely clear.
This is a huge, unimaginably huge city, and compared to it, even the vast Brahma city cannot compare. It seems to expand endlessly across the surface, adopting a style similar to medieval European architecture, with roads paved with bluish-gray stone bricks and well-maintained castles and buildings everywhere. The city's sky is shrouded in thick smoke billowing from countless chimneys, as if it were about to rain at any moment. In the rivers surrounding the entire city, bright, boiling lava flows, which is also the reason for the city's scorching temperature.
This dark city is one of the capital cities of the Polar Night Kingdom Iron Furnace Giant City.
Stepping out from the newcomer birth point and crossing a massive steel bridge, when Ning Jia entered the city, Alice was already standing there waiting for him. Alice's appearance showed no signs of change, even without any adjustments, she looked stunning. However, her pair of white cat ears had been replaced with black ones, and her tail was also black. She wore a tight-fitting purple pilot suit on her delicate body, giving her the appearance of a mecha engineer for the first time. "You look really cute with fur on your face." Alice excitedly patted Ning Jia's rabbit head.
"Miss, could you please not take advantage of me in public?"
Ning Jia looked at the strange gazes from the many passers-by nearby, feeling quite uncomfortable.
"What is tofu, is it tasty?" "I won't talk to you about it anymore."
Alice released Ning Jia's rabbit head, and a transaction request window immediately appeared in front of Ning Jia.
"Accept."
Ning Jia lightly clicked on the window, and immediately a trading window of 160 slots appeared, completely filled with various equipment. The amount in the transaction column displayed 10 million gold coins, a staggering sum that would take an ordinary player nearly 2 years of relentless grinding to achieve. Yet, Ning Jia had been in the game for less than 30 seconds.
"Why are you giving me so much money? Do you really think I'm a gigolo?"
Although Ning Jia said this, he still pressed the confirm transaction button.
"I don't have time to chat with you, we have half an hour left to report to the meeting point. Do you see the NPC warehouse manager over there?
Go to him and open your own mecha warehouse, and directly upgrade it to the maximum level using gold coins.
You have half an hour to equip your mech.
You can directly check the equipment auction house for the Polar Night in the hangar and choose what you want the most. If you don't have enough money, just send me a private message, and I'll mail it to you. Now I need to go greet a few squad leaders to get you integrated into the team for coordinated combat." Alice, dressed in her pilot suit, was particularly excited.
"Do you really believe that I can help you?" Ning Jia didn't understand where Alice got this confidence.
In fact, it's not about believing or not believing, we have already lost for 60 consecutive natural months. It's impossible to expect that the addition of a few new mecha pilots will turn the tide. The National War of the Primordial Era is a very large system, comparable to the battles of several interstellar fleets. However, I still pulled you in because I suddenly realized how much I love watching you control the mech. It makes my heart race wildly. So go for it, do what you love the most, and I'll be very happy."
Alice smiled happily.
"Just watch if you want, just remember to keep your distance from me."
Emo touched his rabbit ears and walked towards the warehouse manager.
After creating a new warehouse, you can simply open the door behind the administrator to enter another space of your own hangar. The maximized hangar can accommodate more than 10 mechs and hundreds of different types of equipment. The so-called mechas do not have the strongest equipment system, it is quite common to match different equipment systems based on the battlefield and the tasks at hand.
However, true experts do not prefer this large-scale swapping of equipment.
Instead, they continuously enhance their ace mechas, and their equipment tends to be more singular and simplified, completely relying on their skills to adapt to the ever-changing battlefield environment. When Ning Jia opened his backpack filled by Alice, there were a total of 3 mecha bodies inside. Not knowing Ning Jia's preferences, these 3 were a light model, a standard model, and a heavy model. All 3 are top-quality S-class mecha from their respective series. Each one has a high price at the auction house. Ning Jia chose the standard mech, and at the moment he clicked to release it, the standard mech knelt on one knee in front of Ningjia. The originally earth-gray body rhythmically emitted a sheen, transforming into a glossy black body like lacquer. This is the third mech in Ningjia's life, and the only one that does not exist, created solely from virtual data. Its name is Broken Phoenix. The introduction shows a height of 25 meters, and the armor thickness is slightly thinner than that of a standard mech, but it uses a special alloy that even has the potential to become a magnetic energy shield system, providing additional defense against energy-based attacks. Therefore, its defensive capability is higher than that of a standard mech, while its agility is also improved. Preliminary assessment indicates that an operation speed of 600 is acceptable, with the overall performance of the machine closely approaching that of the Flame Soul Dual God Snake. From the simulation data, it is certain that there are simulated mechs in Primal Era that can truly reach or even surpass the Dual God mechs. The War of the Moon Kingdom is a unique combat system of the Primordial Era, and it is the largest and most comprehensive direct confrontation involving the most participants. 3 days before the battle begins, the battlefield environment will be announced in advance for the two nations of Eternal Night and Eternal Day to study and prepare. The battle is divided into offensive and defensive sides, using siege warfare to determine the victor. All participants in the national war have only one chance to survive. Once they are defeated, they will be forced to exit the national war to avoid becoming part of a never-ending war of attrition. To ensure that each participant does not lie in bed for days on end, leading to physical deterioration, once they enter a large instance or national war, the game Primal Era will automatically adjust the comparison between game time and real time. For example, the comparison for the Moon National War is 1 to 30, meaning that even if a prolonged battle lasts for several months, when you wake up, only a few days will have actually passed. This gives players more opportunities to accumulate driving experience and is also one of the reasons why professional drivers enjoy staying in the Primordial Era. The mode of the Moon Kingdom War is that the previous winner will gain a more advantageous defensive position, defending 13 sacred towers in intense battles. The previous loser, as the attacking side, will launch attacks on the sacred towers one by one. At the end of the stipulated 90 days, the side that occupies the most sacred towers will be the winner, or if the attacking side completely occupies all 13 sacred towers before the 90 days are up, they will be victorious. Of course, a simpler way would be for the chief military leaders of both sides to announce their surrender, which would immediately end the war. Of course, such a thing has never happened in the past. After all, even in defeat, one does not die, and who would want to bear the label of a coward? In the past 60 calendar months, the Polar Knight has been in a continuous losing streak, which was almost unimaginable 60 months ago. This is because the military resources of the two countries are nearly equal, and in past confrontations, the outcomes have been mostly even, with both sides frequently calling for attacks and defenses, enjoying the battles immensely. However, since a player named Wang appeared in the position of chief battle leader of the Polar Day Kingdom 60 natural months ago, this balance has been completely disrupted. Wang joined the battle in an offensive stance, and the Polar Day forces he led seemed to be invigorated, destroying 13 divine towers guarded by the Polar Knight in just 7 days of game time, and from then on, they faced no defeats. The king who shifts from offense to defense has a diverse military deployment. Each national battle features exceptionally organized personnel, neither more nor less, and is particularly characterized by specialization, grouping, and technological advancement. No matter how the Extreme Knight changes its formations, how brilliant its tactics are developed, or how much it spends to recruit external forces to join the Extreme Knight Nation, it ultimately cannot defeat the mech core of the Extreme Day Nation led by Wang. At the worst time, the Land of Eternal Day even gave up defending the tower and directly launched a surprise attack on the Eternal Night forces, annihilating them completely in just 5 days. It is precisely because of Wang and the continuous victories of the Polar Day that what should have been merely a game in the Moon Kingdom has escalated to a frenzied level. All the experts of the Polar Knight are mobilized, determined to reclaim the Divine Tower. The Polar Day, on the other hand, is on high alert, resolute in preserving their winning streak. Regarding this, for Ningjia, who has just entered the Primordial Era, everything is too unfamiliar. He is still sorting through the equipment that Alice traded to him and is also looking for various equipment listed by players in the public auction house. Modifying a mech is a comprehensive project. It's not just a matter of replacing a few armor plates or changing the main engine. Sometimes, even the choice of a single screw can significantly enhance the mech's agility. The first thing Ning Jia replaced was the mecha's energy system, switching from a nuclear battery to a 2x output ion magnetic energy battery. The size remained the same, and the weight increased by about 20%, but the mecha's combat duration was directly extended from 10 days to 30 days.
This modification actually seems a bit unnecessary.
Although the national war setting lasts for 90 game days, the supply troops are still quite sufficient during the national war, and the power energy batteries can be replaced at any time. Therefore, the 20% increase in battery weight feels a bit cumbersome, but Ning Jia naturally has his own considerations. To reduce the extra battery weight on the body, he thinned the protective armor at each joint, which increased the flexibility of the joints and reduced the overall weight of the body.
However, this also made the joints of his ruined Phoenix mecha more susceptible to devastating blows.
In choosing weapons, Ning Jia was quite conflicted, as the types available varied greatly in combat effectiveness, with weapon systems numbering in the hundreds of millions, so vast that just looking at them could make you bleed from the mouth. Ning Jia doesn't really like long-range shooting weapons, as the increased attack distance means the opponent has more time to evade and can determine your position too early, which does not align with Ning Jia's combat style. In the melee weapons section, Ning Jia suddenly found a dagger called Venom Fong. The thin blade and handle are cut and shaped as a single piece, with a blade length of no more than 2 meters, which is even insufficient to penetrate heavy mechs. However, the blade has undergone vibration ion system treatment, making it exceptionally sharp, allowing it to almost ignore the type when inserted into mechs below the God of War level. A venomous fawn costs 100,000 gold coins, which is almost equivalent to some minor artifacts. However, it seems that the market demand is not very good. Although its lethality in close combat is astonishing, very few mech masters prefer to get that close to their opponents before attacking. As a result, when Ning Jia posted an order in the auction house to buy 99 fangs at 50,000 each, it was filled within a few minutes. For the main weapons, Ning Jia chose 2 energy swords, with enough output power to penetrate the front armor of standard assault mechs, and the biggest advantage is their lightweight. Another type of main attack weapon consists of 2 massive ion-heavy cannons mounted on the shoulders, which are almost the favorite equipment of heavy mechs. The attack radius exceeds 50 kilometers, and the firepower is sufficient to destroy all light mechs in a straight line, causing functional damage to both standard and heavy mechs, with an appetite for ultra-long-range firepower. The ion-heavy artillery selected by Ning Jia is an upgraded product made from ultralight alloys, which is 50% lighter than traditional ion-heavy artillery, almost without affecting its mobility.
However, this ion-heavy artillery made from ultralight alloys also has a flaw: its durability is extremely low.
After using it more than 5 times in a battle, it must be returned to the city for major repairs before it can be used again, and the repair costs are very high, making it essentially a silver-plated spearhead for others' actions. However, probably due to the war in the Moon Kingdom, such high firepower weapons are still very popular. The ultralight version of the ion-heavy artillery, which could usually be sold at a bargain price, is now being traded at an exorbitant price of 3 million. Helpless, Ning Jia didn't want overly heavy equipment, so he bought it just like that. When he looked back, he found that there were less than 50,000 gold coins left in his account. After 29 minutes and 25 seconds, Ning Jia drove the brand new broken Phoenix mech out of the hangar. The mech, painted in digital camouflage sky blue, was particularly eye-catching. Several knife boxes were fixed to the outer sides of the arms and thighs, with the stacked black venomous blades glinting coldly. Meanwhile, the 2 ion-heavy cannons behind the broken Phoenix's shoulders also reflected a white glow.
Is this the modified mech?
Shortly after the broken Phoenix emerged, a pink mech blocked its path, and Alice's voice came through the communicator.
What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate? Ning Jia opened the arms of the mech and turned around.
You are only equipped with ultra-close combat and ultra-long-range equipment, and you have nothing for medium and close distances. How confident of a madman do you have to be to equip yourself like this, convinced that you can infiltrate right next to anyone you want to kill?
Alice sighed.
Although she had been playing this game for over 50 years, she had never seen such a matching set of equipment. It was clear that Ning Jia had a very unique self-assessment. Speaking of which, let me also describe the pink mech butterfly dream that Alice was riding. This is a standard mech, but it has the weight of a light mech and the defensive capabilities that exceed those of a heavy mech, making it a top-tier mech at the God of Battle level.
Its primary weapon is a folding energy war bow on its back, chasing Sunday.
For close combat, it is equipped with a large-caliber revolver with a dagger, breaking demon. The firepower is well balanced for long, medium, and close ranges. To equip a mech to this level requires not only time but also significant financial investment. The benefit of team combat is that I don't have to worry about distance, I can be effective regardless. As long as I'm good at combining forces, there will naturally be someone to help me deal with the enemy troops that need to be taken out. I just need to focus on what I do best.
Ning Jia was unimpressed. But you at least pretended to have a flight propulsion system, right?
The broken Phoenix mech you've chosen has a short-range jump propulsion assist system, but that won't allow you to hover or fly. When facing flying mechs in the air, your equipment configuration is practically a live target.
Alice still couldn't understand what Ning Jia was thinking.
Flying is not my strong suit, and the thruster is too heavy, affecting the operation.
Don't worry, I won't die that quickly.
By the way, I'll promise you to help you fulfill a wish. Consider it a condition for me to ask you to be my navigator. After all, our date has become a bit strange now, and I feel awkward asking you for something without doing something in return.
Ning Jia treated it all as just a transaction. You really are a persistent man. Since you want to turn everything into a transaction, then help me get rid of the King of the Midnight Sun, okay?
Alice smiled.
Okay, I will help you kill him.
Ning Jia agreed with remarkable ease, which left Alice wide-eyed in surprise.
Hey, I was joking, did you take it seriously? Wang is currently the #1 Mecha Master on the Honghuang Century Mecha Master leaderboard. No one has ever harmed his mecha, not even leaving a scratch.
Alice emphasized, but on the screen, Ning Jia's expression remained so calm.
If you want him to die, then he will definitely die.
It has nothing to do with rankings.
Ning Jia said calmly. There are 3 ways to obtain equipment in the Age of Chaos.
One is to participate in various challenging dungeons, relying on completing designated tasks and defeating extremely difficult bosses to obtain drops. Another is to engage in high-stakes battles, winning items from other players through gambling. The third is the plundering mode of killing and looting. However, whether the plunder is successful or not, the result will turn you into a red name for several days, and anyone who sees you can eliminate you for the sake of the public, while also earning points and rewards. In the age of primordial chaos, there is no hierarchy, but it is still possible to distinguish between experts and novices. Besides looking at the quality of equipment, the most important factor is the score of each player. Throughout the age of primordial chaos, there are score rankings for different professions, where anyone can find their position and understand their industry ranking in the entire universe. Of course, the most famous here is the Mecha Master leaderboard, which almost reveals who the true king among the universe's Mecha Masters is. Over 90% of the top 1,000 Mecha Masters here possess a Battle God Mecha in the real world, or at least have the superb skills of a Battle God Mecha Master. Ning Jia opened the leaderboard as Alice suggested, with a total exceeding 50 billion names, covering almost 80% of the Mecha Masters in the entire universe. Standing out on this list is as difficult as going from a doorman to becoming the chairman of a cross-star domain group. As a newcomer, Ning Jia has 0 points, 0 dungeon runs, and 0 achievements, placing him at the bottom. While automatically searching the top 1,000 rankings, Ning Jia saw that Alice was surprisingly ranked high at 807th. As for Wang, just as Alice said, he was in first place, with a score more than double that of the second place, and he had participated in 0 instances, but his record showed a perfect 60 wins in national battles. The Moon Kingdom War is considered the best event for earning points because the game system awards points based on your performance in the game and your contribution to the overall battle, rather than requiring a victory to receive a set number of points like other dungeons. In other words, all players participating in the Moon Kingdom War, whether winners or losers, can earn point rewards, and even if you win every time, the points awarded will still fluctuate. For example, Wang initially joined the National War, and his overwhelming advantage and ability to turn the tide made him famous in one battle, with his score directly entering the top 1,000. In the activities of the Moon Kingdom War, Wang created a miracle of scoring points that has yet to be surpassed. However, the difficulty of subsequent battles began to decrease, and the points Wang earned also weakened, but even the reduced points were beyond ordinary imagination. A monster who took only 5 years to reach the top of the Mecha Master leaderboard in the Age of Chaos. Many call him a monster, while others see him as a deity.